on the enchanting Jiejiao island, surrounded by ethereal spirits that swirl like misty clouds. The sun and moon radiate auspicious light. The wildflowers bloom in hues of crimson, akin to the dawn's blush, while the verdant peach and apricot trees exude their fragrances in unison. Colorful rays of light spiral and dance, embodying the brilliance of virtue amidst a mist of purple. Within the realm of Bio Palace, fragrant smoke billows, emanating from the primordial essence of the universe. The celestial peaches and fruits within the palace resemble golden elixirs, while the willows sway gracefully like strands of jade. Occasionally, the cry of the yellow crane echoes, and the azure phoenix can often be seen soaring through the skies. In the palace, a young man of dignified bearing sits calmly on a mat, devoted to his cultivation and the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. This individual is none other than the master of the way of the intercepting teachings, one of the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, Tongtian. Suddenly, a luminous orb appears above Bio Palace and swiftly enters Tongtian's form. His eyes snap open, momentarily narrowing, as a wave of divine authority emanates, causing the palace to tremble. Who dares to intrude? Come forth from within me at once. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for binding the selection system. You have received a novice gift package, the investiture of the gods, and the primordial Tao fruit. What manner of entity is this? Who are you, intruder? Tongtian scolds the system in fury, but no response comes despite his calls. He quickly delves into the ocean of his consciousness, meticulously probing until he discovers a blue glowing spherical object deep within his awareness. Glaring with intensity, he unsheathes the Qingping sword, its brilliance flickering with divine power, and strikes fiercely at the system. The system consciousness seems to sense the threat and attempts to resist, yet against absolute strength, it proves feeble. A piercing scream reverberates through the mental sea as the system consciousness dissipates, leaving only a spherical shell behind. Without hesitation, Tongtian examines the shell, revealing a dazzling array of heavenly materials and treasures, both primordial and supreme. What is this? This object has transformed into a being that surpasses even the primordial treasures, containing an abundance of supreme treasures within. Tongtian promptly sits cross-legged, closing his eyes in concentration, swiftly gesturing to calculate the origins of this phenomenon. However, after considerable time, he opens his eyes slowly, filled with confusion and gravity. I cannot deduce anything. What secrets lie hidden behind this? Left with no choice, Tongtian abandons his inquiries and picks up the investiture of the gods to read. The calamity of heaven and earth intensifies, signaling the onset of a great tribulation, with the members of the intercepting teachings listed among the victims. The saints besiege Tongtian. The sword array of extermination is broken, and he is forced to consume the saint-subduing pill, imprisoned within the Jiejiao palace, unable to escape the impending calamity. Though Tongtian senses the growing calamity in the world and foresees the tribulation approaching, he still cannot believe his brother would conspire with outsiders against him. Nonsense! My bond with my 2 brothers has spanned countless epochs. Our brotherhood is profound. How could they treat me this way? Yet the events narrated in the tome are coherent, prompting Tongtian to attempt calculation once more, only to find himself yielding no results. What is happening? Even amidst the calamity, it shouldn't hinder the heavenly secrets. Could it be that someone is obscuring the truth? Is it the 2 saints of the West? Or perhaps Hunyuan? Suddenly, a voice pierces through his thoughts, that of Honghuang. All saints, gather at Jiejiao Palace for a council. Tongtian's eyes widen in astonishment. How is this possible? Truly, it cannot be. Let me go and see for myself. In a flash, a brilliant beam of light shoots forth like lightning, forcefully piercing a gaping hole through the top of Bio Palace. Tongtian, his gaze fixed and resolute, channels all his power into speed, propelling himself like a meteor towards Jiejiao Palace. As he races onward, the space around him warps under the weight of his formidable aura. Soon, he arrives at Jiejiao Palace, straightening his attire and entering with a solemn expression, respectfully bowing to Honghuang, who sits majestically upon the cloud platform. Master, what is the purpose of this summons? Honghuang nods slightly, but refrains from speaking, instead stating, We shall discuss it once they arrive. After a few moments, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao gather in Jiejiao Palace one after another. Greetings, Master. Indeed, the calamity of heaven and earth is spreading, and a great tribulation is imminent. The expression of the saints shifts dramatically, especially Tongtian, who urgently inquires, Master, the calamity of the Wu and Yao has recently passed. Why must another tribulation arise? The intercepting teachings have committed numerous atrocities while assisting the human emperor Hunyuan, resulting in the spread of calamity. The heavenly court lacks the manpower to dispel it in time, hence the resurgence of tribulation. The other 5 saints cast furious glances towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. Enough. For now, we must address the tribulation. This calamity is the investiture of the gods. 3 locations will see the fall of souls. Those with deep roots will ascend to the immortal path. Those with shallow roots will become divine. The rest shall reincarnate. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's heart surges with turmoil, unable to settle. Everything aligns. Surely my brothers would not truly force me to sign the investiture of the gods. This tribulation requires the filling of 365 righteous deities. You may discuss among yourselves who shall be listed. I have no sect and no disciples. Thus I shall not partake in this listing. Nuwa promptly declines. Our Western teachings are impoverished and lack disciples. We shall not participate. Zhuanti weeps, casting a sorrowful gaze at Hongjuan. My disciples are all blessed individuals and should not be listed. I have but one disciple in the human teaching who should not be listed. Just as Tongtian prepares to voice his stance, a remark from Yuanshi halts his words. Third brother, you have many unruly disciples. Why not place them on the investiture of the gods? It would provide them with a favorable outcome. Third brother, what the second brother says has merit for the sake of the myriad beings in the wilderness. Let us place them on the investiture. Tongtian's eyes ignite with fury. He never anticipated such treatment from his brothers. To enter the investiture is not as liberating as being an immortal. Why must my brothers not place their own disciples on the list? Your disciples are but beasts and creatures of lowly birth. How can they be compared to the true immortals of my intercepting teachings? Yuanshi's words bear truth. I implore you, Tongtian, for the sake of the myriad beings. Yuanshi and Zhuanti press Tongtian relentlessly, escalating the tension as a great conflict seems imminent. Hongjuan releases a wave of divine authority, suppressing the saints. Enough. If you are all disinclined to place your disciples on the list, then let fate decide. Master, why such unfairness? This calamity is instigated by Yuanshi's disciples. Why must my intercepting teachings also be caught in it? I beseech you to see clearly. Tongtian, you are most audacious to call your brother by name. Tongtian disregards Yuanshi and continues to gaze at Hongjuan, hoping for a response, even if fabricated. He cannot fathom that his master would treat him thus. Tongtian, you ought to consider the greater good placing your disciples, burdened with sins, on the investiture would save the myriad beings and aid your brother Hunyuan. What is there to lose? Zhuanti speaks rightly. Tongtian, heed your elder brother's counsel. Hongjuan remains silent upon his mat, and witnessing this, Tongtian's belief in the narrative of the investiture solidifies. He bursts into a mad, sorrowful laughter. Red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves, the 3 pure ones are indeed one family. How laughable, truly laughable. Tongtian rose to his feet, wielding the Qingping sword, and proclaimed, Heavenly Tao above, I, Tongtian, sever all ties with the Sanqing. From henceforth, there shall be no more Shanqing Tongtian in the primordial world. Only the master of the Jie sect, Tongtian. Moments later, the heavenly Tao responded, approved. With this affirmation, Laozi and Yuanshi instantly felt their connections to Tongtian severed entirely. Tongtian, how dare you, brother? Why have you taken such a course? Both your second brother and I only wish for your well-being. Tongtian paid no heed to Laozi and Yuanshi. Instead, he approached Hongjuan and knelt before him. Alas, Tongtian, what Yuanshi said holds some truth. Your Jie sect disciples indeed bear too heavy a burden of sin. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was filled with disillusionment. Master, how can you be so biased? Am I not your disciple as well? Tongtian, you are audacious to speak to your master in such a manner. Enough. After signing the list of deification, each shall depart. The assembled saints stepped forward to inscribe their names on the list of deification. I shall never sign this list. With that, Tongtian turned to leave the Jiejiao palace. However, Laozi, Yuanshi, Jin, and Xuanzi immediately blocked his path without hesitation. Tongtian, brother, today you must sign, whether you wish to or not. We four saints shall unite. You ought to contemplate this seriously. Xuanzi threatened, brandishing the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Chapter 2. The Celestial Severance of Sainthood, once again certifying the primordial unity without heeding the obstruction posed by the likes of Xuanzi and the others. Tongtian grasped the Qingping sword and soared into the heavens. Today, I, Tongtian, shall withdraw from the Xianmin and sever my sainthood, repaying the karmic debt owed to Hunyuan Daluo for his teachings. May the heavenly Tao witness my vow. Upon hearing Tongtian's declaration, Honghuang erupted in fury. Tongtian, you wretched disciple, do you think the status of a saint is trivial? It was rather lamentable that Yuanshi, as Tongtian and Apos, elder brother, exhibited no sorrow, but rather a semblance of delight. Once you relinquish your sainthood, your disciples will lose their leverage. Thus, the calamity of the Fengshen can swiftly conclude, and my disciples shall face no peril. Suddenly, the skies above the Jiejiao palace darkened, as if heralding the end of days. The heavenly Tao was utterly enraged, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entirety of the primordial realm. The denizens of the primordial world were struck with astonishment, while the atmosphere on Jin and Apos, Island turned oppressive. With concern and unease etched upon the faces of every disciple of the Jiejiao. Senior brother, what is transpiring? The master merely went to Jiejiao palace for discussions. Why would he sever his sainthood? Jinling, convey the order. No one is to enter or leave Jin and Apos, Island. Those who defy this shall be deemed traitors. Meanwhile, 9 bolts of purple divine thunder, akin to furious dragons, descended with the power to annihilate worlds, crashing down upon Tongtian. With each strike, the very foundations of the primordial world trembled. The might of the divine thunder battered Tongtian, leaving him on the brink of collapse, his cultivation diminishing until he ultimately fell to the early stage of quasi-saint. His once mighty form was now marred with wounds, blood gushing forth. The primordial spirit, once anchored in the heavenly Tao, returned to the core of the Jiejiao, and the primordial purple aura symbolizing his sainthood was stripped away. After the tempest of divine thunder, Tongtian descended to the ground and knelt before Honghuang, offering a profound bow. The debt of teachings has been repaid. From this moment forth, I hold no further ties with the Tao ancestor. Tongtian, do you believe that by severing your sainthood, the Jiejiao shall be free from worries? Tongtian ignored Yuanshi, dragging his battered body towards the Jiejiao palace. Today, as your elder brother, I shall teach you a lesson, you ungrateful wretch. I closed my eyes and remained silent, as if nothing had transpired. Just as Yuanshi was about to take action, Honghuang intervened. Enough, let him be. Master, this Tongtian is far too insolent. I implore you to punish him. No need. After all, he is still my disciple. Upon hearing this, Tongtian glanced back, something swirling in his eyes, before resolutely exiting the Jiejiao palace. This calamity is to be handled by the Changjiao. The Fengshen list and the God-slaying whip are at play. The Fengshen list is responsible for collecting true spirits, while the God-slaying whip can strike those named upon the list. You should take an apprentice resembling a flying bear, aiding Zhou in vanquishing Shang and overseeing the Fengshen. Yuanshi beamed with joy upon receiving Hongjuan's assignment regarding the Fengshen matter. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well, you may all depart. Who ascends the list is determined by fate. Deliberate amongst yourselves. With that, Honghuang vanished, and the assembled saints followed suit from the Jiejiao palace. At this juncture, Tongtian could no longer endure and plummeted from the sky, gasping for breath, tears mingling with laughter. Ah, my esteemed elder brother, just you wait. I shall not remain idle. After a brief respite, Tongtian retrieved the Hunyuan water from the System S vessel. This is a critical moment. Let us see its efficacy. With that, he consumed the Hunyuan water. As the liquid coursed through his being, Tongtian immediately sat cross-legged, channeling his power. Within him, a tempest of energy surged through his meridians, and in mere moments, his grievous injuries healed completely. Alas, the calamity approaches. I must hasten to attain the status of a primordial Daluo golden immortal, lest my Jiejiao disciples fall into peril. After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian summoned the primordial Tao fruit and the chaos pearl from the system's vessel. The fruit harbors supreme Tao rhythms, if I ingest it after fully comprehending the sword Tao. Perhaps I can shatter my shackles and reattain the primordial state. Thus, Tongtian sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the sword Dao principles. Having primarily focused on swordsmanship, he required only a century to perfect his understanding of the sword Dao. Once I consume the primordial Dao fruit, I can commence my breakthrough to the primordial Daluo golden immortal. Tongtian grasped the chaos pearl, enveloping it with his power above his head to evade detection while allowing some pests to slip through. Let us see just how many traitors lurk within my Jiejiao. Without hesitation, Tongtian consumed the primordial Dao fruit, and in an instant, an overwhelming tide of power surged within him. This force was pure and formidable, capable of breaching any obstacle, leading Tongtian to feel his strength swell at an astonishing pace. The sword Dao, already perfected, now surged with renewed vigor, its essence swirling around him with razor-sharp clarity. Time slipped away, and eventually, Tongtian, the master of Jiejiao, slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, he radiated an unparalleled majesty, the sanctity befitting a primordial Daluo golden immortal. This divine presence loomed like a majestic mountain, inspiring awe. It is time to return. I wonder how my Jiejiao disciples fare? At this moment, Tongtian leisurely soared towards Jiejiao Island, cognizant that his former brothers and sisters would certainly be restless, and that traitors would undoubtedly emerge within Jiejiao. Simultaneously, the Western sect was not idle. Elder brother, Tongtian has severed his sainthood. The Jiejiao now lacks a backing. Why not send those sinful disciples to the Fengshen list and convert those practitioners fated to us in the Western sect to bolster our strength? But how shall we explain this to Laozi and Yuanshi? Despite their rift, we must remain vigilant. Fear not, elder brother. The ties between the three pure ones have frayed, and I have already gleaned their sentiments. They are indifferent. Moreover, Tongtian has not returned to the Jiejiao in a century. He likely has no inkling of his own demise. Seeing Jane still hesitant, Junti pressed on, elder brother, worry not. According to reports from our inside sources, chaos reigns within the Jiejiao. Now is the opportune moment. Such chances are fleeting. From where do you have these inside sources? I was unaware. Cough, elder brother. Have you forgotten? Previously, I used the great dream of 3,000 techniques to sway Chang'er Dingguang, one of Tongtian's attendants. Thus I am privy to every move of the Jiejiao. Jian Kuden and Appos, T help but praise him. Truly, this junior was remarkably capable. Then I shall rely on you. With that, Junti soared directly towards Jiejiao Island. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Bodhisattva and the Slaying on Golden Turtle Island in the Vastness of Heaven and Earth. There exists a fateful law, which allows for the transformation of myriad beings at this very moment. The wondrous doctrine of the Western teachings, the impoverished monk, and the Bodhisattva of the West. Without forewarning, the Bodhisattva descended upon Golden Turtle Island, emanating waves of divine authority. The disciples of the Jiejiao hurriedly withdrew, while the direct disciples rushed out from the Green Leisure Palace to uphold justice. I observe that you, young friends, share a connection with my Western teachings. Hence I have come to invite you to learn the sublime doctrines of the West. Just as the Bodhisattva was about to seize the disciples of the Taoist Dubao, bearing the 4 swords of slaying immortals, arrived, requesting the Bodhisattva to exercise restraint, for this is the sacred ground of our. It is the esteemed disciple of Tongtian. Taoist Dubao. I see that you are fated to join me. Why not accompany me back to the Western teachings and learn our profound methods? Upon hearing this, the disciples were filled with rage, yet they felt powerless before the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva chuckled, stating, "We, disciples of the, are under our master's guidance. How can we betray our sect? I kindly ask you to depart." You are oblivious to the situation. Tongtian is merely an arrogant commoner. Today, I shall consign you disciples of the to the list of deities. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the instantly prepared themselves for a desperate struggle. I respect you as a saint, yet you dare to insult our sect leader? Do you truly think is devoid of defenders? With that, Taoist Duba immediately harnessed all his magical power, a chilling aura enveloping the surroundings. For swords radiating a piercing cold light hovered at the 4 cardinal directions. The sword body shimmered with runes, exuding an aura of boundless lethality. Within the Slaying Immortals formation, dark clouds billowed ominously, further enhancing the malevolent atmosphere. The central sword energy surged skyward, seemingly aiming to rend the heavens asunder, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Dubao formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations, channeling the power of the 4 swords of slaying immortals. As he cast a spell, the aura of the sword formation grew increasingly overwhelming, with thick black mist surging like a furious sea, occasionally revealing the true form of the sword formation, instilling terror. Upon witnessing this formation, the Bodhisattva scoffed, declaring that the four swords of slaying immortals in Dubao and Apos, as hands would only gather dust, they should be returned to him. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light shot skyward from the slaying immortals formation, causing Dubao to stagger back, spitting blood, while the four swords vanished, leaving only the Bodhisattva holding the seven treasures wonderful tree in his left hand and the four swords in his right. TSK, TSK, TSK. The slaying immortals formation is but this. You should cease your struggles and return with me to the Western teachings. Humph. The disciples of the... Once we sought the Tao with no path to follow, it was only our master who disregarded our humble beginnings and offered us the opportunity to seek the Tao. How could we betray our master? Today, we swear to die rather than submit. The disciples roared in unison, declaring, as long as the stands, we shall stand. If the falls, we shall fall. However, the disciples of the were of mixed loyalty. While some were steadfast, others feared for their lives. A few cultivators stepped forward and knelt, proclaiming their willingness to betray to hear the Bodhisattva's teachings, begging him not to abandon them. You four traitors. Your master has treated you well. With that, Dabo moved to strike down those four. The Bodhisattva casually waved his hand, and a beam of light shot forth from the seven treasures wonderful tree, forcing Dubao back as he spat blood repeatedly. Humph, you miscreant. Showing disrespect to a saint deserves death. Just as Dubao's life hung in the balance, Tongtian could no longer contain himself. The Qingping sword shot directly at the Bodhisattva. And upon seeing the Qingping sword, the disciples of the felt their hearts settle. Master, you must take charge for your disciples. Dubao and the other direct disciples wept upon Tongtian and Apos' return. Ah, long time no see, Taoist Tongtian. It seems your cultivation has improved over the past century. The Bodhisattva taunted Tongtian, but the latter's expression was grim, though he refrained from attacking the Bodhisattva immediately. I have treated you four well, imparting my teachings and bestowing upon you spiritual treasures, and this is how you repay me? Tongtian, you are no longer a saint, and you're as rife with chaos. How can it be compared to the Western teachings? We merely recognize the times. Tongtian ceased further dialogue and struck down towards the four traitors. But his blow was intercepted by the Bodhisattva. Tongtian, you are audacious to act before me. Tongtian chose to ignore this, turning to Dubao, saying, Dubao, you have done well as the elder brother of the, but the four swords of slaying immortals are not to be wielded in such a manner. Observe closely. I shall teach you only once. Humph, Tongtian, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do not forget that you have severed your saintly position. Tongtian immediately formed a sword seal, causing the four swords of slaying immortals in the Bodhisattva and Apos' hands to surge violently, leaving the Bodhisattva astonished. Tongtian, you have once again attained the Tao of primordial unity. The saints and mighty beings observing discreetly were equally astonished. None expected Tongtian to achieve the Tao of primordial unity once more within a century. Before the Bodhisattva could complete his sentence, the four swords of slaying immortals flew into Tongtian's hands. Just as the Bodhisattva intended to retreat, he was intercepted by Tongtian, who then summoned five swords to force the Bodhisattva high into the air. Tongtian positioned himself before the Bodhisattva, gazing down at him with long hair billowing and garments fluttering. His expression was solemn as he slowly raised his hands. In an instant, the wind and clouds shifted and thunder roared. The slaying immortal's sword, radiating a blinding red light, pierced through all illusions, with mysterious runes on its body flickering like flames, each rune containing boundless lethal power. The four divine swords hovered around the Bodhisattva, their sword energy weaving together to form a colossal net. Within the sword formation, chaotic energy surged violently, lightning flashing, as if a world of destruction was unfolding. With eyes like lightning, Tongtian let out a low shout, and the might of the sword formation erupted forth. Endless sword energy spread outward, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to reverse their flow, shaking heaven and earth. The entire slaying immortals formation resembled the center of a colossal storm. No matter how the Bodhisattva attempted to break free, he could not escape the formation. Is this the true power of the slaying immortals formation? Truly worthy of my master. The figure of Jiejiao from Mount Shumi accelerated towards Golden Turtle Island, yet he halted midway. A scream erupted from within the slaying immortals formation as the Bodhisattva fell, and a rain of blood began to pour down in the primordial realm. Those who offend me shall be punished. Tongtian descended upon Golden Turtle Island, casting a glance at the four traitors, and without a word, he waved his hand, casting them directly into the 9 underworlds, to suffer the flames of retribution for eternity. The calamity of the deities will soon arise. Humanity, the Chan, and the Western teachings all conspire against my. We are at a critical juncture of life and death, should anyone wish to abandon this. I shall not hold it against them. However, should they betray us in the future, they need not expect mercy. We swear loyalty to thee and will never betray our master. Voices of loyalty rose from within Golden Turtle Island. Tongtian summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, without hesitation. He soared once more into the sky. Today, I shall use the Eastern Emperor Bell to suppress the fortune of the, let the Tao witness this. As the hidden saints looked upon the Eastern Emperor Bell, their astonishment deepened, mingled with trepidation. In the purple cloud palace, Honghuang sat upon his mat. His face etched with worry. Alas, changes are afoot. Chapter 4. Brother, let us unite with Yuan Shi and Laozi to jointly combat Tongtian. After witnessing Tongtian and Appos as formidable power, Jiejiao returned to Mount Shumi with a heavy heart. He was enveloped in silence, with visions of Tongtian's terrifying presence within the Jinxian sword array haunting his mind. He understood all too well that the strength of their Western teachings was insufficient to contend with the might of Tongtian and Appos. Upon returning to Mount Shumi, Jiejiao wearily settled onto a mat, plunging into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhuan was resurrected in the 8 treasures pool of merit. His heart ablaze with fury, an amalgamation of resentment towards the leader of Tongtian and dissatisfaction with his own defeat. As Zhuan opened his eyes, he felt the unquenchable fire of anger within him. Brother, we cannot simply let this matter rest. The calamity is approaching, and we must suppress this, lest our Western teachings remain forever in decline. Zhuan declared vehemently to Jiejiao, his voice brimming with indignation and resolve. Jiejiao lifted his gaze to Zhuan, his eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. Tongtian has once again proven his strength, and with the Jinxian sword array, we are no match for him. Perhaps we should close the mountain gates and restrain our disciples to avoid the impending calamity. His tone was subdued and devoid of vigor. Brother, we can ally with Yuan Shi and Laozi. Thus, we may dismantle the Jinxian sword array. We could also reap benefits from this alliance. His words were laced with determination, as though this were their sole path to salvation. After a moment of silence, Jiejiao finally spoke. You are right, junior brother. If we can join forces with them, the Jinxian sword array can be shattered, and the may be vanquished. Without hesitation, Jiejiao and Zhuan soared towards the direction of Yisu Palace. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination. Zhuan took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then strode boldly into the palace. Brother Yuan Shi, Tongtian has once more attained the level of. Will you not take action? Zhuan stated directly, his tone tinged with urgency. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat upon a mat, his expression indifferent. He regarded Zhuan with a flicker of disdain. Humph. The people of the Western teachings are always so impatient for results, he mused inwardly. What action should I take? Even if the third brother is misled and breaks ties with me and the eldest brother, we remain brothers. How can I allow you to sow discord here? Yuan Shi Tianzun and Appos' words were laden with authority, his gaze piercing like a sword aimed at Zhuan. Brother Yuan Shi, you must understand that the calamity approaches. And with Tongtian wielding the Jinxian 4 swords, if we do not join forces, our disciples from the Chan teaching may find themselves in peril. Surely, you do not wish to see your own disciples bound by the decree of the God list. Yuan Shi paid no heed, continuing to meditate with closed eyes. Since you are unwilling to join forces, I shall take my leave. Ha ha ha. Wait a moment, my 2 junior brothers. Yuan Shi Tianzun called out loudly. Jiejiao and Zhuan halted, turning back to face Yuan Shi Tianzun. Since we are collaborating, we must discuss the distribution of the spoils, must we not? Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke slowly, a calculating gleam in his eyes. What are your thoughts, brother? Zhuan inquired. Yuan Shi Tianzun squinted slightly and replied. All the miscreants shall be handed over to your Western teachings, the Jinxian 4 swords and the Eastern Emperor Bell, along with all other treasures, will belong to me and the eldest brother. How does that sound to you? Zhuan Ti's countenance darkened, a flicker of anger flashing across his face. Brother, this is rather domineering of you. The Western teachings require at least 5 supreme innate treasures. Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled coldly within but maintained a facade of calm. Very well, 5 supreme innate treasures it shall be. Seeing Yuan Shi Tianzun acquiesce to their demands, Zhuan Ti's dissatisfaction abated slightly. He knew that at this juncture, it was unwise to press Yuan Shi Tianzun too hard. Once the 3 had reached an agreement, they flew towards Shouyang Mountain. Yuan Shi Tianzun brimmed with confidence, convinced that with the assistance of Laozi and the Western teachings, they would surely obliterate. Upon their arrival at Shouyang Mountain, Laozi had been waiting by the purple gold 8 trigrams furnace for quite some time. Brother, Tongtian has once again attained, wielding the Jinxian 4 swords in the Eastern Emperor Bell. We must act swiftly, or our disciples will be in danger. Second brother, no matter what. Tongtian is still our third brother. Breaking the bones still connects the tendons. How can you conspire with outsiders against your own kin? Zhuan stepped forward to incite discord. Eldest brother, you must realize the calamity approaches. If we do not unite and allow to grow, then we three teachings will have nowhere to stand. I implore you to reconsider. Indeed, eldest brother, if we do not join forces now, our disciple Xian Du may be in peril. Furthermore, you cannot be oblivious to the fact that the intent to extinguish is not solely yours. You cannot remain uninvolved. Alas. If it must be so, let us engage in battle against Tongtian to restore order. But you must understand, Tongtian is ultimately our brother. We cannot harm our kin for the sake of outsiders. Laozi's words were steeped in resignation, as he ultimately chose his disciples over his own brother. Meanwhile, Tongtian was not idle. He entrusted the Zhuxian Four Swords once again to Duobao, delegating all affairs of the to him. Duobao restrained the disciples well. I must pay a visit to the palace of Nuwa. Yes, rest assured, master. As long as I am here, no one shall trespass upon my golden Ao island. Tongtian nodded in satisfaction and swiftly made his way towards the palace of Nuwa. Within the palace of Nuwa, Nuwa gazed nonchalantly towards the entrance. Since brother Tongtian has arrived, he may as well come in for a chat. As Tongtian entered the palace, he wasted no time with pleasantries and directly broached the subject. I wonder, Nuwa Daoist, are you open to the idea of an alliance? An alliance? Why would I ally with you? The god list calamity has little to do with me. Tongtian and Apos' response was met with uproarious laughter, which only deepened Nuwa and Apos' confusion. Brother, have you lost your senses? I am only laughing at you, junior sister, for being so easily manipulated while still thinking of others and Apos' goodwill. This remark only added to Nuwa and Apos' bewilderment. If you have no intention of explaining, then perhaps you should leave. Daoist. The godless calamity is based on the war between Shang and Zhou, as it recruits 365 righteous deities for the heavenly court and completely subjugates humanity. At that point, humanity will only recognize the heavenly court, forgetting about you, the Holy Mother Nuwa. Would this not undermine your very foundation? Tongtian's words rang true. Nuwa, who had attained enlightenment through humanity, realized that if humanity only acknowledged the heavenly court, her own cultivation would stagnate, preventing her from transcending. Why the silence? Nuwa Daoist? After a moment of contemplation, Nuwa regained her composure. What do I stand to gain from cooperating with you? What are the odds of success? With my myriad of celestial beings, what do we have to fear? I possess the Zhuxian sword array. Who can rival us? Thus, you need only to hold back one of the four saints while I handle the rest. Moreover, our ally from the netherworld may also join. Upon hearing that the Earth Lord might be involved, Nuwa agreed to the alliance with Tongtian. Very well, I shall consent to the alliance. Thus, when those four shameless old dogs arrive, I hope you will intervene. This half of the human Tao shall be bestowed upon you. After receiving half of the human Tao wheel, Nuwa felt a shock as she sensed a connection to it. Rest assured, brother. Tongtian nodded and departed from the palace of Nuwa. However, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to stir within his heart. Chapter 5. Tomorrow marks the day of reckoning for you old fogies. Tongtian sat cross-legged on the mat of the Bo Palace, his thoughts drifting as he contemplated the future direction of the Jia sect. However, this tranquility was short-lived. As a powerful aura surged like a tidal wave from outside Jiejiao Island, Tongtian's divine sense instantly spread out like a vast spider's web. And upon sensing the arrival of the four saints, Yuan Shi, Laozi, Jian, and Zhuan, his expression darkened immediately. It seemed these four individuals were truly idle. A confrontation was inevitable. Tongtian sprang to his feet and, in a flash, darted out of Jiejiao Island like a bolt of lightning. There stood the four saints, suspended in the air like towering mountains, exuding an overwhelming and oppressive aura. What brings you four here to my abode? You are not welcome. You dare to be so audacious before your elder brother, Tongtian. Do you truly have no regard for your seniors? Zhuan chimed in, eager to escalate the situation. How can you treat your brother this way? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the beings of the Honghuang? My ties with the three pure ones have long been severed. They are no longer my brethren. You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Tongtian retorted. Today, we four saints have come to eradicate your disciples who bear the stain of sin. Be wise and step aside, lest I, your second brother, forget our past bonds. Jian warned. Yuan Shi, cease your pretense of virtue. Let us engage in battle. In that moment, he secretly communicated with Duobao. Lead the disciples of the Jia sect to assist the disciples of the Western sect in ascending the Foshan list. Master, can you contend with the four saints? Rest assured, Niwa will come. A cunning glint flashed in Duo Bao and Amp. Oppos, eyes as he smirked, rallying the Jie sect disciples to soar towards the western sect. At this point, Tongtian and the four saints had already entered the chaos. The impending battle created an atmosphere of palpable tension. Suddenly, Niwa appeared beside Tongtian. Seeing Niwa, Zhuani's heart tightened. And he hastily asked, Sister Niwa, are you here to aid Tongtian? Do not forget that as heavenly Tao saints, we must adhere to the principles of destiny. Who told you I am here to assist Tongtian? Zhuanti, have you forgotten our grievances? Zhuanti, taken aback, could not fathom what grievances she referred to and pleaded for clarification. Back then, the little golden crow was trapped within the barrier set by Emperor Jun. I ask you, how many in the Honghuang could breach Emperor Jun's barrier without his notice? Zhuani's heart sank. He had not anticipated Niwa would confront him over this matter. Yuan Shi and Laozi remained composed, yet were equally astonished, while Jiejiao grew increasingly concerned. Niwa, observing Zhuanti and Amp, Oppos' expression, quickly grasped the truth of the matter. Zhuanti, however, immediately countered, vehemently denying any involvement. This has nothing to do with me. Niwa, do not listen to hearsay. Niwa disregarded his protest and brandished the sea-splitting blade and the red embroidery ball, hurling them towards Zhuanti. The sea-splitting blade gleamed with a cold light, severing everything in its path, while the red embroidery ball shot forth like a blazing meteor, radiating formidable power. Zhuani's face changed drastically as he retreated. He wielded the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree, unleashing a brilliant light to counter Niwa's sea-splitting blade. With a resounding clash, sparks flew, and the immense force sent Zhuanti stumbling backward. The chaotic energy surged wildly around them. Niwa scoffed and swung the red embroidery ball again. With overwhelming momentum, it hurtled towards Zhuanti. Alarmed, Zhuanti hastily employed his divine powers to fend off the attack, but the red embroidery ball's might was immense. Despite his best efforts, it struck him, causing him to spit blood. Realizing he was no match for Niwa, Zhuanti resolved to stall her, hoping Jane and the others would swiftly slay Tongtian and come to his aid. Sister Niwa, why cling so tenaciously to past grievances? We should align with the heavenly principles rather than be swayed by personal vendettas. Zhuanti, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You and Jane have long coveted the fortunes of the Honghuang, expanding the Western sect by any means necessary. Today, you shall pay the price. With that, Niwa once more swung the sea-splitting blade at Zhuanti, its blade cutting through the chaos with an insatiable thirst for blood. Zhuanti desperately swung the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree to defend against the onslaught, but he found himself struggling against Niwa and Oppos' relentless assault, continually retreating. At this juncture, the battle within the chaos intensified further. Brothers, we must strike first. We cannot allow him to set up the Excalibur array. Jiejiao produced the Divine Scepter and the 12th grade Golden Lotus, while Laozi retrieved the Taiji diagram, and Yuan Shi unveiled the Pangu flag, charging towards Tongtian. Noticing their approach, Tongtian's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, which expanded to encompass him within. As Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Jiejiao launched their attacks, their strikes met the Eastern Emperor Bell with a thunderous crash, sending powerful sound waves rippling outward, shaking the very void. The trio stumbled back from the recoil, their expression shifting as they marveled at the formidable defense of the Eastern Emperor Bell. Inside the bell, Tongtian was not faring well either. He felt the violent impact surge through him, causing him to cough up blood. Aware that delaying was no longer an option, he seized the opportunity to set up the Excalibur array. For celestial swords appeared in the chaos, radiating terrifying killing intent that enveloped Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Jane. Within the Excalibur array, the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, and the sword energy crisscrossed ominously. We must proceed with caution. The Excalibur array is indeed formidable, Laozi cautioned, waving the Taiji diagram to emit a beam of black and white light in an attempt to counter the sword strikes. However, the sword's might was overwhelming, and the Taiji diagram and Amp, Oppos' glow was swiftly scattered by their ferocity. Yuan Shi wielded the Pangu flag, unleashing a torrent of chaotic power towards the swords. Yet they merely trembled slightly before regaining their deadly form. As time passed, the trio found themselves increasingly beleaguered within the Excalibur array, suffering various injuries and their breathing becoming erratic. Yuan Shi, filled with urgency, realized that if they continued in this manner, they would inevitably fall victim to the array's lethal embrace. Suddenly, Tongtian began to channel the Excalibur array with all his might, amplifying the power of the four swords. The sword energies intertwined, threatening to rend the very fabric of chaos itself. Laozi and the others dodged and weaved, desperately fending off the relentless onslaught, silently lamenting their plight. Brother, what shall we do now? It seems our situation is dire. We must endure, replied Jane. Endure? What do you mean? Of course, we await our master and Amp, Appo's rescue. Just as the four were conversing, Tongtian suddenly intensified the power of the Excalibur array once more. As they neared the brink of annihilation, Hongjun suddenly appeared. Tongtian, enough? Upon seeing Hongjun, Tongtian momentarily halted. Dao Ancestor, it was your disciple who instigated this conflict. Are you once again going to show favoritism? Tongtian, you have overstepped your bounds. After all, they were once your brothers. The conflict among the sages exerts a tremendous influence on the Honghuang realm. It is best to retract the Jinxian sword array. Tongtian immediately bowed respectfully and then executed a series of hand seals. In an instant, the Jinxian sword array erupted, catching Yuanshi and Jian completely off guard, leading to their swift demise at the hands of Tongtian. Once more, the heavens wept with torrents of blood. Tongtian, you are outrageous. Hongjun and Amp, Appo's palm descended with great force, striking Tongtian directly. The Donghuang bell reverberated violently as Tongtian coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Humph, the Dao Ancestor is indeed biased. Did he not proclaim that the heavenly Dao is impartial? Alas, such are the vicissitudes of fate. The Fengshen calamity demands the participation of disciples from various sects. Sages must refrain from intervening or engaging in private battles. Should there be any transgressions, do not blame me for suppressing them personally. After Hongjuan's declaration, he vanished into the chaos, while Laozi regarded Tongtian with a complex gaze. Third brother, thank you. Humph, depart now. From this moment forth, our bond is severed. Laozi intended to utter more but ultimately remained silent, soaring towards Shouyang Mountain instead. Tongtian watched Laozi's departing figure and sighed once more, reminiscing about the bygone days of the three purities. Suddenly, a voice jolted him back to reality. Tongtian Shixiang, that Zhuan ran away too swiftly, allowing him to escape. Haha, no matter. Opportunities will arise again in the future. If there is a next time, please do inform me. For I was not sufficiently sated with this encounter. I shall certainly slay that bald donkey then. Sister, I take my leave. Indeed, sister, travel safely. After Nuwa departed, Tongtian retrieved a tome from the system and Appo's shell, titled Hongmeng Daod, which was unmistakably labeled as a homing-level technique, capable of directly accessing the realm of chaos. However, upon perusing its contents, he sighed once more, lamenting, alas, the path of cultivation is indeed fraught with challenges. Chapter 6. The Spiritual Treasures of Mount Sumeru and My Connection to the Jia Sect. At the onset of Tongtian's siege on the Four Saints, Dao Bao led a cadre of elite disciples from the Jia Sect, including the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, and the Cloudy Mist Immortal, stealthily toward Mount Sumeru. Mount Sumeru, a sacred site of the Western sect, was permeated with an aura of auspiciousness. Maitreya and the Medicine Master, two direct disciples of the Western sect, were engaged in discussions regarding the situation surrounding the divine punishment war within the mountain. Upon spotting the approaching Jia sect disciples, Maitreya's heart brimmed with joy. Mistakenly believing that the Jia sect disciples had been successfully guided by the two saints, thus becoming loyal followers of the Western sect. Medicine Master, look. The Jia sect and Amp, Appo's disciples are coming. Surely they have been transformed by our two revered masters. This is a tremendous boon for our Western sect, which will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the primordial realm. However, the Medicine Master furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the advancing Jia sect members. A wave of intense unease surging within him. He sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. The arrival of these Jia sect disciples might conceal a significant threat. Brother Maitreya, do not underestimate the gravity of this matter. These Jia sect disciples come with fierce intent, and I cannot shake the feeling that their arrival bodes ill. Moreover, during their initial transformation by Master Zhuan, they vowed to resist at all costs. Is it not perplexing that they have now been transformed a second time? Maitreya dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. Do not harbor doubts, dear brother. This time, our masters have allied with the Saint Laozi and the Primordial Saint, and there will be no unforeseen complications. They have undoubtedly been transformed and come to seek refuge with our Western sect. We must treat them with courtesy, upholding the dignity of our sect. Though the Medicine Master remained troubled, he refrained from voicing further objections. He grasped his spiritual treasure tightly, vigilantly preparing defenses against any potential danger. Dao Bao and the Jia sect disciples gradually approached the boundary of Mount Sumeru, his heart racing with excitement. What a thrilling experience! In all my years, I have never felt such exhilaration, he. Soon after, Maitreya emerged from the boundary of Mount Sumeru to meet Dao Bao, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Dao Bao stepped forward and proclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Fellow Taoists, we, the disciples of the Jie sect, have been transformed by the guidance of Masters Jian and Junti, abandoning darkness for light, and this Bodhi seed serves as proof." He raised the Bodhi seed for Maitreya to see. Upon viewing the seed, Maitreya's wariness dissipated entirely. "Excellent. Please, my fellow Taoists, enter and accompany me to the Great Hero Hall for discussions. Quickly tell me how our revered masters taught that arrogant Tongtian a lesson." The Jie sect disciples felt a surge of displeasure at Maitreya and Apos' words but maintained their composure, suppressing their inner fury as they silently followed Dao Bao. Preparing to strike a fatal blow against the Western sect at the opportune moment, Dao Bao smiled slightly, saying, "Brother, please arrange a place for my fellow disciples. I shall rely on you in the days to come." Maitreya readily agreed, and as they conversed, they approached the boundary of Mount Sumeru. Noticing that the medicine master had not yet opened the boundary, Maitreya expressed his irritation. "Medicine master, with the Bodhi seed as proof, hasten to open the boundary. Do not delay our fellow disciples." The medicine master pondered for a moment upon seeing the Bodhi seed, then glanced at Dao Bao and the Jie sect members, his unease lingering. However, seeing Maitreya's complete trust in the Jie sect, he reluctantly complied and slowly opened the boundary. The Jie sect members entered Mount Sumeru alongside Maitreya, arriving at the resplendent Great Hero Hall, radiant with divine light. Meanwhile, Dao Bao surveyed his surroundings, his heart brimming with hatred as he quietly plotted a surprise attack to deliver a fatal blow to the Western sect. Maitreya remained oblivious to Dao Bao and Apos' intentions, eagerly inquiring about Tongtian and Apos' situation. "Dao Bao, do share with me how Masters Jian and Junti humiliated Tongtian. Did they not directly suppress him?" "Ha! As Brother Maitreya mentioned. With a single strike, Master Tongtian sent those two lone saints reeling." Dao Bao replied, suddenly grinning and unsheathing his sword, striking like lightning toward Maitreya. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Maitreya stared in shock at the approaching sword, realizing too late that he could not evade it. The sword pierced through his chest, disbelief and fury filling his gaze. You dare to betray us?" Dao Bao coldly retorted. "Betrayal? It is you of the Western sect who, in our time of peril, sought to exploit our vulnerability, humiliating my master and our disciples. Today is your reckoning." Maitreya's true essence transcended his body, soaring toward Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace. Observing this, Dao Bao shouted, "Disciples of the Jie sect, annihilate the Western sect." The Jie sect disciples, fueled by pin-up rage, charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains at Dao Bao's command. The Great Hero Hall erupted with the sounds of battle. The Western sect disciples, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, panicked and fled in all directions. Yet, the Jie sect showed no mercy, wielding their spiritual treasures and employing divine powers in a brutal massacre. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, brandishing the dragon and tiger Jade Rui, radiated fury. Each swing unleashed tremendous force, sending the nearby Western sect disciples flying. "Today is your day of reckoning, Western sect scoundrels. Do you show disrespect to my master again?" she roared. The Western disciples, terrified by her might, attempted to resist, but their efforts appeared futile against her overwhelming power. The cloudy mist immortal unleashed his ferocity, revealing his true form as a colossal golden-finned fish, devouring Western disciples whole with his cavernous maw, his tail sweeping away those who dared approach. "Feel the wrath of the 7 immortals at my command," he bellowed. The Western disciples, intimidated by his ferocity, scattered in fear, yet found no sanctuary. Although they fought back valiantly, they were no match for the Jie sect disciples. They were utterly outclassed in both cultivation and spiritual treasures, suffering a relentless onslaught. Some Western disciples attempted to flee, only to be swiftly dispatched by their pursuers. Others, in despair, knelt and begged for mercy, but the Jie sect disciples showed no compassion, continuing their relentless assault. The medicine master, alarmed by the sounds of battle behind him, was seized by dread. He rushed to intervene, wielding his medicinal pestle, striving to halt the Jie sect and Apos' assault. Yet, upon witnessing the carnage before him, his heart swelled with rage and helplessness. "You Jie sect disciples, though you are students of saints, how can you be so base and shameless? Such actions will bring shame upon the entirety of the primordial beings." "Base and shameless? When your Western sect saints forced our master in the Purple Cloud Palace, was that not despicable? When your saints took advantage of our master's injuries to strike us at Golden Ao Island, was that not contemptible? Today, we merely return the favor. There is no room for your accusations of baseness." The medicine master realized that no words could change the course of events. He could only fight fiercely to protect a few Western disciples, ensuring their escape from Mount Sumeru and preventing their total annihilation. With his pestle raised, he charged forward. Each strike infused with immense power that commanded the Jiejiao sect disciples' respect. Spare those who can be spared. Do not go too far. The masters Jane and Xuantai will not spare you. The medicine master bellowed. However, the Daobao Taoist remained undaunted, commanding the disciples of the to persist in their assault. Humph. Do you think our lax saints? Today, your Western teachings shall surely perish. What I, Daobao, declare cannot be altered. The disciples relentlessly besieged the medicine master, gradually driving him into a dire predicament. Despair filled the heart of the medicine master, for he realized that today, the protection of Mount Shumi was likely unattainable. No, I cannot allow the Western teachings to be extinguished in this manner, he silently vowed. Yet, the medicine master ultimately could not withstand Daobao and his comrades. In a brief span, he was grievously wounded. How tedious. Your Western disciples are indeed feeble, much like your master, utterly inept. Enough of this. I shall send you to the divine list. Just as Daobao was about to strike, the medicine master immediately shattered a talisman in his grasp, causing the sword poised to strike him to miss its mark. TCH, if you flee, then flee. Fellow disciples, swiftly scour Mount Shumi, gather all the spiritual roots and treasures, and incinerate anything we cannot take. Half an hour later, Daobao surveyed the spoils before him, his expression darkening. This group of impoverished Western teachings possesses so little. They have not even a fifth of what holds. Daobao, within the depths of the Great Hero Hall lies an 8 treasures merit pool. Yet it is sealed by a saintly barrier, rendering us incapable of breaching it. What shall we do? Forget it. Gather all our belongings and return immediately to Golden Ao Island. The disciples promptly soared out of Mount Shumi, and once all had escaped, Daobao's disciple, the Holy Mother of Fire, swiftly redirected her entire magical power, summoning her trained 3,000 fire dragons to set ablaze the surroundings of Mount Shumi, flames raging fiercely. Upon their return to Golden Ao Island, Daobao and his companions reported to Tongtian, Master, 3 of our disciples have fallen, while only a fraction of the Western disciples remain. All these treasures were seized from Mount Shumi. Tongtian glanced at the heavenly materials and earthly treasures before him, scoffing. Those 2 bald donkeys are saints. Yet they are so impoverished. Ahem, let us clarify. This is not theft, but rather our compensation. Daobao, hearing this, grinned cunningly. Master, I beg your pardon. It was the disciple and amp, Oppos, s error. Dispatch a decree. No disciple may leave Golden Ao Island without orders. Yes, master. Just as Daobao was about to depart from the Bo Palace, Tongtian called out to him once more. By the way, go to the mortal realm and seek out a man named Jiangxia. Bring him back, for I wish to accept him as my disciple. Daobao was taken aback upon hearing this, for anyone personally designated by Tongtian would undoubtedly not be commonplace. Yes, master. I shall certainly bring this junior back. Chapter 7 Fellow Taoist Hutu, may I request the return of my disciple? The primordial lord, resurrected within the Jade Void Palace, was filled with indignation as he summoned the disciples of the Chan sect. All disciples of the Chan sect hastened to the Jade Void Palace for a council. Moments later, the 12 golden immortals gathered, casting glances at one another. The calamity of the Fengshen was imminent, and the Tao ancestor had commanded me to preside over the matter. Nanjing Xinwing, swiftly seek out an individual bearing the image of a soaring hero and guide him to join our Chan sect. Nanjing Xinwing stepped forward, bowing deeply to heed the heavenly decree. You 12 golden immortals are beset by the calamity of slaughter and shall thus be embroiled in the tribulation. Quickly seek out disciples to shield against this calamity. Should they fall, they will be inscribed on the Fengshen list, becoming mere servants to the heavenly child of Haotian. Upon uttering these words, the primordial lord revealed the Fengshen list for all to see. However, the moment the list was unveiled, he was struck dumb, his expression one of disbelief. The names of 10 formidable disciples from the Western sect, including Methria, Fuhu, and Haik, were glaringly inscribed upon it. Seeing the primordial lord's expression, Guangshengzi felt a twinge of concern. Master, what troubles you? The disciples of the Western sect have been inscribed upon the Fengshen list. Remember, when facing the disciples of the Jie sect, show no mercy. They must be eliminated. Very well. You shall each descend the mountain in 3 days to seek your own disciples. At the same time, at the dojo of the Western sect on Mount Shumi, Jane and Juandi stared in disbelief at the desolate scene before them. Junior brother, where is this place? How did we come to be resurrected here? Junti rubbed his eyes and glanced at the nearby 8 treasures pool, calculating the situation. Moments later, he erupted in fury. Absurd. The Western sect will be in a relentless feud with the Jie sect. Jian's expression darkened. Let us first locate the surviving disciples of the Western sect. We shall avenge this grievance. Meanwhile, Yao Shi returned only after Duobao and the disciples of the Jie sect had departed. Upon witnessing the devastation of Mount Shumi, he was overwhelmed with sorrow and burst into tears. Before long, Jane and Junti approached. Yao Shi, what transpired here? Why has Mount Shumi become like this? Jane. Duobao led people to slaughter our disciples. Now, only a scant few of our disciples remain. Junti, upon hearing this, was further incensed and prepared to rush toward Jin and Apos, Ao Island for revenge, but Jane restrained him. Let us first devise a means to rescue the fallen disciples. Those inscribed on the function list cannot be retrieved, but those who have entered the underworld may still be saved. Junior brother, follow me to the underworld to negotiate with Hutu. Yes, brother. Instantly, the two arrived at the entrance of the underworld. Hutu sensed their presence and immediately appeared. What brings 2 heavenly Tao saints to my humble underworld? My modest abode cannot accommodate 2 great Buddhas. Esteemed Hutu, please understand. My disciples have been wronged by vile individuals. I implore you to allow my junior brother and me to retrieve their souls. The Western sect is willing to pay a price. Hutu, upon hearing this, displayed her displeasure and flatly refused. The underworld has its own rules. Once souls enter, they cannot simply be taken away. I must ask you to return. Junti, already boiling with rage, could no longer contain himself. You, Hutu, are truly ungrateful. How can the disciples of the Western sect suffer in this underworld? If you do not yield today, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Hutu, incensed by such insult, retorted, You dare to wreak havoc in my underworld? Today, I shall show you that this is not a place for your reckless behavior. With that, Hutu immediately took action, wielding the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The underworld was shrouded in a thick, malevolent aura, as the power of reincarnation surged violently. Jane, recognizing the severity of the situation, resolved not to be idle any longer. Alas, it seems we cannot avoid a confrontation. He grasped his bamboo staff, with the divine scepter floating beside him, emitting a soft glow. Junti, stepping onto the 12-petaled golden lotus, wielded the 7 treasures magic tree. In an instant, the 2 sides clashed. The power of reincarnation controlled by Hutu surged like a tidal wave towards Jane and Junti. Jane wielded his bamboo staff and divine scepter to fend off the oncoming force, the bamboo glowing intermittently while the scepter released resonant roars. Jane, astonished, realized the formidable nature of Hutu and Apos' power. Truly formidable, we must not underestimate her. Junti remained silent, continuing to swing his 7 treasures magic tree toward Hutu. Unfazed by their onslaught, Hutu relentlessly manipulated the 6 paths of reincarnation, varying her attacks. The aftermath of their battle radiating outward. Jane and Junti coordinated seamlessly, launching continuous assaults on Hutu. Their strikes resembled a tempest, overwhelming and relentless. The fierce exchange persisted, neither side showing signs of retreat. Hutu's power grew increasingly potent, while Jane and Junti found themselves straining under the pressure. When it seemed they were at an impasse, Hutu suddenly intensified the output of her reincarnation power. The force surged like a cataclysmic tsunami toward Jane and Junti. They braced themselves, but the overwhelming force forced them back several steps. Jane was aghast, realizing the true extent of Hutu's might. Brother, we cannot continue this head-on clash. We must discern her weaknesses and strike decisively. They began to meticulously observe Hutu's attack patterns, seeking flaws, exchanging glances. They devised a plan and intentionally exposed vulnerabilities to lure Hutu into a trap. Hutu, falling for their ruse, intensified her assault, aiming to overwhelm them. At the moment of her full-force attack, Jane and Junti countered with a sudden strike. Jane swung his bamboo staff towards Hutu and Apos' flank, while Junti dashed forth, brandishing the 7 treasures magic tree. Startled, Hutu quickly turned to defend, but having just exerted herself fully, she could not fully shield against the onslaught. Jane's bamboo staff struck her shoulder, and Junti's tree impacted her side. Hutu staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Seeing their adversary wounded, Jane and Junti felt a surge of elation. They recognized the moment of opportunity. Jane once more swung his bamboo staff and divine scepter, attacking Hutu with renewed vigor, while Junti followed closely, wielding his 7 treasures magic tree. Hutu, now injured, struggled to defend herself against their relentless onslaught, gradually finding herself in a defensive position. As she fought to maintain her ground, Hotu began to harness the malevolent energy of the underworld, condensing it into a formidable force. The dark energy thickened around her, transforming into a massive black dragon that surged toward Jane and Junti. Both were taken aback and hastily braced for impact. However, the power of the dragon was overwhelming, easily dispelling their attacks. The black dragon lunged at them, forcing Jane and Junti to evade. As they stumbled back, they combined their powers, creating a potent force that radiated with brilliance. Hotu, sensing this formidable attack, felt a twinge of anxiety but did not falter. Instead, she resolved to face this challenge head-on. Buddha once again exerted her dominion over the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the malevolent energies of the underworld. Preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Jane and Junti, the forces of both sides collided instantaneously, producing a resounding roar. Inside the underworld, brilliance radiated while ominous energies permeated the atmosphere. The aftermath of the battle rippled outward, causing the entirety of the underworld to tremble. Although the might of Jane and Junti was formidable, Hotu was resolute in her defiance. Drawing upon her mastery of the underworld and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, she tenaciously resisted their onslaught. The clash escalated into a fervent struggle, with both parties exerting their utmost strength. Suddenly, Hotu and Apos' form became ethereal, gradually transforming into a myriad of starlit specks before dissipating into the ether. "Haha, brother. That womanhood has perished. Let us hasten to seek the souls of our disciples." However, Jiayin did not share in this triumph. Instead, his countenance was clouded with concern. "Junior brother, do not be so naive. Hoda has merged with the cycle of reincarnation. How could she possibly fall? That was merely a manifestation of her avatar." Upon hearing Jane and Apos' words, Junti and Apos' heart sank in despair. "Brother, what shall we do? If that is true, our disciples are surely doomed. Alas, we too can ultimately not rival Hotu unless another sage joins our cause." Barely had Jiayin spoken when a surge of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation descended upon them. "TCH, this is exponentially more potent than before. Brother, even united, we might not withstand her." "Humph, you shameless scoundrels, how dare you injure one of my avatars? Speak, what shall be done? Compensate me with 10 supreme innate spiritual treasures." "What shall we do, brother? We cannot even vanquish one avatar, shall we flee?" Just then, a chaotic sword sheath suddenly surged forth. Hotu, perceiving the threat, swiftly evaded. "TCH. Another one? This is troublesome." Chapter 8. The sudden emergence of the celestial master as Yuan Shi arrived in the netherworld. Tongtian's thoughts shifted cunningly. He anticipated that Jiayin and Junti would surely come to the netherworld to seize the souls of disciples. Without delay, Tongtian took flight toward the underworld. In the depths of the netherworld, Yuan Shi exclaimed, "Why have you left your Yusu palace to come here? I am here for my dear disciple. Return their soul at once, lest I take offense." Yuan Shi proclaimed, though secretly he communicated with Jiayin and Junti. "Seeking mutual benefit, assist me in reclaiming the soul, and I will ensure your efforts in establishing the Fengshen and obliterating the Jiejiao." Without hesitation, the two readily agreed, for the Western teachings had long been at odds with Jiejiao. Meanwhile, Hotu faced Yuan Shi, Jiayin, and Junti, struggling against their combined might. "Do you think my status as a female sage grants you the liberty to act as you please? Once a soul enters my realm, it shall never escape." Yuan Shi, undeterred, brandished the Pangu banner, unleashing a terrifying surge of chaotic energy that surged toward Hotu like a torrential flood, tearing the very fabric of space apart, scattering the dark energies in disarray. Each swing of the Pangu banner conjured fierce winds, the chaotic force roaring like a dragon, while Yuan Shi shifted positions, making his attacks difficult for Hotu to predict. At times, he struck from above, with chaotic energy plummeting like meteors onto the netherworld, raising clouds of dust and swirling dark energy. At other times, he attacked from the side, his power slicing through the air with a piercing wail. "Hotu, if you do not surrender my disciple and Apos' soul today, I shall ensure that you and your netherworld shall know no peace." His eyes gleamed with determination, and he swung the Pangu banner with increasing ferocity. The chaotic energy poured down like a torrential rain, each strike imbued with the essence of destruction. Jiayin wielded a bamboo staff, coordinating with Yuan Shi to assault Hotu from the left. With a gentle flick, the bamboo shot forth like an arrow aimed at Hotu's day. "Though you are powerful, you cannot withstand the united might of myself, brother Yuan Shi. And junior brother Junti. Surrender willingly. You are but a dreamer." Hotu, undaunted by the trio's assault, summoned the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. the dark energies of the netherworld surging towards her. The radiance of the six paths intensified as the laws of life and death erupted in full force. Ho-Tu forged an immense shield from the power of the six paths, standing firm against the onslaught of Yuan Shi and the others. The chaotic energies, bamboo strikes, and the runes of the seven treasures divine tree clashed against her shield, creating thunderous reverberations, yet cracks began to form under the relentless combined attack. In growing desperation, Ho-Tu adjusted the six paths' power, striving to mend her shield. However, the ferocity of Yuan Shi and Apos' assault only intensified, plunging her deeper into peril. Within the netherworld, ghostly flames were scattered by the overwhelming force. The light from the six paths flickered erratically, and beads of sweat began to form on Ho-Tu and Apos' brow. She realized she could no longer remain passive. Just as Ho-Tu and Apos' situation became increasingly dire, Tongtian arrived in the netherworld, stepping lightly through the void. Wielding the Qingping sword, radiating an aura of mastery over sword principles, he paid no heed to Yuan Shi and the others, instead approaching Ho-Tu to inquire about her condition. "Are you well, my friend Ho-Tu? Thank you for your concern, but I am far from well." Before they could converse further, Zhuan-Ti bellowed, "Tongtian, today shall be your demise." He swung the seven treasures divine tree, its runes raining down upon Tongtian like a tempest. The brilliance of the seven treasures illuminated the darkness of the netherworld, its overwhelming force distorting the very fabric of space. Feeling the intensity of Zhuan-Ti's attack, Tongtian's expression hardened, and he swung the Qingping sword, unleashing a sharp sword energy that collided with the runes of the seven treasures, resulting in a tremendous explosion. "Zhuan-Ti, you are but a lone sage, daring to bully my sister Ho-Tu in the netherworld. Do you truly believe I fear you?" Zhuan-Ti was thrown back by the force of the sword energy, astonished by Tongtian and Apos' formidable strength. Regaining his footing, he prepared for an even more ferocious strike with the seven treasures. Tongtian, observing Zhuan-Ti, unleashed an even greater wave of sword energy toward him. Sensing its potency, Zhuan-Ti was filled with trepidation and quickly retreated, stepping onto the 12 grades of merit golden lotus. Yet the speed of the sword energy was too swift. Zhuan-Ti had no time to evade. Just as the sword energy was about to strike him, Jiejiao intervened. Wielding his bamboo staff, he unleashed a golden light that collided with Tongtian and Apos' sword energy. The resulting shockwave forced Jiejiao to stagger back a few steps, his heart brimming with astonishment. Tongtian's might was indeed terrifying. It was clear he did not rely solely on the sword array of extermination. Jiejiao exchanged a knowing glance with Zhuan-Ti. They understood that they had to fully cooperate with Yuan Shi to contend with Tongtian. Yuan Shi and Apos' countenance darkened ominously. The arrival of Tongtian complicated matters further. He brandished the Pangu banner, preparing for yet another assault. "Tongtian, how dare you disrupt my plans? You cannot deploy the sword array of extermination in the netherworld. Let us see how you fare. I shall ensure you understand my power today." He swung the Pangu banner with renewed vigor, the chaotic force sweeping through the netherworld like a tempest. Tension escalated to its zenith as the five sages stood in fierce opposition, their potent auras clashing, causing the very space of the netherworld to quiver. Ghostly flames danced chaotically, and the light of the six paths flickered incessantly. In an instant, the netherworld was filled with sword energies, echoing with mighty roars. The powerful shockwaves rippled outward, fracturing the space around them. Tongtian and Ho-Tu united in a fierce battle against Yuan Shi and the others, exchanging powerful blows. The radiance of the six paths began to waver under immense pressure, as the struggle of the five sages plunged the entire netherworld into chaos. Ho-Tu, adeptly controlling the six paths, sought to pacify its energies while launching counterattacks. The battle raged on, neither side showing signs of retreat. "This cannot continue. We are destined for defeat if it persists." His gaze sharpened as he suddenly intensified the output of the Pangu banner. The chaotic energy surged toward Ho-Tu and Tongtian like a tsunami, shaking the very core of the netherworld. Sensing the immense pressure, Tongtian and Ho-Tu bolstered their defenses, intertwining the sword energy of the Qingping with the power of the six paths, forming a formidable barrier. Seizing the moment, Jiejiao and Zhuan-Ti unleashed a more ferocious assault, the light of the bamboo and the runes of the seven treasures cascading down like a torrential rain. "Tongtian, we must conclude this swiftly, or the six paths will be destroyed. You must hold them off." "Understood." Ho-Tu, deciding to take a risk, harnessed the power of the six paths to prepare a powerful counterattack. Focusing intently, she coalesced the six paths' energy into an immense vortex. Imbued with the laws of life and death, exuding immense power. With a fierce cry, Ho-Tu propelled the vortex toward Yuan Shi and the others, warping the space around it, as dark energies spiraled into a terrifying tempest. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the primordial supreme being hastily brandished the Panga banner. Endeavoring to withstand the onslaught of the swirling vortex, the forces of chaos collided with the vortex, and in but a moment, the vortex struck directly at the primordial, inflicting grievous injury. Both Jane and Zhuanti were equally taken aback by the vortex and Appo's formidable power, swiftly seeking refuge. However, the might of the vortex proved overwhelming, and they too were injured by the residual shockwaves. Seizing the opportunity, the celestial master of the way launched a fierce assault. His sword chi slicing through the heavens for 90,000 miles, a single stroke illuminating the 19 states, heavenly execution. The Qingping sword unleashed a colossal wave of sword chi, aimed at the primordial supreme being and his companions. The sword chi, like a radiant rainbow piercing the sun, bore down with inexorable pressure. The primordial, Jane, and Zhuanti hastily attempted to defend themselves, yet their efforts were futile, as they were mercilessly struck down by the celestial master's blow. Inwardly, the celestial master reveled in delight, reflecting that these three fools were indeed his fortunate stars, inadvertently drawing Ho-Tu to his side. Ahem, dear friend Ho-Tu, would you not invite me to your realm of the underworld for a visit? Haha, it is my oversight. Please, do extend your hospitality. Chapter 9 Fellow Taoist Ho-Tu. Following the teachings of the Jiejiao sect ensures a life of luxury and indulgence. Ho-Tu, accompanied by Tongtian, gradually stepped into the inner realms of the underworld, approaching the six paths of reincarnation. As they drew nearer, the force of reincarnation grew ever stronger. Tongtian surveyed the surroundings, a complex expression flashing in his eyes, followed by a deep sigh filled with regret for the desolation of the underworld. After finding a suitable place to sit, Tongtian wasted no time and spoke directly. The calamity is imminent, and no one can escape its grasp. I have come today to propose an alliance, to confront the impending storm that will engulf the entirety of Honghuang. What do you think, my friend? Not much. I must refuse. My clan, the Wu, is already in a precarious state, unable to withstand further turmoil. I will not place my kin in danger. Yet, Tongtian merely smiled, a fervent gleam igniting in his eyes. I may not lack in chances of victory, and should I prevail, the very fabric of Honghuang will undergo a profound transformation. This is not just a lifeline for the disciples of the Jie sect and the Shang dynasty, but a glimmer of hope for all beings in Honghuang, including your Wu clan. Have you ever pondered how magnificent it would be to shatter our current predicaments and carve a new path for Honghuang? Furthermore, you are not incapable of facing the three primordials. As the embodiment of reincarnation, how could you be defeated by those three inept beings? You simply wish to avoid unnecessary conflict, to remain inconspicuous to the Tao of heaven. But do you truly believe this will spare the Wu clan from its wrath? Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily stunned, her mind blank as tumultuous waves surged within her. She recognized Tongtian's dissatisfaction with the function and had suspected he would devise a plan, yet she never anticipated that his ambition extended to altering the entire structure of Honghuang. This notion was far too audacious, too astonishing for her to accept, and she was further astonished by his uncanny insight into her innermost thoughts. A myriad of complex emotions welled up within her. She feared that this gamble could bring calamity upon the Wu clan, while a flicker of hope arose from her deep-seated yearning for their resurgence. She found herself ensnared in profound conflict and struggle on one hand, the dread of failure leading to the annihilation of her kin, on the other, the fervent desire to revive the Wu clan. Undoubtedly, the Wu clan was Huda's Achilles' heel. After what felt like an eternity, Huda gradually regained her composure, tears glistening in her eyes as her voice trembled with sorrow. What grounds do you have for confidence? My clan has fallen to such depths, and I stand alone, striving to protect the few remaining members of the Wu. Although I am invincible within the underworld, I cannot guarantee that I can face Hongjun. If they resort to desperate measures, all I care about is preserving the bloodline of the Wu. Thus, I must consider the worst possible outcomes. Ho-Tu and Appo's voice was laden with grief and helplessness, her thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the glorious days of the Wu clan, when they were powerful and prosperous. Suddenly, Tongtian's expression turned grave. No, you cannot resign yourself to this fate. Why must the Wu clan perish? For the sake of all beings in Honghuang, You willingly chose to remain eternally bound to reincarnation. You are a benefactor of Honghuang. How can you accept such a dire state of affairs? My GS Secta's teachings are to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings. If you are willing, I can offer my assistance. Let us not dwell on the odds of my success. If you are presented with an opportunity, would you dare to take a risk for the future of the Wu clan, for that flicker of hope? Tongtian and Apos' voice was resolute, each word striking Hutu and Apos' heart like a hammer. His words carried a profound resonance, igniting a flame deep within her. He did not press her further, but remained quietly seated. After a moment, Hutu finally emerged from her reverie. Her gaze held a newfound determination, tinged with resolve. Very well, if this continues, the underworld too may succumb to erosion. It is better to gamble. Tongtian nodded in response, retrieving the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, the reincarnation seal, and the yellow springs flag, presenting them to Hutu. These treasures will assist you in suppressing the 6 paths of reincarnation. If you can comprehend them fully, you may manifest as a saint in Honghuang. Should you grasp the principles of reincarnation, your power will ascend to new heights. In that moment, you will possess formidable strength, bolstering our plan. Tongtian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He believed in Hutu's capabilities and the immense potential these treasures held in her hands. Hutu felt a stirring within her heart. She sensed the powerful laws of reincarnation embedded in these artifacts. As she accepted them, a complex mix of emotions surged within her. Do you possess any remnants of your brother as flesh or blood? I can resurrect him, should you be willing. Hutu was taken aback. Truly? Do not jest, my friend. I assure you, such a significant matter warrants no deceit. We are allies. Hutu hesitated, then produced 11 drops of essence blood, handing them to Tongtian. Her eyes filled with reluctance and concern, but also a glimmer of hope. Give me a millennium, and the 11 ancestral witches will return to Honghuang. His voice brimmed with confidence and determination. In truth, Tongtian had previously been incapable of such a feat, yet having vanquished the system, he had acquired numerous benefits, including the art of resurrection. Hutu remained skeptical and vigilant. Noticing her hesitation, Tongtian promptly swore an oath to the great Tao. By the Tao above, if I remain alive and free in a millennium, the 11 ancestral witches shall undoubtedly return to Honghuang. Should I violate this oath, the heavenly thunder shall smite me. As Tongtian and Apos' oath resonated, a powerful wave of energy surged through the underworld, the eye of the great Tao revealing the realm, illuminating the entire space. Only then did Hutu fully trust Tongtian, hope blossoming within her heart. Meanwhile, in the Jiejiao palace, excitement reigned as Yuanshi, Jane, and Zhuanti, having been resurrected, immediately convened there. Master, you must take action for us. Tongtian has acted unjustly, sending his disciples to annihilate my Western sect. Indeed, Master. You must intervene on behalf of my junior brother and me. Observing their tearful lamentations, Yuanshi felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Master, Tongtian and Apos' actions are indeed excessive, allowing his unruly disciples to run rampant. Please, we ask you to punish him. Hongjun felt overwhelmed, confronted by 2 weeping disciples and one pressing him relentlessly. Enough. What manner of propriety is this? An overwhelming aura of sanctity emanated, silencing them at once. This is the will of heaven. Saints cannot interfere in the calamities of fate, nor can I defy the decree of destiny. Master, but my Western sect disciples have suffered greatly. We implore you to rescue your disciples. Otherwise, the Fengshen calamity cannot proceed. At this moment, Hongjun and Apos' heart was tumultuous. The variables in the Fengshen calamity were too great. The Western sect currently stood no chance against the Jie sect. It seemed necessary to bolster their strength. Ahem, then I shall intervene this once to aid my disciples. This is a singular exception. Thank you, Master. We beseech you to act swiftly and rescue my disciples from the underworld. Chapter 10. Oh, Master Hongjun, save your disciple. At this moment, a flicker of determination flashed in Hongjun and Apos' eyes. With a mere thought, an unseen colossal hand seemed to stir the entire underworld, causing it to tremble violently. Within the underworld, a dense atmosphere of energy enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the ceaseless howls of tormented spirits. Under the influence of this formidable force, hundreds of souls involuntarily soared from the depths of the underworld, spiraling chaotically through the air. Upon witnessing this, Hutu was taken aback. She immediately rose to her feet, her aura surging as she endeavored to suppress the out-of-control souls. Her gaze was filled with urgency and fury. What was happening? What audacity did that old scoundrel Hongjun possess? Buddha pondered to herself, forming hand seals and reciting incantations as streams of runes surged from her hands to envelop the errant souls. Yet, these spells seemed to vanish into the abyss, having no effect whatsoever, and Huda was forced to retreat repeatedly from the shock. Powerless, Huda watched as the souls drifted away, her anger spilling forth in a thunderous roar, filled with indignation and helplessness. Hongjun, you have gone too far. Fury consumed her, for she understood the might of Hongjun. Yet she had not anticipated his capability to wreak such havoc upon the underworld. This realization filled her with a profound sense of defeat and unrest. Meanwhile, Tongtian was also deeply shaken by this spectacle. The underworld remained unresponsive before Hongjun and Appo's might, and he pondered whether the Wu clan could withstand Hongjun and Appo's onslaught. This sight solidified his resolve to ally with others, for he recognized that only through uniting various forces could there be a glimmer of hope to contend with Hongjun. A look of determination crossed his face as he calculated his next move. The souls, under Hongjun and Appo's control, streaked across the sky like shooting stars, arriving at the Jiejiao palace. Hongjun stood atop the palace, surveying below with an air of confidence that suggested he held dominion over all. With a sweep of his hand, hundreds of disciples from the Western teachings were revived. Initially bewildered expressions transformed into excitement and joy as they rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces upon seeing Jane and Juanti. Juanti coughed twice and pointed to Hongjun, prompting the hundreds of disciples to kneel in reverence, expressing immense gratitude for their master's salvation. Cough. Master, look at how much your disciples have suffered, and your own disciple, Maitreya, is still on the list of gods. We implore you to intervene. At this, Hongjun's expression shifted dramatically, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes as a potent sacred might erupted from him, akin to surging waves that suppressed Juanti. You wretched fool! As a saint of the heavenly Tao, you ought to adhere to its principles. How can you disregard the rules? Once one is inscribed on the list of gods, there is no justification for their release. His voice resonated like thunder within the Jiejiao palace, leaving the listeners with ringing ears. The disciples felt the intensity of Hongjun's wrath and trembled, hastily kneeling in supplication, begging for mercy. Yuan Shi and Jane were equally astonished by the extent of Hongjun's fury. Jane quickly knelt and pleaded for clemency, asserting that his disciples' concern had led to this chaos, and implored Hongjun to show leniency due to their shared brotherhood. Upon hearing Jane's plea, Hongjun's anger subsided somewhat. Gradually, he retracted his sacred might, allowing Juanti to breathe a sigh of relief, repeatedly expressing thanks, acknowledging his wrongdoing. However, as Hongjun regarded Juanti, a warning glimmered in his eyes, suggesting that any future transgressions would not be met with mercy. Hongjun then cast his gaze over the assembly, proclaiming that in a century, the people would worship Nuwa, with the Shang dynasty destined for downfall and the Zhou dynasty destined to rise. From this day forth, there shall be no more emperors. Do you understand? Hearing this, Jane, Juanti, and Yuan Shi were all taken aback, suddenly comprehending Hongjun's intent. Yuan Shi contemplated silently, unwilling to partake in such vile actions, yet knowing that with the presence of those shameless individuals from the West, the burden would not fall upon him, as Yuan Shi had anticipated. Juanti felt a surge of secret delight and stepped forward to express his commitment. Master, leave this matter to me. I shall handle it well. And for the sake of the heavenly Tao's grand scheme, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Hongjun nodded slightly, gesturing for them to disperse. After bidding farewell to Hutu, Tongtian hurried back to Jiejiao Island. Throughout his journey, turmoil raged within him, thoughts spiraling uncontrollably. The shadow of the impending calamity weighed heavily on him, for he understood that this trial was of utmost significance, determining the fates of his disciples and the rise and fall of their teachings. Upon returning to Jiejiao Island, Tongtian wasted no time and summoned all his direct disciples, along with the 7 immortals, Zhao Gongming, and other core disciples. The disciples, upon hearing Tongtian's summons, hastened to gather, and soon the Bo palace was filled with people. When all had arrived, they bowed respectfully to Tongtian. Tongtian scanned the crowd, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. The calamity of the list of gods is imminent, fraught with peril. You must all hasten to elevate your cultivation and remain vigilant. Should you find yourselves inscribed upon that list, if you encounter disciples from the Chan sect or the Western teachings, you must send them to their doom. The disciples were struck by his words, resolving to diligently train and meet their teacher's expectations. Tongtian nodded slightly, addressing Wudong, in 150 years. You shall go to the Shang and seek a prince named Yin Shou, taking him as your disciple and teaching him the art of governance and cultivation. This child will have significant ties to the impending calamity, so you must teach him with utmost care and ensure his protection." Wudong stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Master, the human emperor cannot cultivate. Teaching Yin Shou may invite unnecessary trouble. This is the Chaos Pearl, capable of concealing the secrets of the heavens. Use it wisely, but do not let it be revealed to others. Your disciple shall obey and will spare no effort in guiding Prince Yin Shou." Just as Tongtian was about to continue, a radiant light suddenly approached swiftly, accompanied by a faint fluctuation of energy. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the injured Duobao who had been dragged to the entrance of Bio Palace. His appearance was disheveled, his garments tattered, and blood stained his Taoist robe. His pallor was ghostly, and his breath shallow, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, within his eyes shone a fierce defiance and fury. Tongtian and Appo's heart sank in alarm as he swiftly approached Duobao, extending his hands to support him, filled with concern. "Duobao, what has happened to you? Who has inflicted such harm upon you?" With great difficulty, Duobao raised his head to meet Tongtian's gaze, his eyes brimming with grief and indignation. Chapter 11. Those who corrupt the fate of the deserve punishment. Before Duobao could speak, a flicker of concern crossed the dignified face of Tongtian, who then unhesitatingly wielded his magical powers to heal him. After a brief moment, under the influence of Tongtian's power, Duobao's injuries gradually mended. His complexion regained its color, and his breath steadied. Feeling the transformation in his body, a surge of gratitude towards his master welled up within Duobao's heart. Yet, the guilt that plagued him remained undiminished. With his wounds healed, a glint of determination flashed in Duobao's eyes as he suddenly knelt, his knee striking the hard ground with a dull thud. He began to prostrate himself, the sound of his forehead meeting the earth resonating in the stillness, each impact echoing his profound remorse and regret. "Please punish me, master. I am incompetent. I failed to bring Jiangxia back and was thwarted by the South Pole Immortal." He trembled, his voice laden with guilt and helplessness. His head hung low, avoiding the gaze of Tongtian, fearful of witnessing disappointment in his master's eyes. Tongtian furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt appearing in his eyes. "Is it also the South Pole Immortal who inflicted these injuries upon you?" His voice was deep and authoritative, suppressing the rage that simmered within. Duobao nodded heavily, a mix of anger and helplessness flashing in his eyes. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, disbelief etched across their faces. In their minds, Duobao had always been a paragon among his peers. The notion that he had been so severely harmed by the South Pole Immortal was simply inconceivable. How can this be? Brother Duobao is so powerful. How could the South Pole Immortal possibly be his adversary? Zhao Gongming exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Alas, the South Pole Immortal is indeed no match for me. Yet he wielded the Panga banner, enhanced by a strike from the primordial heavenly venerate. Were it not for your 4 swords of extermination, master, I would likely have already met my demise. Duobao's voice was filled with indignation and resentment, but the haunting memories of that moment still lingered within him. He understood the immense power of the Panga banner and felt utterly defenseless before it. Had it not been for the sacred might of the 4 swords of extermination that mitigated some of the attacks, he might not have survived. With this thought, Duobao felt a surge of fury towards the primordial heavenly venerate for secretly aiding the South Pole Immortal, while simultaneously questioning his own strength. At that moment, the disciples of the surged towards the outskirts of Jiejiao Island, eager to confront the South Pole Immortal and the primordial heavenly venerate. Seeing this, Tongtian's expression darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. "What are you fools planning to do?" His voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating in the ears of all present. Concurrently, he unleashed his formidable sacred might, which descended like an invisible hand, forcefully suppressing everyone from the air to the ground. As they were subdued by the sacred might, the disciples were taken aback, their bodies trembling involuntarily. It dawned on them that their actions were devoid of propriety, and they lowered their heads in shame. "We beseech you, Master, to punish us," they spoke in unison, their voices filled with reverence. With a cold snort, Tongtian turned and strode back into the Bio Palace, his countenance dark and foreboding, as if it could drip with water. The disciples dared not lag behind, hastening to follow him. Inside the Bio Palace, the atmosphere was suffocating, silence reigning as everyone feared provoking Tongtian, who was clearly incensed. After a brief moment, Zhao Gongming stepped forward, breaking the silence with an anxious and angry expression. "Master, will this matter simply be brushed aside? Our senior brother has suffered grave injuries." Upon hearing this, Tongtian opened his eyes. We have reached a point of no return. Yet you cannot initiate conflict. If you approach the primordial, you will provide him with a pretext to suppress you. Should I intervene, Hongjun will retaliate. We stand no chance. Though Zhao Gongming felt reluctant, he understood Tongtian's apprehensions. Will the master simply let this go? It is not that simple. The calamity of the Fengshen is based on the conflict between the Shang and Zhou dynasties. There will come a time for you to seek vengeance, Tongtian declared. Yes, we shall obey your command. The disciples nodded in understanding, earning a satisfied nod from Tongtian. Yet, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor again. The doctrine of thee is to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings, yet my disciples are indeed a mixed bag. Therefore, Jinling, Qiongxia, Bixiao, Zhao Gongming, and Gailing. You are to expel those disciples who indiscriminately kill the innocent. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to fathom that their master would make such a decision. Some disciples felt a wave of anxiety, fearing they might be cast out. Will you allow me to expose your wrongdoings, or will you confess yourselves? His gaze pierced through each disciple, exuding an authority that made their hearts tremble. Some disciples averted their eyes, unable to withstand his penetrating stare. Among them, a few disciples trembled, their faces paling, sweat beading on their foreheads. After a moment's deliberation, Pai Lu, Lingya, Qiushou, Jingguang, and Chang Erdingguang knelt down in unison. They were torn between their desire to remain with thee and the knowledge of their transgressions. Master, we are guilty. Please, for the sake of our years of service, do not expel us from the sect. Pai Lu spoke first, his voice shaking with desperation and pleading. Their eyes filled with remorse and hope. Tongtian sighed, a flicker of reluctance and compassion in his eyes. However, if you are willing to relinquish your current cultivation, you may remain in the... After his words, Tongtian closed his eyes, falling silent. Witnessing this, Duo Bao felt a pang of sympathy. Knowing the hardships his junior brothers faced in their cultivation, his gaze reflected compassion and a plea as he interjected, Master, please spare my junior brothers. They have served you for many years and deserve recognition for their toil. Tongtian remained silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. The Bo Palace seemed shrouded in a heavy gloom, suffocating those within. Moments later, Pai Lu, Lingya, Qiushou, and Jingguang exchanged glances, a glimmer of resolve igniting in their eyes. Aware that their misdeeds were unforgivable, they resolved to forsake their current cultivation to remain with them. Rising to their feet, they rushed outside without hesitation, positioning the three flowers atop their heads before striking their palms against their chests and foreheads, causing the three flowers to dissipate instantly, their cultivation abolished. Though they felt pain in their hearts and bodies, a sense of liberation also washed over them. They understood that only by doing so could they atone for their errors and regain their master's trust. In the moment they relinquished their cultivation, expressions of anguish crossed their faces, yet their eyes shone with unwavering determination. Seeing their actions, Chang Erdingguang also prepared to renounce his cultivation. Just as he was about to act, Tongtian suddenly opened his eyes, halting him. Tongtian regarded Chang Erdingguang, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. You may stay. There is no need to forfeit your cultivation. However, you must diligently practice and refrain from repeating your mistakes. Chang Erdingguang's heart soared with joy, and he quickly knelt, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. I shall remember your teachings and devote myself to diligent practice, ensuring not to err again. Tongtian, upon hearing this, revealed a barely perceptible, cunning smile. Chapter 12. The Long-Eared Enlightened One, I have great use. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Bo Palace was heavy as lead, devoid of any sound. Outside the palace, the Lingya immortal and others, having self-destructed their cultivation, lay weakly on the ground like withered leaves. Their auras were disordered, their faces pale as paper, each weary expression narrating a harrowing ordeal they had just endured. The Tongtian master sat cross-legged on the mat of the Bo Palace, resembling a towering mountain, exuding an aura that commanded reverence. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a soft yet infinitely powerful radiance instantly burst forth from his hand, cascading down like a brilliant river of stars, enveloping the Lingya immortal and the others. Wherever the light touched, their injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Their pale faces gradually regained a flush, their chaotic auras slowly stabilized, and their previously listless spirits awakened like the arrival of spring, revitalized with vigor as the three flowers atop their heads reappeared. Experiencing this miraculous transformation, the Lingya immortal and his companions were filled with profound awe and gratitude towards the Tongtian master. They endured their physical weakness and struggled to rise, subsequently kneeling in unison. Thank you, Master, for your grace of rebirth. Their voices resonated with sincerity and respect, their fervent gazes revealing absolute loyalty to the Tongtian master. The Tongtian master's expression was grave as he fixed his piercing gaze upon them. Remember today's events. Should you engage in indiscriminate slaughter again, do not blame me for disregarding our teacher-student bond. As he spoke, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes emanating an air of authority and warning, as if he could see through each disciple and Apos' heart. His voice, though not loud, reverberated like a grand bell within the hearts of his disciples, each word weighing heavily upon their souls. At that moment, the Lingya immortal and others felt as if they were caught in a tempest, a wave of dread washing over them. Among the disciples, however, the long-eared enlightened one stood in confusion. Why has Tongtian not punished me? Is it possible he intends to place great trust in me? Ha ha ha, if that is the case, the intelligence I gather will multiply, and once presented to the two saints, I shall stand above all within the Western teachings. The Tongtian master, possessing keen insight and awareness, instantly perceived the long-eared enlightened one's peculiar demeanor. He turned his head slightly, his gaze softening as he looked at him. There is no need for you to forfeit your cultivation. I have my own plans. You need not compare yourselves with others. This action of the Tongtian master was merely to stabilize the long-eared enlightened one. Upon hearing the Tongtian and Apos' words, the long-eared enlightened one and Apos' heart swelled with pride. He lowered his head and softly replied, "Yes, master." Then, with a wave of his hand, the Tongtian master produced an array of invaluable spiritual treasures, the starry banner, the treasures of the multi-treasure pagoda, the blood transformation blade, the infinite umbrella, the soul-cutting blade, the Xianwang pearl, the Hunyuan tower, the Wanxiang tower, and the Huangzhongli, among many others. The disciples gazed at these treasures with wide eyes filled with shock and uncontainable joy. Their expressions sparkled with excitement and greed, though they dared not express it too openly, suppressing their inner exhilaration. Some disciples even leaned forward slightly, unable to contain themselves. The Tongtian master distributed these spiritual treasures one by one to the disciples. Each disciple receiving a treasure trembled with excitement, carefully accepting the gifts with hands that shone with gratitude and joy. You must utilize these wisely, and ensure they reach the Western teachings and the disciples of the Chan sect. Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Their voices brimmed with gratitude and excitement. However, the long-eared enlightened one received no treasures. He watched with envy as his fellow disciples held their spiritual treasures, his heart filled with disappointment and jealousy. A fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed his eyes, quickly suppressed, yet the pain within him intensified, his hands clenching into fists, nails digging into his palms, without feeling a trace of pain. In the time to come, I shall enter seclusion to seek breakthroughs, and matters within the sect shall be managed by Yunxiao. This is the Qingping sword. In its presence, it is as though I am personally overseeing affairs. The crowd gasped once more upon seeing the Qingping sword, fully aware that it was the Tongtian master and Apos' proof of enlightenment, symbolizing his authority and power. Entrusting the Qingping sword to Yunxiao to manage the sect's affairs revealed the Tongtian master's profound trust and esteem for him. Master, Brother Duobao is my senior in the Jie sect. This matter should be entrusted to him, for I fear Yunxiao may not be up to the task. Duobao has more pressing matters. The affairs of the Jie sect shall be left to you. You are a person of measure. Do not act with favoritism. Yes, master. I shall uphold justice diligently. Then, the Tongtian master turned his gaze towards the Hunyuan immortal and the Jingguang immortal. Hunyuan Jingguang, you two go to Meishan and inquire if Honghuang is willing to join our Jie sect. If so, bring him here. Rest assured, master, we shall not fail our mission and will swiftly bring Honghuang back. Remember, complete these tasks promptly and expel all disciples who create unnecessary bloodshed from the Jie sect. Do not hold back. The Tongtian master's tone grew stern as he scanned each disciple, aiming to imprint his words deeply within their hearts. Hearing his command, the disciples felt a jolt, as if struck by lightning. We shall heed your teachings, master, and strictly regulate ourselves and our fellow disciples, ensuring that such occurrences never arise again. The Tongtian master nodded and vanished from their sight with Duobao, retreating to seek a higher breakthrough. Master, where are we going? What guidance do you have? Enough, do not fret. I am about to present you with a great opportunity, and not bringing back Jiangxia is not your fault. Upon hearing that the Tongtian master not only refrained from punishing him, but was instead offering him a grand opportunity, Duobao felt a tumult of emotions. Master, is what you say true? Yet I have clearly failed the task you entrusted to me. I cannot accept such grace. You possess great talent and intelligence. Have you ever considered leaving the Jiejiao sect to establish a new sect? Duo Bao immediately halted, kneeling down and repeatedly bowing. I implore you, master. Please punish me and do not expel me from the sect. I have self-destructed my cultivation. I earnestly request your mercy. The Tongtian master looked at Duo Bao, sighed. Duo Bao, I wish for you to establish a new sect that can also promote the teachings of our Jiejiao sect. We remain teacher and student, and you are not being expelled. You will always be my senior disciple. Duo Bao burst into tears, continuing to bow in gratitude. He remembered the kindness the Tongtian master had shown him through the years. And without the Tongtian master, he would never have had the chance to enter the fold of the saints. Thank you, master. For the sake of the Jiejiao sect, I am willing to brave all hardships. Chapter 13. Bayer, go establish your teachings. Tongtian stood resolutely with his hands clasped behind his back at the center of the secret realm, while Duo Bao stood behind him. At that moment, his gaze swept towards a seemingly ordinary pile of scrolls in the corner, which faintly radiated an aura of merit. Duo Bao, go take a look. Tongtian and Appo's deep and authoritative voice reverberated through the secret realm, causing ripples in the surrounding air. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao hurriedly responded with respect and swiftly advanced towards the scrolls. The instant he grasped the scroll, an irresistible force surged through his fingertips like a current. He quickly steadied his mind, feeling the energy coursing through his body, causing a slight tingling in his meridians, accompanied by a refreshing sensation. As his eyes moved word by word across the scriptures, Duo Bao's expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. After a moment, he picked up the great vehicle Buddhism teachings, and this sight struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tongtian observed Duo Bao and Appo's reaction with a calm demeanor, already formulating his plan. My disciple, how do you feel? These scrolls must have profoundly moved you. Tongtian and Appo's voice broke the silence, resonating in Duo Bao's ears with an invisible pressure, snapping him back to reality. Duo Bao jolted back to awareness, kneeling on the ground with a look of fear and anxiety. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks, stirring up tiny clouds of dust. Master, this is the doctrine of the Western teachings. I have no ties with them. His heart raced with trepidation, akin to a bucket being pulled up and down in a well, filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Tongtian gently shook his head, a trace of unnoticeable helplessness flickering in his eyes. He extended his hand to help Duo Bao up. Child, you usually practice domineering techniques and strive for supremacy. Why are you so timid before me? Duo Bao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile that appeared somewhat bitter. It is not fear of being expelled from the sect, master. I was born and raised in the. It is my root and everything to me. My loyalty to is unwavering, and I hope for your understanding. Tongtian patted Duo Bao's shoulder, his expression growing serious, his gaze revealing an undeniable conviction. Do you feel it? Master, the contents of these scrolls do seem to resonate with me, but I truly have no ulterior motives. Enough. The time of the divine sealing approaches, and the outcome remains uncertain. This calamity concerns the survival of our, hence I require you to establish a sect, to be named Buddhism. His voice was steady and powerful, each word driving deeply into Duo Bao's heart. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao instantly grasped Tongtian's intention, his face revealing distress. His eyes filled with hesitation and reluctance, and he quickly declined. Let this matter be handled by the other disciples. I would prefer to remain by your side, master, and do not wish to establish a sect. I implore you to retract your command. Tongtian, seeing his disciple's reaction, raised his hand in frustration and lightly struck Duo Bao's head. However, the blow was not forceful, carrying a hint of disappointment. Fool, if I were to fail, would you watch your fellow disciples perish alongside me? Remember, if falters, you must be their support. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Duo Bao's eyes brimmed with tears, and he clutched the sleeve of Tongtian's robe tightly. The fabric was soft, yet it slightly deformed under his grip. His fingers turned pale from the strain, as if he wished to convey all his reluctance and determination through that grasp. Master, that will not happen. You have allied with the Queen of Earth and you will not fail. Tongtian sighed softly, a fleeting hint of loneliness crossing his eyes, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brief yet poignant. His lips pressed into a thin line, brow furrowing, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. Life is unpredictable. Who can know? In this ever-changing primordial chaos, there is no absolute victory. Go and establish Buddhism. From henceforth, and Buddhism will support one another, which will also fragment the fortunes of the Western teachings, thereby increasing our chances of success. This is our lifeline, and you must seize it. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao respectfully bowed 3 times, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. His forehead quickly reddened and swelled, yet he remained oblivious. His eyes solely filled with reverence for Tongtian. Tongtian gazed at Duo Bao, feigning anger. "You little rascal, how many times must I say it? I have not expelled you from the sect. Do you not understand?" The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, a glimmer of unnoticeable satisfaction in his eyes. Only after receiving Tongtian's affirmation did Duo Bao feel somewhat reassured. "You shall remain here with me to meditate. Within 100 years, you must comprehend everything." Upon hearing this, Duo Bao glanced at the thousands of scrolls in the corner and felt a momentary sense of confusion. 100 years to comprehend everything and establish a sect. How daunting. A hint of despair flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by determination. "Enough. I will first delve into the laws of time. Once I achieve mastery over the laws of time, I will set up a time formation, granting you more time. Now go and study." With that, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, entering a state of focused contemplation. 10 years later, Tongtian abruptly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance akin to 2 resplendent suns. As if a river of time flowed within his gaze, the power of time swirled in his eyes, each beam resembling fragments of time, encapsulating the past, present, and future. Clearly, Tongtian had broken through. He was now a mixed Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal of 2 supreme laws. With fluidity and grace, he began to calculate. Is it still 100 years until the incense offering at the Nuwa Palace? There is ample time. With this thought, Tongtian waved his hand, instantly establishing a time formation within the secret realm at a ratio of 1 to 1,000. The consumption of this time law was immense, and Tongtian felt 2/3 of his law power dissipate. His complexion paled slightly, yet he showed no signs of retreat. The consumption of law power is too great. Fortunately, I possess the time tower. It seems I must store some time laws in advance. Subsequently, Tongtian retrieved the time tower from his system form and infused his remaining time laws into it. Thereafter, he did not exit his meditation, but instead took out the primordial purple chi to continue his cross-legged contemplation. Chapter 14. The Path of the Sage is a Thread of Hope. The primordial purple energy floated before Tongtian. One fateful day, after a century, he abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze intently ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, propelled by an indomitable spirit, racing towards the outside of the secret realm. In an instant, he arrived above Golden Ao Island. At that moment, the primordial purple energy gradually melded into Tongtian and Apos' being. As the energy integrated, a colossal aura erupted from Tongtian, akin to a volcano in full eruption. This presence radiated from Golden Ao Island, sweeping outwards in all directions, causing the heavens to shift ominously. Far away in the purple cloud palace, Honghuang was engaged in the profound exploration of the Tao. Yet, the aura emanating from Tongtian struck his heart like a heavy hammer. He abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickering within. His gaze pierced through the vast void like twin bolts of lightning, directed towards Tongtian and Apos' location. What could Tongtian possibly intend? Having already severed the fruit of the heavenly Tao sage, could he be attempting to comprehend the primordial purple energy anew? Was he seeking to reattain the status of a heavenly Tao sage? Simultaneously, the supreme celestial of the Jade Void Palace, Laozi of the Shoyang Mountain, and the figures of Jiejiao and Juandi from Mount Shumi also turned their attention towards Tongtian and Apos' whereabouts. Upon witnessing the primordial purple energy merging with Tongtian and Apos' essence, incredulity etched their faces. Just as the assembly was struck with shock, Tongtian suddenly stood tall, his form resembling a towering tree, resolutely erect between heaven and earth. With the Tao above, the leader of the Jie sect, Tongtian, proclaimed, having witnessed the suffering of the myriad beings in the wilderness, their struggles for the Tao being in vain, and the weak often bullied, it is thus that I, today, shall attain the status of a heavenly Tao sage, carving out a thread of hope for all beings. May the great Tao bear witness. The creatures of the wilderness erupted in an uproar upon hearing this vow, while the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao and the Earth Mother remained astounded. They had never anticipated that Tongtian, who had already severed the fruit of the heavenly Tao sage, would now aspire to reclaim that very essence. Honghuang and Apos' brow furrowed deeply as he employed his supreme divine powers to probe into the truth of Tongtian and Apos' spirit within the realm of the heavenly Tao. Yet, no matter how fervently he searched, he could not uncover Tongtian's true essence. A wave of ominous forebodings surged within Honghuang, and his countenance grew increasingly grave. This rascal dares to pursue the status of a thread of hope sage. This truly is an unforeseen variable. Alas, the tide of fate is immutable. Let him be. At that moment, the eye of the Tao manifested, and after a brief pause, it slowly uttered a single word, approved. With the emergence of this proclamation, boundless merits of the great Tao surged forth like a tumultuous ocean, sweeping towards Tongtian. The primordial purple energy within Tongtian, nourished by the merits of the great Tao, gradually became a bridge connecting him to the essence of the one who had departed. Shortly thereafter, Tongtian descended gently, returning to Golden Ao Island. Congratulations to the master for once again attaining the status of a heavenly Tao sage. From henceforth, he shall endure through the ages, and the Jiejiao sect shall undoubtedly persist in the wilderness. Ah, you all should hasten to your cultivation. Do not linger idly here. At this moment, Inhua and Hutu approached from the direction of the Bo Palace, while Jiejiao, Junti, and Yuanshi hurried towards the Purple Cloud Palace. However, before they could reach their destination, they received a transmission from Honghuang. Return at once, a calamity approaches. Attend to your own affairs. The three were momentarily taken aback but did not dwell on it further, each promptly setting off towards their respective sanctuaries, except for Junti, who remained stationary. Junior brother, are you not returning to your sanctuary? Ha! Jiejiao. Do you not know your own junior brother? He is likely seeking to come to the east to take advantage again. Haha, brother Yuanshi, you have misunderstood. Have you forgotten the matter entrusted to me by our master? At this remark, Yuanshi recalled that in 3 days would be Inhua's birthday and, without further inquiry, departed towards his sanctuary without looking back. Then, junior brother, you shall go ahead. I wish you triumph. With that, Jiejiao flew towards Mount Shumi, while Junti hastened towards Chaoga. At this moment in the Bo Palace, Inhua, Hutu, and Tongtian gathered together. The heavenly Tao sage that Tongtian has attained seems somewhat different, just having achieved this status. He already possesses the strength of a sixfold heavenly Tao sage, which is quite astonishing. Indeed, it is as you say, dear friend. I wonder what kind of heavenly Tao sage Tongtian has attained. Could he share some insights? Upon hearing this, Tongtian beamed with delight and laughed heartily, waving his hand to conjure 3 cups of tea before the trio. Let us drink and converse. The sage I have attained is not the sage of the 49 heavenly Tao, but rather the sage of the thread of hope. The great Tao encompasses 50. The cosmic laws 49, the thread of hope? Both responded in unison, equally incredulous. Indeed, the thread of hope sage is a variant of the heavenly Tao sage. But it does not belong to the 49 heavenly Tao. Rather, it is the essence of the true spirit enshrined within the great Tao. As long as the great Tao endures, so too shall I. Their breaths quickened upon hearing this revelation. One must understand that within the entirety of chaos, who could extinguish the great Tao? This meant that Tongtian had truly achieved immortality. There is no need for surprise, my friends. These are merely minor paths. In the absence of the revival of humanity in the earthly path, my standing is on par with Honghuang. Do you still believe the odds are against me? Instantly, both friends expressed their agreement. Haha, Tongtian, wherefore such words? I have never doubted you. Inhua, you speak wisely. With such opportunities and foundations, Tongtian shall surely triumph. Therefore, I have never doubted Tongtian. At that moment, Tongtian nodded, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Dear Inhua, I wish to invite you to witness a spectacle. If Hutu is interested, she is welcome to join. Inhua was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Since Tongtian invites, I shall certainly attend. I wonder what kind of marvelous performance it is that merits such an invitation? Tongtian, remaining silent, employed his innate powers to conceal the presence and forms of the three, rendering them undetectable even to beings of sage caliber. Inhua and Hutu exchanged astonished glances, utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of Tongtian and Apos' strength and methods. All right, my friends. In 3 days, it shall be Inhua and Apos' birthday. Let us make our way to Chaoga. With that, Tongtian soared forth with Inhua and Hutu towards Chaoga. Their speed unmatched, like 3 invisible shadows slicing through the clouds and piercing the void. Chapter 15. The calm before the storm in the royal palace. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the space, pressing down on every corner like a tangible weight. Emperor Xian, adorned in a magnificent and solemn royal robe, stood silently in the grand hall, his hands clasped behind him, unconsciously forming tight fists, the knuckles whitening from the strain, revealing his inner tension and unease. His brow furrowed deeply, eyes filled with worry, oscillating between distant thoughts and the ground, occasionally darting toward the serene figure of the Saintess Wu Dang. In contrast, the Saintess sat comfortably in her chair, her demeanor relaxed as her simple garments danced gently in the breeze, a light smile gracing her face, utterly devoid of panic. Unable to contain his mounting anxiety, Emperor Xian abruptly turned, an urgent glint in his eyes, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Teacher, why are you so composed? The grand ceremony for the Saintess is mere days away. This is their sole opportunity to strike against me." His lips quivered slightly, each word seeming to be a laborious struggle, the urgency in his tone akin to a raging inferno, nearly igniting the very air around them. Wu Dang merely raised her gaze slightly, a flicker of indifference crossing her eyes. Why fret? When the road ahead is obstructed, a path will surely emerge. What is meant to come will come. There is no need to disrupt your own composure. Her tone was as calm as still water, but to Emperor Xian, it felt like a chilling blade, further unsettling his heart. Just then, Wen Zhong, Baigan, and Shang Rong sought an audience. "We pay our respects to the king and to the national teacher," they declared. "Please, no formalities. In such haste, what brings you here?" Emperor Xian urged. Baigan stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the ceremony for the Saintess and Amp, Apos, S birthday is approaching, and all preparations are in place. We seek your guidance." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian and Amp, Apos, S worries deepened. His lips trembled, words caught in his throat, his mind a tangled mess of confusion. He glanced at Baigan, then at Wu Dang, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. He understood that revealing the truth could incite panic. Sensing his turmoil, Baigan inquired, "What troubles the king? Why not share with the court to address it together?" Emperor Xian regarded Baigan, a complex array of emotions swirling in his gaze. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. "My dear disciple, share your thoughts with them. This cannot be kept secret forever. It matters not, remember. You stand not only for Deshang, but also for Jiejiao. In times of crisis, do not falter," Wu Dang encouraged. "Teacher, this concerns the very survival of Deshang. If I were to divulge this, and the information leaked, there would be no turning back. I implore you to reconsider." He responded anxiously, "Disciple, you know they are loyal to Deshang. It is not a matter of distrust. You merely fear that you may not measure up against them." At this moment, the three men sensed something amiss from their conversation, their instincts whispering of a grand conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. After contemplating for a moment, Emperor Xian seemed to come to a resolution, gradually revealing the whole truth to the three. His voice was deep and oppressive, each syllable akin to a heavy stone dropped in the hearts of his listeners. Upon hearing the revelation, the three erupted in fury. Shang Rong trembled with rage, his face flushed, eyes ablaze with indignation. "How can we, the people of the human race, be subservient to the heavenly emperor? Why must Deshang face annihilation?" he declared, before kneeling alongside the others, proclaiming, "We are willing to share the fate of Deshang." Seeing this, Emperor Xian was momentarily moved, rushing forward to assist them. "There is no need for concern, for Wu Dang possesses great powers. With her by your side, they cannot ensnare you." Wu Dang chuckled softly, "Nephew, you overestimate my capabilities. Those plotting against the human king are surely sages. What can I do? The might of the sages is not something we can easily contend with." Although she laughed, a hint of resignation flickered in her eyes. The three were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the situation would provoke the involvement of a sage. "We beseech the national teacher to summon the Tongtian sage to aid us. Deshang is willing to ally with Jiejiao to withstand the impending calamity," Shang Rong urged. Realizing that in this dire moment, only the power of a sage could offer a glimmer of hope, Wu Dang cast a glance at Shang Rong, remaining silent, her heart wavering at the thought of requesting her master's intervention. "We implore you, Master Wu Dang, to call upon the Tongtian sage for our salvation. Without such aid, Deshang shall surely perish. Alas, my master has just emerged from seclusion. I cannot guarantee his arrival. Nevertheless, rest assured, he is fiercely protective of his disciples and will not allow them to suffer," Wu Dang reassured. Upon hearing that Tongtian would intervene, Emperor Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Proceed as planned. I shall also be there. Leave the rest to my master, and you need not worry." Emperor Xian nodded, turning to Wen Zhong and the others, his expression grave. "Today's matters are of utmost importance and must not be disclosed. Within Deshang, there may also be traitors. Should this information leak, we shall be plunged into an abyss of despair." His gaze was sharp as a blade, extinguishing any potential threats in their infancy. The three bowed respectfully, affirming, "Rest assured, as long as Deshang endures, so shall we. If Deshang falls, we fall with it." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Chaoga, Zhuan Ti discreetly arrived, for this operation was pivotal to the future of the Western sect, and failure was not an option. Deshang must be eradicated. Inside Chaoga, Tongtian, Nuwa, and Huta had gathered. They gazed upon the bustling scene of Chaoga, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Under Emperor Xian's governance, Deshang thrives so splendidly. "One wonders why it must fall to show," remarked Tongtian. Nuwa nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is why I align with you, Tongtian. It serves my own interests as well. Dear friends, the hour is still early, and the grand performance has yet to commence. Shall we not indulge in the bustling atmosphere first?" suggested Tongtian. The two nodded in agreement, following the Tongtian sage through the lively streets of Chaoga, surrounded by a throng of people. "Perhaps you could enlighten us on the nature of this performance that has captured your attention so?" Nuwa inquired. "Ah, Nuwa, this performance concerns you. Your birthday is but days away, and in an effort to diminish Deshang and Appos, as fortune, do you think they might compel you to intervene?" Tongtian replied. Realization dawned on Nuwa. Her hands clenched in anger. "I shall see who dares to lay a hand upon me. Do not be incensed, dear Nuwa. The underworld and Jiejiao shall always stand by your side. Fear not, and act boldly," assured Tongtian. With that, the trio soared toward the direction of Chaoga, ready to confront the unfolding events. Chapter 16. The heavens move, and humanity must strive unceasingly. Those who insult the human race shall be punished. On the day of Nuwa's birth, the city of Chaoga was adorned with vibrant lights and decorations, resembling fallen stars scattered across the earth. With every breath of air filled with festive cheer, the streets and alleys bustled with crowds, laughter, and joy echoing throughout the city walls. The ministers of the Shang dynasty moved slowly towards the Nuwa palace. Xian, wearing a crown and splendid robes, radiated the dignity of a ruler. His gaze was profound and resolute, his step steady and powerful as he led his ministers toward the palace. However, at the entrance of the Nuwa palace, a significant conspiracy lay hidden. Zhuan had already set up a magical formation, permeated with an invisible allure. This power was akin to a fine web, ensnaring anyone who dared to step within, leading them into the abyss of temptation, stripping them of reason and turning them into puppets driven by desire. Zhuan concealed himself in the dense forest opposite the Nuwa palace, his figure shrouded in the mottled shadows of the trees, resembling a treacherous serpent. "If this plan succeeds," he thought, "I shall earn the admiration of my master, and the Western Church shall flourish. Moreover, I will be the greatest beneficiary of this calamity." At the moment Xian's foot crossed the threshold of the Nuwa palace, a powerful force surged forth, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. The world before him blurred, and soon his gaze became entranced, magnetically drawn to the clay statue of Nuwa. To him, she transformed from a cold sculpture into an enchanting beauty, her allure quickening his heartbeat and igniting his blood. Nuwa, Tongtian, and Hudu had already sensed Zhuan conspiracy and stealthily approached from behind him. Flames of fury burned in Nuwa's eyes, her anger erupting like a volcano. "This despicable wretch dared to lay such a malicious formation before my palace, desecrating my essence. I shall make him pay dearly." As she muttered to herself, a formidable blade, a sea-cutting, sky-rending sword, materialized in her hand. "Friend, do you not wish to see the reaction of the human king? Perhaps we should wait a moment," Tongtian suggested. Nuwa turned sharply, glaring at him, her fury nearly consuming him. "Humph, do you think this is not humiliating enough? How could he withstand the formation set by a sage? Is it your desire for me to diminish the fortune of the Shang dynasty?" Indeed, Nuwa spoke truthfully. Even if Xian fell victim to Zhuan and Appos' formation and insulted her, a transgression had still occurred, and she was compelled to deliver punishment, such as the fate of the saints, who cannot be insulted. "Do not be hasty, Nuwa. I have faith in my disciple, and you should trust in your own creation. Birds must learn to fly on their own. You cannot shelter them indefinitely." As Nuwa wrestled with her anger and turmoil, Xian was utterly captivated by the illusions of the magical formation. Like a demon possessed, he dazedly drew his sword and began to walk toward the clay statue of Nuwa. The ministers gasped in alarm. Shangrong's face turned pale as he fell to his knees, crying out, "Your Majesty, please awaken. This is the sacred statue of the Holy Mother. It cannot be desecrated." His voice trembled with boundless fear and concern. Baigan hastily knelt as well, desperation etched on his face as he reached out to grab Xian, only to be forcefully pushed away. When Zhong furrowed his brow, darting toward Dxian, intent on knocking him unconscious and leading him away. Yet, just as he was about to reach him, he felt a sudden force strike from the side, thwarting his movement. Startled, he turned but found nothing. Unable to identify the source of the obstruction, Dxian approached the wall, raised his sword, and began composing poetry upon it. Moments later, a majestic poem gradually materialized on the wall. In the primordial chaos, the heavens tremble, Nua's sacred hands mend the sky. From clay she shapes life, gathering beings. Melting stone to quell calamity. Her compassion nourishes all, her wisdom shines like the moon across epochs. Her deeds echo through the ages, her maternal virtue glows. A legacy of pride. Upon sensing the poem, Nuwa and Apos' anger subsided slightly. This verse quenched a portion of her fury, revealing that even under the enchantment of the formation, Dxian and Apos' respect for her had not entirely vanished. No wonder Tongtian had chosen him. However, when her gaze fell upon Junti and Apos' lecherous expression, her recently quelled anger flared anew. Like flames fanned by a tempest, Junti, in a state of panic, could not comprehend why Dxian, ensnared in his formation, had pinned such praise for Nuwa instead of an obscene verse. Where had he gone awry? It was inconceivable that a mere king could withstand a sage's formation. As he pondered, Nuwa could no longer contain her wrath. The sea-cutting, sky-rending sword in her hand hummed ominously, resonating with her fury. Suddenly, she unleashed the blade, sending it soaring toward Junti like a streak of lightning. This strike was infused with her boundless rage, ripping through the air with a sharp, piercing howl. A thunderous roar erupted as Junti, caught off guard, hastily unleashed his 12-petal golden lotus of merit. Yet, he was still sent sprawling by the overwhelming force. His disguise torn away and laid bare before all. Wudong Xingmu, Wen Zhong, and the ministers swiftly positioned themselves in front of Dxian. In an instant, the atmosphere before the Nuwa palace became taut, like a bowstring ready to snap. The human cultivators within Chaoga sensed the powerful surge of magical energy and flocked toward the palace, forming a formidable front. Junti scrambled to his feet, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, quickly masked by a forced smile. He gazed at the furious humans surrounding him, inwardly lamenting the turn of events. He realized he could no longer remain in this place. As he prepared to flee, a resounding dragon's roar emanated from the human king's palace, shaking the heavens and earth. A colossal dragon of fortune surged forth, its body eclipsing the sun, radiating dazzling golden light. This dragon, embodying the human race's destiny, possessed the strength of a sage in the second heaven. With a mere sweep of its tail, it sent Junti crashing back to the ground. At that moment, Nuwa, Tongtian, and Hutu materialized before Junti. Realizing escape was impossible, Junti's eyes darted, and he forced a smile, bowing to Nuwa with feigned humility. Upon hearing of my esteemed sister Nuwa's birthday, I have come to offer my congratulations. But what is the meaning of your actions against me? Humph, you vile wretch. How dare you attempt to deny your treachery? You set up a magical formation before my palace, intending to lead the human king into desecration. Today, you shall pay the price. This is all a misunderstanding, dear sister. None of this involves me. It was like this upon my arrival. Tongtian scoffed derisively, his gaze filled with contempt. Junti, do you truly believe us blind? How can you remain so shameless? A flicker of panic crossed Junti's eyes, yet he persisted. Tongtian, do not unjustly accuse me. The fall of Shang and the disappearance of the human king are the will of heaven. I merely acted in accordance with destiny. At these words, the human crowd erupted in fury, while Shang Rong turned crimson with rage, unleashing a torrent of invective. Bold brigand! How dare you speak of the will of heaven? Under the governance of our sovereign, the human tribe thrives in peace and prosperity. How dare you, the Western sect, meddle in our affairs? Upon hearing this, Junti was instantly consumed by fury. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, for a sage must not be insulted. How dare this insignificant insect show such disrespect? With a swift motion of his hand, a colossal palm materialized from thin air, radiating an overwhelming pressure. This hand, imbued with the force to annihilate all, struck down toward Shang Rong with tremendous speed, reaching him in an instant, making the surrounding air feel thin and suffocating. Shang Rong, though feeling the immense pressure bearing down upon him, maintained a resolute gaze. He understood that retreat was not an option. Behind him stood the entire human race and the Emperor, Dxian. With his chest held high and devoid of fear, he spread his arms wide and proclaimed, I am the Prime Minister of the human tribe, the Prime Minister of the Shang. Grateful for the grace of His Majesty, I stand for the welfare of humanity. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not yield. With my life, I defend the dignity of our people. Witnessing this, the human cultivators wasted no time in channeling their entire magical energy, coalescing into a protective shield before Honghuang. This display exemplified the fierce spirit of the human tribe. Despite knowing that opposing a sage was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, not a single one faltered. Hutu, moved by this scene, was about to intervene. But before she could act, Zhuan Ti's strike was intercepted by the Dragon of Destiny. The dragon, opening its immense maw, unleashed a roar filled with boundless might directed at Zhuan Ti. How audacious! Though you are a sage, you should not scheme against the emperor of the human tribe within our capital. Do you truly believe I am inconsequential? You are challenging the very limits of humanity, waging war against us all. Its voice reverberated through the skies, shaking the eardrums of those present. Each word struck Zhuan Ti's heart like a hammer. Zhuan Ti, hearing this, scoffed disdainfully. Though he felt a twinge of apprehension towards the Dragon of Destiny, he was unwilling to relent. His gaze turned more ferocious as he secretly plotted to break through the predicament before him. At this moment, Xian fixed his gaze on Zhuan Ti, slowly advancing while producing the imperial edict. The edict emanated a strong aura of human destiny, causing all those in the human tribe to kneel and bow. Their eyes filled with reverence. Their foreheads touched the ground as they cried out in unison, "Long live the Emperor!" Xian and Apos' expression was imposing, his gaze like lightning, surveying everyone present. The Western sect has blasphemed the Holy Mother Nuwa and conspired against our current emperor. From this day forth, the human tribe shall have no peace with the Western sect. All members of the Western sect are to be expelled from our lands. And no one from the human tribe shall worship the Western sect or learn its doctrines. Anyone who violates this decree shall be cast out. His voice, amplified by the power of the imperial edict, echoed like rolling thunder, swiftly spreading across the lands of humanity. Across the human territories, people responded fervently, calling out to the heavens in compliance with the Emperor and Apos' command. The cries rose in a crescendo, merging into a powerful wave of sound that pierced the clouds. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. How dare these mere insects act so brazenly? With that, he recklessly charged at Xian, filled with rage. The Dragon of Destiny, witnessing this, promptly met Zhuan Ti head-on, and a deadly battle unfolded in the skies between the two. Zhuan Ti wielded the Seven Treasures mysterious tree and stood upon the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue, charging towards the Dragon of Destiny. The dragon, sensing Zhuan Ti and Apos' malice, let out a furious roar, its massive form swaying as it lunged with claws that could shatter stars. Seeing this, Zhuan Ti shouted, "Come on! A mere manifestation of destiny dares to be arrogant before me. Today, I shall show you the might of a sage." With a swing of the Seven Treasures mysterious tree, a beam of seven-colored divine light surged towards the Dragon of Destiny with the force to obliterate worlds. Wherever the seven-colored light passed, the space tore apart like fragile paper, emitting a sizzling sound as if the very fabric of reality groaned in anguish. The Dragon of Destiny was struck, its body quaking violently. Yet, it charged at Zhuan Ti once more, its tail sweeping like a colossal whip, conjuring a tempest aimed at him. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, battling fiercely. Zhuan Ti, leveraging his cultivation and spiritual treasures, maintained the upper hand. Each of his attacks found their mark on the Dragon of Destiny, and as the fight continued, his gaze grew increasingly cold. The Dragon of Destiny is but a pale shadow of its supposed might. After all, it is merely a race of insignificant insects. What remarkable power could their dragon possess? As the Dragon of Destiny began to falter, Nuwa and Apos' eyes flickered with flames of fury, just as she was about to intervene. Tongtian blocked her path. Startled and enraged, Nuwa and Apos' fury nearly consumed her as she glared at Tongtian. "What are you doing? Why do you obstruct me?" Her voice brimmed with indignation, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth, filled with endless wrath. Tongtian, however, remained calm, like a bottomless lake. "Nuwa, dear friend, hold your ground. The situation has escalated. Perhaps it is best to let it escalate further. Just watch." Nuwa, unwilling to heed his words, drew forth the sea-cleaving blade and, in a flash, dashed towards the battlefield. At that moment, Zhuan Ti was fully focused on suppressing the Dragon of Destiny when he sensed an overwhelming force that made his heart race in alarm. Turning to see Nuwa charging at him with ferocity, he thought, "Damn it, I am already no match for Nuwa. With the addition of the Dragon of Destiny, I stand no chance." Alas, I am doomed. Chapter 17. Zhuan. Do you think there are no humans among us? Nuwa did not grant Zhuan the opportunity to respond. Her eyes were filled with rage and resolve, with a sweep of the sea-covering and sky-splitting blade in her hand. A colossal blade aura surged forth, cleaving towards Zhuan. Wherever the blade and Apos' light passed, the fabric of space tore apart like fragile glass, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Zhuan hastily raised the seven treasures Miao Tree to defend against the onslaught, and upon collision, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The powerful shock wave emanated from the point of impact, creating visible ripples of magical energy that spread outward. Observing Nuwa's arrival, the Fortune Dragon's spirit surged with renewed vigor, launching another assault towards Zhuan. The dragon and Apos' tail swept through the air, conjuring a tempest that rushed towards Zhuan. Caught between Nuwa and the Fortune Dragon, Zhuan found himself in a state of disarray, struggling to fend off the dual assault. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his forehead as he silently lamented, "This is terrible. I must escape quickly, or I shall surely perish today." He yearned to flee, but the relentless onslaught made it nearly impossible to break free. Each attempt to escape was thwarted by formidable attacks. The battle raged on for approximately a quarter of an hour, and within Chaoga City, the aura of the human race grew increasingly potent. At that moment, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors suddenly descended upon Chaoga City. Upon their arrival, Dxin and the others immediately bowed in reverence. "Greetings, esteemed human emperors." Fushi gazed at Dxin, his eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. "Human King Dxin, you have done well. You have not shamed our race. Your steadfastness in upholding the dignity of humanity is indeed a fortunate boon for us." His voice resonated like a great bell throughout Chaoga City, allowing everyone to hear clearly. Imbued with admiration for Dxin, thereby reaffirming the legitimacy of the Shang dynasty, "I, as the human king, shall ensure that no one tramples upon our race. Not even the saints." Fushi nodded, casting his eyes towards the sky where the battle raged, a surge of passion swelling within him. He turned to the other 2 sovereigns and 5 emperors, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared resolve. Subsequently, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors channeled their collective fortunes, their powers converging like rivers flowing into the sea, surging towards the Fortune Dragon. The dragon sensed this overwhelming force, its momentum soaring. Its already massive form grew even more magnificent, the radiance of its scales shining ever brighter, its power escalating until it ascended to the 4th realm of the saints. Meanwhile, Zhuan, under the relentless assault from Nuwa and the Fortune Dragon, fell into a state of utter disadvantage. His garments were tattered, revealing his bloodied skin beneath the gashes made by the blade aura. Nuwa and Fushi exchanged a knowing glance, as if an unspoken agreement had formed between them. Under their deliberate guidance, they soared towards the direction of the Western teachings. Once Zhuan and Nuwa had flown far away, the Fortune Dragon, unable to pursue further, returned to the human king and Apos' palace, its form gradually shrinking until it vanished deep within the palace. Nuwa, however, clutched the sea-covering and sky-splitting blade, resolutely pursuing Zhuan. In Chaoga City, Fushi regarded the gathered crowd with a solemn expression. "The Western teachings have audaciously insulted our Holy Mother. I, from the Fire Cloud Cave, must seek justice. I wonder if the human king would be willing to join me?" Without hesitation, Dxin nodded. "As the human king, I shall certainly go." He understood the gravity of this action. It was not only for Nuwa, but also for the dignity of humanity. To make the entire primordial world aware that the human race must not be disrespected. Dxin once again produced the human king and Apos' decree, raising it high. "The Western teachings have insulted our Holy Mother. I, as the human king, decree that all human armies and cultivators shall march towards Mount Shumi. I will ensure that nothing remains upon that mountain." The issuance of this command was akin to dropping a colossal meteorite into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves of chaos. All lords and human sects received the order. Without the slightest hesitation, they set into motion. In an instant, countless cultivators and soldiers surged towards Mount Shumi like a tidal wave. The formation resembled a sinuous dragon, extending endlessly, stirring up clouds of dust, causing the earth to tremble beneath their steps. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors nodded in satisfaction. Fushi commanded, "Wenzu, Huizu, Nongzu, Chiyu. You shall lead all forces of the Fire Cloud Cave to besiege Mount Shumi and seek justice for our Holy Mother." With this command, the Fire Cloud Palace sprang into action. Upon hearing these orders, the various races of the primordial world were left astounded. They had never imagined that the once feeble human race would possess such audacity, daring to expend their entire strength against the sacred grounds of the saints. This act was unprecedented in the annals of primordial history. Emotions of shock, admiration, and disdain intermingled within the hearts of the various races. Inside Mount Shumi, Jian's expression darkened upon learning of the developments. His brows furrowed tightly, resembling two intertwined twists of dough, anxiety gnawing at him. A mere swarm of ants. Do they truly believe they can disrespect the saints? Yet, I must not underestimate them, these impertinent fools. Jian promptly activated the mountain and amp, Appos, as protective formation, enveloping Mount Shumi in a formidable barrier. At this moment, Tongtian soared into the air, observing the actions of the human race below, a sly smile curling upon his lips. Let the commotion grow even louder. Ha ha ha. All disciples of the Jie sect, heed my command. The Western teachings have repeatedly trampled upon our Jie sect's dignity. From this day forth, the disciples of the Jie sect and the Western teachings shall be in a state of relentless conflict. All disciples shall immediately proceed to besiege Mount Shumi. Our sect shall leave no trace of the Western teachings. His voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the primordial world, reaching the ears of every Jie sect disciple. The moment Tongtian issued this command, not only were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors astonished, but the entire primordial realm was thrown into a state of shock. No one had anticipated that Tongtian would intervene, undeniably complicating and entangling the situation of the impending conflict. The disciples of the Jie sect, upon hearing the command, erupted with excitement, while the entire primordial world was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Upon hearing Tongtian's command, Jian sighed repeatedly. Damn it, the human race is attacking the Western teachings, and now Tongtian has inserted himself into the fray. With no other recourse, Jian sought assistance from Laozi and Yuanshi, esteemed senior brothers. Our Western teachings face a grave crisis. I implore you both to lend your aid. His voice was filled with urgency and helplessness. However, neither Laozi nor Yuanshi paid him any heed. The trouble the Western teachings had stirred was far too great. At this moment, Zhuanti and Yuhua had already approached the vicinity of Mount Shumi. Zhuanti appeared disheveled, his flight somewhat unsteady. Yet he continued to desperately wing towards Mount Shumi, shouting, "Brother, save me. This woman, Yuhua, has gone completely mad." Yuhua relentlessly pursued him, her gaze ablaze with fury. "Zhuanti, today you shall not escape. I shall ensure your demise 1,000 times over." With fervor, Yuhua wielded the sea-covering and sky-splitting blade with renewed intensity, unleashing a barrage of blade auras like raindrops toward Zhuanti. Meanwhile, Mount Shumi was encircled by the forces of the Fire Cloud Cave, the Jie sect, and the nearby human disciples. Chapter 18. Do you think you can defeat me with a wheel battle? Arrogance. At this moment, Zhuanti and Amp, Appos' complexion was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. Yuhua's assault surged towards him like a tempest, each strike infused with a cataclysmic force, causing Zhuanti to retreat step by step. Yet, he was not one to sit idly by. He darted through the air, seeking a fleeting gap in Yuhua's relentless onslaught. However, there was no sign of her attack abating, her gaze ablaze with fury, as if the flames within could reduce the entire Mount Shumi to ashes. Zhuanti. Today you shall perish, mark my words. No one can stop this. Yuhua bellowed, her weapon, the sea-covering, sky-splitting blade, swinging with increasing ferocity. The blade shimmered with an eerie cold light, each swing slicing through the void, conjuring a piercing chill that rushed towards Zhuanti. Suddenly, with a flash, Yuhua appeared before Zhuanti, delivering a devastating kick. Zhuanti felt a blur before his vision, followed by excruciating pain in his abdomen. Yuhua's kick, imbued with immense power, propelled him to the ground like a fallen meteor. With a tremendous crash, the ground erupted into a deep pit, dust swirling, the surrounding mountains trembling. Lying in the pit, blood gushing from his mouth, Zhuanti still fixed his gaze on Yuhua. At that moment, the sea-covering, sky-splitting blade descended upon him. Zhuanti's eyes widened, despair flooding his heart. Just when he was on the brink of doom, Jane arrived in a flash. Holding 6 pure bamboo stalks, he collided with the murderous blade's aura, producing a shrill, ear-splitting sound. "Senior sister Yuhua, please calm your anger. Junior brother only wished to congratulate you. The matter concerning the human king Dxin was certainly not instigated by him. You may calculate it yourself." Upon hearing Jane and Appos' plea, the flames of wrath in Yuhua and Appos' eyes only intensified. "Are you implying that I have wronged him? Do you truly believe that I, a holy woman, possess no temper? At that moment, you all had already concealed the heavenly secrets. How could I deduce anything? Jane quickly waved his hands, his expression tense. No, it's just that, senior sister. You joining forces with outsiders to attack your own disciples' sect. If this were to spread, it would not be well received. Furthermore, junior brother has always respected you. He would never dare to offend you. Nuwa sneered. Respect? Humph. Given his actions, he is hardly worthy of such a notion. Just as Nuwa was about to retort, Zhuan Ti seized the opportunity to endure the searing pain and swiftly fled towards Mount Shumi. Nuwa, gritting her teeth, prepared to pursue, but Jane blocked her path. Nuwa glared fiercely in the direction Zhuan Ti had escaped, her eyes seemingly ablaze. Jane, step aside. If I do not slay Zhuan Ti today, my heart and Appo's hatred shall remain unquenched. Or do you think that a wheel battle can truly contend with me? Nuwa roared, her voice reverberating like thunder, causing the trees around Mount Shumi to tremble, their leaves cascading down. Senior sister, your fury may lead to rash actions. Please, calm yourself. We are ultimately of the same sect. If you obstruct me again, do not blame me for being ungracious. It is not your turn yet. With that, she sheathed the sea-covering, sky-splitting blade and produced the red embroidered ball, its presence warping the surrounding space. Without further ado, Nuwa hurled the red embroidered ball towards Jane. The ball, accompanied by a howling wind, soared like a flaming meteor toward him. Jane, alarmed, recognized the formidable nature of the red embroidered ball and dared not underestimate it. He swiftly retreated while wielding the 6 pure bamboo stalks to meet the oncoming projectile. Nuwa's hands danced with incantations, amplifying the red embroidered ball's power, which thundered towards Jane. He braced himself, standing upon the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, which slowly rotated, each petal radiating a resplendent golden light, exuding an aura of resilience. This brilliance formed a protective barrier around him. Yet, Nuwa and Appo's assault was relentless. Each impact of the red embroidered ball caused the barrier to tremble violently. And Jane felt an overwhelming pressure. TCH, Nuwa is indeed the first to attain sanctity. Her strength is unfathomable. If this continues, I fear I shall struggle to endure. Jane silently lamented, yet he gritted his teeth, aware that allowing Nuwa to breach Mount Shumi would yield catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, within Mount Shumi, Zhuan Ti was racing towards the 8 treasures pool of merit. His body bore numerous wounds, blood seeping from his injuries, leaving a long trail behind him. Moments later, he reached the edge of the 8 treasures pool, unhesitatingly leaping into its depths. The waters of merit enveloped him instantly, and he felt waves of power coursing through him, soothing his wounds, mending his damaged meridians and magical energies. Outside Mount Shumi, the battle between Nuwa and Jane escalated. Nuwa continuously unleashed the red embroidered ball upon Jane. Each attack carried the force of a natural disaster, tearing through space and releasing a chilling aura. Jane struggled to hold his ground. Though his 6 pure bamboo stalks could withstand the direct impacts, each collision drained a significant portion of his magical energy. His complexion grew progressively paler, his body beginning to tremble. Senior sister Nuwa, do you truly disregard our sect and Appo's as camaraderie? Jane called out, his voice tinged with exhaustion and urgency. Yet, Nuwa remained deaf to his words, her gaze solely focused on her wrath. Below, in the Fire Cloud Cave, the Jiejiao sect and the human race witnessed the clash above, their blood surging with excitement. The Holy Mother holds the advantage. Let us swiftly breach the barrier and vanquish the Western sect, avenging our Holy Mother, they shouted in unison, unleashing their treasures upon the barrier surrounding Mount Shumi. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of magical lights intertwined, yet the barrier remained unyielding against their onslaught. As time wore on, Jane began to feel overwhelmed. Nuwa and Appo's red embroidered ball struck like lightning again. Jane could not evade it, and the force sent him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, dust billowing around him. Senior brother, Zhuan Ti, sensing Jane and Appo's plight from within the 8 treasures pool, felt a surge of anxiety. He struggled to compose himself, hastening the absorption of the merit water. Once I emerge, I shall ensure that woman pays dearly. Chapter 19. Do you truly believe that I, a humble monk, would fear the 2 of you, the saints of Loans? Half an hour had elapsed, and Zhuan Ti and Appo's injuries had largely mended. He leapt from the 8 treasures merit pool, seizing the 7 treasures wonderful tree and the empowering divine scepter, his gaze infused with a resolute aura. Zhuan Ti soared towards the battlefield, his silhouette tracing an arc through the air. Upon his arrival, He witnessed the wounded Jian collapsed on the ground, while Nuwa was poised to launch another assault, only to be intercepted by Xuantai. The seven treasures' wonderful tree transformed into numerous tendrils, deftly entwining towards Nuwa, attempting to restrain her movements. However, Nuwa remained unperturbed by the impending attack, letting out a dismissive snort as she altered her hand gestures, causing the red embroidered ball to fly back and shield her. The red orb exuded waves of crimson light, repelling the tendrils of the seven treasures' wonderful tree one by one. Xuantai, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Today marks your demise. Nuwa bellowed, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fixating on Xuantai. Holding the empowering divine scepter, Xuantai stood resolutely alongside Jian. Sister Nuwa, do not overstep your bounds. If you depart swiftly, my junior will consider today as if nothing transpired. Are you attempting to threaten me? Do you presume I would fear you too? She retorted, launching another fierce assault, this time intent on utterly obliterating both Xuantai and Jian. Nuwa appeared before them in an instant, the red embroidered ball morphing into a colossal shadow that swept towards the duo. Xuantai and Jian exchanged a glance, simultaneously responding to the threat. Jian gritted his teeth against the pain, raising 6 pure bamboo once more, though its radiance had dimmed considerably. Xuantai wielded the seven treasures' wonderful tree and the empowering divine scepter, the tendrils of the tree enveloping them both, forming a defensive barrier. Boom. The clash between Nuwa and Apos' attack and their defense produced a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the vicinity of Mount Shumi. Sparks flew as the tremendous shockwave radiated outward, fracturing the surrounding void like lightning. Xuantai, sensing Nuwa and Apos' formidable power, felt a surge of astonishment within. He summoned all his magical energy, directing the empowering divine scepter towards Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, you should retreat at once. You alone cannot contend with both of us. Nuwa's eyes flickered with disdain. Is that all you have? Today, you shall both meet your end. Once more, the red embroidered ball in her grasp shone brightly, resembling a roaring dragon as it lunged at Xuantai and Jian. This time, the light was even more robust and fierce, threatening to reduce everything in its path to dust. Jian, witnessing this, chanted incantations, summoning countless pure bamboo to shoot forth towards Nuwa. Seizing the opportunity, Xuantai also directed the tendrils of the seven treasures' wonderful tree towards her. The tendrils slithered like agile serpents, ensnaring her limbs. Nuwa dodged some of the attacks, but was still ensnared by a few tendrils around her arms. With a forceful tug, the tendrils shimmered yet remained unyielding. Coldly snorting, Nuwa altered her hand gestures, unleashing a wave of merit power from the red embroidered ball that shattered the bindings. In a swift motion, she spun in the air, launching another assault towards Xuantai and Jian. This time, her attacks were more cunning. The light from the red embroidered ball raining down like unrelenting droplets, rendering defense nearly impossible. Xuantai and Jian resorted to their previous tactics, albeit with augmented strength this time. The map of mountains and rivers behind Nuwa expanded dramatically, absorbing their attacks entirely. Upon realizing their efforts had been thwarted, they exchanged glances of astonishment. This map of mountains and rivers is truly troublesome. They both huffed in unison. Cursed be the spiritual treasure in her possession. Xuantai ground his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Jian nodded slightly, a volcanic energy surging within him as they both unleashed their full cultivation. 6 Zhang golden body. 2 colossal golden figures radiated brilliance, their massive hands hurtling towards Nuwa. Her expression grew grave. She understood that while they were merely 2 lone saints, they were still saints. And facing both posed a dire challenge. With no recourse, she could not completely deflect their combined assault and had to evade desperately while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Just as the fierce battle raged on, a multitude of figures emerged in the distant sky. The human army surged forth like a torrent, their eyes ablaze with fury against the Western teachings. Leading the charge were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, including Dxin, Tongtian, and Ho Tuesday. Xuantai caught sight of the advancing army out of the corner of his eye, a sudden tension gripping his heart, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This group may be inconsequential, but with Tongtian and Ho Tu among them, we are in grave trouble. If they breach the barrier, centuries of planning by the Western teachings will be rendered futile. What shall we do? Dxin, at the forefront of the army, raised his arm high and proclaimed, "Warriors of the human race, behold, within that barrier lies the disciples who have desecrated our Holy Mother. Today, we shall avenge her honor." At his command, the warriors surged forward, eager to breach the barrier. However, as seconds ticked by, the protective array around Mount Shumi merely trembled slightly, mockingly absorbing their assaults. No matter their efforts, they could not budge it in the slightest. The cultivators grew increasingly anxious, amplifying their attacks, yet the barrier remained steadfast as a mountain. Juantai, witnessing this, could not suppress a smug smile, lifting his head in pride. A mere swarm of ants cannot comprehend the might of a saint. His words ignited an inferno of rage among both the human race and the disciples of the Jie school. Fushi trembled with fury, his eyes aflame as he stepped forward. "Step aside for me." His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating in the ears of all present, causing their eardrums to ring. Instantly, a massive bagua disc appeared beside Fushi, slowly spinning and emanating an overwhelming pressure that seemed to compress the surrounding air, forcing the crowd to retreat. Fushi channeled his energy, pouring forth an unending stream into the bagua disc. It rapidly expanded, hurtling towards the mountain and Appo's protective array. With a resounding crash, the very heavens trembled. The bagua disc collided with the array, sending a cascade of radiant fragments into the air. Cracks appeared across the protective formation, spreading like a spider's web before shattering like glass, disintegrating into countless shards that vanished into the atmosphere. Chapter 20. The Warriors of the Shang Dynasty charge forth. Strictly adhering to the five radiances principle, Jian and Juanzi gazed at the shattered formation, their eyes widened in disbelief. "How could this be possible?" Jian exclaimed. Juanzi, equally astonished, murmured, "Fushi is merely at the late stage of quasi-saint. How can he be so powerful?" A profound sense of crisis surged within them, and disregarding everything else, they swiftly raced towards Mount Shumi. They understood that if the enemy breached Mount Shumi, the Western sect would surely be doomed. Seeing the barrier shattered, Tongtian rejoiced, seizing the moment to shout, "For your holy mother, warriors of the Shang dynasty, charge forth. For your disciples of advance." Dxian, observing his master beside him, felt a sudden shift in his impression of the stern figure. Just as Tongtian and Appo's voice echoed, the disciples of the Fire Cloud Cave and the human race surged towards Mount Shumi like a tidal wave. The resounding cries of warriors, "Charge forth, execute the five radiances principle," filled the air. At that moment, Mount Shumi was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and oppression. The disciples of the Western sect hurriedly set up defenses halfway up the mountain, their faces marked with fear and confusion. In mere moments, the army reached the midsection of Mount Shumi, only to find their traps utterly ineffective, forcing the disciples of the Western sect to retreat to the summit for defense. Jian and Juanzi, witnessing the impending crisis at Mount Shumi, wore grave expressions. Jian furrowed his brow, worry flickering in his eyes, while Juanzi and Appo's face burned with fury, his teeth clenched. Transforming into two beams of light, they hastened towards Mount Shumi, urgency driving them. The Western sect was their life and Appo's work. If Mount Shumi fell, the foundation of the Western sect, built over thousands of years, would be obliterated, rendering them the laughingstock of the primordial world. Enwa pursued them from behind, her speed unwavering, yet she could not catch up, which only deepened her disdain for the two. Damn it, these two quasi-saints are swift runners but possess no other abilities. As Jian and Juanzi raced towards Mount Shumi, suddenly, Tongtian and Hutu appeared before them without warning, blocking their path. Tongtian and Hutu looked down upon Jian and Juanzi with an air of arrogance, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Upon seeing this, Juanzi's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding. "Tongtian, Hutu, this matter does not concern you. Do not meddle. Step aside quickly, or do not blame us for being merciless." His heart was laden with anger and anxiety at this critical juncture of life and death. He wished for no unforeseen complications. Tongtian, upon hearing this, laughed uproariously, his laughter rumbling like thunder, echoing across the heavens, filled with scorn. "Oh, do not forget the misdeeds you committed against my. Today you will witness the downfall of your Western sect. Ha ha ha." As the two sides stood at an impasse, the three factions of cultivators drew nearer to the disciples of the Western sect, the battle poised to erupt. The disciples of and the human race charged towards the defensive line of the Western sect like wolves, treasures flying and light flashing. The disciples of the Western sect fought desperately, the clash of treasures and the intertwining of spells illuminating the sky. However, just as all prepared for a brutal slaughter, an inexplicable force enveloped them, and everyone felt a dizzying spin. When they regained their senses, they found themselves back at the periphery of Mount Shumi. Bewildered, they exchanged glances, unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events. Tongtian, Hutu, Enwa, and the three sovereigns and five emperors, witnessing this scene, bore grim expressions yet concealed a sense of delight within. Jian and Juanzi's joy was palpable, as if they glimpsed a thread of hope. Junior brother, the master has arrived. Our Western sect is saved. We will not see our efforts go to waste. Junzi nodded, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from directly above Mount Shumi, forcing everyone to squint. A venerable elder with white hair and beard descended slowly, his figure seeming to merge with heaven and earth, radiating an air of supreme authority. High upon the 9 clouds, resting on the true Tao. This was none other than Hongjun Daozu, whose presence silenced the entire scene instantly. Upon seeing Hongjuan's arrival, Tongtian, Hutu, and Inhua promptly retreated to Dxian's side. Jiayin and Junzi, witnessing Hongjuan's complete manifestation, immediately flew to his side, their eyes filled with grievance. We beseech you, master, please take charge. That Inhua, the human race, and Huda have gone too far. They have insulted us so, showing utter disregard for you. Jiayin's voice carried a hint of a sob, portraying them as victims. Junzi nodded fervently beside him, his eyes brimming with supplication. At that moment, Laozi riding his green ox, and Yuanshi seated in a palanquin of 9 dragons, also approached to pay their respects to Hongjun. We salute you, master. Hongjun nodded, saying nothing further, and then turned his gaze to the assembly below. Master, please advocate for our Western sect, for your disciples. They seek to annihilate us. Disperse, all of you. A calamity is imminent. Do not further bring suffering upon the beings of the primordial realm. Hongjuan's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. At that moment, Inhua sought to interject, but was halted by Fushi. Fushi looked at Inhua, shaking his head, and conveyed silently, Sister, it is best not to step forward. After all, you are his disciple. Allow me to handle this. Fushi stepped forward, his demeanor respectful yet resolute. Daozu, this Xuanzi has insulted our Holy Mother, and when discovered, he unleashed a massacre in Chaoga City, intending to assassinate the human king. We have come to seek justice from the Western sect. Do you intend to shield your disciples? Fushi's heart brimmed with fury. The human race, long regarded as the weakest, was now being so brutally oppressed by the Western sect. They seized this opportunity to awaken the other races of the primordial realm. He clenched his fists, rage igniting in his eyes. And the human cultivators behind him felt his wrath, tightening their grips on their weapons, their gazes filled with hatred. Hongjun was immediately enraged, unleashing a holy might that bore down upon them like a mountain's weight. Among the gathered cultivators, except for a few with profound cultivation, the vast majority were overwhelmed, collapsing to their knees, pale-faced and drenched in cold sweat. Fushi, as the Daozu of the primordial realm, a teacher to you as well, do you question my authority? His eyes blazed with fury. As a being of the Tao, his supremacy was indisputable. Chapter 21. The way of heaven is impartial at this moment. Tongtian sensed that the situation was not favorable, so he stepped forward, maintaining a calm demeanor as he began to incite discord. Friend Fushi, your words are exaggerated. The way of heaven is impartial, and Hongjun, as the progenitor of the Tao, embodies the way of heaven. How could he harbor personal bias and shield his own disciples? Inwardly, Tongtian scoffed, knowing that Hongjun was caught in a dilemma. He spoke merely to provoke Hongjun into a response, while complicating the situation further. Hutu, understanding Tongtian's intent, stepped forward to lend support, asserting, Tongtian is correct. Friend Fushi, you are mistaken. Hongjun would not act in such a manner. If he were to protect his disciples, the beings of the Honghuang would surely rise in discontent. Hutu and Apos' words appeared to offer Hongjun an escape, yet they effectively pushed him into a more awkward position. She gazed at Hongjun with calm eyes, secretly reveling in his predicament. At that moment, Hongjun realized he was being roasted over the fire. If he mishandled this, his standing in the Honghuang would be jeopardized. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Fushi and declared, I would never shield my disciples. Speak, Fushi. What is your human race desire? Respected Tao ancestor, Fushi replied, these two have insulted the mother of humanity, attempted to assassinate the current king of humanity, and wounded the divine dragon of our race. They have fled in fear of their crimes and must be punished. However, as the heavenly saints are immortal, we must slay them 1,000 times to assuage the hatred in our hearts. Fushi's words were resolute, and the human cultivators behind him echoed, slay them 1,000 times. Slay them 1,000 times. Their eyes burned with the flames of vengeance, refusing to pardon the transgressions of the Western teachings. Each human was ablaze with fervor, eager to fight for the dignity of their race and for the mother. Hutu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic. Her complexion turned pale. Though immortal, being killed 1,000 times would inevitably cause her cultivation to plummet to the first realm of heavenly saints, potentially even losing her saintly status. Master, these ants are being unreasonable. They are forcing our hand. Please, punish them. Meanwhile, Hongjun found himself in a predicament. He needed to provide an explanation to the human race. Yet he could not allow Zhuanti to be killed so many times. Not to mention, with the impending calamity. The consumption of heavenly essence required for his resurrection 1,000 times would be overwhelming, slowing his progress in the Tao and risking the awakening of the earthly Tao. After some contemplation, Hongjun widened his eyes and glared at Fuxi. A saint must not be insulted. Fuxi, do not overstep. Propose another condition. Let the compensation be determined by Nuwa, the mother of humanity. In his heart, Hongjun calculated that Nuwa would be wary of him. Thus she would likely not make excessive demands. However, he miscalculated. At that moment, Nuwa had completely aligned herself with Tongtian and Amp, Oppos, as faction. Master, these shameless beings. If they cannot be slain, then let them compensate our human race with 20 supreme innate spiritual treasures and 50 high-quality innate spiritual treasures. Nuwa's eyes showed no sign of concession. Her fury towards the Western teachings had reached its zenith. Zhuanti and his companions were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Nuwa would not yield to Hongjun. Nuwa, do not be unreasonable. Zhuanti and Oppos' voice turned sharp with anger, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. He believed Nuwa's demands were utterly preposterous, given that their Western teachings were so impoverished that they could hardly muster any spiritual treasures. As this was proclaimed, the crowd seized their spiritual treasures once more, preparing to assault Mount Shumi again. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with an imminent battle looming. The eyes of the human soldiers sparkled with determination. They were ready to fight for their dignity. Their roars were deafening. For the human race, for the mother. Kill. 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 Tongtian continued to incite the flames of conflict, raising his arm and proclaiming, "Today shall mark the end of the Western teachings. Sons of the human race. Disciples of the teaching, kill." As Tongtian and Oppos' words fell, the crowd surged towards Mount Shumi once more. Humph! Hongjun and Oppos' cold snort reverberated like thunder, shaking the entirety of Honghuang. His voice carried an immense authority, rolling like thunder. "You dare to act so recklessly. Do you truly believe I do not exist?" His voice was almost tangible, manifesting as invisible shockwaves that swept over the crowd, causing ripples in space that strained under the pressure. In an instant, the skies above Mount Shumi shifted dramatically. Dark clouds surged like a furious tide. These clouds intertwined and roiled, emitting a low, menacing growl. The divine thunder of Jiejiao darted through the clouds like colossal purple lightning serpents, twisting and shimmering with crackling sounds. The lightning contained the power to annihilate worlds, seemingly poised to descend like a torrential downpour, obliterating all in its path. Nuwa, Tongtian, and Hutu, along with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, immediately approached the assembled cultivators, channeling their powers to erect a defensive barrier. As the Jiejiao lightning charged up, the tension escalated sharply. Suddenly, the first bolt of divine thunder cleaved the sky and struck towards the crowd. In that moment, the vicinity of Mount Shumi burst into blinding light, a resounding crash echoing as though the apocalypse had arrived. The Jiejiao lightning fell like rain, and despite the crowd's desperate resistance, many cultivators were injured under the onslaught. Tongtian observed the injured cultivators below, pondering silently. "TCH, this Jiejiao divine thunder is extraordinary. Hongjun has truly unleashed his wrath." Seeing this, Hongjuan's eyes flashed with anger as he slowly raised his right hand and gently waved it. This seemingly simple motion contained boundless power of the Tao. A massive palm print manifested out of thin air, bearing down with the force to topple mountains, aimed directly at Nuwa and the others. Wherever the palm passed, space shattered like glass, creating patches of dark void. The gusts of wind howled like the tempest of the end times, sucking everything nearby into its vortex. Nuwa and the others felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, as if an immense mountain were crushing their hearts. "Everyone, be careful," Nuwa shouted, and she, along with Tongtian and the others, hastily intensified their defenses, pooling all their powers together. However, the might of Hongjun and Oppos' palm was simply too great. With a resounding boom, the palm struck heavily against their defenses. Nuwa, Hutu, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors were violently thrown back, spitting blood, their bodies flying like meteors, shattering countless boulders along their path. Tongtian was also pushed back by this force, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground with each step, the earth trembling violently beneath him. His complexion turned pale, filled with shock and rage. This old fellow was indeed formidable. Just as Hongjun was about to strike again to completely subdue the crowd, Nuwa steadied herself, summoning all her strength to shout, Master, you are being unjust. Do you not fear losing the hearts of the people with such actions? Honghuang paused, momentarily taken aback, and withdrew his divine power. Your demands are excessive. Propose another. Niwa took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of pain within her body, and replied, Master, I possess no suitable treasures. How about I request a spiritual treasure from my fellow brothers and sisters instead? Chapter 22. Niwa secures the Honghuang seal. Honghuang seeks to suppress Tongtian after hearing the proposal. Honghuang fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across Niwa and the others before he spoke slowly. Agreed. I shall grant this request on behalf of Jian and Junti. Niwa, upon receiving Honghuang and Appos as consent, felt a surge of joy within her. She surveyed her surroundings, her eyes flitting over Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the others, finally resting on Laozi. Teacher, the Honghuang seal in my elder brother and Appos' possession is a treasured artifact of the human race. Thus, I wish to claim it. Upon uttering these words, Honghuang regarded the matter with indifference, viewing the Honghuang seal as inconsequential to himself. Parting with it would bear no significant loss. However, Laozi grew anxious. For the Honghuang seal symbolized the status of the human sect. Losing it would mean relinquishing control over humanity. His countenance darkened in an instant, rage simmering within. Niwa, you are taking advantage of my predicament. Laozi seethed internally. The Honghuang seal is a sacred treasure of the human race. Possessing the power to establish or dethrone the human emperor, it is vital to the fate of humanity. How could I part with it so easily? Yet, he could not display his distress openly and was compelled to step forward, his expression grim, attempting to persuade her. Junior sister Niwa. The Honghuang seal serves no other purpose than an offense. Its defensive capabilities are mediocre. Perhaps you should consider another choice. My elder brother would not refuse. Niwa sighed gently and shook her head slowly. Teacher, you have seen it yourself. My elder brother is unwilling to part with it. I merely wish to retrieve what rightfully belongs to the human race. After all, I am the holy mother of humanity. I have dedicated myself to imparting wisdom and guidance. Am I not deserving of wielding the Honghuang seal? Laozi clenched his fists, feeling his aura rise, standing in opposition to Niwa. Undeterred, she declared, Elder brother, as the holy mother, I am entitled to possess this artifact. If you refuse, then I shall eradicate the Western sect today. Her words were icy and resolute, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes. Jian and Junti, observing from the sidelines, felt a shiver of fear, well aware that Niwa could indeed follow through on her threat. Elder brother, please grant the Honghuang seal to Sister Niwa. After all, our teacher has already consented. Jian chimed in, urging support. Indeed, elder brother, we in the Western sect shall never forget your great kindness. Consider it a debt of gratitude. No, 2 debts. Upon hearing this, Laozi was rendered speechless, feeling immense frustration and secretly lamenting, I merely came to witness the spectacle. Who would have thought I would be embroiled in such a predicament? He turned to Honghuang, hoping for intervention, but found Honghuang with eyes closed, silent and detached. Laozi then looked at Yuan Shi, who remained expressionless, offering no response. He then turned to Tongtian, who mirrored the same indifference, showing no inclination to assist. With a resigned sigh, Laozi muttered, what a profound brotherly bond we share. Observing this, Niwa pressed on with an aggressive tone, Elder brother, quickly hand over the Honghuang seal to your junior sister. Our teacher has already agreed. Do you dare defy his command? With gritted teeth, Laozi felt as if his heart were being sliced, slowly producing the Honghuang seal and tossing it towards Niwa. Honghuang then opened his eyes, stating, since this matter is resolved, the grievances between humanity and the Western sect shall cease to exist. Let us all retreat. Upon receiving the Honghuang seal, Niwa joyfully commanded the human race and the Fire Cloud Palace to withdraw immediately. Following her orders, all human disciples retreated, and Tongtian waved his hand, signaling the disciples of the Jie sect to return to their respective sanctuaries. Just as Tongtian and the others prepared to depart, they were halted by Honghuang and Appos' voice. Tongtian, do you think you can instigate trouble and leave unscathed? And what would you have me do? Tongtian retorted defiantly. Junti, hearing Tongtian and Appos' tone, began to flatter him. Tongtian, you are bold indeed to speak so disrespectfully to the Dao ancestor. Tongtian immediately shot back. Humph. What are you? I am the spokesperson for the Dao of Escape. Standing equal with Honghuang, who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? With that, Tongtian swung a palm towards Junti, and the atmosphere grew intensely tense. Seeing this, Honghuang waved his hand lightly, and Tongtian and Appos' strike toward Junti vanished instantaneously. Tongtian, you are far too presumptuous. I am still present. We at least share a bond as teacher and disciple. Do you truly disregard my presence? Humph. Do you not feel ashamed? What bond do we share? When they forced me to sign the divine list, did you consider our master-disciple relationship? Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Hongjun and Appo's eyes. He remained motionless. Yet an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, sweeping towards Tongtian. Following this, Hongjun unleashed another palm strike, causing the surrounding space to shimmer with visible ripples. Tongtian and Appo's heart sank. He understood the might of Hongjun and dared not show any sign of negligence. In a flash, he evaded, yet a complex expression crossed his face. And anxiety regarding the situation began to rise within him. TCH, is the gap still too great? How infuriating. If I can survive this calamity, I must retreat into seclusion and break through. Otherwise, my disciples shall become mere prey. The beings of Honghuang watched Hongjun and Tongtian with trepidation. The scene resembled the calm before a storm, seemingly tranquil yet hiding turbulent undercurrents. Every inhabitant of Honghuang understood that the clash between these two formidable powers could potentially alter the fate of the entire realm. Tongtian shook his head toward Nuwa and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, signaling them not to intervene. He knew well that opposing both humanity and Hongjun would lead to utter destruction. At that moment, Tongtian stood shoulder to shoulder with Hutu, who bore a solemn expression. Her gaze toward Hongjun laced with caution. Suddenly, Tongtian and Appo's voice echoed through the heavens, filled with questioning and indignation. What is the meaning of this, thou ancestor? Your disciple knows no boundaries and provoked me first. I merely retaliated. Why then do you intervene? Hongjun and Appo's expression remained stern as he coldly retorted. My disciple is under my guidance. It is not your place to meddle. With each word, his sacred authority intensified, emanating an aura of absolute dominance. Asserting his role as the sovereign of this realm, beyond reproach. This overwhelming presence pressed down upon Tongtian and Hutu, rendering their breaths labored. After a moment, Hongjun released his aura, and Tongtian's brow furrowed. Feeling the weight of Hongjun's words and the ensuing pressure, his anger flared even more. Do you intend to cover the heavens with your hand? Tongtian exclaimed, inciting chaos, disrupting the peace of Honghuang, all to demonstrate the severity of his punishment. Chapter 23, Tongtian. Resign yourself to suppression and cease your struggles. Upon hearing Hongjun and Appo's intent to subdue Tongtian, Haotian, Yuanshe, and others rejoiced, exclaiming, Master is indeed wise. In an instant, a colossal hand descended upon Tongtian, casting a shadow over the world, with intricate patterns visible on its surface. Hutu immediately summoned the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Her reincarnation plate and seal radiating boundless energy. Tongtian, in turn, produced the Eastern Emperor Bell, channeling his magical power into it ceaselessly. The bell expanded instantaneously, hovering in midair. Its sound causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Boom. The giant hand collided with the defensive light barrier in the Eastern Emperor Bell, producing a deafening roar. The entire primordial land quaked violently, mountains crumbled, rivers changed course, as if doomsday had arrived. The immense shockwave generated a tempest of chaotic energy that swept outward. Everything in the storm and Appo's path was utterly annihilated. Hutu and Tongtian were forced to retreat under the overwhelming force. Hutu felt her blood surge within, spitting a mouthful of crimson. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, yet her gaze remained resolute, fixed firmly on Hongjun. Observing this, Tongtian unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending Hutu toward Nuwa. Tongtian then ascended into the air, reaching the same height as Hongjun. His robes fluttered in the wind, and an indomitable flame burned in his eyes. Hongjun, let us battle in the chaos. This primordial realm cannot withstand our clash. A flicker of disdain crossed Hongjun and Appo's eyes. You dare? You are merely a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, unworthy to contend with me. In response, Tongtian withdrew the Hunyuan sword, pouring his essence of law into it without reservation. Instantly, the sword's principles enveloped him, exuding a pure and potent force. Sword energy traversed 90,000 miles, a single strike chilling 19 states. Sword Tao, heaven and Appo's punishment. With his proclamation, billions of Hunyuan swords materialized behind him, each emanating sharp sword energy. With a wave of his hand, the multitude of swords shot through the sky like shooting stars towards Hongjun, the spectacle reminiscent of the Milky Way pouring down, a grand display of might. Each sword was imbued with the power to annihilate, cleaving through space with a piercing wail. Hongjun's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Let me witness your comprehension of the Sword Tao principles. He then executed a move akin to Tongtian and Appo's sword energy surged around him, distinct from Tongtian and Oppos, S. Each strand reflecting Hongjun and Amp, Oppos, S profound understanding of the sword Dao. The two torrents of sword energy collided mid-air, erupting into a dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire primordial realm. Powerful waves of energy radiated outward, cracking the sky like a spider and Amp, Oppos, S web, the fissures spreading as though to rend the heavens asunder. Hongjun staggered back a few steps under the force. Yuan Tianzuan, Hao Tian, and the others were astounded, unable to fathom that Tongtian could force Hongjun to retreat. Yuan Tianzuan pondered silently. When did Tongtian and Amp, Oppos, S strength become so formidable as to contend with the master? Hongjun steadied himself, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Well done, Tongtian. Your understanding of the sword Dao is impressive. However, my amusement has reached its end. With that, he summoned the creation jade plate, its runes shimmering with light, intertwining to form chains that surged towards Tongtian. Tongtian's expression turned grave as he grasped the Hunyuan sword, the Eastern Emperor bell floating beside him. Standing upon the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus, he channeled his magical power to its zenith, bracing for the assault of the creation jade plate. Upon seeing the annihilation Black Lotus, Hongjun felt perplexed. How did this treasure of Rahu end up in Tongtian's possession? Yet, he had no time to ponder further, focusing entirely on the assault against Tongtian. The creation jade plate descended like a hammer. Tongtian hurriedly defended himself, wielding the Hunyuan sword, sending waves of sword energy toward the plate. Simultaneously, the Eastern Emperor bell resonated with melodious chimes, transforming into invisible forces attempting to counter the jade plate's onslaught. The 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus radiated a dark light, forming a protective barrier around Tongtian. Nevertheless, Hongjuan's might proved overwhelmingly potent. Despite Tongtian's desperate resistance, he was grievously wounded within mere moments. Blood flowed from his lips, staining his garments crimson. His body swayed perilously, yet his gaze remained steadfast, locked onto Hongjun. Though your talent is commendable, your disposition is lacking. It is best you submit to my suppression. Hongjun and Oppos' voice remained cold, devoid of any compassion. Tongtian chuckled softly, producing the time tower, seeking to alter the tide of battle. Channeling his magical power, the principles of time radiated around him. Time rewinds. In an instant, Tongtian and Amp, Oppos' injuries healed beneath the influence of the temporal law. The other 6 saints gazed in disbelief, incredulity flooding their minds. None could fathom that Tongtian had grasped 2 supreme laws. Hongjun, observing this, scoffed. Realizing the necessity to eliminate Tongtian swiftly, such a prodigy was too formidable. With that, Hongjun renewed his assault on Tongtian. This time, his attack was more ferocious. The creation jade plate crashing down upon Tongtian. Despite his utmost defenses, Tongtian was obliterated, blood and flesh scattered in a harrowing spectacle. Jian and Junxing, witnessing this, secretly reveled in the scene. Tongtian, your day has come. Even if you have grasped 2 supreme laws, what does it matter? Yet, just as they believed Tongtian was vanquished, he appeared suddenly behind Hongjun, sword raised to strike. Hongjun was taken aback, astonished at Tongtian and Amp, Oppos' mastery of the temporal law. He vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Tongtian. Tongtian's heart raced, the spatial law. Thus, Tongtian suffered another grievous wound from Hongjun. Yet, he utilized the time law and Oppos' rewind to recover. This cycle repeated several times, depleting Tongtian and Oppos' temporal law resources while aggravating his injuries. Each wound inflicted immense agony, as though his body were being torn apart. Hutu and the others watched in horror, realizing the vast chasm between themselves and Hongjun. At this moment, Tongtian was but a shadow of his former self, his body swaying precariously, yet his gaze remained fiercely locked onto Hongjun. Tongtian, do you still not comprehend? The will of the heavenly Tao is inexorable. Surrender yourself to my suppression. Chapter 24. A plea for a glimmer of hope. Tongtian and Oppos' piercing gaze was fixed upon Hongjun, who loomed above as if he controlled all. His eyes were a tempest of fury and determination. The sword in his hand trembled not from fear, but from the weight of his grievous injuries, rendering him unable to steady it. Hongjun, I am a saint of the glimmer of hope, tasked with seizing a sliver of life for the myriad beings of the Honghuang realm. You speak of an unalterable fate, yet I refuse to believe it. His voice bore a hint of madness, and following his declaration, he tilted his head back and began to laugh maniacally. Hongjun remained as tranquil as a still lake, resembling an ancient iceberg, though a barely perceptible ripple stirred within his profound gaze. He did not respond to Tongtian's provocation, viewing him merely as a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Tongtian, incensed by this indifference, stomped his foot and propelled himself into the air. In mid-flight, he unleashed a roar that reverberated through the heavens. The glimmer of hope lies above. Since the inception of my sect, I have vowed to secure a sliver of life for all beings. Yet these so-called saints of the Tao have repeatedly humiliated me, seeking to extinguish my teachings. For their own dogmas, they disregard the lives of Honghuang's creatures. Today, I, Tongtian, beseech the glimmer of hope to intercede on my behalf. Upon hearing Tongtian's thunderous cry, Yuan Shi, Jian, Junti, and Haoyan were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. A mocking smile graced Yuan Shi's lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. Tongtian, cease your nonsensical prattle. Your sect gathers those unruly creatures, disrupting the order of Honghuang, and deserves annihilation. To invoke the glimmer of hope as an excuse is utterly ludicrous. Junti then interjected, ingratiatingly bowing to Hongjun. Master, Tongtian has lost his wits. That which has vanished is merely an ephemeral rule, yet he calls out in folly. Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, nodded slightly. Tongtian, do not cling to your delusions. It is not too late to turn back now. You hypocrites cannot comprehend the path of my teachings. My sect strives to seize a sliver of life for the benefit of all. What wrong have I committed? You instigate conflict over the matter of deification, plunging Honghuang into chaos. This is the true sin. As Hongjun prepared to suppress Tongtian, a radiant glow erupted behind him, a brilliant azure light shooting skyward. Within this luminescence, a massive blue eye gradually emerged, exuding an awe-inspiring power. The blue eye widened abruptly, unleashing an invisible force. Hongjuan's descending palm, poised to crush Tongtian, shattered like fragile bubbles before this overwhelming might, dispersing into countless motes of light. This unforeseen turn of events left Hongjun and the six saints flabbergasted. Their eyes wide with disbelief, their hearts tumultuous like crashing waves. Hongjun, typically composed, revealed a crack in his demeanor, astonishment flickering within. How can this be? Yuan Shi and Appo's countenance darkened ominously, jealousy and rage intertwining within him. How does Tongtian possess such fortune? It is intolerable. Jian glanced at Junti, transmitting his thoughts. Junior brother, how can this power be so formidable? It feels as though I am confronting the very Tao itself. I am at a loss as well, Junti replied. As the saints remained ensnared in their astonishment, the Tao suddenly trembled violently, as if stirred by an ancient beast. The entirety of the Honghuang realm quaked, mountains shattering and the earth fracturing. Hongjun, Laojun, Yuan Shi, Jian, Junti, and Hua, the six saints, plummeted from the skies, each experiencing an indescribable agony that forced them to writhe upon the ground, their former majesty obliterated, leaving only disgrace. Upon witnessing this scene, Tongtian exhaled a sigh of relief, though no hint of triumph graced his features. At that moment, Hongjun heard the voice of the Tao within his mind. Hongjun, swiftly find a way to appease Tongtian, lest the Tao demand your life. After a quarter of an hour, the six saints were tormented by unbearable pain. Tongtian, sensing the opportune moment and unwilling to watch Hua suffer further, prepared to voice his demands. Hongjun, if you are willing to forsake the deification, I shall agree to appease the glimmer of hope, allowing you to escape your suffering. Hongjun, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at Tongtian. Forsake the deification? Absolutely impossible. If this calamity does not occur, Honghuang will inevitably face an immeasurable catastrophe. You know well the horror of such a calamity. Tongtian and Appo's brow furrowed as he weighed the situation. He understood the terror of the impending calamity, but could not allow his teachings to be obliterated. After a moment, he looked at Hongjun and said, very well. If you vow to refrain from interfering in the deification, I shall appease the glimmer of hope. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hongjun and Appo's eyes. The matter of deification was crucial to his dominion over Honghuang, yet the current peril left him no choice. I accept. But your disciples must also refrain from involvement. Agreed, provided your disciples do not intervene. I too shall abstain. Hongjun, enduring his suffering, ascended into the air and proclaimed loudly. By the Tao above, I, Hongjun, swear that as long as the saints do not meddle in the deification, I shall also refrain. May the Tao bear witness. As soon as Hongjun and Appo's oath was uttered, the eye of the Tao slowly materialized. Agreed. Moments later, the eye vanished into the void. At that instant, the blue eye representing the glimmer of hope began to fade, and the saint's anguish dissipated. Upon landing, Hongjun glared at Tongtian with fury, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He aimed to strike down Tongtian immediately to vent his rage. Yet he understood that Tongtian was shielded by the merits of creation and the protection of the glimmer of hope. Any rash action could incite greater turmoil. Humph. Hongjun snorted coldly, flicking his sleeve in anger as he departed, his back appearing somewhat disheveled yet brimming with indignation. Jian, Yuan and the others followed suit, hastening after him towards the Jiejiao palace. Tongtian, now utterly exhausted, plummeted to the ground like a fallen star, crashing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust. After a brief moment, he rose slowly, bidding farewell to Inhua, Hutu, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors before soaring towards Jin and Appos, Ao Island. Hutu, her expression grave, surveyed the shattered landscape before turning to fly towards the underworld, while Inhua led the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors toward the Fire Cloud Cave. On Jiejiao Island, the disciples of the Jie sect had already sensed the disturbances in the Honghuang realm, each wearing a worried expression as they awaited Tongtian and Appos' return. When they spotted Tongtian and Appos' figure emerging on the horizon, they rushed to gather around him. Yunxiao, anxious, asked, "Master, are you unharmed?" Tongtian waved his hand, forcing a smile. "I am fine. A calamity is imminent. We must prepare thoroughly. You all should retreat to seclusion and cultivate diligently. Yes, we shall not disappoint Master's expectations." Within the Jiejiao palace, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Hongjun sat upon the throne, his face darkened to the point of dripping water, his eyes flickering with anger and resentment. Being coerced into an oath by Tongtian had left him feeling utterly humiliated. Yuan was the first to shatter the silence. "Master, Tongtian and Appos' actions cannot simply be overlooked. We must devise a means to advance the matter of the conferred deities." "Silence. Were it not for your interference, I would not have lost face. You should promptly return to your respective sanctuaries and strategize for the impending tribulations." Witnessing the lingering wrath of Hongjun, none dared to provoke his ire further, and thus each took their leave with solemn bows. In the underworld, Huda swiftly summoned the remaining formidable shaman of the witch clan, including Jiofeng and Xingtian. "You are all esteemed shamans of our clan, the backbone of the nether realm. Remember, should disciples of the Chan sect, Western teachings, or the human sect venture into our domain, they shall be immediately cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Those from the Jia sect must be detained for the time being. Do not be negligent." "Yes, Ancestor Hutu." Meanwhile, within the Fire Cloud Cave, Nuwa and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors pondered the trajectory of humanity and Appos' development in secrecy. Chapter 25. The human race should reign as the sovereigns of heaven. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and silence enveloped the assembly. Nuwa sat upon her mat, exuding an awe-inspiring authority. With a mere wave of her hand, a force rippled outward, instantly obscuring the heavenly secrets of the cave. The surrounding air seemed to solidify as the gazes of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with the esteemed leaders of the human race, converged upon Nuwa. "Let the Honghuang seal rest with me for now. Thus, it shall remain untainted by the covetous hands of thieves. Should you require it, you may retrieve it from me," she proposed. The assembly bowed in unison, expressing their trust in the Mother Goddess, affirming that all matters would be at her discretion. Emperor Xin, a paragon of integrity, safeguarded the foundation of our race. Under his governance, the Shang dynasty flourished, and now, in my capacity as the mother of humanity, I have augmented the fortune of the Shang for 800 years. The Mother Goddess is indeed wise. The Shang shall be the rightful heir. At that moment, the capital of the Shang, Chaogu, shimmered with golden light, accompanied by resounding dragon roars. This development intensified the challenges of the divine calamity, causing Hongjun, within the Jiejiao palace, to grow increasingly irate. He longed to extinguish the lives of Tongtian, Nuwa, and Hutu. Once arrangements were finalized, Nuwa surveyed the crowd and spoke gently. "What are your thoughts on the impending divine calamity? Do any of you possess insights?" No sooner had her words fallen than Chiyo's imposing form quaked with fury. With a forceful step forward, his powerful presence caused the air around him to tremble. "Humph! Those celestial beings have always regarded us as mere ants, seeking to force us into submission. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. If they dare approach, we shall vanquish them, regardless of their numbers. I, Chiyu, fear them not." His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, betraying the anger that coursed through him. The assembled leaders of humanity nodded in agreement, their eyes mirroring his resolute spirit. Chiyu speaks the truth. The human race has endured countless trials and tribulations, never once bowing to any. In this calamity, even if reduced to ashes, we must not forsake our dignity, the scholar ancestor concurred. The crowd erupted in a unified cry. We, the human race, would rather perish than live in disgrace. Their voices reverberated through the fire cloud cave, seemingly striving to pierce the heavens. Nuwa observed the fervent crowd, a look of satisfaction gracing her features as she nodded appreciatively. Turning to Fushi, she inquired, "Brother, what are your thoughts on the future of the human race?" "My dear sister, I perceive the celestial signs and discern the hearts of men. The human race is destined for great prosperity. Henceforth, we must align the hearts of humanity with the will of heaven. This shall be the righteous path for our future, Fuxi declared. His words left the assembly momentarily stunned. As the audacity of such a notion, humanity seizing control of the heavens, was unprecedented. However, as moments passed, a fervent light ignited in their eyes. What my elder brother proclaims is profoundly true. The human race has thrived thus far. Why should we remain subservient to celestial beings? If we can seize control of the heavens, our race shall undoubtedly flourish, exclaimed Hunyuan. Fuxi, upon hearing Xuanyuan's words, offered an awkward smile but remained silent, while Shennong placed a reassuring hand on Xuanyuan's shoulder. Third brother, should you launch an assault on the heavenly realm now, do you not realize that within moments, you could be reduced to ashes? Haoyan is a deity personally appointed by Hongjun. He would never allow such humiliation. Xuanyuan, finally grasping the implications, scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed, I was too impulsive just now. Laughter echoed among the crowd. Nuwa, witnessing the spirited assembly, raised her arm with conviction. As the mother of humanity, I shall prioritize the welfare of our kind. The human race must ascend as the sovereigns of the heavens, and I shall lend my utmost support. Her words resonated like a stabilizing force, solidifying the resolve within each heart present. At that moment, Shennong stepped forward, brow furrowed. But what of Tongtian? Should we not inform him? He is involved in the divine calamity and possesses great power. If we withhold this information, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. Fuxi pondered for a moment, then replied, there is no need to inform him. Even if he were to know, what then? The current emperor of humanity is his disciple. Would he dare to intervene? Moreover, this calamity, while a crisis, also presents an opportunity for the rise of our race. Nuwa nodded in agreement, adding, there is no necessity to inform Tongtian. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration. He schemes for his disciples, while I strategize for the human race. That is all. With that, Nuwa summoned the demon banishment banner, waving it gently as a surge of power emanated from it, causing the three demons of Xuanyuan and Appos, tomb to materialize instantaneously. Nuwa and Appos, as gaze pierced through them, you three have heard my words. Should you assist Emperor Xian in becoming the heavenly sovereign? I shall aid you in attaining the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, if you dare to disrupt the affairs of our race, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The three exchanged glances before kneeling in unison, pledging, by the goddess's command, we shall serve faithfully. Nuwa regarded them with a nod, then turned her gaze towards the assembly, her figure fading from sight. The three demons, having received their orders, transformed into three streaks of light, soaring towards the capital of Chaoge. Meanwhile, at Gold Turtle Island, all significant matters seemed to intertwine, surging forth in a tumultuous wave. Chapter 26, Truly My Precious One. Such high acumen. Tongtian sat quietly upon the mat in the Bo Palace, restoring his own principal power. Enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere where the only sound was his elongated and profound breaths. Suddenly, the serenity was shattered by hurried footsteps approaching from outside the palace. The figures of Huangxian and Jingguangshan appeared at the palace entrance, their eyes still shimmering with brilliance. Shui Huashidi hastened to inform the master of our return. The two senior brothers urged. Please wait a moment. Shui Huatonzi quickly entered the Bo Palace, exclaiming, Master, Huangxian and Jingguangshan have returned. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tongtian summoned an invisible force that instantly transported Huangxian, Jingguangshan, and the curious Yuan Hong standing nearby before him. Upon entering the Bo Palace, Yuan Hong felt like a naive child who had stumbled into a celestial realm. His eyes widened in awe, his face a canvas of wonder. As he gazed around the resplendent palace, taking in the intricately carved beams and the array of rare treasures that captivated his senses, it was only when Huangxian gently prodded him that he snapped back to reality, hastily bowing in reverence. I pay my respects to the Holy One, Tongtian. Tongtian narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yuan Hong. The latter felt as if Tongtian's penetrating gaze could pierce through his very soul, igniting a mix of tension and anticipation within him. You are destined to connect with my Jie sect. Do you wish to become my personal disciple? Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong's heart soared with joy, his voice trembling with excitement. I am willing, master. Please accept my bow. With that, he respectfully prostrated 3 times. The sound of his forehead striking the ground resonating throughout the palace, each thud echoing his fervent desire and reverence to become a disciple of Jie's sect. Seeing this, Tongtian nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing 2 treasures to materialize before Yuan Hong. This is the Jia Haizi Jin Liang, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. And this Huang Zhong Li is also bestowed upon you. Once you break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, you may go to Chaoga to assist your sister Wu Dang. Yuan Hong received the gifts with immense joy and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall not disgrace the mission. However, Yuan Hong hesitated and bowed once more. Master, I have 6 younger brothers in my shin. Might you allow them to join my Jie sect? Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression darkened slightly, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, sweeping through the entire Bo palace like a tempest. He felt displeased, reflecting that among the 7 monsters of Maishan, only Yuan Hong was free from murderous karma and possessed commendable roots, thus his desire to take him as a disciple. If they wish to join my Jie sect, they must first enter the cycle of reincarnation to purge their sins. Yuan Hong felt a tinge of disappointment but understood Tongtian's stance. He bowed and said, Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall proceed with my cultivation. Go, Tongtian responded. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted throughout the Bo palace, akin to a golden sun rising within, dazzling and resplendent. The radiance touched everything, casting a divine glow upon the palace. The disciples of Jie sect, who had been engrossed in their own practices, were drawn to the sudden brilliance and turned their gazes toward Bo palace, their faces adorned with expressions of surprise, believing their master had once again achieved a breakthrough. Soon, they rushed toward the palace, their footsteps echoing like thunder within. Upon witnessing this golden light, Tongtian's previously stern face softened into a smile of contentment. Hunyuan, filled with curiosity, turned to Tongtian and inquired, Master, what is happening? Why has this golden light suddenly appeared? Tongtian remained silent, his gaze drifting beyond the crowd toward the depths of the Bo palace. In the heart of the radiant glow, Duo Bao emerged, enveloped in golden light, his hands pressed together in reverence. With each step he took, it seemed as if golden lotuses blossomed beneath his feet, and the Buddhist light surrounding him rippled like gentle waves, sacred and solemn. Duo Bao approached Tongtian and respectfully bowed. Disciple pays respects to the master, fulfilling your expectations. I have succeeded. Tongtian regarded Duo Bao with evident pride, secretly astonished by his acumen. He had not anticipated that Duo Bao would grasp the essence of Buddhist teachings in such a short span, foreseeing that this child would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Master, should I now establish Buddhism? Duo Bao asked, gazing up at Tongtian. Tongtian shook his head gently. Not yet, not yet. Since we aim to suppress the Western teachings, we shall ensure they can never rise again. Duo Bao, hands pressed together, gazed at Tongtian with admiration. I shall heed your command, master. At that moment, the disciples of Jie sect arrived, their eyes filled with awe and envy as they beheld Duo Bao, radiant with Buddhist light. Zhao Gongming could not contain himself and stepped forward, asking, Brother Duo Bao, have you attained sainthood? Duo Bao was about to respond with a smile when suddenly, a figure in the crowd caught Tongtian and Apos' attention. He noticed Chang and Apos, Guangxian, appearing flustered, stealthily making his way toward the palace exit, his eyes darting as if evading something. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Tongtian's eyes as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Chang Guangxian. In an instant, a formidable force descended, pinning Chang and Apos, Guangxian to the ground as if a mountain had fallen upon him, rendering him immobile. The other disciples were taken aback, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Chang Guangxian lay on the ground in shock, never expecting that even while cloaked by the techniques taught by the Pure Land, he would still be discovered by Tongtian. His face was pale with terror as he hastily pleaded, Master, spare me. I merely wish to step outside for some fresh air. I truly do not know what wrong I have committed. Please, Master, see the truth. Tongtian let out a cold snort and with a wave of his hand, Chang Guangxian was lifted off the ground and brought before him. Tongtian glared at him with fury, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Chang, you serve as one of the 7 celestial attendants. I believed I treated you fairly. Now, explain why you have betrayed me. Upon hearing this, the disciples were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They could not fathom that Chang Guangxian would betray Jie sect. After all, he was one of the 7 celestial attendants, who had always enjoyed Tongtian and Apos as trust, and Tongtian had even bestowed upon him the 6th soul banner, a treasure of the heavenly Tao. This was simply inconceivable. Chang and Apos, Guangxian and Apos' face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He was in a state of extreme panic, desperately concocting excuses, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Master, spare me. I would never dare betray you, nor Jie sect. I may lack merit, but I have endured hardships. Please see the truth and do not heed the slanderous words of others. Tongtian's anger surged upon hearing his words, his holy might radiating fiercely. causing the surrounding disciples to tremble involuntarily in fear. They had never witnessed such wrath from Tongtian, and all were too frightened to utter a sound. Without further ado, Tongtian reached out and retrieved a Bodhi seed from Conferred Jinxian's robes. Holding the Bodhi seed up before Conferred Jinxian, Tongtian bellowed, "What do you have to say about this?" Upon seeing the Bodhi seed, Chang and Amp, Appos, her Jinxian and Amp, Appos, last shred of hope was extinguished. His face turned a ghastly gray as he realized he could no longer conceal the truth, murmuring, "How did you find out?" The surrounding disciples grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces flushed with righteous indignation as they cried out, "Traitor! How dare you betray Jie's sect? This is unforgivable!" They immediately demanded the execution of Conferred Jinxian, while Duobao's expression darkened, embodying a stark contrast to his earlier compassion. The disciples of the pressed forward relentlessly towards the long-eared Honghuang immortal, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, eager to slay him without delay. "Enough. Stand aside. I shall handle this personally." Upon witnessing the scene, Tongtian waved his hand, and the disciples have retreated. "I have warned you before. It is truly disappointing to find you still daring to convey messages to the Western Church." Tongtian sighed, looking upwards. "Nevertheless, we share the bonds of master and disciple. Do you wish to survive?" Upon hearing this, the long-eared Honghuang immortal felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head until his forehead bled upon the ground. "I implore you, master, spare my life. I am willing to do anything." Tongtian regarded the long-eared Honghuang immortal with a sinister smile, devoid of warmth, filled instead with cunning calculation, sending chills down the spine of the long-eared Honghuang immortal. "I require your assistance in helping Duobao attain sanctity." Chapter 27, Bao and Appos. "You should depart as Tongtian and Appos." Words echoed throughout the Bo palace. A wave of shock swept over the disciples their faces a canvas of disbelief as whispers filled the air. Duobao stood at the forefront, bewildered, his mind a tumult of confusion. His teacher must be jesting. This man was merely a traitor. How could he possibly aid a disciple in attaining sainthood? Bao and Amp, Appos, this is inconsequential. To exchange his worthless life for your ascension is entirely permissible. Merely observe, and do not concern yourself with anything else. These words shattered his hope for survival. At that moment, the long-eared Honghuang immortal had already collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down like rain. After a brief pause, he summoned the courage to bow repeatedly, his voice laced with sorrow. "I am grateful for teacher's mercy, but I truly do not know how to assist senior brother Duobao in attaining sainthood." He was gripped by an overwhelming terror, fearing that Tongtian might change his mind and take his life. Tongtian and Appos' expression was one of delight, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he transmitted a message to the long-eared Honghuang immortal, the content of which was unknown to the other disciples. Upon hearing it, the immortal looked as though struck by lightning, collapsing once more onto the ground. With a wave of his hand, Tongtian drew him into the Eastern Emperor belt. "Enough. Leave Duobao behind. The rest of you may retreat to your cultivation. Do not slacken." Tongtian and Amp, Appos' authoritative voice resonated through the palace. Although the disciples were filled with doubt, they dared not defy him, bowing and retreating, casting worried glances back at Duobao and Tongtian. At this moment, the Bo palace was left with only Tongtian and Duobao, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Tongtian gazed at Duobao, a flicker of reluctance flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. "Baoer, for your ascension and the downfall of the Western Church, I must impose upon you." With that, Tongtian struck with his palm, seemingly casual yet imbued with 50% of his power. Duobao had no time to evade, feeling an overwhelming force surge towards him. As though he were a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward, blood spurting from his mouth. He crashed heavily to the ground, disbelief reflected in his eyes. "Teacher, you." Tongtian, however, glared with fury, resentment etched across his face. "Unworthy disciple, as my foremost disciple it is one thing to learn his teachings. But how dare you plead for a traitor? Get out, leave the..." His voice thundered. "From this day forth, should you dare to step foot in the again, do not blame me for casting you into the abyss." Duobao was momentarily stunned, but clarity returned to his eyes as he beheld Tongtian and Amp, Appos' wrathful visage. Slowly, he knelt, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Teacher, I am wronged. Please do not expel me from the..." The disciples who had just exited the palace were struck with alarm upon hearing Tongtian's roar, turning back to the Bo palace. As they entered, they beheld Duobao kneeling and Tongtian seething with anger. Just as they were about to intercede, Tongtian struck Duobao once more, this blow more powerful than the last, causing the entire Bo palace to tremble. Under the might of this force, Daluo vanished from the palace. With another wave of his hand, a gentle yet irresistible power expelled the disciples from the palace, the doors slamming shut, sealing their voices outside. Daluo was thrust to the vicinity of the Buzhou mountain ruins. Rolling several times on the ground before slowly rising, his body ached fiercely, his spiritual energy swirling chaotically within as he surveyed the familiar yet strange surroundings. His heart a void of confusion. Meanwhile, the long-eared Dingguang immortal, under Tongtian's coercion, embellished the scene before Zhuan-Ti. Upon witnessing this, Zhuan-Ti conveyed the news to Jiejiao. Brother, Daluo has mastered the Western Church and immortals' teachings and has been expelled by Tongtian. Our opportunity has arrived. With that, Zhuan-Ti prepared to visit Daluo. But Jiejiao held out a hand to stop him, his brow furrowed with caution. Brother, hold on, let us wait a few days to observe. What if this is a ruse? He contemplated silently, fearing that Tongtian's actions were too sudden, possibly hiding a deeper scheme. Brother, you are being overly cautious. There's no way this is a deception. Daluo's cultivation bears resemblance to our Western churches, and he is fated to join us. You know this well. Furthermore, the long-eared Dingguang immortal is one of ours. He would never betray the Western Church. Zhuan-Ti had long coveted Daluo, recognizing his extraordinary potential. His recruitment would greatly benefit the Western Church. What if this is a ploy orchestrated by Tongtian and Daluo? Jiejiao's eyes reflected concern. The Western Church had endured many tribulations and could not afford to fall into peril due to impulsiveness. Zhuan-Ti waved dismissively, brimming with confidence. Brother, rest assured. Who would tolerate their direct disciple studying another immortals' teachings? This is certainly not a ruse. Leave everything to me. Jiejiao hesitated momentarily but ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Let us wait 3 days for you to proceed, as the Western Church cannot withstand further calamity. Zhuan-Ti nodded, a hint of regret in his eyes. All right. I shall heed your counsel. 3 days later, Zhuan-Ti descended before Daluo, a smile gracing his lips, exuding kindness, yet urgency flickered in his gaze. I perceive a connection between you and our Western Church. Would you consider joining us? Upon seeing Zhuan-Ti, Daluo's expression darkened. I am the foremost disciple of the. I have no ties with the Western Church of Saints. Do you take me for a long-eared Dingguang immortal? Zhuan-Ti felt a surge of joy upon hearing Daluo and immortals' words, confirming his expulsion from the sect. With a swift change of tactics, he stoked the flames of persuasion. Young friend, Tongtian disregards the bond between master and disciple. Why toil for him? Rather, join our Western Church, and you shall become its future leader. Daluo scoffed, disdain etched across his face. Your Western Church lacks people and treasures. It is utterly destitute. I shall not join. This statement struck a painful chord with Zhuan-Ti, for the Western Church was indeed impoverished. Its resources starkly contrasting the prosperity of the. Zhuan-Ti's face flushed with embarrassment, though he quickly regained his composure, promising a brighter future. The Dao ancestor has assured us that the Western Church shall flourish. I can guarantee you a position as the future leader. With your talents, attaining sainthood is not beyond reach. Daluo feigned contemplation. When could I become the leader of the Western Church? Are you attempting to deceive me? Zhuan-Ti, elated by Daluo and immortals' interest, proclaimed, once the calamity of the sealing gods concludes, you shall be the leader of the Western Church. When the Western Church thrives, it will be your moment to attain sainthood. Daluo sighed deeply, nodding in agreement as he followed Zhuan-Ti towards the Western Church. Meanwhile, within the Buzhou Palace, Tongtian sat alone upon a mat, a shadow of sorrow in his gaze as he observed Daluo being received into the Western Church, a weighty stone plummeting within his heart. Very well, let us commence the next phase. Chapter 28, The River of the Underworld. Do you aspire to become a saint? Tongtian sat upon the meditation cushion in the Azure Palace, gazing towards the Western teachings, a flicker of joy dancing in his eyes. It was time to commence. With that thought, Tongtian swiftly shifted his form, racing towards the abyssal blood sea. Deep within the abyssal blood sea, the river of the underworld was in quiet contemplation. His formidable divine sense instantly detecting Tongtian's presence. It was a pressure so overwhelming that it made his heart tremble. He dared not delay, emerging from the blood sea, garbed in a long crimson robe that seemed to pulse with a faint flow of sanguine energy. May I inquire what brings the saint to this desolate place? Is there a matter you wish to discuss? The river of the underworld bowed respectfully, yet his mind was filled with apprehension. Not wishing to be unwittingly entangled in any turmoil, Tongtian's expression was stern, his gaze piercing like lightning as he directed a straightforward question at the river of the underworld. Do you wish to become a saint? Are you aware of the divine punishment cataclysm? Upon hearing this, the river of the underworld felt a chill run through him. This was a calamity that would sweep across the primordial realms, claiming countless lives. I am indeed aware. But I have always refrained from worldly matters and have not emerged from the blood sea. I beg for your understanding, O saint. He secretly rejoiced, believing his words would extricate him from this predicament. Foolishness. You cultivate the path of slaughter, which embodies the essence of killing heaven, earth, and all living beings. Do you think that remaining in the abyssal blood sea will lead you to success in this path? Tongtian's voice echoed across the abyssal blood sea, each word striking the river of the underworld and Appo's heart like a hammer. As the river of the underworld absorbed these words, he awakened from his stupor. The phrases path of slaughter and killing heaven, earth, and all beings reverberating through his mind. A wave of shame and reluctance surged within him as he began to reflect on his years of practice. After about an hour, under Tongtian and Appo's unwavering gaze, the river of the underworld and Appo's aura began to rise dramatically. His blood energy surged, as if seeking to ignite the entire abyssal blood sea. His previously stagnant cultivation broke through like water breaching a dam, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Joy illuminated the river of the underworld and Appo's eyes as he respectfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, O saint. Your single word surpasses my arduous cultivation over countless years. Tongtian observed the river of the underworld with a slight nod. It seems you have comprehended the essence of slaughter. Are you willing to participate in the divine punishment cataclysm? Though the divine punishment cataclysm is fraught with peril, it also holds immense opportunities. I am indeed inclined to partake. This is your choice, but I advise you not to oppose me. You may try, but I can dry up the abyssal blood sea. Upon finishing, Tongtian's gaze sharpened like a sword, exuding a palpable intent to kill, as if he could slay the river of the underworld in an instant. Feeling the chilling intent, the river of the underworld broke into a cold sweat. I am well aware. Please rest assured, O saint. Tongtian's gaze softened once more. I shall bestow upon you another opportunity. In the cycle of reincarnation, there exists the path of Azura. You have the Azura race, and the earthly saints must number 6. Reflect on this. With that, Tongtian reached into the depths of the abyssal blood sea, his immense power probing like a dragon emerging from the ocean. The river of the underworld was taken aback. After countless years in the blood sea, he had never uncovered anything extraordinary. At that moment, a mosquito appeared in Tongtian's hand, radiating an ancient aura as if it were from the dawn of primordial times. With a mere gesture, the mosquito transformed into human form. Its face filled with terror as it quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Saint, spare me, I beseech you. The river of the underworld was astonished. He had never anticipated such a creature existing within the abyssal blood sea. Saint, who is this? Tongtian disregarded the river of the underworld's question, instead addressing the mosquito spirit. You, the blood-winged black mosquito of the primordial beasts, I require your assistance. Will you oblige? Upon hearing this, the mosquito spirit hesitated briefly but soon resolved. I shall comply. I do not dare refuse. It understood that despite its long existence, it had no grounds to refuse Tongtian. And perhaps by aligning itself with the saint, it could secure a sliver of hope. Tongtian nodded, then turned to the river of the underworld. I shall take this mosquito with me. Contemplate my words well. With those words, Tongtian vanished from the abyssal blood sea, leaving the river of the underworld alone. The river gazed in the direction Tongtian had departed, unable to calm the turmoil within him as he began to ponder the implications of the divine punishment cataclysm. Upon Tongtian's return to the Azure Palace, a voice reverberated through the primordial realms. I am Du Bao. And today, I withdraw from the Intercept teachings to join the Western sect as the chief disciple of the Saint of Primordial Purity. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the primordial realms. Du Bao held a high position within the Intercept teachings as the elder brother, and no one expected him to turn traitor. The disciples of the Intercept teachings were enraged upon hearing the news. At that moment, Zhao Gongming, in his cave dwellings, felt a surge of fury as he heard the proclamation, but soon he calmed himself. Impossible. My elder brother has long been devoted to our master. He would never betray him so easily. With that, he soared towards Mount Shumi. Tongtian, observing Zhao Gongming's departing figure, remarked, "This lad is rather impulsive. Where are the 6 immortals?" Tongtian's voice fell, and the likes of Hunyuan Immortal and others appeared before him in an instant. Gongming has gone to the Western sect. You shall support your junior. Disciples shall follow the decree. Immediately, the 6 immortals sped off in pursuit of Zhao Gongming, while Tongtian projected a clone, obscuring his form with concealment magic, and flew towards the Western sect with the blood-winged black mosquito. Zhao Gongming and Appo's speed was remarkable, akin to a shooting star racing towards Mount Shumi. Upon sensing Zhao Gongming's presence, Du Bao felt a wave of concern wash over him. Du Bao, an old friend has come to see you. Will you not go out and reminisce? Master, that is an exaggeration. The past is but a bygone tale. I have long forgotten. There are no old friends remaining. Yet you should at least meet. Perhaps he has something to discuss. Additionally, should he harbor ill will towards our Western sect, I ask that you protect us. The teacher's words were clear. He still harbored doubts about Du Bao and Apos' allegiance to the intercept teachings, while the saint of primordial purity, on the other hand, felt a protective instinct arise. Brother, you overstep. Du Bao is now a disciple of our Western sect. It is only natural that he cannot bring himself to harm his former comrades. Junior brother, you. Masters, please do not quarrel over your disciple. I have severed ties with the intercept teachings. How could I possibly protect them? I shall go now. Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded in satisfaction, while the saint of primordial purity appeared somewhat displeased. Du Bao, take this divine staff. Should you face adversity, it matters not. Thank you. Master Primordial Purity. At that moment, Zhao Gongming had arrived at the foot of Mount Shumi, calling out loudly, Du Bao, are you truly set on betraying the intercept teachings? Have you forgotten your master's teachings? Upon hearing this, Du Bao rose and walked towards Zhao Gongming. Chapter 29. Duo Bao. You have betrayed our sect, and I, Zhao Gongming, shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Duo Bao stepped slowly out of Shumi Mountain, each footfall seemingly laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. His gaze fell upon Zhao Gongming not far away, where a flicker of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. A blend of nostalgia for past camaraderie and helplessness in the current predicament. Zhao Gongming's eyes were fixated on Duo Bao, his fury palpable as if it could ignite the very air around them. His chest heaved violently as he roared, Duo Bao, are you truly allied with that Western sect? His voice thundered across the heavens, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and their leaves to rustle, as if quaking in response to the tense atmosphere. Duo Bao sighed softly, his eyes filled with bitterness. My friend, I have indeed joined the Western sect. You should return swiftly. His tone was calm yet concealed the tumult within. He understood that this decision had carved an insurmountable chasm between them, yet he still hoped Zhao Gongming would relent and avoid conflict. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. His eyes blazed with anger and hatred as he lashed his golden whip, which sliced through the air with a resonant buzz, reminiscent of an enraged beast's roar. Immediately, the 24C stabilizing pearls behind him erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the sky like a blazing sun. The pearls shot towards Duo Bao like meteors, each one resembling a miniature sun that tore through the air with a shrill whistle. Seeing this, Duo Bao furrowed his brow, a surge of alarm coursing through him. He moved swiftly, transforming into a shadow, evading the onslaught with remarkable speed. As he dodged, he marveled at his disciple and Apos' fervent desire to end his life. Pain reflected in his gaze as he regarded Zhao Gongming's furious countenance, filled with helplessness. Zhao Gongming showed no signs of relenting, resembling a frenzied lion as he charged at Duo Bao. The golden whip danced through the air with ferocity, each swing releasing a streak of sharp golden light aimed directly at Duo Bao and Apos' vital points. The whip cleaved the air with explosive crackles. In desperation, Duo Bao raised his enchanted staff to defend himself. The sound of metal clashing rang deafeningly, sparks erupting like fireworks between them, illuminating their faces. While fending off Zhao Gongming's assaults, Duo Bao called out, Gongming, we have been comrades for many years, bound by deep friendship. Why must we fight to the death? My alignment with the Western sect is merely a matter of fate. Zhao Gongming scoffed, his fury intensifying. You have betrayed our sect and allied with the Westerners. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks. His attacks grew fiercer, the sea-stabilizing pearls swirling in the air, forming intricate and formidable formations. Threads of light connected the pearls, creating a vast net of energy that enveloped Duo Bao from all directions. Yet, Duo Bao wielded his enchanted staff, summoning shields of light to barely withstand the onslaught. He did not unleash his full power, seeking to honor their past relationship. Each defense was measured, deflecting rather than retaliating. In the depths of Shumi Mountain, Jian and Junti concealed themselves, quietly observing the fierce battle. A faint smile graced Jian's face as he whispered, it seems Duo Bao is sincerely aligned with us. His handling of this former comrade does not disappoint. Junti nodded slightly, a subtle smile forming. Now you can trust him, brother. Their eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, anxiety dissipating as they confirmed Duo Bao's unwavering loyalty. Zhao Gongming, growing increasingly anxious from his inability to prevail, realized Duo Bao's current strength was formidable. Resolutely, he channeled his own power into the golden whip and the sea-stabilizing pearls, causing the whip to blaze even brighter and the pearls to spin faster. Duo Bao felt the intensity of Zhao Gongming's attack escalate, prompting him to wield his staff with greater urgency, thickening the light shields to withstand the torrential assault. The fierce battle raged on for nearly half an hour. Though Duo Bao appeared at ease, turmoil churned within him. Zhao Gongming, displaying bitterness, felt his strength waning. Each swing of the golden whip and command of the sea-stabilizing pearls drained him, akin to sand slipping through his fingers. He gritted his teeth, enduring fatigue as he propelled the pearls toward Duo Bao once more. However, this time his movements were noticeably sluggish, his attacks lacking their former power. Observing Zhao Gongming's labored efforts pained Duo Bao's heart. He gently shook his head, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes as his enchanted staff trembled in his grasp. He could not bear to strike Zhao Gongming with full force, yet he was uncertain how to conclude this conflict. Around them, the landscape lay in ruins. The ground was pockmarked with enormous craters, wisps of smoke rising from within. Trees were either snapped in half or uprooted, branches and leaves strewn across the ground. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the once bright expanse above. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming continued their fierce struggle, their forms flickering amidst the dust and light. Zhao Gongming's eyes burned with defiance, though his once keen gaze had dimmed. Yet he remained fixated on Duo Bao, unleashing the last vestiges of his strength through the golden whip. The sea-stabilizing pearls, under his command, launched one final assault. Though their brilliance had waned, their power remained formidable. Witnessing Zhao Gongming's all-or-nothing stance, Duo Bao sighed deeply. He raised his enchanted staff, bracing himself to meet Zhao Gongming's attack head-on. With a resounding crash, their powers collided once more, releasing a powerful wave of energy that reverberated across the battlefield. The immense force sent both Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming reeling backward. Duo Bao regained his balance midair and landed lightly, sustaining only minor injuries, while Zhao Gongming crashed heavily to the ground, the golden whip slipping from his grasp and the glow of the sea-stabilizing pearls dimming significantly. He lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, despair and bitterness etched across his visage. Jian and Juandi watched intently as Duo Bao approached Zhao Gongming step by step. Just as he was about to reach Zhao Gongming's side, a hammer crackling with lightning struck toward Duo Bao, sending him staggering back, blood spilling from his mouth. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Juandi's face lit with joy as he stood and proclaimed, "These six have a connection with our Western sect." Chapter 30, except for Zhao Gongming. All are destined to connect with my Western realm. The six immortals, including Cloudy Sky Immortal, Golden Light Immortal, and Spirit Tooth Immortal, advanced with heavy steps. Each visage bore a complex expression, their eyes reflecting both determination for this endeavor and subtle traces of barely perceptible unease. At a distance, Zhao Gongming caught sight of them, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding a confidence that bordered on arrogance. As his fellow disciples approached, he proclaimed, "This time, we shall surely bring back the traitor Du Bao." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding clouds to roil. Cloudy Sky Immortal furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. He was acutely aware of Du Bao's formidable prowess, yet with the arrow already on the string, he could only nod slightly. At that moment, Du Bao lay grievously wounded, having been struck by the primordial hammer. Clutching his chest, blood trickled from his lips, yet he stubbornly stood his ground. "You seven should hasten back. The sage of our Western teachings still remains. If you tarry longer, you may find no opportunity to leave." Zhao Gongming, however, scoffed, his face a mask of pride. "So what? They are merely defeated subordinates of our master. They are not worthy of our concern." Before he could finish, his magical energy surged, and he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Du Bao. The other six, witnessing this, unleashed their own divine powers, and in an instant, the atmosphere crackled with lethal intent. Just as the seven were about to reach Du Bao, an overwhelming force erupted, as if it could consume the very fabric of heaven and earth. The seven were instantly cast away like a lone boat amidst a tempest. The saints, Juandi and Jian, descended as if emerging from the depths of time itself. Their figures melded with the cosmos, each step causing Mount Shumi to tremble slightly. An aura of infinite majesty emanated from them, a palpable sanctity saturating the air, suffocating all present. Juandi appeared serene, yet his eyes glimmered with an unassailable authority. He surveyed the seven who had been flung away, a smile of satisfaction dawning upon him. "This is the tranquil domain of my Western teachings. Such unruliness is ill-advised." His seemingly mundane words resonated in the ears of the crowd, each syllable sending tremors through their minds. Feeling the weight of this sanctity, the seven sensed an impending crisis and immediately summoned their powers to resist. Zhao Gongming's heart raced. Before him loomed an insurmountable mountain. Their bodies trembled, their magical energies on the verge of collapse under the pressure of the holy might. Yet they had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. desperation flickering in their eyes. Junti regarded the 6 attendants, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. The 6 servants share a fate with my Western teachings. They shall join us. With a gentle wave of his hand, a mysterious, immense power surged forth, entwining the 6 like threads of fate. They felt their bodies becoming uncontrollable, as if their very souls were being drawn away, reverting to their original forms. Cloudy Sky Immortal's eyes widened in terror. He struggled in vain against the bonds of destiny that bound him tightly. Zhao Gongming, witnessing this, seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze. Junti, are you not afraid that my sect will seek retribution? 24 sea calming pearls shot forth from behind him, streaking through the air with dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a cacophony of winds. Yet Junti merely smiled faintly, dismissing the threat. He raised his hand and flicked his finger, uttering, a mere trifling skill. This seemingly casual gesture concealed profound intricacies, as a gentle radiance shot forth from his fingertip, enveloping the 24 pearls in its embrace. The brilliance of the sea calming pearls gradually dimmed, as though swallowed by darkness, until they were entirely absorbed by Junti. Seeing his treasured artifacts seized, Zhao Gongming felt a surge of fury and disbelief. Clutching his golden whip, madness ignited in his gaze as he charged recklessly towards Junti and Jian, forgetting all fear. Fueled solely by rage, Junti regarded the approaching Zhao Gongming with a slight frown, discontented by his recklessness. He raised his hand once more, calmly stating, "You are not destined for my Western realm." With a flick of his finger, Zhao Gongming felt an overwhelming force assail him. His body propelled back like a leaf caught in a tempest, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. Meanwhile, within Mount Shumi, tumult brewed beneath the surface, as if a surging whirlpool lay hidden beneath a tranquil lake. Tongtian released the blood-winged black mosquitoes, which swarmed like a dark cloud, converging towards the 12-petaled golden lotus. Each mosquito exuded a bloodthirsty aura, their wings buzzing ominously. It is time to approach the 8 treasure merit pool. At this moment, Dubo had arrived at the pool, exerting all his strength to assault the surrounding formation. His magical energy surged forth like a torrential river, manifesting as sharp blades striking at the array. Yet, the formation remained steadfast, as unyielding as an ancient mountain, enduring Dubao's onslaught without the slightest tremor. Dubao's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead, filled with anxiety. The solidity of the formation exceeded his expectations. If he could not breach it swiftly, he would surely face dire consequences upon Jian and Junti's return. Just then, Tongtian arrived, his presence like a beacon of hope for Dubao. Observing Dubao's fervent attacks on the formation, Tongtian shook his head and said, "My child, step aside. Allow your master to take over." Instantly, Dubao and Apos' anxiety was quelled. With a wave of his hand, a colossal force, reminiscent of the power to create worlds, surged forth. This energy struck the formation, which disintegrated like fragile foam, leaving no ripple in its wake. Dubao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld the spectacle, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Master, is this not your true form? Your power? This is merely a manifestation of my divine essence, possessing 80% of my strength. Now, quickly absorb all this merit." Dubao, not daring to hesitate, promptly seated himself cross-legged. The merit within the pool transformed into streams of golden light, converging into Dubao and Apos' body. He felt a warm, immense power coursing through him, his magical energy steadily rising, each pore of his skin seemingly rejoicing in the transformative energy. Meanwhile, the 12-petaled golden lotus was in peril under the onslaught of the blood-winged mosquitoes. Its once resplendent glow began to fade, akin to the setting sun, as it plummeted from the 12th to the 10th grade, visibly descending in rank. Outside Mount Shumi, Jian and Junti, poised to eliminate Zhao Gongming, suddenly sensed the turmoil within the mountain. Their expressions shifted dramatically, exchanging glances. They recognized the fury and urgency reflected in each other and Apos' eyes and promptly abandoned Zhao Gongming, transforming into streaks of light racing towards the merit lotus. Upon witnessing the lotus dwindle from 12 to 8 petals, their anger ignited. How dare these vile creatures threaten the foundation of our Western teachings? Jian grasped at the mosquitoes, capturing them in his hands, squeezing tightly as blood flowed profusely from his grasp. After the two individuals dealt with the blood-winged black mosquito, they realized that Daobao had vanished. "Damn it, where has Daobao gone? Calm down, brother. He might be healing somewhere. This is bad. We must head to the 8 treasure merit pool." However, at that moment, Daobao was on the brink of completing a significant task. Even if the two of them arrived, it would be a futile endeavor. Chapter 31, Long-Eared. Shake with all your might, shake those old relics to death. At this moment, after absorbing the merits from the 8 treasures pool, Dao Bao's momentum surged, and his cultivation directly reached the pinnacle of the sub-holy level. Jian and Zhuanti were instantly consumed by rage, their expressions dark and foreboding. Their formerly calm faces twisted into a near-snarling visage, their voices low and thunderous like rolling thunder. Junior brother, look at the reckless disciple you and Oppos. V taken. All the merits we gathered over time are now lost. What shall we do about our merits? This traitorous wretch seeks to plunge our Western teachings into irretrievable ruin. I shall cast him into the 9 nether hell, to suffer endlessly in darkness and agony. Only then can my heart's hatred be resolved, and the fury of our Western teachings quelled. Tongtian regarded Dao Bao with satisfaction and nodded. Let it begin, Bayer. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Dao Bao felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of determination flashing within, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, he soared into the air, his formidable presence erupting like a cataclysmic storm, sweeping outward from his form with reckless abandon. Wherever he went, the space around him was compressed, emitting mournful cries, as howling winds and flying debris filled the air. Jian and Zhuanti, witnessing Dao Bao and Oppos' actions, ignited with fury, akin to a powder keg set ablaze, exploding in an instant. Zhuanti waved his hands, and the 7 treasures mysterious tree appeared in his grasp. At the same time, Jian summoned 6 pure bamboos. The 2 transformed into streaks of light, moving with blinding speed. Arriving before Dao Bao in the blink of an eye, their combined force akin to Mount Tai pressing down, intent on annihilating Dao Bao, shattering his very soul, ensuring he would never transcend again. Yet, Tongtian stood below, hands clasped behind his back, remaining unmoved. Just as Jian and Zhuanti were about to strike Dao Bao, they suddenly felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their hearts jolted. Their very souls seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand emerging from the depths of primordial chaos. A boundless power surged into their consciousness, mercilessly eroding their cultivation, rendering them utterly defenseless. Their faces turned ashen, veins bulging on their foreheads, beads of sweat cascading down, their eyes filled with terror. Thus, they remained suspended in midair for what felt like 5 breaths, before, like marionettes with severed strings, they plummeted downwards. As they fell, their cultivation plummeted like a deluge breaching a dam. The radiance that once belonged to saints gradually dimmed, until they ultimately fell from their saintly positions, their once lofty authority shattering like fragile bubbles. Simultaneously, the merit golden lotus within Mount Shumi began to tremble violently, its petals falling one after another. Within the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign abruptly opened his eyes, their brilliance flickering, but in the next moment, he spat a mouthful of blood. A sight most jarring. The celestial clouds above him shifted erratically, resembling a tempest brewing, dark clouds gathering, thunder rumbling ominously. The primordial heavenly sovereign felt a searing pain rise from the depths of his soul, winding up like a venomous serpent, viciously biting at his spirit. His cultivation uncontrollably plummeted from the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly Tao Saint to the 4th. His heart was a tempest of shock and fury, akin to a calm lake disturbed by a massive boulder, sending ripples of turmoil. Cursed Tongtian, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Within the purple cloud palace, Honghuang's previously serene expression turned a deep shade of iron, his eyes ablaze with wrath, causing the entire palace to tremble under his imposing presence. Cursed wretch, this is dire. Jiejiao is in peril. With that, Honghuang immediately cast a spell, sending a surge of heavenly Tao power to protect Jiejiao's life. Meanwhile, in the Bo Palace, Tongtian's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on the long-eared celestial of steadfast light. The long-eared celestial was now filled with dread, trembling uncontrollably, tears flowing like a relentless river, muttering to himself, I didn't and Oppos. T want this, I didn't and Oppos. T want this. He clutched the 6 souls banner tightly, which trembled in response to his shaking. The banner bore the names of the primordial heavenly sovereign, Jian, Zhuanti, Honghuang, Guangchengzi, and Jiejiao. Suddenly, the 6 souls banner ignited as though set ablaze by hellfire, erupting into flames of an eerie black hue, consuming the surrounding air and emitting a nauseating stench. The long-eared celestial was soon enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, thick and tangible, swirling around him, an extreme manifestation of karmic retribution, a testament to his sacrilege against the saints. Tongtian, witnessing this, felt a flicker of disdain in his eyes. With a powerful kick, He propelled the long-eared celestial out of the Bo palace, leaving behind a trail of darkness in the air. Suddenly, the skies shifted ominously, dark clouds gathering like a tidal wave, blocking out the sun. Bolts of purple lightning roared from the clouds, imbued with boundless majesty and fury, striking down upon the long-eared celestial. In an instant, the long-eared celestial was struck by the divine thunder, his body obliterated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Yet, this was not the end. 9 more bolts of purple lightning descended like ferocious serpents towards the Bo palace, delivering a stern warning to Tongtian. Unfazed, Tongtian looked up at the divine thunder with disdain. Humph, the same old tricks. Outside Mount Shumi, Jane and Zhuanti lay upon the ground, gazing at their fallen cultivation. Waves of deep sorrow washing over them, a pain that penetrated to their very bones. Their eyes brimmed with despair and unwillingness. The cultivation they had borrowed from the heavenly Tao was now lost before they could repay it. Dao Bao, suspended in the air, observed the scene and inhaled deeply. Preparing to vow, Heavenly Tao above, today I shall establish a teaching named Buddhism, to universally save all beings, transcending boundaries, harboring compassion, and rescuing the world as populous as my doctrine. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Upon hearing this, Hongjun in the purple cloud palace erupted in rage, his countenance darkening further, as if night had fallen. Cursed wretch, the establishment of Buddhism should not occur at this moment. This Dao Bao dares to defy destiny, disrupting the order of the primordial world. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as dark clouds enveloped Dao Bao. Bolts of the supreme heavenly thunder began to form within the clouds, each embodying devastating power capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The first bolt of thunder crashed down like a massive, burning star, striking fiercely at Dao Bao. The force was cataclysmic, shaking the very world beneath it. Dao Bao felt as though an immense mountain pressed upon him, nearly suffocating him. He quickly summoned all his magical power, striving to withstand this terrifying divine thunder. However, the might of the supreme heavenly thunder far exceeded his expectations. Even the first strike threatened to overwhelm him. His complexion turned as pale as paper, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his body trembling violently in midair, reminiscent of a leaf swaying in a storm. Seeing this, Tongtian furrowed his brow and unhesitatingly summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Eastern Emperor Bell expanded, resembling a colossal mountain blocking out the sky, hovering above Dao Bao. The supreme heavenly thunder crashed against the Eastern Emperor Bell, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the realm. Under the bell and Apos' protection, Dao Bao gained a moment and Apos' respite. Yet he knew this was but a temporary reprieve. Indeed, the second divine thunderbolt descended in swift succession, its form more robust and its power even more formidable than the previous one, striking fiercely at the Eastern Emperor Bell. Under the immense impact, the bell flickered with erratic brilliance and emitted a series of mournful wails. Ultimately, it could not withstand such terrifying force and was instantly sent flying. At this moment, the avatar of Tongtian, no longer hesitating, acted decisively. In a flash, he appeared before Dao Bao, his magical essence surging tumultuously, forming a powerful shield in an attempt to withstand the remaining divine thunderbolts. The thunderbolts relentlessly pounded against Tongtian, each collision resonating with a deafening roar. His body quaked under the tremendous onslaught, as he felt his very soul being assailed by this overwhelming power. Indeed, the divine thunder was extraordinary. However, with the successive assaults, Tongtian's magical energy began to falter. The remaining 8 divine thunderbolts struck one after another upon him, each accompanied by a resounding explosion and a blinding radiance that was nearly impossible to behold. The light erupted as if the sun had exploded, illuminating the entire firmament and enveloping the primordial world in a blanket of brilliance. Amidst the ceaseless light and thunder, Tongtian and Apos' avatar was ultimately dispersed, transforming into myriad glimmers that vanished into the ether. Observing this scene, Zhao Gongming and Apos' eyes instantly brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow and rage. His heart felt as though it were being mercilessly twisted by a knife, a torment that rendered him nearly breathless. Master, the sight of Tongtian being scattered brought a flicker of solace to Jane and Zhuanti. Humph, Tongtian, you two have met your match. Zhuanti's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction, though it was tinged with melancholy regarding his own fate. Dao Bao, witnessing Tongtian's grievous plight on his behalf, wept bitterly. He gradually descended to the ground, approaching Jian and Zhuanti. Upon seeing Dao Bao approach, Zhuanti and Apos' eyes flashed with hatred. Dao Bao, you treacherous traitor, what do you intend to do? Dao Bao paid no heed to Zhuanti and Apos' outcry, instead releasing the 6 immortals and the Dinghai Pearl, delivering them to Zhao Gongming. Junior brother, hasten and take them away. With that, Dao Bao soared toward the summit of Mount Xumi, a departure that could very well signify an eternal farewell. Chapter 32. A glimmer of hope above. Today I, Duo Bao, establish Buddhism. A tremor coursed through Tongtian as he instantly comprehended that his avatar had been obliterated by the divine thunder of the Dushengong. With a furrowed brow, he swiftly conjured 2 more avatars to remain on Jian and Apos' Island. His true form, like a fierce bolt of lightning, cleaved through the heavens, soaring directly towards Mount Xumi. Upon reaching the skies above Mount Xumi, Duo Bao was flooded with myriad thoughts. He clasped his hands together and vowed once more, a glimmer of hope above. I, Duo Bao Taoist, today transform the barbaric into the Buddha, establishing a new doctrine named Buddhism, aiming to deliver all sentient beings, embracing all without discrimination, with compassion at its core, to rescue the suffering of the world as its tenet. May this glimmer of hope bear witness. Far away in the Zhijiao Palace, Honghuang and Apos' fury escalated to an unbearable extent. He moved, manifesting his formidable presence above Mount Xumi, casting a shadow over the sky. With a sweeping gesture, he directed a colossal palm towards Duo Bao, tearing through space with a thunderous roar. On his way, Tongtian sensed the situation on Duo Bao's side through the glimmer of hope. Witnessing Honghuang and Apos' assault on Duo Bao ignited a fierce blaze of anger within him. Without hesitation, he revealed his own divine presence, confronting Honghuang from afar. With eyes wide open in fury, he declared, Buddhism shall be established. Upon uttering these words, Duo Bao radiated brilliant light, his Taoist robe gradually transforming into a pure monk's cassock. Simultaneously, the heavenly merit cascaded down like a golden waterfall, enveloping Duo Bao and forming an indomitable shield. Hongzhuan's massive hand struck the shield with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves that dispersed the clouds surrounding Mount Xumi. Hongzhuan fixated on Tongtian, his eyes gleaming with complex emotions, anger, disdain, and a deep-seated apprehension. Tongtian, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are disrupting the celestial order. Hongzhuan and Apos' voice boomed like thunder, resonating through heaven and earth. Humph, Hongzhuan, what you uphold is merely your own selfish desire. Duo Bao's actions are to rescue the beings of the wilderness. What wrong is there in that? I shall support this glimmer of hope. Hongzhuan, consumed by rage, laughed derisively. Ah, a savior of sentient beings. Do you realize the upheaval this will cause? The balance of this primordial world will be shattered, plunging it into chaos. Absurd. Compassionate hearts, rescuing beings will lead to turmoil, yet you believe my teachings will not? Do you truly consider the beings of the wilderness to be fools? Seeing he could not sway Tongtian, Hongzhuan raised his hand to attack, but moments later, his colossal hand paused mid-air, and his divine manifestation dissipated, as did Tongtian's. In that instant, as their manifestations vanished, Duo Bao, nourished by the heavenly merit, ascended in cultivation until he reached the late stages of the sage realm. The confrontation between Tongtian and Hongzhuan, alongside Duo Bao and Apos' new sect establishment, swiftly spread throughout the wilderness, igniting concern among powerful beings regarding the trajectory of the celestial order. Upon landing, Duo Bao immediately flew toward Tongtian, his eyes brimming with reverence and gratitude. Kneeling before him, tears welling in his eyes, he expressed, "Thank you, Master. Were it not for you, I would have likely perished today." Tongtian gazed at the kneeling Duo Bao with a heart full of pride. Smiling, he helped him rise. "In the future, you too shall be a sect leader. There is no need for such formalities. Alas, the power of this glimmer of hope is still insufficient. The merits cannot elevate you to the sage realm." He felt a tinge of regret, having initially believed that Duo Bao and Apos' absorption of the merits from the Bao Bao merit pool and the heavenly merit would suffice to elevate him to supreme sage status, only to find it falling short. Duo Bao knelt once more, bowing deeply. "The kindness of my master is already more than enough. In the days to come, I shall forge my own path. I implore you not to endanger yourself further. Go, you have established Buddhism. You cannot be without your own sanctuary and disciples. With that, he led Duo Bao toward the islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. As they journeyed, Tongtian's mind raced with thoughts, continuously strategizing the path ahead. Upon reaching the 3 islands, he stored them in his sleeve and flew toward Jiejiao Island. Stopping 1,000 miles away from Jiejiao Island, he retrieved the 3 islands, wielding his sage power to meld them together with radiant light. As the energies of heaven and earth surged, Tongtian roared, casting the combined island into the sea. This shall be your sanctuary. Duo Bao gazed upon the magnificent sanctuary before him, overwhelmed with gratitude. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan, after calculations, discovered to his shock that Guang Chengzi had perished, struck down as if by lightning. Guang Chengzi was one of his most favored disciples, and his untimely demise was unbearable. Yuanshi Tianzuan let out a furious roar, filled with wrath and sorrow. His gaze turned icy as he sped toward Jiejiao Island, his aura intensifying along the way. Just as he exited Kunlun Mountain, Hongjun obstructed his path. Upon seeing him, Yuanshi immediately bowed. "Greetings, master. I beseech you to take action for my disciple." Guang Chengzi, endowed with profound fortune, was slain by Tongtian using the 6-soul banner. Hongjun sighed, shaking his head. "Not yet. You must arrange for the Fengshen calamity for now. Master, can we truly let this go? Guang Chengzi is the future leader of our sect. How can we allow him to die like this? I implore you to permit me to seek vengeance on Tongtian." Hongjun, already incensed, flared up again. "Foolish child, do you possess a means to contend with Tongtian right now? First, allow me to devise a plan against this glimmer of hope. Master, the Fengshen calamity is also dire. Currently, my disciples are no match for the Jiejiao. Please show me the way. Follow the plan. You may consult your elder brother, and with the assistance of Zhuinti, Jin, and the disciples of the Western sects, I shall return to Jiejiao Palace for now." Upon learning that Zhuinti and Jin were heading to Jiejiao Palace, and recalling Duobao's establishment of Buddhism, Yuanshi instantly grasped their situation. "Now you understand? You are no match for Tongtian at present. Focus on planning the Fengshen calamity. The trend of calamity is unalterable. Yes, disciples shall obey." Subsequently, Hongjun waved his hand, and countless powers of the heavenly way descended, reconstituting Guang Chengzi's body, restoring his consciousness. Upon seeing Yuanshi, Guang Chengzi immediately clung to his leg, weeping. On Jin and Apos, Ao Island, numerous disciples of Jiejiao surrounded Duo Bao. Observing this, Tongtian felt a ripple of emotions. "From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion. All matters of Jiejiao shall be entrusted to Yunxiao. Disciples with compassionate hearts may join Duo Bao and Apos, Buddhism." The immortal Hunyuan Daluo passed to accept Li Jing's 3rd son as a disciple, while the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit sought a fated individual in Yinshan to join Jiejiao. After Zhao Gongming and Bixiao arranged the affairs of the sect, they proceeded to Chaoga to accept 2 princes as disciples. With that, everyone bowed to Bo Palace, solemnly adhering to the Master and Apos' decree. Soon, the gates of Bo Palace closed tightly, and Tongtian sat at the center, whereupon 7 figures emerged from within him, soaring toward the palace and Apos' exit. Chapter 33, Fellow Taoist Tai. Neza and I share a fateful bond with the Jie sect. The 7 avatars of Tongtian, utilizing the art of concealment, veiled their forms and auras, dispersing in all directions. Among them, one avatar named Xiangwei was particularly noteworthy as he raced toward the bustling city of Chaoga. Xiangwei's gaze was profound and tranquil. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Chaoga, he fortuitously encountered the 3 demons of Hunyuan and Apos' tomb. Xiangwei and Apos' brow furrowed slightly, pondering to himself. It appears that fellow Taoist Nuwa has her own intentions. However, since our goals align, I shall lend her a hand. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and a radiant light surged from his fingertips, enveloping the 3 demons in an invisible veil, concealing their presence entirely. The fox demon, startled, exclaimed, "Who are you? Why meddle in our affairs? We sisters can manage without your interference." Xiangwei remained unfazed, casting a sweeping glance at the trio. "Do not speak recklessly. The war of the gods is a matter of great consequence. Do not forget the tasks entrusted to you by the goddess. Now, follow me into the city." Sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from Xiangwei, the 3 demons, though reluctant, dared not defy him and obediently followed him into Chaga. Within the city, the streets bustled with life. the sounds of vendors calling and laughter intertwining harmoniously. Yet, none perceived the hidden secret cloaked within this seemingly ordinary group as they made their way towards the palace of the human king. Upon reaching the palace gates, the guards stood vigilant as usual. Spotting Xiangwei and his companions, they promptly blocked their path, demanding, "Who dares to intrude upon the royal palace?" Their eyes gleamed with tension and vigilance as they brandished their spears. At that moment, when Zhang strode out from within the palace, adorned with a golden crown and possessing a gaze sharp as lightning, he seemed capable of piercing through all illusions, exuding an air of authority. He surveyed Xiangwei and his companions, his brow slightly furrowing as he silently pondered. These four individuals are extraordinary, particularly the young men at the forefront. Xiangwei, undeterred by Wen Zhong and Apos' imposing presence, calmly bowed and proclaimed, "I am an apprentice of the Tongtian sect, here by the command of my master to assist His Majesty the Human King." Wen Zhong, upon receiving Xiangwei's respectful bow, felt a sudden constriction in his heart, staring at Xiangwei in a daze. The two soldiers, upon hearing this, became flustered, exchanging glances before anxiously looking to Wen Zhong. "Master, this." Only then did Wen Zhong regain his composure, gesturing for the two soldiers to step aside while his gaze remained fixed on Xiangwei. "How can you prove your affiliation with the Jia sect? In light of the current turmoil surrounding the deification, many impostors abound. Do not blame me for being unyielding." His wariness was unabated, his hand instinctively resting on the twin whips at his waist. Xiangwei waved his hand, revealing the Eastern Sovereign Bell. "Dear friend, can this item attest to my identity as a member of the Jia sect?" Upon sighting the Eastern Sovereign Bell, waves of realization washed over Wen Zhong. He knew well that this bell had become a treasured artifact of his master. Only those whom his master absolutely trusted would be granted such a relic. And it was far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. "Esteemed elder, please, allow me to escort you to meet His Majesty," Wen Zhong urged, leading Xiangwei along the path towards the royal palace. As they traversed the palace grounds, Wen Zhong, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Elder, be mindful. The use of magic within the human king's palace is strictly forbidden. Any violation will invoke the wrath of the dragon of human fortune, our guardian spirit, which possesses the might of a saint and must not be trifled with." "Thank you for the warning, my dear friend. I shall heed your counsel," Xiangwei replied. Moments later, they arrived before Emperor Xian, who sat regally upon the throne, clad in a dragon robe and crowned with a diadem, the 12 tassels shimmering before him. "Your Majesty, the old minister has returned," Wen Zhong announced. Seeing Wen Zhong, Emperor Xian immediately rose to assist him. "Master, please rise." "And who is this?" His gaze shifted to Xiangwei, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "This esteemed elder has been summoned by my master to lend assistance." At that moment, the Saintess Wudong, standing nearby, regarded Xiangwei with a look of suspicion. "Nephew, are you certain? Is this truly someone sent by the teacher?" Xiangwei promptly produced the Eastern Sovereign Bell, causing the Saintess to gasp in astonishment. She understood that this bell was the cherished artifact of her master, rendering any possibility of forgery impossible. With her apprehensions alleviated, she silently rejoiced, realizing, it seems the teacher has begun to fully support the Great Shan. With such assistance, perhaps the Great Shang may yet have a glimmer of hope. Upon confirming that Xiangwei was indeed sent by his master, Emperor Xian was filled with elation, gesturing grandly, "Excellent. Since you have been sent by my master to aid the Great Shang, henceforth you shall be our national teacher." Xiangwei, upon hearing this, bowed deeply. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Meanwhile, an ominous cloud surged towards Chang'an Pass. Upon arrival, it coincidentally found Lady Yin, wife of Li Jing, struggling through childbirth. The Li residence was in a flurry, maids scurrying with basins of hot water, midwives drenched in sweat, while painful groans echoed from within. Realizing the urgency, Tai Zhenren hastily rode on his cloud, his expression fraught with anxiety, for this child must be shielded from harm. He could not allow others to intervene. Concealed within the clouds, the figure of Wu Yun appeared, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he observed the Li residence below. "Ah, Tai, today you shall not succeed. This reincarnation of the spirit pearl belongs to the Jia sect. I will not allow you, the primordial supreme one, to gain the upper hand." Just as Tai Zhenren was about to step into the Li residence, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming malice. Frowning, he looked skyward and shouted, "Who goes there? Dare to spy upon me?" Wu Yun revealed himself, standing atop the pavilion, his black robe billowing in the wind. His eyes filled with hostility as he locked gazes with Tai Zhenren. "Tai, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This child is bound to the Jia sect and cannot be taken away by you." Wu Yun, do not aid the wicked. This is fate, a path you cannot defy. The reincarnation of the spirit pearl must belong to my Chan sect, in accordance with the grand scheme of deification. Fate? I trust only in strength. Today, I shall slay you, Tai Jinren, and make you aware of the power of the Jia sect, just as Wu Yun prepared to strike. He caught sight of Li Jing charging into the room with a sword in hand. Not good. I must not allow Li Jing to break the amniotic sac. With that, Wu Yun hastily cast a protective spell over Neza. However, in that moment of distraction, Tai Jinren seized the opportunity to launch an attack against Wu Yun. Wu Yun, perceiving the imminent danger, quickly produced the infinite umbrella for defense, its purple light radiating as it deflected Tai Jinren's strike. Ha! Bastard! Your Chan sect truly lacks integrity, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Humph! To deal with scoundrels like you, what need is there for honorable methods? With words exchanged, the two engaged in fierce combat, leaving the soldiers of Chintang Pass helplessly watching. Within the Human King's palace, Xiangwei sensed the unfolding events and began to incite Emperor Xin, Your Majesty. A grand spectacle is taking place at Chintang Pass. Might you be interested? Oh, what spectacle do you speak of? Is it yet another foolhardy individual daring to disrupt our human realm? The Chan sect has ventured to Chintang Pass. It would be prudent for you to witness it firsthand. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xin and Apos, eyes gleamed with determination. National teacher, let us hasten to the scene. Chapter 34. What of the enlightened immortal? This is the land of my human race. Embracing each other, Wudong Saint Mother, Wenzhong, and Xin, a group of 4, flew swiftly towards Chintang Pass. After approximately an hour, a series of thunderous roars from the horizon shattered the tranquility. The sound resembled the stampede of 1,000 horses, unsettling the hearts of those who heard it. The group gazed into the distance, where dark clouds shrouded the sky, pressing down upon the earth. Beneath those ominous clouds, lightning flickered like silver serpents, signaling the fierce battle between the Cloud Immortal and Tai Jinren. The Cloud Immortal wielded the primordial hammer in his left hand and the infinite umbrella in his right, unleashing a relentless onslaught against Tai Jinren. The latter, undaunted, waved his whisk vigorously to parry the Cloud Immortal and Apos' attacks. However, the assorted magical treasures adorning Tai Jinren paled in comparison to those of the Cloud Immortal, appearing feeble and trembling in the face of such power. Observing this, Wudong Saint Mother prepared to draw her sword and charge forth. Yet, Xiangwei, quick-witted, seized her arm. Interjecting, do not rush, observe first. At this moment, Tai Jinren silently lamented his misfortune, cursing inwardly as he fought. How infuriating. A mere attendant of the 7 immortals possesses a primordial treasure. Today is truly a day of calamity. He had anticipated an easy victory over the Cloud Immortal, yet found himself outmatched, constrained by the might of the treasures in the latter's hands. The Cloud Immortal, with a frosty demeanor and eyes like cold stars, declared, Tai, the Fengshen list must have fated you. With that, he swung the primordial hammer, channeling an immense force towards Tai Jinren. The speed of the strike was akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. Tai Jinren hastily raised his whisk to defend, but the tremendous impact sent him reeling backward, his feet creating ripples in the void as blood surged forth from his mouth. Their combat raged like turbulent waves, expanding outward. The citizens of Chintang Pass were engulfed in terror, fleeing in all directions, as chaos reigned in the streets. Many houses collapsed under the shockwave, raising clouds of dust. Flames spread rapidly, thick smoke billowing and enveloping the entire Chintang Pass in darkness and dread. Li Jing stood atop the city wall, his heart ablaze with anxiety as he gazed upon the devastation. His eyes, bloodshot with rage, bulged as an uncontrollable fury surged within him. This is outrageous. At that moment, Tai Jinren and the Cloud Immortal clashed once more. Seizing an opportunity, Tai Jinren unleashed several magical treasures simultaneously. These treasures slithered towards the Cloud Immortal like ethereal serpents, intertwining to form a vast net of light, attempting to ensnare him. The Cloud Immortal, observing this, sneered, a trivial trick. He vigorously swung the infinite umbrella, causing its canopy to spin and emit a powerful purple light. The glow of the magical treasures collided with the umbrella, shattering like ice under the scorching sun. Seizing the moment, the Cloud Immortal pursued, striking Tai Jinren with the primordial hammer. Caught off guard, Tai Jinren was swept by the hammer and Apos' wind, sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Seeing this, Li Jing could no longer contain himself. He grasped his long sword and intoned, for the martial way of humanity, let it shake the heavens. He leaped into the air with the swiftness of lightning, radiating an indomitable aura. The sword in his hand transformed into a resplendent beam of sword energy, surging towards the two combatants. As the sword energy sliced through the air, it produced a sharp whistle, embodying Li Jing's comprehension of the martial way and his outrage at the reckless actions of the two. This strike was formidable, akin to a dagger piercing through their conflict, instantly separating Tai Jinren and the Cloud Immortal. Li Jing landed between them, obstructing their paths. With eyes wide and furious, he declared, "This is the land I guard. I implore both of you to depart swiftly and spare the people of the Great Shang." Tai Jinren, thrown off balance by this sudden intervention, felt a surge of anger. He shot Li Jing a disdainful glance, a smirk curling his lips as he coldly retorted, "I am a direct disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable, one of the 12 golden immortals. Withdraw at once. Do not hinder my quest to vanquish demons." Li Jing and Apos' fury ignited further at these words. With his sword pointed at Tai Jinren, the intent to kill radiated from his eyes. "What of the immortals? Should you trample upon the land of my people, I shall not let you go unpunished." Just as Tai Jinren was about to retaliate, Li Jing suddenly produced the heavenly suppression bell. Upon its emergence, a potent aura of human destiny erupted forth, the bowstring taut, brimming with boundless power, poised to unleash devastation. Li Jing's gaze grew icy, like frost in the depths of winter. "Leave, or perish. Though I do not cultivate immortality. The martial way of humanity is no mere fade." The Cloud Immortal interjected, "I am a disciple of the intercepting teachings. I do not wish to disturb the common folk. I ask for your understanding, General. Let us ascend to the skies for our duel." With that, he transformed into a black streak, shooting upwards. Tai Jinren, with a cold snort and a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, followed suit into the heavens. There, they resumed their fierce battle. Yet, ultimately, Tai Jinren was no match for the Cloud Immortal. As the conflict persisted, his powers waned, and his movements grew sluggish. In less than half an hour, he was forced into retreat, sustaining numerous injuries. His robe was stained crimson with blood, pain coursing through his wounds. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. As the Cloud Immortal sought to deliver the final blow to Tai Jinren, the latter feigned weakness, intentionally revealing a vulnerability. A flicker of concealed satisfaction crossed his eyes as he thought, "Cloud Immortal, you are destined for the function list." Seizing the opportunity, the Cloud Immortal charged forward without hesitation, raising the primordial hammer to strike a fatal blow. At that moment, Xiang Wei's expression shifted alarmingly as he shouted, "Not good." He discerned Tai Jinren's intent and felt a sense of urgency. Without delay, Xiang Wei summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, directing it towards the Cloud Immortal. Meanwhile, Tai Jinren revealed a special talisman from his robe, one radiating an exceedingly dangerous aura, starkly different from the previous ones. The power it contained was chilling. As the Cloud Immortal approached, Tai Jinren activated the talisman, which burst forth with blinding light, illuminating the entire sky. A surge of saintly power erupted from the talisman, sweeping towards the Cloud Immortal. Startled, the Cloud Immortal had not anticipated such a formidable trump card from Tai Jinren. However, he reacted swiftly, unfurling the infinite umbrella for defense. With a thunderous roar, the sky was illuminated by this force, its brilliance surpassing even the sun. The tremendous energy slammed against the infinite umbrella, and the Cloud Immortal felt as if he were a lone boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of being engulfed. Despite the protection of the primordial treasure, he was still thrown back by the overwhelming force, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, his fate uncertain. Wudong Saint Mother gasped in alarm, "Junior brother?" Her voice brimmed with worry and urgency. Ignoring Xiang Wei and Apos' attempt to restrain her, she vanished and soared towards the Cloud Immortal. Chapter 35, Li Jing. "You are the cornerstone of the nation. Remember your identity." The Holy Mother Wudong hovered in midair, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the severely injured immortal of dark clouds. Wudong was filled with indignation. "How dare Tai Jinren inflict such harm on my junior? I shall not let this matter rest. Today, you shall meet your demise." Her voice thundered across the sky, causing the surrounding air to tremble with intensity. With that, she raised her soul-cutting blade, which emitted a resonant hum, transforming into a streak of light. The Holy Mother charged towards Tai Jinren, the air tearing apart in her wake, echoing with a shrill whistle akin to the roar of death. Tai Jinren, witnessing the approach of Wudong, was struck with shock, his complexion paling instantly. Damn it! How did this wretched creature end up here? He could not afford to hesitate for even a moment and hurriedly wielded his whisk. Though the whisk appeared soft, under the infusion of Tai Jinren and Apos' magical power, it hardened instantly, each strand resembling a steel needle, gleaming with metallic luster. The whisk danced rapidly before him, forming a substantial barrier that emanated a faint glow, barely resisting the onslaught of the Holy Mother. "Wudong, do not act rashly. This is all a misunderstanding. Li Jing and Apos' three sons have a connection with me. And it was the immortal of dark clouds who attempted to seize my disciple. Tai Jinren implored, his voice tinged with panic and urgency. Meanwhile, Xiang Wei approached the immortal of dark clouds, witnessing his miserable state, drenched in blood and breathing feebly, like a flickering candle in the wind. This foolish child is still too inexperienced, alas. He quickly retrieved a 9-turn great rejuvenation pill from his robe and gently helped the immortal of dark clouds to sit up, carefully feeding him the elixir. At that moment, when Zhong, astride the Ink Qilin, arrived with Emperor Xian at Li Jing and Appo's residence. Upon seeing Emperor Xian, Li Jing hastily knelt to pay his respects, his demeanor profoundly respectful. This humble General Li Jing, guardian of Qintang Pass, pays homage to your majesty. His voice resonated in the air, filled with reverence for the emperor. Emperor Xian raised his hand slightly. Generally, please rise. Let us observe the battle between my teacher and the celestial beings together. He then turned his gaze to the fierce clash between the Holy Mother Wudong and Tai Jinren. While Li Jing also looked skyward, the Holy Mother and Appo's soul-cutting blade struck fiercely against Tai Jinren and Appo's whisk, and for an instant, time seemed to freeze, followed by a deafening roar. The sound reverberated across Chang'an Pass, causing the townsfolk to cover their ears in terror. The whisk, succumbing to the might of the soul-cutting blade, was cleaved in two, its fragments scattering in the air. Tai Jinren and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. It was over. The Holy Mother Wudong was indeed formidable. If I continue to engage, I shall surely perish here. Aware of his dire predicament, he no longer hesitated and immediately shattered the teleportation talisman bestowed upon him by the primordial Supreme One. A brilliant light flashed, and Tai Jinren vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint ripple in space. The Holy Mother, witnessing his disappearance, cursed, that scoundrel, fleeing so swiftly. Having said that, she sheathed her soul-cutting blade and flew towards the immortal of dark clouds. At this moment, after consuming the 9-turn great rejuvenation pill, the immortal of dark clouds had regained some strength. He slowly opened his eyes and, seeing Wudong approaching, managed a faint smile. Junior, are you well? Sister, I am fine. Thanks to this esteemed elder. Otherwise, I would have perished here. He expressed his gratitude with a bow towards Xiang Wei. Thank you, esteemed elder. Then, the immortal of dark clouds moved to stand before Li Jing. I am under the orders of the Saint of Heaven to accept Neza as a disciple of my sect. Upon hearing this, Li Jing instinctively glanced at Emperor Xian, unsure of how to respond. Generally, this is your family matter and has no bearing on me. You may decide for yourself. Li Jing pondered for a moment before addressing the immortal of dark clouds. Then I thank you, esteemed Taoist. However, my third son. Alas, General, you worry too much. Neza is the reincarnation of a spirit pearl, not a demon. The outer layer is merely the amniotic sac. He has likely fully absorbed it by now. Li Jing's heart leaped with joy, a great weight lifting from his chest. Esteemed Taoist, is that truly the case? Indeed. Meanwhile, in her chamber, Lady Yin, upon hearing of Emperor Xian and Appo's arrival, hurriedly scooped up Neza, eager to greet them. Seeing her, Emperor Xian quickly instructed attendants to assist her back to bed. Lady, you have just given birth and are unwell. No need for excessive formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty. As they returned to the room, upon hearing that the immortal of dark clouds wished to take Neza as a disciple, Lady Yin initially felt a pang of sorrow, followed by a flicker of joy. The gathered individuals sensed her reluctance to part with Neza and said, if the lady does not mind, I can reside at Li and Appo's household to teach Neza. Li Jing and Lady Yin promptly agreed with delight. Li Jing gazed at the chubby Neza, his paternal instincts surging. He embraced Neza, his eyes filled with affection, gently pinching his cheek. My son, you must diligently follow your teacher and learn well. Emperor Xian observed this scene, patting Xiang Wei and Appo's shoulder as they stepped outside. Indeed, the national master has shown me a grand spectacle, revealing that our humanity still possesses pillars like General Li Jing. Your Majesty is too kind. General Li is loyal and devoted to humanity. He is indeed a blessing for us all. Before departing, Emperor Xian turned to the distance, with Li Jing standing respectfully beside him. Emperor Xian's expression grew stern, and a hint of authority flickered in his eyes. General Li, as a member of humanity, you must never commit acts of treachery against our people. Let this be a reminder. Contemplate it well. Li Jing, upon hearing this, felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily knelt. Your Majesty, rest assured, I am devoted to humanity and the great Shang, with no second thoughts. Yet, as he raised his head, Emperor Xian, Wudong, Xiangwei, and Wenzhong had already soared into the clouds, leaving behind only a faint mist. Elsewhere, having narrowly escaped, Tai Jinren stumbled before the primordial supreme one in the Jade Void Palace, his face ashen and his breath weak. His robe was tattered and stained with blood. The primordial supreme one, shocked at the sight of the injured Tai Jinren, quickly utilized his powers to heal him. Master, the immortal of dark clouds forcibly seized my disciple. Your grand disciple is lost. The primordial supreme one frowned, his expression darkening. Did I not give you each a talisman of a saint and amp? Oppos, S-strike. The immortal of dark clouds is merely a great Luo golden immortal. You failed to kill him? Tai Jinren wore an aggrieved expression. Master, that fellow possesses a top-grade innate spirit treasure and another innate supreme treasure. Furthermore, at the moment of the talisman S attack, a young man in black robes unleashed the Eastern Emperor Bell, thwarting my efforts. The primordial supreme one pondered this, his brow furrowing. Could it be that Tongtian intervened? If he did, that would explain matters. If not, he began to calculate, forming hand seals, but no matter how he tried, he could not discern the identity of the young man in black robes. However, he was certain that the individual was not Tongtian. With a resigned sigh, the primordial supreme one's countenance grew even darker. The Tao ancestor decrees that saints must not intervene. Go seek another to shield you from calamity. With that, before Tai Jinren could respond, he was unceremoniously expelled from the Jade Void Palace. Standing outside in a daze, filled with resentment and helplessness, he muttered, "Humph. Immortal of dark clouds, I shall settle this score with you." Meanwhile, in another location, as the time for the Feng Shun calamity approached, the disciples of the primordial supreme one began to act up once more. Chapter 36. Senior brother, let us venture to the human king and Oppos' palace to rescue the disciples. As night enveloped the majestic Taihua mountain and the ethereal Yunxia cave, flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the cavern walls. Qi Jingzi wore a grave expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes betraying a sense of panic and unease. Upon learning of the abduction of the disciples of Tai Jinren, his heart raced with urgency. Alas, it would be futile to sit idly by, awaiting directions from the master. It would be far wiser to devise a plan of his own. With that thought, he hastily departed from his dwelling. As he made his way, the wind howled past his ears, urging him onward while simultaneously warning him of the peril ahead. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, racing toward the familiar contours of Taoyuan Cave on Jiuxian Mountain. Before long, the beloved silhouette of the cave appeared before him. Qi Jingzi paused outside, drew a deep breath, and called out, "Senior brother Guangchengzi, I have urgent matters to discuss. I implore you to grant me an audience." From within the cave, Guangchengzi's voice responded with a hint of arrogance, "Come in." Qi Jingzi quickly entered, finding Guangchengzi seated on a stone bench, his demeanor calm and composed. "Senior brother," Qi Jingzi exclaimed, his face etched with worry, "the disciples of Tai have been seized by followers of the... What are we to do? I fear for our own disciples." His brow furrowed, eyes filled with concern. "Humph! Those brazen creatures, mere spawn of the wet earth, dare to abduct our third-generation disciples of the Chan sect." Guangchengzi retorted, "Indeed, senior brother, we must act swiftly. The situation surrounding the Conferred Gods is shifting, and our disciples may soon find themselves in peril at the hands of those beasts. Let us take the initiative and rescue them from the human king and Oppos' palace." Qi Jingzi urged fervently. However, Guangchengzi remained unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. "There is no need for alarm. Everything is under the master's control. What is there to fear?" Qi Jingzi silently scoffed, feeling a deep sense of injustice, and could only sigh repeatedly. The master's control? Who does not know that in the master's eyes, you are the only favored disciple? Even though we are 12 golden immortals, our fates hold little significance to him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, "Senior brother, the situation surrounding the Conferred Gods has become precarious. While the master may assist us, we cannot rely on him for everything. If you manage to resolve this matter on your own, it would surely earn you the master's respect." Upon hearing this, Guangchengzi furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. There was some merit to his words. If he could resolve this predicament through his own efforts, it might indeed showcase his capabilities before the master, potentially increasing his chances of assuming command of the Chan sect in the future. After a brief moment, he slowly replied, "You make a valid point, junior brother." Qi Jingzi, sensing Guangchengzi and Oppos' wavering resolve, seized the opportunity. "Yes, senior brother. Consider this. You are the eldest brother. If you can succeed in this endeavor, your future will be boundless. Guangchengzi nodded but appeared troubled. Yet, my disciple Jiejiao and your disciple Honghuang are both within the human king's palace, which is protected by the auspicious dragon of fate. What can we do? Qi Jingzi and Apos S. lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had been prepared for this moment. He produced a talisman radiating holy power. Senior brother, have you forgotten? The master provided each of us with a talisman for concealing our presence and aura, effective for half an hour, undetectable by anyone short of a saint. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Guangchengzi and Apos' eyes. Indeed, the auspicious dragon of fate, though a saint in cultivation, was ultimately a manifestation of condensed fortune. Junior brother, let us proceed. Qi Jingzi's heart surged with joy, akin to 1,000 galloping steeds. His fear was justified. Without someone to shield him from calamity, his demise was certain. If he ventured alone into the human king and Apos' palace and was discovered by the human race, even the primordial heavenly venerable might not withstand their pressure. Yet, with Guangchengzi and Apos' support, the primordial heavenly venerable would have no choice but to confront the human race. This was the reason for the primordial heavenly venerable's favoritism, and it explained why 4 of the 12 golden immortals defected to the Western Church after the Conferred Gods' calamity. Qi Jingzi was well aware of this. The two then soared toward Chaoga City. The tempest roared around them, yet their urgency did not wane. After half a day's journey, they arrived near Chaoga City, the sun now at its zenith. As Qi Jingzi prepared to activate the talisman to enter the city, Guangchengzi halted him. What is it, senior brother? We must hasten to rescue our disciples. Guangchengzi's expression was serious as he gazed at Qi Jingzi with unwavering pride. Junior brother, it is still daylight. If we proceed now and something goes awry, we will struggle to explain ourselves to the human race. Therefore, we shall wait until nightfall for a swift resolution. Even if something does happen, they will not trace it back to us. Though Qi Jingzi was anxious, he understood Guangchengzi's concerns and bowed respectfully. I see now. My apologies for my haste, senior brother. With that, they sought a concealed spot, patiently awaiting the arrival of night. Qi Jingzi's heart raced, casting glances toward Chaoga City, while Guangchengzi closed his eyes in meditation, seemingly unperturbed, bolstered by the courage granted by the primordial heavenly venerable. As dusk's glow gradually faded, darkness swept over the land like a tide. Finally, night descended. Guangchengzi and Qi Jingzi exchanged determined glances, both resolute in their purpose. They produced the talismans bestowed upon them by the primordial heavenly venerable, reciting incantations as the talismans emanated a white light, cloaking their forms and auras. Cautiously, they made their way toward the human king's palace in Chaoga City. Within the city, torches flickered as patrolling soldiers moved about. Yet, under the talisman's magic, they traversed the area like phantoms, unnoticed by any. Senior brother, do you know the direction of the human king and Apos' palace? Wandering aimlessly like this, we are bound to be discovered once the time is up, Qi Jingzi remarked. Guangchengzi frowned at Qi Jingzi's words, clearly displeased. Junior brother, have you lost your senses? The grandest structure is the human king and Apos' palace. Let us enter without delay. But even if we enter the palace, how shall we find Jiejiao and Honghuang? Qi Jingzi queried. Do not fret. Previously, the master gifted me a compass, a lower-grade, innate spiritual treasure that can lead us to those fated to meet us. We need only follow its guidance, Guangchengzi replied confidently. Ah, indeed, senior brother. You are truly favored by the master, far beyond my reach. Qi Jingzi exclaimed. Guangchengzi said nothing further, instead performing a spell to produce the compass, stealthily moving forward. Within the side hall of the human king's palace, Xiang Wei opened his eyes and, upon spotting the sneaky Guangchengzi and Qi Jingzi, smirked. Ah, truly the disciples of the second brother. Their stealthy demeanor mirrors his perfectly. TSK, how utterly dull. Allow me to add a touch of drama. With that, as Guangchengzi and Qi Jingzi ventured deeper into the heart of the human king's palace, Xiang Wei waved his hand, revealing their presence to all. Unbeknownst to the two, they continued their search for the abodes of Jiejiao and Honghuang. Chapter 37. This is the humiliation of my people. Capture them. Qi Jingzi furrowed his brows deeply, trailing behind Guangchengzi with a voice barely above a whisper, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Senior brother, if we cannot find those two, we may face grave peril. Guangchengzi's expression was equally grave. his keen eyes scanning the surroundings like a vigilant hawk as he replied softly, "Do not panic. They must be nearby. We shall search further." Suddenly, a deafening roar of a dragon echoed within the palace of the human king. The sound surged like a piercing cry from the depths of the netherworld, akin to a colossal beast breaking free from millennia of confinement, raging across the heavens and the earth. Qi Jingzi felt his heart constrict sharply, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Instinctively, he clutched Guang Chengzi's garment, his face drained of color, his voice trembling. "Senior brother, have we been discovered? What shall we do?" Guang Chengzi frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features as he cast a sidelong glance at Qi Jingzi. Yet, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the compass, striving to steady both himself and his junior disciple. What is there to fear? This is a talisman crafted by our master himself. How could it be easily detected? There are no saints here, so there is no need for such panic. Hearing Guang Chengzi and Apos' words, Qi Jingzi exhaled a sigh of relief, yet the unease that lingered in his heart clung to him like a parasite, refusing to dissipate. However, the dragon and Apos' roar was no figment of Qi Jingzi and Apos' imagination. At the very heart of the palace of the human king, a brilliant light erupted. A magnificent golden dragon, radiating dazzling golden brilliance, soared into the sky, illuminating the entire palace. Its enormous eyes glowed with an imposing light, fixating intently on Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, exuding boundless wrath and authority. "This is the palace of the human king. You two truly are audacious." Upon witnessing this, Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi's faces paled dramatically. As white as parchment, they exchanged a glance, each reflecting fear and resolve in the other and Apos' eyes, and without hesitation, they soared into the air, racing towards the outskirts of Chaoga City. Their speed was breathtaking, their forms transforming into two streaks of light that left long trails behind them. The air was rent asunder, producing a sharp whistling sound. This sudden turn of events plunged the entire palace into a state of high tension. The likes of Wu Dang Shengmu and Wen Zhong, along with other highly skilled human cultivators, sensed the unusual disturbance from the heavens. Their expressions hardened as they immediately flew towards the palace of the human king. The palace guards also sprang into action, weapons drawn, their footsteps echoing on the stone paths of the palace as they pursued Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi. As Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi glanced back while fleeing, they noticed that the auspicious dragon did not pursue them. Only a throng of lesser cultivators and soldiers were hot on their heels. They finally relaxed, and Qi Jingzi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his garments thoroughly soaked. "Senior brother, hurry. If we linger, we will surely be captured by these human soldiers. We would become prisoners, doomed to eternal suffering. Our sect would become the laughingstock of the wilderness." Guang Chengzi nodded, veins standing out on his forehead, and accelerated their flight with all his might, his robe billowing in the wind. Yet, just as they prepared to escape with all their strength, the sky ahead suddenly darkened. Upon closer inspection, the auspicious dragon had inexplicably appeared before them, blocking their path. Its colossal form loomed in the sky, exuding a suffocating pressure. Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi felt a jolt of alarm, an unprecedented sense of crisis engulfing them entirely. Qi Jingzi gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes, reminiscent of a gambler placing a final bet. He swiftly produced the yin-yang mirror from his robes, its black and white halos swirling incessantly. Guang Chengzi, not daring to delay, quickly retrieved the turning heaven seal. With a mighty shout, Qi Jingzi directed the yin-yang mirror towards the auspicious dragon. A beam of light shot forth from the mirror, slicing through the air towards the golden dragon. However, the auspicious dragon remained utterly unfazed, maintaining its regal stance, coldly observing them, its gaze akin to that of two insignificant ants. Seeing this, Guang Chengzi's brow furrowed deeply as he began forming seals. The turning heaven seal expanded rapidly, enlarging to several hundred zhang in the blink of an eye, crashing down towards the auspicious dragon. As the seal grew, the surrounding space trembled violently, fissures spider-webbing across the area, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. The auspicious dragon scoffed, its massive tail sweeping through the air, striking the turning heaven seal with formidable force. The tail sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. And with a thunderous crash, the turning heaven seal was sent flying. "Damnable creature, do you truly believe my people can be humiliated?" The furious roar reverberated like rolling thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth, leaving ears ringing in pain. At that moment, Emperor Xian and his entourage had arrived below. "Jiejiao, Honghuang, And Empress Jiang stood by Emperor Xian's side. His expression was grim, eyes radiating authority, yet also ablaze with fury. Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi exchanged a glance at Emperor Xian and the others below, a flicker of resolve crossing their faces. They knew there was no retreat. And without further hesitation, they charged towards Jiejiao and Honghuang. The soldiers below, witnessing this, immediately prepared for battle, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting fearlessness, embodying the defense of human dignity. Emperor Xian stood firm, unperturbed, like a towering mountain, instilling a profound sense of security in those around him. The auspicious dragon lingered behind Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi, refraining from attacking, merely watching intently as though preparing for an impending clash. Just as Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi were about to reach Emperor Xian and his group, Wudang Xingmu suddenly appeared, wielding the soul-cutting blade and swinging it towards the two. This strike encompassed all her might, the blade cleaving through the air, trailing a stream of dark energy. Caught off guard, Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi were sent flying by Wudang Xingmu's strike. They tumbled through the air for dozens of zhang before stabilizing, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Qi Jingzi looked at Wudang Xingmu in terror, then back at Guangqingzi, his eyes brimming with anxiety. "Senior brother, what shall we do? Ahead lies the auspicious dragon, and behind us is Wudang Xingmu. We are trapped in a dire predicament." Guangqingzi's brow furrowed, a flicker of struggle crossing his gaze. He understood the perilous nature of their situation. With no other options, he resolved to invoke their master, hoping they might still hold some reverence for him. Just as Guangqingzi was about to call out to Yuanshi Tianzuan, the auspicious dragon suddenly unleashed a tremendous wave of power. This force descended from the sky like an invisible mountain, bearing down with overwhelming might. Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi felt as though the very world was collapsing around them. Their bodies collided with the ground, creating a heavy thud and sending dust flying. They felt their bones near the breaking point, every inch of their skin aflame with excruciating pain. Blood poured from their mouths, pooling on the ground. Their powers completely sealed by the auspicious dragon, rendering them as powerless puppets. Seeing this, Emperor Xian raised his arm and bellowed, "Seize these two. My palace cannot be entered at will. This is the humiliation of my people." With his command, all human cultivators surged forward under Wenzhong and Apos' lead, rushing towards Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi. Despair seeped into Guangqingzi and Qi Jingzi and Apos' eyes as they struggled to resist, yet found themselves utterly powerless. Just as they were about to be captured, a wave of divine might suddenly descended from the heavens. The holy might radiated like a blazing sun, wielding the power to annihilate the world, instantly subduing all the human beings present, except for Emperor Xian and Queen Jiang. The reason they were not suppressed was due to the accumulation of the human race's fortune surrounding them. As the divine pressure dissipated, the primordial celestial master appeared in the human king palace, wielding the Panga banner. Upon seeing the primordial celestial master's arrival, Emperor Xian and Apos' fury ignited even more fiercely. He had never anticipated that the human king palace could be invaded so brazenly. It was an immense humiliation for both himself and the human race, and he felt his dignity trampled underfoot. The primordial celestial master cast a glance at the untamed Holy Mother standing beside Emperor Xian, his brow furrowing as a flicker of dissatisfaction and authority crossed his gaze. Audacious. To see a sage refusing to bow, punishment is warranted. With that, he waved the Panga banner, unleashing a torrent of chaotic sword energy that lunged menacingly toward the untamed Holy Mother. Sensing the imminent danger, the untamed Holy Mother's heart tightened. She understood she was no match for the primordial celestial master, yet retreat was not an option. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes, fueled by the resolve to protect her disciple and to honor Tongtian and Apos' trust. She resolved to stake her life, seizing even the slightest hope to carve out a chance for Emperor Xian. Instantly, she ignited all her cultivation, her entire being radiating brilliance. And the soul-cutting blade in her hand emanated a fierce glow. With a powerful shout, she positioned the soul-cutting blade before her, shielding Emperor Xian. Chapter 38. The 9 tripod cauldrons are to be transported to Kunlun Mountain. I shall personally lead the expedition. Just as the chaotic sword energy of Yuan Shi was about to strike Wudang, the protective divine light of the Eastern Emperor Bell and the Dragon of Fate immediately shielded Wudang. Xian stood in the rear, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, his eyes shimmering with a blend of fury and determination. Although he was a king, ruling over the human race, he felt acutely small and powerless amidst the conflict of saints and immortals, like a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean. Yet, the belief within him to safeguard the dignity of humanity burned like an eternal flame in his chest. The teaching of the Chan sect is too overbearing. If we do not seek justice today, how can we call ourselves human? Dxin roared inwardly, his gaze like lightning, fixed intently on Yuan Shi Tianzun. Xiang Wei and Tongtian appeared, slowly approaching Dxin without uttering a word. Yuan Shi Tianzun frowned, a flicker of cold malice flashing in his eyes. He already harbored resentment towards Dxin and the others. Had it not been for them, Taizhen Ren would not have faced such an unopposed calamity. Thus, his murderous intent surged within him like a flood breaking through a dam. Mirans dare to thwart my plans. Today marks your demise. Yuan Shi. Do not be overly arrogant. Have you forgotten that I could slay you? Yuan Shi Tianzun coldly snorted within, a powerful killing intent radiating from him, creating a palpable pressure that made the surrounding air heavy and cold. Tongtian, are you certain you wish to involve yourself? Do you think I need to lift a finger against you? You overestimate your own importance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi resolved to show no mercy. Intending to eliminate Xiang Wei and Wu Dang to prevent any future troubles, to teach these ignorant individuals the consequences of opposing the Chan sect. Just as Yuan Shi was about to make his move, the Dragon of Fate suddenly swung its massive, agile tail. Its enormous form blocking Dxin and Xiang Wei like a moving mountain. Yuan Shi, you despicable villain, do not act so recklessly. Do you truly believe I do not exist? The Dragon of Fate opened its cavernous mouth and roared, a sound like rolling thunder reverberating through the heavens, shaking the entire sky. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of anger crossing his features. However, as a saint with unparalleled status and unfathomable magical power, he was not intimidated by the Dragon of Fate. You ignorant beast, today, I shall deal with you as well. So you may learn the price of opposing the Chan sect. Yuan Shi soared into the sky, his aura erupting like a volcano. The overwhelming might of a saint scattering in all directions. Little mudfish, let us engage in aerial combat. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Apos' voice thundered like divine lightning, filled with boundless authority and provocation. The Dragon of Fate showed no fear, its form vanishing in an instant, leaving only a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, it reappeared before Yuan Shi Tianzun, its enormous Magape, unleashing a breath of dragon fire toward him. Yuan Shi Tianzun waved the Panga banner, and instantly, a chaotic aura surged forth like a tumultuous tsunami from the banner, violently colliding with the dragon fire. A powerful energy shockwave radiated outward, causing the mountains and earth below to tremble and crumble like fragile sand sculptures. Had it not been for Tongtian's protective intervention, the entire Chaoga city would have been reduced to rubble. The Dragon of Fate charged at Yuan Shi Tianzun, engaging in fierce combat, its claws thrashing wildly. Wherever those claws passed, fissures appeared in space, and the chaotic currents emanating from those cracks darted about like sharp blades. Yuan Shi wielded the Panga banner, unleashing chaotic sword energy that shot forth in a crisscross pattern, resembling a torrential downpour directed at the Dragon of Fate. Each strand of chaotic sword energy contained the power to obliterate stars, causing chaos in the space it traversed. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun's cultivation far surpassed that of the Dragon of Fate, and with the support of the Panga banner, the Dragon of Fate found itself at a disadvantage. As the battle raged on, it felt the immense pressure emanating from Yuan Shi with every clash, and its once impenetrable scales began to develop small wounds. At that critical moment, Nuwa appeared, brandishing the oversea-splitting sky blade with a fierce demeanor, her gaze as cold as frost, filled with wrath and authority. Do you think I am dead? How dare you cause chaos in the palace of the human king? Have you forgotten what our master said about saints not intervening? You are openly defying his command. Upon seeing Nuwa, Yuan Shi felt a surge of trepidation. He understood that even if he could contend with her, the addition of the Dragon of Fate and Apos' strength would make it exceedingly difficult for him to handle alone. Yet he refused to show weakness. Nuwa, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This matter is of their own making. They dared to offend the dignity of my Chan sect and must be punished. Not concerning you? This is a matter of the human race, thus it is my concern. I created humanity with my own hands. How can you bully them at will? Yuan Shi weighed the pros and cons in his heart, realizing that today, under the combined force of Nuwa and the Dragon of Fate, he could not withstand their united front. He shot a fierce glare at Dxin and the others, then seized Guangqingzi and Qijingzi, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This time, I shall spare you. Next time, you will face the consequences." With that, Yuan Shi Tianzun transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Seeing Yuan Shi and Apos' departure, Nuwa slowly descended before Dxin. The others, witnessing this, immediately knelt in reverence, their eyes brimming with awe and gratitude. Dxin, I am aware of this matter. You need not worry. With me here. Humanity shall not be humiliated. You may act freely. I shall support you in all things. Rest assured, my sect will lend strong backing as well. Upon hearing this, Dxin nodded, lifting the human king order high. The emblem of humanity's authority shimmered with a rich aura of human fate. Fellow human brethren, those treacherous thieves of the Chan sect have invaded the palace of the human king, seeking to abduct the future king. This is the greatest humiliation in the history of our kind. Today we shall gather all human cultivators and forces to march upon Kunlun. Let them know that we, the human race, are not to be trifled with. Dxion's voice resonated with wrath and authority, echoing above the palace, reaching the ears of every member of the human race, igniting the flames of vengeance in their hearts. Upon hearing this, the people erupted with fury, their blood boiling, immediately shouting in unison for victory. Their eyes blazed with the fire of retribution, filled with deep-seated resentment against the actions of the Chan sect. Xiang Wei observed this scene. Pondering silently, let us march on Kunlun. Allow me to stoke the flames further. My king, although the human race is numerous, our strength pales in comparison to that of the deities of the Chan sect, and Yuan sure is, after all, a saint. Our actions may lead to dire consequences. Dxin and Amp, Appo's brow furrowed at this, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. The national teacher worries too much. While they have saints, we have the Holy Mother, and I believe our ancestral master will also intervene. Upon hearing this, Xiang Wei shook his head. My king, there are 6 heavenly saints. Although the 2 saints of the West have fallen from their positions, who can guarantee that they cannot regain their powers with the help of the Tao ancestor? Moreover, while the Holy Mother may contend with Yuan Shi alone, what if the 2 from the West and Laozi join in? Dxin and Amp, Appo's expression turned sour at this. He understood that what Xiang Wei said was indeed the truth. Once the 2 saints from the West and Laozi intervened, the human race would stand no chance. What shall we do then? Must we accept this humiliation? Shall we stand idly by as the Chan sect tramples upon our dignity? Your Majesty, the 9 tripod cauldrons were crafted by Du, intended to safeguard the royal palace of humankind. Wherever the 9 tripod cauldrons reside, there too lies the fortune of the human race. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian and Amp, Appo's heart soared with joy, and he promptly commanded the valiant warriors of the Shang dynasty to transport the 9 tripod cauldrons to Kunlun Mountain, declaring his intent to lead the charge himself. Following his decree, the people swiftly sprang into action. As Emperor Xian and Appo's orders echoed throughout the realm, all beings of the primordial wilderness were left astonished. After the previous assault on Mount Shumi by the human race, the audacity to now besiege Kunlun Mountain sent ripples of change through the perceptions of all creatures regarding humankind. No one anticipated that the once feeble human race would exhibit such boldness. During the attack on Mount Shumi, many had attributed their courage to the influence of the Jiejiao, yet this time, the humans acted independently. In the Zixia Palace, Hanjun observed the unfolding events with fury, exclaiming in frustration at the unexpected developments. Damn it, how can there be so many variables? Cursed Tongtian, why must you always be present? Sensing an opportune moment for flattery, Zhuan Ti seized the chance, stating, Master, my fellow disciples and I have restored our powers, and the strength of our Western disciples has significantly increased. We are willing to assist our brother Yuan Shi. Hongjun nodded in approval, replying, Very well, go forth and do not disappoint me. I shall ensure that everything returns to its rightful course, by any means necessary. 3 days later, the 9 tripod cauldrons were successfully transported to the foot of Kunlun Mountain by the human cultivators in rotation. At this moment, the human army had also gathered, poised for action. Emperor Xian stood before his troops, gazing at the towering Kunlun Mountain, filled with myriad emotions. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzuan observed the assembled human army below with a darkened expression. He had not anticipated that the human race would dare to come. And with the 9 tripod cauldrons no less, a group of reckless human ants shall receive a lesson today. Before Yuan Shi could react, Emperor Xian raised his arm and called upon his forces, encircling the eastern Kunlun. Soon, Emperor Xian, Nuwa, Togdian, and others rose into the sky, the divine dragon of fortune appearing behind them. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi immediately manifested his sacred might, while Nuwa countered with her own, both refusing to yield. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. Nuwa, displeased by Tongtian and Appo's inaction, questioned, Are you merely here to spectate, Tongtian? To which Tongtian replied, Did we not agree on this? Rest assured, I shall merely observe. You foolish beings, This is the sacred ground of the saints. If you wish to live, depart at once. The human king stands on equal footing with the saints. Your disciples intruded upon the royal palace, intent on abducting the king's son. If you surrender your 2 disciples, the human race shall retreat. Do you think you are worthy? A mere swarm of ants. As the 2 factions prepared for confrontation, at that moment, Jane and Zhuan, along with the disciples of the Western teachings, descended. Yuan Shi instantly realized that this was the handiwork of Honghuang, and a surge of joy filled his heart, only to be followed by a renewed sense of urgency. Nuwa, it is not too late to retreat. Chapter 39. Xindu, boldly act. All matters have their master. At the moment the followers of the Western teachings descended, a golden light stretched for 100,000 miles, casting a shadow over the heavens and earth that altered their very colors. The onlookers were left utterly astounded, their expressions betraying their shock. A fleeting shadow crossed Nuwa and Appo's eyes as she pondered privately. These 2 bald monks had indeed regained their powers. How infuriating. Yet, both Jinti and Jian displayed an air of calm, directly unleashing their own formidable presence. Their sacred might surged forth like a colossal wave, sweeping outward in relentless tides. In an instant, the majority of the human soldiers and cultivators found themselves crushed under an invisible weight akin to a colossal mountain, unable to rise. Pain etched their faces as they trembled beneath the oppressive force. Some even bled from their orifices, the scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. The auspicious dragon of fate coiled around Nuwa, emitting a series of furious roars, its power merging with hers to withstand the overwhelming sacred pressure. Observing this, the primordial supreme being also released his own might, seeking to overshadow Nuwa and her companions. With his involvement, the balance of power shifted abruptly, placing Nuwa at a disadvantage. The pressure intensified, and she felt an acute urgency, as if a thorn were in her back. The human race disrespects the saints, assaulting my Kunlun mountain. Sister Nuwa, do you not owe me an explanation? His voice echoed through the cosmos, laden with inexhaustible authority. Though you are a saint, you cannot shield your disciples. Your disciples from the Chan school have trespassed upon my royal palace, aiming to abduct my son. Should this not be investigated? Xian and Appo's heart brimming with fury over the misdeeds of the Chan school disciples, he resolved not to retreat, even in the face of a saint. For it was a matter of his dignity and that of the human race. The primordial supreme being and Appo's countenance darkened, since you refused to apologize or compensate. Then you shall remain here. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and thoughts of violence crossed his mind. Just as the 3 primordial, Jian and Zhuan, were about to take action, the atmosphere around Kunlun Mountain suddenly shifted into something sinister. A wave of chilling malice and ominous energy spread from all directions, causing the ground to tremble violently. Suddenly, a massive fissure gaped in the earth, from which emerged tens of thousands of spectral soldiers. Clad in black armor and wielding glinting weapons, they exuded an aura of death. Following them, thousands of robust and towering figures from the Wu clan surged forth, their muscles taut and their eyes gleaming with wild ferocity. The lead shaman, Jiao and Xingtian commanded an imposing presence. Upon witnessing this, the primordial supreme being and his companions instantly grew vigilant, their hearts filled with astonishment. Why had the Wu clan arrived here? How audacious of them to interfere! Were they not afraid of retribution from their master? Or had Nuwa promised them some reward? Moments later, the Lady of Earth manifested beside Nuwa. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation is subtly emanating from her. The primordial supreme being, upon seeing this, immediately rebuked her. How dare you, Hutu? Why do you not guard your underworld properly? Do not forget the decree of the Tao ancestor. You are only permitted to remain in the underworld. He had never anticipated Hutu and Appo's sudden appearance, which thoroughly disrupted his plans. In response, Hutu activated the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Instantly, the winds and clouds shifted. The sky darkened ominously, resembling the depths of night, and the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. The howling winds swept across the heavens and the earth, delivering a warning to both the primordial and the Western teachings. Why must I heed your commands? I embody the 6 paths of reincarnation, having contributed to the primordial world. Why can I not emerge from the underworld? If you do not provide the human race with an explanation today, I shall not relent. What concern is the human race to you, Hutu? You have overstepped your bounds. Our Wu clan has always been on friendly terms with the human race. Their affairs are our affairs. Your Chan school disciples have committed grievous acts, yet you protect them. Today, I shall demand justice. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the primordial supreme being immediately sent a message to Laozi, elder brother, Kunlun Mountain is in peril. I implore you to lend your aid and suppress the intruders. At Shouyang Mountain, Laozi leisurely sipped his tea, completely disregarding the primordial and amp, Appos, plea. Beside him, Shanxing looked at Laozi, raised his cup, took a sip, and said, "Does not the Taoist friend wish to assist your brother? Would that not be too heartless?" Laozi glanced at Shanxing. "With you here, how can I go? Moreover, I have no desire to involve myself. Let everything unfold as it may." Shanxing laughed heartily. "Taoist friend, you are a saint of the highest order. How many can contend with you in the primordial realm? Besides, as the eldest disciple of the Tao ancestor, should you not steer this calamity back on course?" Laozi frowned slightly. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly changes are 49. One may escape one. The Shang merchant clan may not be devoid of hope. Is this not true? Or do you doubt your own confidence? Taoism is devoid of emotion, specializing in the path of non-action, yet do you not have insight into the path of seizing a sliver of hope from the Chan school? Or do you wish to assist the Lord of Heaven? What of your third brother? My friend, all paths lead to the great Tao. I merely dabble in it. I have stated that I do not wish to partake in the function calamity, nor do I wish to witness brother turn against brother. Then whom do you intend to aid in this calamity? Your third brother or your second brother? Or perhaps you seek to preserve your own safety? Laozi remained expressionless. The Tao ancestor has decreed that saints must not intervene. Thus, I shall not act. However, do you believe that aiding the human race guarantees victory? Upon hearing this, Shanxing stood and gazed out the window, murmuring, "Who can say? Yet, I cannot afford to lose." Laozi then ceased conversation with Shanxing, calling out to the outside, "Where is Xiandu?" At this, Xiandu hurried over and bowed. "Master, what commands do you have?" "Xiandu, the calamity approaches. It is both a crisis and an opportunity. Take the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda and the Taiji diagram down the mountain." With that, Laozi handed over the two treasures to Xiandu. Xiandu, astonished, inquired, "Master, does this mean I am to descend to assist my second uncle? Or perhaps to spread the teachings of our human doctrine?" He felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of his master and amp, Appos, intentions. Under Dxin and amp, Appos, governance, the human race thrived. And he did not wish to oppose the Shang, for he too was human and desired to see his people flourish. "The matters of the calamity I have disclosed to you in full. As one of the human race, it matters not whom you assist. You need not worry, for the master will always support you. Go forth without hesitation." Xiandu bowed deeply and departed Shouyang Mountain. Is the Taoist friend sending Xiandu down the mountain because he does not wish for his disciple to inherit his teachings? Even the unfeeling have emotions. Xiandu is inherently dull. The path of non-emotion does not suit him. Perhaps this calamity will guide him to discover his own way. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, the atmosphere had reached a breaking point, with both sides locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield first. Seeing that Laozi had not responded, the primordial supreme being resorted to threats, stating that if war broke out, both sides would suffer, thus he too was reluctant to engage in battle. Sister Niwa, consider this carefully. The human army cannot withstand the might of our two sections. The underworld will soon be overwhelmed. Niwa's heart boiled with rage. She knew the primordial supreme being spoke the truth. The Western teachings, bolstered by Honghuang, boasted 4 quasi-saints alone, while it is prohibited for cultivators to harm mortals. This was an offensive initiated by the human army against Kunlun Mountain. Thus, even if the two sects annihilated the human forces, it could merely be seen as self-defense. Just as both sides prepared for war, a new twist ensued. The air thickened with a scent of blood. This odor was so potent it seemed to materialize, the acrid stench causing all present to feel nauseous. Suddenly, blood-red clouds materialized in the sky, within which shadowy figures flickered. Chapter 40, The Path of the Underworld. A humble request to become the Lord of the Azure Path. The blood mist billowed and swirled through the air, the acrid scent of blood striking the senses like a tangible force, assailing everyone's olfactory receptors. After a considerable time, the blood mist gradually dissipated. At the forefront stood the figure in red robes, the venerable ancestor of the underworld, Mingi. He stood tall and imposing, akin to a majestic mountain, exuding an intangible aura of oppression. Within his profound eyes sparkled a crimson light, concealing boundless slaughter. Behind him, a group of disciples from the Azure sect stood in orderly formation. Beside Mingi stood the Taoist Xiangxiu, his demeanor calm and composed, his azure robe starkly contrasting with the surrounding atmosphere of impending doom. He cast a glance into the distance to Xiangwei, and at the moment their eyes met, they both nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Moments later, Mingi descended upon the side of Huta like a tempest, his presence sweeping across the entire Mount Shumi. compressing the surrounding air into a resonant hum. Mingi stepped forward, clasping his hands together, bowing deeply as he respectfully addressed, "I, the humble Taoist Mingi, pay my respects to the Lady Hutu. I have come alongside the disciples of the Azura sect to offer assistance and alleviate your burdens." Huda furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze deep as an abyss, instantly perceiving that all of this was orchestrated by Tongtian. She mused silently, how clever Tongtian is, by involving the venerable ancestor Mingi. The dynamics of this canonization calamity have become increasingly intricate, making matters more challenging for Honghuang. Yet, for our underworld, this could indeed bolster our strength. After a moment of contemplation, Huda spoke, "Taoist Mingi, within our underworld's 6 paths of reincarnation, there exists the Azura path. I wonder if you have an interest in assuming the role of its master?" Mingi's heart leaped with joy. He had awaited this very proclamation for a long time. In his previous conversation with Tongtian, he had already discerned 2 paths to sanctification, one through relentless slaughter to attain enlightenment, and the other by entrusting his true spirit to the earth, thereby achieving the status of a saint of the earth. Without hesitation, he replied, "Thank you for your kindness. My lady, I am willing to oversee the underworld and strive for the welfare of all beings in the wilderness." In the Jiejiao palace, Honghuang's countenance darkened ominously. He had never anticipated that the canonization calamity would spiral out of control to such an extent. The once peace-loving human race now brazenly assaulted the sanctuaries of saints. An unprecedented occurrence that no one could have foreseen. Sighing inwardly, he reflected on the unsettling transformation of Mingi, who had always been timid, now openly aligning himself with the faction. And the human race, sigh. Lost in thought, he flickered and vanished from the Jiejiao palace. In the next moment, Honghuang materialized atop Kunlun Mountain. As soon as he appeared, a wave of pressure descended upon the gathered crowd. Has the Tao ancestor perished? Or do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind, daring to provoke conflict here? Are you truly unafraid of the heavenly retribution? Seeing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible cunning. He immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Honghuang, and began to recount the grievances. "Please, esteemed teacher, discern the truth. The human king has shown disrespect to the saints, daring to lead his followers to besiege Kunlun Mountain. Such outrageous acts are utterly unforgivable. I implore you to take action on behalf of your disciple." Esteemed teacher, Yuan Shi's disciple Guangqingzi and Qijingzi brazenly infiltrated the human king's palace, assassinating him and attempting to abduct his son. I beseech you to punish Yuan Shi and restore justice to the human race. Furthermore, the actions of the human race are born of desperation. If Yuan Shi's disciples are not held accountable, it would be an affront to the laws of nature. Enough. The fact that my teachings can attract those 2 insignificant creatures is their fortune. Do not be ungrateful. Honghuang cast a disappointed glance at Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi. Indeed, this matter is your fault. Dxian, what do you propose? Please, esteemed Tao ancestor, hand over Guangqingzi and Qijingzi to the human race, allowing them to deal with the matter according to their laws. Only then can the anger of the human race be quelled. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Apos' expression shifted dramatically at this suggestion, immediately rejecting it. How can the disciples of a saint be handed over to you mere mortals? Even if they have erred, it is my duty to deal with them. How dare you intervene? Tao ancestor, you have seen, Yuan Shi is unwilling to negotiate. We are not being unreasonable. I implore you to allow the human race to resolve this matter themselves. Saints must not be insulted, and their disciples cannot be surrendered to outsiders. Human king, you should propose another condition. Just as Dxian was about to speak, he was abruptly halted by Nuwa, who gazed sternly at Honghuang. Since Yuan Shi refuses to surrender his disciples, then let there be compensation. 14 supreme innate spiritual treasures and hundreds of acquired spiritual treasures. This too may appease the anger of the human race. At her words, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. Such a demand was nothing short of extortion. Yuan Shi Tianzun was instantly consumed by rage, trembling with fury as he pointed at Nuwa, berating her, "You impertinent fool. This is sheer folly." Seeing this, Honghuang quickly sought to mediate, suggesting, 100 acquired spiritual treasures is acceptable, but 14 supreme innate treasures is excessive. Let us settle on 7. Human king, what do you say? Dxian glanced at Nuwa, who nodded slightly. With her agreement, he chose not to press further, recognizing that they were dealing with saints and could not afford to be overly demanding. Then let the Tao ancestor decide. The human race has no objections. Very well. Let there be compensation, Yuan Shi. With that, Honghuang vanished, but not before secretly transmitting a message to Jian, Zhuanti, and Yuan Shi. instructing them to convene in the Jiejiao palace, for he would also attend. Though Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a sense of resentment, he dared not defy Honghuang's command. He cast a fierce glare at Nuwa and Dxin, then reluctantly produced 7 supreme innate treasures and hundreds of acquired treasures, handing them over to Nuwa. Seeing that their objective had been achieved, Dxin called out, "Warriors of the human race, retreat." With that command, the human army withdrew in an orderly fashion. Once everything had concluded, Jian, Junti, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Laozi gathered in the Jiejiao palace. Honghuang regarded them, stating, "The variables in this canonization calamity have become exceedingly vast. What are your thoughts?" "Teacher, the variables are escalating, with the first being Tongtian. First, it was my Western teachings. And now it is your teachings. All of this bears the mark of Tongtian's influence." Junti expressed his discontent regarding Tongtian's actions, attributing all blame to him, regardless of whether he was directly involved. Yuan Shi added, "Teacher, Tongtian and Apo's actions are clearly intended to provoke us. If we do not suppress him, the canonization calamity may spiral completely out of control. I will shield a sliver of hope within the Jiejiao palace. You go and suppress Tongtian." "Teacher, it is not that our teachings refuse to act, but if Nuwa and Huda lend their assistance, we fear we may not be their match. Have you not noticed that Tongtian has not appeared for quite some time?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then excitement surged within them. "Teacher, do you mean to say that Tongtian has vanished?" Junti and Apo's eyes sparkled with anticipation, realizing that if Tongtian truly was gone, dealing with the individuals on Jiejiao Island would be considerably easier. "You may proceed." "I have searched Jiejiao Island with the power of the heavenly Tao and have found no trace of Tongtian." Yuan Shi Tianzun's face lit up with excitement, secretly thinking that even if they could not suppress Tongtian, eliminating the vermin on Jin and Apo's Island would be a victory in itself, preserving the lives of the disciples of the teachings. His lips curled slightly, a cruel smile flickering in his eyes, as if he could already envision the scene of blood flowing like rivers on Jiejiao Island. Laozi observed Yuan Shi's demeanor and sighed internally, choosing not to voice his thoughts. "Hurry and go. Bring Tongtian to heal." The 4 saints bowed to Honghuang and then soared towards Jin and Apo's Island, excitement coursing through the hearts of the 3, while Laozi remained behind. After all, opportunities to redeem past humiliations are rare. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that Honghuang has anticipated the possibility of Tongtian encountering unforeseen misfortune. One must seize such a splendid opportunity. Moreover, even in the absence of suppressing Tongtian, successfully guiding the disciples of Golden Ao Island into the Pantheon would still constitute a significant achievement. Chapter 41. The 3 Senior Brothers. We have fallen into a trap. As the 4 saints approached Jiejiao Island, Laozi suddenly discerned a solitary voice whispering in his ear. "Laozi, my friend, if you can flee, then do so. That formation is impenetrable even to the one from Jiejiao Palace." Despite maintaining an outward composure, a subtle hint of unease lingered in the depths of Laozi's gaze as he continued to soar forward. Before long, the 4 saints arrived at the periphery of Jiejiao Island. Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, resembling 2 streaks of black lightning, and was the first to release his divine sense. However, when it receded, it returned empty, as if a stone had sunk into the sea without a trace. Junti raised an eyebrow, a flicker of cunning and doubt dancing in his eyes. "This Jiejiao Island is indeed peculiar. Could it be that Tongtian has set a trap for us?" Yuan Shi Tianzun snorted coldly, his voice rumbling like thunder in the air. "Tongtian, even if there is a trap, what can he do? He cannot escape our grasp." Though his words were resolute, an unsettling anxiety coiled around his heart like creeping vines. Junti and Apo's eyes shifted to Yuan Shi Tianzun, a forced smile spreading across his face. "Senior brother Yuan Shi, it would be a grand achievement to enter Jin and Apo's Island first. As the elder, you should lead the way." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Apo's expression darkened, cursing Junti for his cunning nature in his heart, yet he replied, "As the elder brother, I should defer to my junior. Let Jing and Junti proceed first." The 3 remained at the edge of Jiejiao Island, each reluctant to take the first step. The atmosphere tensed like a taut bowstring. Observing their antics, Laozi sighed inwardly and declared, "Very well, I shall enter first." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, plunging into Jiejiao Island. With his whisk in hand, he wore a grave expression, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Moments later, seeing no unusual disturbances, Yuan Shi and the others relaxed their vigilance slightly. It seems Laozi is unharmed. Jiying, let us also enter. Together, the three stepped into Jiejiao Island. Inside, the island was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of wind or birdsong. Even the heartbeats of the four seemed to be consumed by the stillness. This profound quietude gripped their souls like an invisible hand, allowing fear to silently creep in. Yuan Tianzun and Apos, brows knitted tightly. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as a foreboding feeling surged within him. He clenched the Panga banner and the three treasures Jade Rui. The celestial clouds above flickering ominously like a storm brewing. Juan and Jiying also bore anxious expressions. Juan tightly grasped the seven treasures' wonderful tree while Jiying wielded six pure bamboo, simultaneously manifesting a six-zhang golden body in preparation for the unexpected. Just as the four saints were about to delve deeper into Jiejiao Island, the ground suddenly quaked violently. The earth surged like waves, rocks shattered, dust billowed. And the sword of slaying immortals rose around them, its sword energy fierce enough to cleave through the void. In an instant, a murderous aura enveloped Jin and Apos, Ao Island. Sword energies crisscrossing like countless silver serpents weaving a net of death, each blade radiating a chilling light. It is over. We have fallen into a trap. What shall we do, my three senior brothers? Yuan Tianzun and Apos' complexion changed dramatically, yet he surveyed the surroundings and reassured them. It is merely the sword array of slaying immortals. The four saints can break it. Suddenly, 12 flags of the 12 heavenly god evil rose in 12 directions. 12 divine pillars surged into the sky, at the top of which a large grinding disc spun rapidly, continually channeling malevolent energy into Jiejiao Island. Upon witnessing this, Juan grew frantic. What more could there be? Senior brothers, what shall we do? This is no mere sword array. Yuan Tianzun retorted. How should I know what to do? This formation is extraordinary, a combination of the sword array of slaying immortals and the 12 heavenly god evil array. Compounded by that unknown spiritual treasure above, it is exceedingly troublesome. Ji Ying's expression turned grave. Their only option now was to charge out. His voice was firm, but a hint of despair flickered in his eyes. With a mighty roar, Yuan Tianzun invoked the Panga banner and the three treasures Jade Rui. As he waved the Panga banner, the skies darkened, and chaotic energy surged forth towards the sword array. The celestial clouds above him formed an impregnable fortress, shielding him from the onslaught of sword energies. Juan swung the seven treasures' wonderful tree, causing countless vines to extend, colliding explosively with the sword energies, producing thunderous roars. The energy ripples from their collision spread outward, shattering rocks in their wake. Meanwhile, Ji Ying's six pure bamboo radiated peaceful energy, attempting to dissolve the murderous aura. Yet it felt insignificant against the overwhelming tide of violence. Simultaneously, Ji Ying and Juan Ti's six-zhang golden bodies shone resplendently, standing firm amidst the storm of death. Laozi, resigned, sighed deeply and reluctantly drew out his whisk, flying towards a specific direction. The four saints each took to the cardinal directions, aiming to seize the sword of slaying immortals to dismantle the array. At that moment, Tongtian in Bayou Palace felt a surge of delight. Sitting upon his mat, he activated the formation. As he did, the skies shifted dramatically. In three directions, three ethereal images of Panga materialized, shrouded in boundless malevolence. Each apparition wielded a colossal axe, emanating an aura of primordial chaos, as if capable of severing all existence. The Pango apparitions advanced towards Ji Ying, Juan and Yuan Shi, each swing of the axe conjuring a tempest of destruction. The storm intermingled with the sword energies and the dense malevolence, forming a terrifying force that enveloped the three. Yuan Tianzun and Apos' heart raced with terror. He had never anticipated Tongtian could orchestrate such a lethal trap, while desperately defending against the onslaught. He cursed Tongtian for his treacherous cunning. The three treasures Jade Rui buzzed violently, and cracks appeared in the celestial clouds above, resembling shattered glass. Juan and Jiying fared no better, their golden bodies marred with spiderweb-like fissures from which blood seeped, staining their forms. The three retreated under the relentless assault, akin to a solitary boat in a tempest, on the brink of being engulfed by towering waves. Amidst the unending barrage, they scarcely caught a glimpse of Tongtian's true form before the power of the formation gradually consumed them. Suddenly, a sword energy streaked like a meteor, and Juan let out a cry of agony as one of his arms was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth crimson. Jiying attempted to rescue him, but was struck by a malevolent force that surged into his being, causing him to spit blood, his complexion paling further. Yuan Tianzun felt a wave of deathly energy as the Pangu apparition cleaved through his celestial clouds. At this critical juncture, the formation struck down three figures. their true spirits drawn into the Tao space, akin to fallen leaves caught in a tempest, receiving the cyclical gift of the Tao space. As for Laozi, aware that resistance was futile, he chose to sit cross-legged on Jiejiao Island, closing his eyes in meditation. Following the demise of the three, tranquility returned to Jiejiao Island. The recent surge of malevolence even alerted Honghuang in Zishu Palace. He furrowed his brow, a sense of unease swelling within him. Suddenly, Honghuang flickered and, accompanied by Ji Ying, Yuan Shi, and Zhuan Ti, descended directly outside Jiejiao Island. Yuan Shi immediately urged, "Master, my senior brother remains within. I beseech you to intervene and save him." Honghuang and Apos' expression darkened like a stormy sea. He raised his hand, gathering a force imbued with the essence of the Tao in his palm, and directed it towards Golden Ao Island. Yet, the Suxian sword array in the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation activated instantly. As his palm struck, it stirred not a ripple, as if an ant were attempting to shake a mighty tree. Hongjuan's countenance grew increasingly grim, astonished within. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this formation. Yet he never anticipated that his full-force strike would fail to budge it in the slightest. "Return," he declared, "for even I cannot breach this formation." The three saints were left in disbelief. Zhuan Ti and Apos' eyes widened, his face a mask of incredulity as he inquired, "Master, is this formation truly so formidable that even you cannot dismantle it?" The formation not only comprised the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation in the Suxian sword array, but it also harbored traces of the great Tao and Apos' power, rendering it perilous to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, the three saints broke out in a cold sweat. And with no alternative, they reluctantly departed. As they were leaving, Hongjuan imparted a final word. "Yuan Shi, hasten to send the overseer of the Fengshan calamity down the mountain. Jiejiao and Zhuan Ti shall assist you well." With that, Hongjuan returned to the Purple Cloud's palace. Jiejiao and Zhuan Ti approached Yuan Shi, their faces etched with concern. "Senior brother, our Western teachings have only just begun to revive. I implore you to show mercy." Yuan Shi regarded Zhuan Ti with disdain, retorting, "Currently, there are no disciples of the Jie sect within Golden Ao Island. Your Western disciples should focus on eliminating the scattered Jie sect disciples outside instead. Then we are most grateful, Senior Brother Yuan Shi." Jiejiao and Zhuan Ti bowed deeply and returned to Mount Shumi. Chapter 42. This is my disciple. Yet you dare to claim him as your son. Do you wish to perish? In the city of Chaoga, an undercurrent of tension swirled, as lords from the four towns gathered to pay homage to the great Shang. An inexplicable sense of unease hung over the bustling, yet perilous capital like a shroud. Under the cover of night, the moonlight was largely obscured by dark clouds, casting only a few feeble beams upon the window of an inn. Within the inn, the lords from the four towns huddled together, conspiring. Their eyes flickered with a complex mix of dissatisfaction towards the Shang's rule, along with apprehension and anticipation regarding the shifting tides of fate. The queen whispers sweet nothings into the king and Apos' ear. The East Marquis is destined for greatness, unlike my southern town, which languishes in hardship. With that, Yishuanyu took a sip of his wine. Humph. It's merely a hen crowing at dawn. Such has been the case since his time in the Marquisate. A mere woman should attend to her husband and children, yet now she dares to coerce a sage. The great Shang will inevitably fall under the hand of Dxin. East Marquis, tread carefully. Such words must not be uttered lightly. My western town and Apos' populace already suffers greatly. Should the Shang army march against us, our people will endure even more misery. Dxin, under the guise of the Holy Mother, issues orders everywhere, besieging the sage and Apos' sect, severing our human lineage. My southern town shall never submit. If the opportunity arises, we shall surely raise our arms against him. South Marquis, temper your words. Regardless of his actions, the king remains our human king. To speak against him in Chaoga is a perilous endeavor. I do not wish for our western town to face ruin. We have already exhausted our options. Perhaps rebellion is our only recourse? The East Marquis and Apos' words sent a chill through the room. None anticipated such treachery from him. Meanwhile, in the Grand Master's residence, the atmosphere was equally tense as the gathered individuals observed the unfolding scene on the screen. Wenzhong, Wudang, Xiangwei, Baigan, and Shangrong were all present. Wenzhong furrowed his brow, his gaze intense, as if a fire burned within him. These four fools conspire here without even a cultivator to guard them. Wang Feihu, his face aflame with rage, slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. These traitors. I shall have their heads for daring to plot against the king and slandering him. With that, he reached for his weapon, preparing to charge out. Both Shang Rong and Bai Gan hurried to stop him. Hold on, Martial King. Such impulsive actions could incite rebellion in the four towns, endangering the great Shang. Bai Gan nodded in agreement, urging, indeed, Martial King, the lords of the four towns hold considerable power. We must proceed with caution and deliberate strategy. Seeing their resolve, Huang Feihu's frown deepened. Chancellor, royal uncle, what do you intend? These four have not only insulted the queen but also disparaged the king, who exhausts himself for our people. How can they be allowed to escape unpunished? He forcefully pushed the two aside, declaring, do not impede me. Today, I shall rid us of these treacherous ministers. Wu Dang, sensing the danger, swiftly stepped in front of Huang Feihu, waving his hand to unleash a powerful force that sent Huang Feihu back. Xiang Wei, with a cunning smile, rose slowly. Consider this. If we kill them outright, the four towns will rise against us. It would be wiser to let them turn on each other. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Wenzhong and Appo's eyes as he stood up. Zhong Ho, who is known for his cunning. I shall approach him and suggest he report the four towns' conspiracy, then confine them to observe their reactions. With that, Wenzhong vanished from the Grand Master's residence and made his way to Zhong Ho's quarters. Zhong Ho was pacing nervously when Wenzhong appeared, causing him to tremble and kneel. Grandmaster, what brings you here? Wenzhong and Appo's expression darkened. North Marquis, what schemes are you hatching with the other three towns? Perhaps you would enlighten me? Zhong Ho, who, drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, please, Grandmaster, see clearly. I am being coerced by the other three towns. I am powerless. They slander the king and queen. Your inaction is a mistake. Your involvement is a mistake. If you wish to survive, contemplate how to navigate the assembly the day after tomorrow. With that, Wenzhong vanished once more. On the following day, the lords of the four towns, adhering to their plan from the previous night, set off to hunt in the Yinshan Mountains, though Zhong Ho, who was far from eager to partake in the hunt. The Western Marquis, Jichang, rode with an air of calm, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. He addressed the three lords behind him, saying, I have calculated that today I shall have my 100th son, truly a divine blessing. Jiang Huanchu laughed heartily. Indeed, the Western Marquis is known for his benevolence. It must be the heavens' favor. As they conversed jovially, suddenly, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled ominously. The lords and their attendants turned pale, rushing forward. Upon arrival, they beheld a massive pit, from which the thunderous cries of an infant echoed. Ji Chong, stirred, dismounted to approach the child. From afar, Yun Zhongzi, concealed within the clouds, watched eagerly. Just as Ji Chong neared the pit, Jinling Shengmu and Wenzhong appeared, swiftly claiming the child. Ji Chong was momentarily taken aback, then immediately bowed. I pay my respects to the Grand Master. Wenzhong nodded slightly. Western Marquis, no need for formalities. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. Ji Chong, filled with reluctance, forced a smile. Grandmaster, this child bears a connection to me. He is my 100th son. Unfazed, Jinling Shengmu disregarded Ji Chong entirely, continuing her own discourse. I have heard tales of the Western Marquis and Appo's unparalleled benevolence and love for his people. However, it seems such rumors are misguided. You are but a debauched figure with 99 sons. A flicker of embarrassment and anger crossed Ji Chong and Appo's face. Yet he restrained himself to explain, Fairy, you exaggerate. Those are but my adopted sons. Might I request the return of this child? At these words, Jinling Shengmu and Appo's eyes blazed with fury, as if she had been provoked. How dare you? This child is my disciple. How can you claim him as your own? The father of my disciple cannot be a lecherous man like you. Ji Chong felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, and the South Marquis, Yishuanyu, dismounted, glaring fiercely. How absurd. This is the Western Marquis and Appo's destined son. As a disciple of the celestial realm, how can you seize another and Appo's beloved child? Wenzhong and Appo's expression darkened at this, brandishing his twin whips. You insolent fool! This child is my master and Appo's disciple. Do you wish to forfeit your life? Or do you seek rebellion? Who told you this is the Western Marquis and Appo's child? What evidence do you have? I have calculated that this child indeed bears a connection to me. Jiang Huanchu quickly chimed in. The Western Marquis and Appo's predictions have never been wrong. I beseech the fairy to show leniency. The Western Marquis has erred. I am the direct disciple of the celestial sage. My master has foretold that this child is connected to me. Are you implying that my esteemed master has made a mistake? Just as Ji Chong and the others were left speechless, Yun Zhongzi descended from the clouds, standing beside Ji Chong, invoking the authority of the primordial celestial lord. By the decree of the primordial celestial lord, I hereby claim the Western Marquis and Imp, Apos, as 100th son as a disciple of the third generation of the Chan school. Seeing Yun Zhongzi, Ji Chong felt as if he had found a lifeline, hope rekindled in his eyes. However, Jinling Shengmu remained obstinate. Glaring at Yun Zhongzi, do not meddle in this matter. I discovered this child first, and with the calculations of my master. How can you take him away? Upon witnessing the futility of persuasion, Yun Zhongzi swiftly gestured and produced the map of the mountains and rivers, the heavenly seal. The 3 treasures of the Jade Rui, along with an array of counterfeit spiritual treasures. If senior sister Jinling does not take her leave at once, do not blame your junior for his disrespect, he declared. Disrespect? Have you not already acted in such a manner? I assure you, esteemed teacher is in the vicinity. Chapter 43. If we win, this child belongs to you. Yeshan, once a serene landscape adorned with lush greenery and tranquil wildlife, now lay enveloped in an atmosphere so chilling it felt as though it had descended into the depths of a hellish abyss. A piercing wind howled through the air, reminiscent of countless lamenting souls, causing the trees to rustle and their leaves to tremble in fear of the impending storm. Moments later, the 3 celestial beings of the Taoist school, Tai Zhenren, Zhu Lushun, and Nanji Xinwing gracefully descended beside Yun Zhongzi. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Yun Zhongzi lifted his head and curled his lips into a cold smirk, boldly addressing the opposing Jinling Xingmu. Sister Jinling, my 3 brothers from the Taoist school have arrived. Hand over my disciple, or do not blame me for my rudeness. Alternatively, you may summon Uncle Tongtian, and we shall depart immediately. Wenzhong quickly interposed himself before Jinling Xingmu, thinking to himself, what a bunch of rabble, thinking they can be impolite. They should weigh their own worth. Oof, Yun Zhongzi. Do you truly believe in the might of the Taoist school, or have you forgotten the day our human race besieged Kunlun Mountain? As the disciples of the Taoist school pressed closer, the sky once again darkened ominously. Zhao Gongming brandished his golden whip, surrounded by 36 restored sea-stabilizing pearls. Swirling around him, Bai Shaosun followed, wielding the golden dragon scissors in her left hand and the myriad manifestations tower in her right, her expression one of displeasure. Jinling Shenmu slightly raised her chin, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She gently handed the infant to Yunzhong and stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yun Zhongzi, do you still believe you can take this child from me? Yun Zhongzi and Apos' expression changed, ready to retort, but was preempted by Nanji Xinwing. Sister Jinling, return this child to the Duke of Shibua. Do not let emotions between our 2 sects sour further. The conflict between our schools has long been one of life and death. Do you find this discussion amusing? Exactly. Sister Jinling speaks wisely. These rascals only know how to bark here. Come, let me send you on your way. With that, she soared into the air, radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. Zhao Gongming and Jinling followed suit, shouting in unison, come, let us battle. If we win, this child belongs to you. Nanji Xinwing sighed in resignation, Yun Zhongzi. For your sake, we shall fight. The 4 ascended into the sky, poised for battle. Jinling Xingmu, armed with the dragon and tiger Jade Rui and the 4 symbols tower, charged at Nanji Xinwing, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, embodying a relentless spirit. Nanji Xinwing, fate has brought you to the divine list. Today marks your demise. With a sweep of her Rui, the roaring shadows of the dragon and tiger surged forth towards him. Nanji Xinwing's heart raced. He understood the formidable power of Jinling Xingmu. Though both were senior disciples, he had no confidence in overcoming her, thus he dared not slacken his efforts. Holding his staff, he unleashed beams of white light that collided with the dragon and tiger shadows. In an instant, the sky erupted with brilliance, blinding those present as powerful energy rippled outward, shaking the mountains of Yinshan, causing boulders to tumble and trees to uproot. Truly, Jinling Xingmu was formidable. I must devise a means of escape, lest I end up on that divine list. He employed every tactic at his disposal to ensnare Jinling Xingmu. However, she remained unfazed. The light from the 4 symbols tower growing ever stronger, breaking through his celestial bindings and launching a fierce counterattack. Caught unawares, Nanji Xinwing was struck by the force of the 4 symbols, spitting blood and flying backward, his internal energies in disarray, as if his very organs had been shifted, causing him unbearable pain. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming clashed with Yun Zhongzi and Tai Zhenren. Yun Zhongzi wielded various counterfeit treasures, appearing powerful yet inferior compared to genuine artifacts. Dread filled him as he observed Zhao Gongming's imposing presence, silently lamenting. Tai Jinren sought to envelop Zhao Gongming in the nine-dragon divine fire cover, aiming to incinerate him entirely. Zhao Gongming, undeterred, scoffed, "You dare flaunt your skills before me." He swung his golden whip towards Yunjiangzi, causing the air to ripple with its passage. In shock, Yunjiangzi quickly brandished his counterfeit treasures in defense, but they flickered and emitted mournful cries under Zhao Gongming's assault. Tai Jinren threw the nine-dragon divine fire cover, which expanded rapidly, intent on engulfing Zhao Gongming in flames. With a cold smirk, Zhao Gongming accelerated the rotation of the sea-stabilizing pearls behind him, forming a formidable barrier. The blue light upon the shield flickered, staunchly resisting the fire's advance. Simultaneously, one of the sea-stabilizing pearls hurtled toward Tai Jinren. Tai Jinren gasped. He had not anticipated Zhao Gongming and Appos' prowess. He hastily dodged but was still struck, staggering as his internal energies surged chaotically. Fool. 36 sea-stabilizing pearls are enough to rival innate treasures. Do you think a mere 9-dragon divine fire cover can withstand it? With that, Zhao Gongming pressed the attack, unleashing his whip once more. This time aimed directly at Yunjiangzi. The counterfeit treasures in Yunjiangzi's possession shattered under the force of the golden whip, debris scattering about. Am I to perish here today? He lamented. I refuse to accept this. Master, did you not say my fortunes were profound? Have you deceived me? Just as the whip was about to strike him, Tai Jinren hurled a golden brick to intercept the lethal blow. The impact echoed resoundingly, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao and Zhu Lushun engaged in a fierce struggle, with Bai Xiao wielding the golden dragon scissors against Zhu Lushun, who attempted to ensnare her with the binding rope. Yet, the scissors effortlessly severed the rope, leaving Zhu Lushun aghast, lamenting the loss of his treasured artifact. Panic surged within him, disrupting the rhythm of battle. Bai Xiao, seizing the advantage, launched another attack with the golden dragon scissors. Zhu Lushun evaded in desperation, his robe slashed by the scissors' light. This battle clearly demonstrated the overwhelming superiority of the intercepting sect over the Taoist school, which remained on the defensive. Tai Jinren and Appos' S9 Dragon Divine Fire Cover and the golden brick were seized by Zhao Gongming. Nanji Xinwen was gravely injured. Zhu Lushun lost his binding rope, and Yunjiangzi and Appos' counterfeit treasures lay in ruins. With the Taoist school's celestial beings thoroughly defeated, they retreated, battered and bruised, toward Kunlun Mountain. Just as they departed, a sudden spatial fluctuation enveloped Yunjiangzi, intensifying until he vanished without a trace. The remaining 3 celestial beings of the Taoist school were struck with alarm. Zhu Lushun cried out in terror. Yunjiangzi. Nanji Xinwen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Yet, with their own survival at stake, they hastened their flight toward Kunlun Mountain. As Jinling Xingmu and her companions observed the retreat of the Taoist celestial beings, disdain filled their gazes. Turning her attention to Ji Chang, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she scoffed. I foresee a calamity befalling you in the coming days. Within 3 days, you shall surely perish. Chapter 44. My lord, the North Marquis reports the rebellion. In an instant, when Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao returned to the human king's palace. Meanwhile, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit hurriedly took Lei Zhenzi to her own sanctuary. Within the human king's palace, the atmosphere was solemn and austere. Upon encountering Emperor Xian, Zhao Gongming, Bai Xiao, and Wenzhong immediately bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Seeing this, Emperor Xian hastily advanced, helping the 3 to their feet, his eyes filled with both authority and warmth. My lord, these 2 celestial beings are my esteemed uncles, sent by our revered master to take the 2 princes as disciples. Emperor Xian nodded slightly, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. If that is the case, then they are also my uncles. It is a fortunate event for my sons to be accepted into the, and a great blessing for the Dashang. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Emperor Xian suddenly appeared as if struck by an unseen force. Pausing for a moment, a frown of concern etched upon his face. Wait. If my 2 sons were to take these 2 as masters, it would disrupt the hierarchy. Zhao Gongming, Bai Xiao, and Wenzhong exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Then awkward laughter followed, each unsure how to respond. With his hands clasped behind his back, Emperor Xian paced back and forth within the great hall, his thoughts tumultuous. After a quarter of an hour of deep contemplation, he sighed in resignation. Very well, let Appos' discuss this separately. Allowing the 2 princes to join would benefit our human race immensely. This move would also bind and Dashang together. For I am well aware that Dashang has many enemies. Zhao Gongming and Bai Xiao exchanged glances and bowed, Your Majesty, rest assured. We shall impart all our knowledge to the two princes without reservation. Emperor Xian nodded, waving his hand. You may take your leave. From henceforth, the Shang and shall be allies, watching over one another. The next day, during the Grand Court Assembly, lords from the 4 towns and 800 principalities entered the palace to pay their respects. Suddenly, Chong Ho-hu stood up at an inopportune moment, holding a bamboo slip in both hands, kneeling down. I, North Marquis Chong Ho-hu, report that the lords of the southeast and west towns conspired to rebel on the previous night. I beseech your Majesty to discern the truth. At his words, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, causing an uproar among the court ministers, filling the hall with a cacophony of voices. The lords of the 3 towns turned pale, their expressions shifting dramatically, just as they were about to kneel and clarify, when Zhong suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chong Ho-hu, do you not know the consequences of slandering the lords? Are you attempting to disrupt the court? I dare not, my lord. This bamboo slip contains evidence of the conspiracy by the 3 town lords. I only seek the welfare of the Shang. When Zhong furrowed his brow, pretending to be doubtful as he stepped forward, snatching the bamboo slip and turning to present it to Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian took the slip, unfolding it to examine the contents, his expression darkening with mounting rage. He abruptly tossed the slip into the center of the hall, roaring, "Look at this! What a fool I am, ruled by a foolish queen. How dare they utter such treasonous words?" The ministers crowded around, filled with righteous indignation after reading it, many calling for the immediate execution of the 3 marquises. Jiang Huanchu, in a state of panic, bowed repeatedly, sweat trickling down his forehead. Your Majesty, do not trust the one-sided words of Chong Ho-hu. We are all loyal to you and to Deshang. Moreover, my daughter is the queen. How could I possibly act thus? Ji Chong echoed in agreement, his heart racing with anxiety. In contrast, Xuanyu stood silently to the side, his brow furrowed, saying nothing. However, Emperor Xian was consumed by wrath, unwilling to listen to any explanations from these few. He waved his hand. Bring these 3 and imprison them. Your Majesty, I assure you, we of Jiejiao do not believe that the lords of the 3 towns would act thus. Besides, your recent decisions have indeed gone too far. Upon hearing this, Shang Rong and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in fury as he stepped forward to vehemently object. How preposterous! Those celestial beings are already oppressing our human race. Must we continue to grovel at their feet? Everything you do is for the dignity of Deshang and the future of our kind. Su scoffed, his face a mask of defiance. And what of the queen's treachery? How can a mere woman so blatantly interfere in state matters? Is this not a violation of propriety? Emperor Xian and Amp, Appo's eyes blazed with fury as he thundered, enough. Bring this man down and execute him. Rally my Deshang warriors. We shall march on Jiejiao. Fei Zhong, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. My Deshang warriors are invincible in battle. However, I believe it prudent to release Su to showcase your magnanimity and demonstrate your broad-mindedness to the world. Yuhan quickly joined in agreement. Your Majesty, Lord Fei Zhong speaks wisely. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Emperor Xian, initially intent on executing both, reconsidered and waved his hand, allowing Su-hu to leave. Su-hu shot a glance at Emperor Xian, his eyes aflame with anger, before storming off. Watching from the sidelines, a figure quietly sought an opportunity to exit the human king's palace and found a secluded corner, employing sorcery to transform into Su-hu's likeness. Mounting a horse, he galloped through the city, shouting, "The ruler betrays his subjects, and the 5 constants are in disarray. In the west, we shall never bow to Deshang. Deshang shall perish, and the western Zhou shall rise." After finishing his proclamation, he inscribed those words upon the city walls of Chaoga before fleeing beyond the city limits. This incident was witnessed by the citizens, and the news spread like wildfire. Moments later, a soldier rushed to report the verses inscribed on the city walls to Emperor Xian and the court ministers. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian and Appo's rage seemed poised to incinerate everything in its path, and the ministers were equally incensed. Ji Chan, terrified, turned pale, repeatedly bowing until his forehead bled. Your Majesty, this must be the treachery of Su-hu. We are utterly loyal to you and would never entertain such rebel thoughts. With a thunderous slap on the table, Emperor Xian bellowed, "You fools! Seize Ji Chong and throw him into a death cell. He shall be executed tomorrow. In 3 days, I will lead the army to Jiejiao." Ji Chong collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with terror and despair, as if struck by lightning. Just as the real Su-hu exited Chaoga, he became aware of all that transpired within the city. Curse be it! Someone seeks to harm me. As Su Hu approached Jiejiao, suddenly, a sword struck down, severing his head from his body, blood splattering the ground. Very well, leave the rest to me. Lord Su, rest easy. With that, the figure waved his hand. And Su Hu and Apos' true spirit was captured. In an instant, Su Hu rose once more, mounting his horse and continuing his swift gallop towards Jiejiao. Chapter 45, My Conspirator. Su Hu is from West Qi. Standing together on the high ridge, I gazed at Su Hu, who was galloping towards Jiejiao City, an unceasing smile gracing my face. A day later, Su Hu burst into Jiejiao City, his voice filled with urgency as he shouted, "Zhang Luan, assemble all the troops, the city is on high alert." His voice echoed within the great hall, instilling a palpable sense of dread in all who heard it. Zhang Luan, hearing Su Hu and Apos' call, hurriedly approached, his face marked by astonishment and confusion. "My lord, what has happened? Why such haste?" He looked at Su Hu, concern etched in his eyes. Yet, Su Hu had no time to respond. His gaze was electric as he strode purposefully to the table, with a flourish of his robe. He sat heavily in the chair and seized a pen, writing fervently on the paper, each stroke a manifestation of his hatred towards King Zhou of Shang. Upon completing the letter, he handed it to Su Qiuanzhong, his tone urgent and resolute. "Deliver this letter to West Qi at once. We need reinforcements." Su Qiuanzhong received the missive, a look of bewilderment and anxiety on his face. "Father, what is happening? Please, speak to me." He gazed at Su Hu. Fear of the unknown reflected in his eyes. That tyrant has heated slanderous words and aims to destroy Jiejiao City. We cannot coexist with him. Upon hearing this, Su Qiuanzhong's eyes glimmered with determination. "Do not worry, father. I shall not fail in my mission." With that, he turned and raced towards West Qi with the letter in hand. For Jiejiao City, 3 days stretched out like an eternity, each moment a torment. The citizens were filled with trepidation, while the soldiers stood vigilant, the tense atmosphere hanging over the city like dark clouds. 3 days later, the Shang army descended like a surging tide of black, their footsteps, the clattering of hooves, and the clash of weapons intertwining in a cacophony. When Zhang, riding atop a dark unicorn, exuded an imposing presence, each step radiating authority. Upon reaching the city gates, he called out with displeasure, "Su Hu, if you surrender now, I, the Grand Master, can ensure the safety of Jiejiao's citizens." Su Hu, standing atop the city walls, glared down at Wen Zhang, his fury igniting to a blazing peak, his eyes nearly shooting flames. "Wen Zhang, do not spout your nonsense. You serve that tyrant and are complicit in his tyranny. Have the courage to wait a few days for the arrival of the West Qi army. We shall see you and your Shang bandits meet your demise." With that, he seized a bow nearby, drawing the string taut, the bowstring arched like a full moon. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a meteor towards Wen Zhang. The latter evaded the flying arrow, which barely grazed his cheek, sending a chill through the air. Enraged, he glared, "Su Hu, you court death." Turning to his army, a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. He brandished his twin whips, which gleamed ominously in the sunlight like 2 serpents poised to strike. "Warriors of Shang, assault the city. Today we shall flatten Jiejiao City and teach Su Hu the consequences of opposing the great Shang." At the command, the Shang army surged forward like a ravenous pack of wolves. The air was filled with the thunderous shouts of battle as the soldiers atop Jiejiao City unleashed a torrent of arrows, a rainstorm of projectiles descending upon the attackers. Many Shang soldiers fell, struck by arrows, yet those behind them pressed on undeterred. As the two sides stalemated, the gates of Jiejiao City suddenly swung wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Zhong led his troops into the city, charging ahead. The defenders of Jiejiao, seeing the gates ajar, fell into disarray. Wen Zhong, wielding his whips, carved a path through the chaos as though it were an unguarded sanctuary. Inside Jiejiao City, the bodies of the soldiers lay piled high. The ground soaked in dark crimson as the city was drenched in blood. The battle raged for an entire day, resulting in the annihilation of Jiejiao and Apos' forces. The battlefield was enveloped in silence, save for the continuing flow of blood. When Zhong approached Su Hu, gazing down at the fallen lord with a swirl of complex emotions. "Su Hu, do you regret your choices? Why suffer so, sacrificing an entire city for your own desires?" "Ha, regret? I, Su Hu, have never known regret. The Shang shall perish under the tyranny of Emperor Xian. He is debauched and cruel, harming the loyal. You who serve him are merely aiding in his malevolence. Though I may die, I have sent word to West Qi. When their army arrives, you shall surely perish." His eyes sparkled with unwavering conviction. Each word a struggle to escape his lips. After speaking, he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. "Grandmaster, Su Hu is dead. Shall we slaughter the city?" When Zhang surveyed the ravaged Jiejiao city, a flicker of compassion surfacing within him. No need for that. The citizens of Jiejiao bear no guilt. Wang Wuqing. You shall guard Jiejiao city to prevent any assault from West Qi. With that, Wen Zhong left half his forces behind and commanded the remainder to retreat. In the distance, I observed the smoke rising from Jiejiao city. My expression blank, yet a subtle smile flickered in my eyes. Excellent. How intriguing this divine calamity shall become. I gently released my hold, witnessing Su Hu's true essence ascend towards the divine list, shimmering faintly in the air, carrying his lingering resentment and indignation. In Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign summoned Jiang Zia, speaking slowly. Zia, your path to immortality is not destined. Here lies the divine list and the god-slaying whip. Descend the mountain to fulfill the divine mission. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zia felt as though struck by lightning, panic, and bitterness swelling within him. He had devoted years to cultivation, yearning for enlightenment, yet the primordial now proclaimed his fate to be otherwise. He fell to his knees, pleading, Master, have mercy on your disciple. I am willing to serve you in the mountains, seeking the path to immortality at your side. Tears welled in his eyes. Yet inwardly he cursed. Old codger, I have toiled for so many years. I am over 70 now, and only now you say I am unworthy of the immortal path. Sending me to fulfill a divine mission? Are you trying to take my life? My frail body might not even survive the journey. The primordial heavenly sovereign regarded Jiang Zia with unwavering authority. Go, fulfill the divine calamity. Great opportunities await. Realizing the finality in the sovereign and Appos, S words. Jiang Zia understood he could not alter his destiny. With a resigned sigh, he accepted his fate and descended the mountain, his back appearing somewhat forlorn. In the peach blossom cave of 9 Immortals Mountain, Guangqingzi erupted in fury upon hearing the primordial heavenly sovereign had sent Jiang Zia to oversee the divine matter. He rampaged through the cave, smashing objects, exclaiming, Why must the master imprison me here while sending Jiang Zia to handle the divine task? What merit does he possess? I have cultivated here for years. In terms of ability and qualifications, I surpass him in every aspect. Anger and jealousy ignited in his eyes. Feeling overlooked as the elder disciple of the Chan school. Meanwhile, Xiang Yi quietly sipped tea, observing Guangqingzi and Appos, S frenzy. Calm yourself, my friend. Jiang Zia is weak. Should he perish on his journey, who do you think will take on this divine responsibility? But if I were to kill him, the master would not spare me. And besides, the divine calamity requires a specific fate. My friend, you overthink it. The requirement for a specific fate is merely a punishment from the sages. Have you forgotten the battle of the deer? Upon hearing this, Guangqingzi suddenly understood. He smiled at Xiang Yi, vanishing from 9 Immortals Mountain, laying in wait along Jiang Zia and Appos' path. After Guangqingzi departed, Xiang Yi allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his face. Fool, you actually believe such words. Chapter 46. I shall never be a Taoist without distinction. With the heavenly punishment whip in the list of deities in hand, Jiang Zia trudged towards Chaoga City. A deep frown etched upon his face. Alas, after more than 40 years of seeking the Tao and achieving nothing, he was now cast down the mountain to fulfill some grand enterprise of deification. How absurd. As Jiang Zia journeyed halfway, a formidable seal emitted an overwhelming pressure, hurtling towards him like a meteor. Startled, he swiftly drew the heavenly punishment whip to defend himself. Upon recognizing that the seal was the celestial seal, his heart sank further. He shouted urgently, Senior brother, it is I, Jiang Zia. Guangqingzi regarded Jiang Zia with a stoic expression, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Junior brother, it is best you make your way to the netherworld and report there. The matter of deification shall be handled by me. With that, Guangqingzi delivered a fierce kick towards Jiang Zia, who felt an immense force strike him, sending his body flying like a kite severed from its string. Senior brother, why? Why must you turn against your own disciple? I have done you no wrong. You need not know. You have not offended me, yet you must perish. Guangqingzi pressed forward relentlessly, leaving Jiang Zia no chance to retaliate. Just as the situation seemed dire, the sound of a bell rang out, instantly propelling Guangqingzi away. Stabilizing himself, Guangqingzi's face darkened. When he rose, he found Jiang Zia had inexplicably vanished. With no other option, Guangqingzi departed in frustration. This scene was witnessed entirely by Huanglong Jinren and Xiangsha Daoist, who lay concealed in the grass. Huanglong was filled with shock and indignation, unable to fathom that Guangqingzi would treat his own junior brother so ruthlessly. What a misfortune! How could it come to this? Although my senior brother is not one for jest, he would never harm his own disciple, Huanglong murmured. The methods of Xiangsha are indeed formidable. When it comes to manipulating hearts, he is unparalleled. Xiangsha Daoist shook his head at Huanglong. You may know the faces of men, but not their hearts. It would be wise for you to seek another path. Huanglong glared at Xiangsha. My master has shown me great kindness. How could I betray my teachings? No. I must inform my master of this. Just as Huanglong prepared to soar towards the Yushu Palace, he was intercepted by Xiangsha. Friend, are you unaware of Yuanshi's stance towards Guangqingzi? He would never believe you. After all, Guangqingzi is his favored disciple, and you cannot compare. Huanglong shot a furious glance at Xiangsha. My master is not a heartless man. He would never shield such actions. You do not understand him at all. Xiangsha sighed. Foolish one, do you know how the beings of the primordial age regard you? They call you a Taoist without distinction. Unfazed by Xiangsha's words, Huanglong forcefully pushed him aside and flew towards the Yushu Palace. At that moment, Xiangsha called out, having met, rest assured, should danger arise, I will come to your aid. Once Huanglong departed, Xiangsha erupted into laughter. After a short while, Huanglong entered the Yushu Palace and immediately knelt before Yuanshi Tianzuan. Respected master, I implore you to take action for my junior brother Xia, who has been harmed by Guangqingzi. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes wide, a flicker of sharp light flashing within. He began to calculate, revealing traces of barely concealed anger. I am aware of this matter. It was not your senior brother's doing. You may leave now, and do not speak of this in haste. Master, I witnessed it firsthand. It was indeed my master's technique, and there are traces of the celestial seal left behind. Please, I beseech you to act on behalf of junior brother Xia. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Appos, as patience swiftly waned. Enough. I have declared that Xia is unharmed. This incident was not orchestrated by Guangqingzi. Do you dare disregard my words? Realizing that Yuanshi would never punish his favored disciple, Huanglong bowed several times, gazing at Yuanshi. Master, do you truly wish to turn a blind eye to the plight of your disciple? We too are your disciples. Yuanshi Tianzuan remained silent, gesturing for Huanglong to withdraw. Master, did you accept me as a disciple merely to curry favor with the Dragon Clan? At this, Yuanshi Tianzuan unleashed a wave of divine authority. You wretched creature. You are but a beast with fur and horns, a spawn of the wet and wild. To be accepted into the fold of a sage is already a great blessing. What more do you seek? Depart at once. Huanglong laughed bitterly, his laughter filled with sorrow and helplessness, akin to a rabbit mourning a fox. If one day my senior brother slays me, will you also remain indifferent? Yuanshi immediately sealed Huanglong and Appos as cultivation. From this day forth, you are barred from leaving your own abode. Out of respect for our bond, I shall spare your life. Haha, are you afraid I might spread rumors? Afraid your senior brother will later lose control of the Taoist teachings? How unfortunate. Sooner or later, the teachings will become fragmented. Yuanshi Tianzuan, his expression darkening, rose in fury, ready to strike down Huanglong. Just as he prepared to act, the protective formation of Kunlun Mountain was shattered. Yuanshi Tianzuan hastily flew out, only to see Tongtian standing atop Kunlun Mountain, flanked by Xiangsha. Upon seeing Tongtian, Yuanshi erupted in anger. You reckless Tongtian! Why are you here instead of at your golden Ao island? Have you forgotten the Tao ancestor and Appos' decree that sages must not intervene? I came at the behest of my friend Xiangsha to seek Huanglong Yuanshi and Appos, as countenance darkened, his heart brimming with rage. What right do you have to meddle in the affairs of my Taoist teachings? Your reach is far too extensive. Spare me the pleasantries. I present you with two choices, either surrender Huanglong, or I shall obliterate your Kunlun Mountain. With that, Yuanshi summoned the Panga banner and ascended to the same height as Tongtian, ready for battle. Seeing Yuanshi and Appos, as intent, Xiangsha swiftly stepped aside and moved towards the inner sanctum of Yushu Palace. At that moment, Yuanshi wielded the Panga banner, launching an assault on Tongtian, who made no effort to evade, allowing Yuanshi and Appos' strikes to land. It is impossible. The Panga banner is a treasure of innate origins. Why does it seem ineffective against him? Yuanshi, have you had your fill of play? The power of the Panga banner appears rather diminutive. Tongtian, have you perhaps delved into the demonic path? Why else would you endure this? Yuanshi retreated several paces, a flicker of fear emerging in his gaze. Despite wielding a treasure of innate origins with his cultivation at the 6th layer of sainthood, he could not even graze Tongtian's skin, a sight that would terrify any onlooker. Yuanshi, you are far too weak. Do you truly believe you can compare with me? With that, Tongtian swung the Hunyuan sword, unleashing a fierce sword chi that surged toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi hastily raised the Panga banner to defend, yet he was still overpowered, sent reeling backward. spitting blood. In the Jiejiao palace, Hongjun observed this unfolding drama with growing concern, sensing that the deification calamity was spiraling out of control. Alas, if Yuanshi falls, it will consume the essence of the heavenly Tao. Just as Hongjun prepared to intervene, Tongtian transformed into myriad flickering lights, scattering in all directions, leaving Yuanshi alone on the ground, witnessing the aftermath. At this moment, Xiangsha had successfully led Honghuang out of the Yushu palace, who remained filled with disappointment. Have you clearly seen your master's true appearance? Humph. The Taoist teachings reject me, the dragon clan scorns me. In this vast primordial world, there is no place for me. Friend, that assertion is misguided. The human race now flourishes, and Emperor Xian honors the wise. You might find opportunities among them. Huanglong nodded in agreement, acknowledging. I have no other options, do I? Friend, accompany me. From this day forth, I shall never be a Taoist without distinction. Chapter 47. I, Jiangxia, have sought refuge with the great Shang. Within the royal palace, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Xiang Wei's expression was stern as he accompanied Jiangxia forward. On the elevated throne sat Xian, his gaze piercing like lightning, exuding an innate authority without the need for anger. The Holy Mother Wudong stood quietly beside him, while Wenzhong, Bai Gan, and Shang Rong stood in order below. The moment Jiangxia entered the palace, his heart seized with trepidation. He was acutely aware that he had plunged into a vortex of danger. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Lifting his eyes to meet Xian's, he felt a flicker of anxiety and unease before promptly bowing and declaring, "Your humble servant greets the great king." Xian raised a hand slightly. His voice calm yet powerful. Rise. National Master, now that the one who should come has arrived, please elaborate on everything. The master had once stated that the divine calamity of the deification would encompass three aspects. Firstly, the selection of 365 righteous deities by the heavenly court. Secondly, the fall of the Shang and the rise of Shou, wherein humanity would relinquish its title of king and submit to the heavenly court, providing incense offerings to the myriad gods. And thirdly, the suppression of the sages. Jiangxia was to be the one to enact the deification. As these words echoed, the gazes of those present pierced Jiangxia like swords, filled with anger, suspicion, and murderous intent. His existence could potentially herald monumental upheaval for the great Shang, inciting a desire to eliminate him without delay. Feeling the hostility radiating from the crowd, a chill ran down Jiangxia's spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his back. He understood that he had become the focal point of animosity. Yet, he also recognized the urgency of declaring his stance. Failure to do so now would render any future opportunity futile. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he proclaimed, "Great King, as a humble servant of humanity, I shall never engage in actions detrimental to our kind. Thus, I will forever stand by humanity's side." Xian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiangxia as if attempting to see through him. "So, you imply that you are willing to assist the great Shang in vanquishing Shi Qi?" Hesitation gripped Jiangxia's heart as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. On one hand, he harbored resentment towards the injustices of the primordial supreme. On the other, he feared the wrath that would descend upon him should he choose to ally with the Shang. What is it? Is this decision so difficult to make? Or do you believe the great Shang is destined to fail? Your Majesty, I do not mean that, Jiangxia replied earnestly. I am willing to submit to the great Shang, and since the primordial supreme has wronged me as a servant of humanity, I am naturally inclined to repay the favor to the great Shang. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Very well, from this day forth, you shall serve as a high minister of the great Shang. You may leave now. After bowing in gratitude, Jiangxia gradually retreated. Xian turned to the others. What do you all think of this man? Is he usable? The Holy Mother Wudong's eyes glinted with malice as she coldly suggested, just kill him. If he is dead, there will be no need for deification, and all matters will resolve themselves. Wenzhong immediately interjected, Master, there must be someone to enact the deification. If Jiangxia is gone, others can still take his place. Otherwise, let us keep him under the watch of the great Shang. He cannot pose a threat under our vigilant eyes. Xian pondered Wenzhong's words and acknowledged their merit. Although Jiangxia was indeed the one destined for deification, as long as he remained under the great Shang's control, he could stir no great tumult. Your Majesty, I believe that for our humanity to be safeguarded, we must gather the fortunes of our kind, thereby enabling us to contend with the heavens. The fragmentation caused by the feudal lords is the root of our misfortunes. Upon hearing this, Chongho, who was struck with alarm, fully aware of his precarious position, to preserve his life, he immediately knelt. Your Majesty, I am willing to cede the northern Jin territory. Please spare my family. Dxian nodded slightly, recognizing that Chong Hohu's actions were wise. Had he not recognized the gravity of the situation, he would surely meet his end at the hands of the Great Shang. The feudal lords of the four towns have long shown disrespect to the Great Shang. Their extermination was overdue. While it would be simple to eliminate them, the challenge lay in governance. There is no need for concern, uncle. We can implement a county system, with local officials appointed directly by the king. This way, the hearts of the people will align with the king, and they will recognize only the great king. Everyone gasped in surprise, as they all deemed this strategy to be exceptionally astute. The national master is truly a loyal minister to the Great Shang. This strategy is indeed a plan for the ages. Your Majesty flatters me. This strategy was imparted by the master. I am merely borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. Furthermore, the concept of the county system was indeed acquired from the transcendent system. If this strategy is executed, the fortunes of humanity will coalesce around the great king. However, the Great Shang still faces challenges against the four towns. Do not worry about the northern Jin. Lord Chong has already aligned with the Great Shang. For the southeast and southwest, we merely need to conquer them one by one. Indeed, we must tackle them sequentially. Currently, the greatest adversary to the Great Shang is Shiqi. Thus, let us first sever its two arms. However, National Master, do you know of anyone else available for our use? Xiang Wei then produced a bamboo slip, and upon Dxin's glance, a smile graced his face. For it contained the names of those loyal to the Great Shang during the battle for deification, just as Dxin prepared to summon those listed. A soldier rushed in with urgency, reporting, Your Majesty, the East Bow and South Bow lords are deceased, and the West Bow lord has vanished. Dxin slammed the table in fury, his anger igniting. What nonsense! To perish in the Great Shang's prison and still manage to escape? Ridiculous! Investigate this at once, he commanded, his voice laced with ire. With the order given, Wudong, Wenzhong, Baigon, and Xiang Wei proceeded to the Southeast Bow Lord's prison. Inside the damp cell, a foul odor hung in the air. Upon entering, they found a soldier lying unconscious on the ground, alongside the lifeless bodies of the two lords. Wenzhong approached the soldier, rousing him. As the soldier slowly opened his eyes, terror and confusion filled his gaze. What transpired here? Why did you faint? How did the two lords meet their demise? Reporting to the Grand Master, I do not know. I only recall a shadow flashing by. And then everything went black. The Holy Mother Wudong furrowed her brow slightly. The memory has been erased. There is no need to search. The murderer has long since fled. Meanwhile, Xiang Wei surveyed the cell where Jichang was imprisoned, detecting subtle spatial fluctuations. National Master, what is happening here? The cell is tightly closed. Could it be the work of a cultivator? The manipulation of spatial laws is a skill that can only be wielded by a sage without detection. Let us depart. There is no need to investigate further. Upon hearing this, Shang Rong was filled with astonishment, fully aware of the immense power wielded by the sages. If this affair were indeed orchestrated by a sage, the position of the Great Shang would become even more precarious. What a bunch of fools. Truly forgetful of the lessons learned. Do they truly believe humanity is to be trifled with? Without evidence, what can you do? Enough. Let us go, Chancellor. Wudong, Wenzhong, Baigon, Xiang Wei, and Shang Rong returned to the royal palace to report the details. Dxin's expression darkened further. It appears that those targeting the Great Shang are not trifling characters. After a few moments, as Dxin composed himself, he stated, Very well. Let us deliberate on the future of the Great Shang and humanity. Chapter 48. The 5-year plan unifies the human race, aiming to conquer the celestial court. Emperor Xian sat majestically upon his throne, casting forth questions that fell like boulders into a deep abyss, yet evoking not a single ripple of response, much to his disappointment. Is there not a single minister capable of answering this sovereign's inquiries? His voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, laden with palpable dissatisfaction and challenge. The courtiers bowed their heads in silence, each lost in their own contemplations. The impetuous Eli, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward and declared loudly, Your Majesty, I am but a soldier, versed only in warfare. Any who dares to harm our Great Shang will meet their end at the hands of our valiant warriors. Emperor Xian, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly. National Master, Teacher, please shield this royal palace from the heavenly secrets, lest outsiders overhear. In an instant, Xiang Wei and Wu Dang formed a seal together, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rippled through the palace. A brilliant light flickered, and the palace was enveloped in an invisible barrier, completely obscuring the heavenly secrets. With unwavering resolve, Emperor Xian spoke once more. Very well. Let us set a modest goal, to transition from a feudal system to a county system, consolidating all of humanity's fortune within our great Shang, vigorously cultivating our cultivators, and allowing our people to recuperate in anticipation of our future campaign against the Celestial Court. At these words, the breaths of the courtiers quickened. They were astounded. This was an audacious plan indeed. The shift from feudalism to a county system would undoubtedly incite the ire of all lords. And the gathering of human fortune to wage war upon the Celestial Court was an unprecedented venture. The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to voice their thoughts. Observing the silence of his ministers, Emperor Xian felt a flicker of disappointment. He understood the risks inherent in this plan, yet for the future of humanity, he felt compelled to proceed. What is it, my lords? Are you afraid, or do you wish to see our race trampled by outsiders? His voice was laced with anger and threat. At that moment, the ministers awakened from their stupor, comprehending the truth in Emperor Xian and Apos' words. If they did not rise in resistance, humanity would surely be reduced to mere pawns under the oppression of various forces. Their gazes grew resolute. Their initial shock replaced by determination, and they collectively exclaimed, "Your Majesty is wise." Emperor Xian nodded in satisfaction, encouraging his ministers. "You are all the backbone of our great Shang. This matter must not be divulged in the slightest. Should our great Shang succeed, you too shall attain immortality, revered by humanity for generations." The ministers bowed in gratitude, for the allure of immortality and eternal reverence was indeed overwhelming. Baigan stepped forward, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what is the essence of this 5-year plan? We must have a framework, must we not? Establish the Hunyuan Pavilion to gather the cultural legacies of the world, imparting knowledge to all humanity. Baigan shall serve as the head of the Hunyuan Pavilion, becoming the literary sage of our race." Upon hearing this, Baigan immediately bowed in gratitude, a surge of excitement swelling within him. Set up the Shadow Secret Guard under the command of Master Wen, responsible for investigating the conditions of various factions and gathering intelligence. Remember, the Shadow Secret Guard must be all-seeing. When Zhong stepped forward, his gaze steadfast. "This old minister will not hesitate to lay down his life, serving as your Majesty and Apos' eyes, striving to secure a future for humanity." When Zhong understood the significance of the Shadow Secret Guard, during the calamity of the gods, information was paramount to humanity and Apos' survival. Only by possessing sufficient intelligence could the Shang gain an advantage over the various factions. Shang Rong, this tome is a gift from the National Master, containing many elements beneficial to our race. Please seek it out. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this old minister will find it. Dedicating my life to the great Shang and to humanity. Just as Emperor Xian was about to dismiss the court, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." 3 cultivators await outside to pay their respects. One claims to be the great master of Xuandu, another the Taoist of mutual destruction, and the last the true man of the Yellow Dragon. Emperor Xian pondered briefly and then commanded, "Allow them to enter." Both Wu Dang and Wen Zhong shared a sense of curiosity. The great master of Xuandu was indeed a member of humanity, and his presence in the royal palace was understandable, but the arrival of the Taoist of mutual destruction was rather peculiar. As the 3 entered the grand hall, they bowed respectfully. "Honorable cultivators, what brings you to our royal palace?" "The calamity approaches. My master has sent me down the mountain to gain experience. Hearing of your Majesty and Apos' dedication to the nation and the dignity of humanity, I wish to contribute to our race. I implore the king to grant me permission. As the first batch of innate humanity, with your assistance, our race shall surely prevail. Thus, I appoint you as the right prime minister of our great Shang. Such a wish is beyond my aspirations. I do not dare to request it. I wish only to serve humanity and the king." Emperor Xian nodded, then turned his gaze to the Yellow Dragon, exuding an air of authority. "What brings you to our great Shang?" "We are in opposition to the Chan sect. I am a former disciple of the Chan sect. The primordial master, devoid of virtue, disregarded the lives of his disciples, prompting my defection to the great Shang. I humbly request your Majesty's acceptance." Emperor Xian hesitated, uncertain of this individual's trustworthiness. Should he be a traitor, the repercussions for the Shang could be incalculable. "Your Majesty, it is indeed as he says. Among the 12 golden immortals, he only favors Guangqingzi, thus it is plausible that the Yellow Dragon would defect. On the day that Jiangxia descended the mountain, he was ambushed by Guangqingzi. I sought to petition the primordial master for justice. Yet he not only refused but sought to confine me. Thankfully, I was rescued by the Tongtian cult master and the Taoist of mutual destruction. Otherwise, I would not have known my fate. Upon learning that he was saved by Tongtian, Emperor Xian relaxed slightly. Would you be willing to join my shadow secret guard? Gathering intelligence for our great Shang and ensuring my safety? I am but a lost dog. Having found refuge under your majesty, I am willing to heed your commands. Fear not. While I may not know the yellow dragon well, I can assure you that the Taoist of mutual destruction is utterly loyal to our great Shang. This national master is willing to vouch for him. With this assurance, Emperor Xian's doubts dissipated. Yellow Dragon, the master has predicted your allegiance to our great Shang, and thus has entrusted me to present you with this item. I hope you will strive for the welfare of humanity. With that, Xiang Wei produced a pearl and a few drops of essence blood. Upon seeing the item, the yellow dragon stood dumbfounded for a moment before regaining his composure. I thank the master for his great kindness. I shall surely lead humanity. Suddenly, another soldier burst into the hall, and upon seeing this, Emperor Xian sighed deeply. Speak. What has transpired now? Report to your majesty, the news of the demise of the lords from the southeastern two towns has spread like wildfire, and both towns are on the verge of rebellion. Before the ministers could respond, Emperor Xian immediately stood to make arrangements. Deploy Wenzhong to guard the Three Mountain Pass, and Huang Feihu, Eli, and Lu Xiong to guard the Soul Wandering Pass, closely monitoring the two southeastern towns. The Shadow Secret Guard will be assigned to the Great Master of Xuandu. I shall inspect the various towns myself. The Assembly of Ministers voiced their disapproval at the suggestion of an inspection. We implore your majesty to reconsider. Enough. Within the court are my ministers, and beyond it are the valiant warriors of Yinshan. What have I to fear? My mind is made up. You may all withdraw. Chapter 49, Scoundrel. Dare to flood Qintang Pass. In the grand court of the Shang dynasty, the officials retreated like the receding tide, as Emperor Xian, accompanied by the unyielding and treacherous, commenced his inspection of the Shang territory. While they were in the light, figures like Xuandu lurked in the shadows. At Qintang Pass, the atmosphere shifted ominously as four colossal dragons loomed like ominous clouds, their formidable presence weighing heavily upon the hearts of all. The citizens within the city gazed up in terror, their eyes reflecting dread and unease. The dragons, with their claws bared and whiskers swirling, exuded boundless fury. Leading the charge was Ao Guang, his dragon eyes wide with rage, seemingly igniting the very air around him. Li Jing, along with Neza and the soldiers, stood resolutely at the city gates, bracing for the confrontation. Friend Ao Guang, retreat swiftly. Are you not afraid of retribution from the human race for your reckless actions? Though we are allies with the Dragon Clan, we cannot allow your threats to go unchecked. His voice echoed in the wind, fully aware of the precarious situation facing Qintang Pass. Yet, as the guardian of the city, he could not falter for the sake of his people. Ao Guang and Appos, as laughter erupted, thunderous and jarring, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Your beloved son has slain my prince. Do you humans possess the audacity to seek vengeance? Surrender, Li Neza, or I shall ensure that Qintang Pass pays the price with its very existence. His heart was consumed with grief and fury over the death of his cherished prince, and he would not rest until he avenged him. Li Jing, startled by Ao Guang and Appos' proclamation, turned to Neza, concern etched upon his face. Neza, did you truly commit this act? Did you slay the dragon prince? Neza, with utmost respect and unwavering resolve, replied, Father, I witnessed that vile dragon harm our kin, and thus, I took it upon myself to end its life. His tone was filled with reverence, attributing his actions to the teachings of the Master of the Clouds. Do you possess evidence of the Dragon Prince and Appos, as transgressions against our kind? Li Jing inquired, furrowing his brow. Neza lowered his head, shaking it apologetically. I regret, Father. I failed to secure any proof. Li Jing and Appos' brow furrowed deeper, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. He understood Neza and Appos' youthful impulsiveness but believed in his son and Appos' integrity. Yet, the might of the Dragon Clan posed a dire threat, and mishandling the situation could spell disaster for Qintang Pass. He found himself caught in a dilemma, torn between his son and the innocent citizens of the city. In that moment of hesitation, Ao Guang, seeing Li Jing falter, wasted no time in unleashing his formidable tail towards Qintang Pass. Before Li Jing could react, the massive tail descended like a dark mountain, engulfing a significant portion of the city. Buildings crumbled, and chaos ensued as the populace fled in terror, their cries for help mingling in a cacophony of despair, akin to a hellish nightmare. Seeing the devastation wrought upon the innocent, Li Jing and Appos' heart ignited with fury. Yet he knew he could not afford to confront the Dragon Clan openly. Dragon King, pause. The citizens of Chintang Pass are blameless. I am willing to sacrifice my life for my son's actions. As he spoke, he raised his sword to his throat, trembling with a mix of resolve and despair. He believed that his death might quell the Dragon King's wrath, sparing both the citizens and Neza. Neza, horrified, grasped his father and Appo's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. No, father. Each must bear their own accountability. You cannot die. Even if you do, the old Dragon King may not relent. Hearing Neza and Appo's pleas, Li Jing slowly lowered his sword, casting a complex gaze upon his son. Dragon King, my son speaks wisely. I have no reason to trust you. The four sea dragons erupted in laughter, with Ao Guang mockingly jeering. Your son surpasses you. This is utterly dull. Brothers, let this ant from Chintang Pass perish alongside my son. With that, they unleashed their powers, summoning torrential rains that struck the earth like arrows, creating countless puddles. A tsunami roared forth, towering waves surging towards Chintang Pass, intent on annihilating all in their path. In that critical moment, a grand umbrella appeared from thin air, shielding Chintang Pass. It emanated a purple light, its surface shimmering with intricate patterns. Upon contact with the umbrella, the raging waters dispersed as if colliding with an invisible barrier. Seeing this, the four sea dragons halted their assault. The master of the clouds, having withdrawn the infinite umbrella, gracefully approached the city gates. Oh, is this not the Dragon Clan, one of the three innate races? How terrifying. What mischief has my disciple stirred to provoke such wrath from the dragons? My pupil is usually too gentle to engage in violence. Neza, upon seeing the master of the clouds, rushed over and embraced him, his voice trembling with emotion. Master, those four old eels are bullying me. The master of the clouds gently patted Neza and Appo's head, sighing in resignation. Alas, how long have I been gone for you to embroil yourself in such calamity? Li Jing stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Immortal, this matter. But before he could finish, the master of the clouds interrupted. Li Jing, have you lost your senses? You trust these four shameless eels over your own son? Friend, your disciple has slain my dragon prince. Should there not be an accounting for this? Ao Guang clenched his claws, seething with rage, wishing to tear Neza to shreds for his actions. The master of the clouds scoffed. You dare threaten me? Mere dragons? Do you still believe this is the age of the dragon cataclysm? The West Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun, huffed arrogantly. Do not think your status as a disciple of a sage grants you impunity. The law of humanity demands retribution for murder. Are you unaware of your son and Appo's deeds? Do you have proof that my disciple killed your dragon prince? At this, Ao Guang produced a recording stone, hurling it towards the city gates with a furious snarl. Look for yourself. Upon hitting the ground, the stone revealed the scene of Neza slaying the dragon prince. Li Jing's face paled as he watched, feeling as if he had been outwitted by a mere child. Li Jing, do you see? Your own son has been slain, yet he had time to leave behind evidence. How ludicrous. Clearly, this was orchestrated. This recording was made by the associate master of the Chan sect, Ran Ding. Had it not been for him, my son would have died in vain. With neither side willing to concede, the tension escalated, and Li Jing and Appo's demeanor shifted from conciliatory to combative as he gripped his sword, readying himself for battle against the dragons. As both sides prepared for conflict, the unyielding one suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. With a flourish of her sword, a wave of sword energy surged forth towards the four sea dragons, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. The sea dragons, sensing the immense power of the sword wave, hastily attempted to evade, yet Ao Guang was struck by the residual force, staggering back several steps. Scoundrels! The Chan sect bullies the weak. I shall seek the Dao ancestor at Zishu Palace to report you. He bellowed, darting towards the palace at breakneck speed. But before he could escape far, the unyielding one unleashed another wave of sword energy, sending Ao Guang crashing back into the water. Just as she prepared to strike again to subdue the four dragons, Ran Ding appeared, wielding the Qianquan ruler. Dear friends, focus on avenging the prince. I will handle the unyielding one. Ao Guang acknowledged the call and ready to summon another tsunami to drown Chintang Pass. But as he surveyed the scene, he noticed Li Jing kneeling before Emperor Xian, who had now arrived at Chintang Pass. With a wave of his sleeve, Emperor Xian commanded authority without anger. His gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly through Ao Guang. Scoundrel, do you dare to flood Chintang Pass? Chapter 50, from this day forth, the Phoenix clan shall be the foremost auspicious beast of humankind. before Guang could elucidate the matter of the flood at Shenang Pass. A stone of reflection suddenly flew in from an unknown direction, landing squarely before Emperor Xian with a resounding thud. Upon its descent, the stone radiated a brilliant light, unveiling a scene so horrific that it elicited gasps from the onlookers. There stood Bing, the prince of the Dragon Palace. His expression twisted with malice as he trampled upon the corpse of a young girl, her blood staining the earth around him. Yet, Bing appeared deranged. Throwing his head back in laughter, a sound reminiscent of a mournful owl's cry, echoing ominously in the ears of the crowd and sending chills down their spines. In that instant, Emperor Xian and Apos, eyes turned bloodshot, akin to flames igniting within him, and a palpable aura of malevolence surged forth. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing accusingly at Guang, and bellowed, Guang, what do you have to say for yourself? Guang, however, showed no sign of remorse. He stood tall and proud, disdain evident in his gaze. What of killing him? They are but a rabble. What consequence is there? When the daughter of the Flame Emperor perished in our eastern sea, it was merely a trifling punishment. Now, for the demise of a few lowly commoners, you seek to slay my son? Absurd. His words struck the hearts of the assembled people like daggers, igniting righteous indignation among the human populace. Hearing this, Emperor Xian laughed in fury. The Flame Emperor showed mercy, allowing your dragon clan to atone for your misdeeds, yet you dare to label him a coward? Do you truly think my people so easily trifled with? With that, he slowly produced the Honghuang seal, and as it emerged, the fortunes of humanity surged to their zenith. The Dragon Clan, ungrateful for the Flame Emperor's grace, repaying kindness with enmity, allowing their offspring to commit murder. Today, the Dragon Clan shall no longer be the foremost auspicious beast of humankind. I hereby declare the Phoenix Clan to be the first auspicious beast of humanity. As his voice resonated, the heavens and earth stirred, and the fortunes of the Dragon Clan began to plummet, while those of the Phoenix Clan soared. In the palace of the human king, the fortunes of humanity soared like a divine dragon, spiraling through the air before transforming with a resounding cry into a resplendent divine phoenix. Seeing this, the various clans allied with humanity quickly declared their allegiance. From the southly of the Phoenix Clan, we hereby sever ties with the Dragon Clan, willing to serve as the auspicious beast of humanity and protect the Shang dynasty. Any creature, be it bird or beast, that slaughters humans shall be hunted down by the Phoenix Clan. From the ancestral lands of the Qilin Clan, we too sever ties with the Dragon Clan. Any land-dwelling creatures that harm humans shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. The Four Seas Dragon Kings, upon hearing Emperor Xian's pronouncement and the declarations of the various clans, were immediately filled with rage and shame. Emperor Xian, how dare you? A mere ant dares to act thus. Do you not fear the wrath of my Dragon Clan? Yet, Emperor Xian stood unperturbed, his demeanor cold and resolute. Withdraw at once. Your Dragon Clan has committed numerous atrocities. Should you continue to be obstinate, do not blame me for being ungracious. However, the Four Seas Dragon King not only disregarded this warning, but charged toward Emperor Xian with fury in his eyes, intent on devouring him whole. Sensing the oncoming threat, Emperor Xian's expression turned grave. Where are the Shadow Guards? As his command echoed, four figures, Huanglong, Xuandu, Guda, and Shinji materialized, confronting the menacing Four Seas Dragon King head-on. In an instant, brilliant light erupted, and with their combined might, they swiftly subdued the Dragon King, leaving him sprawled on the ground in a state of disgrace. Just as Emperor Xian was about to issue the order to execute the Four Seas Dragon King, a formidable aura erupted, causing Xuandu, Guda, and Shinji to retreat immediately, while Huanglong was directly suppressed, rendered immobile. At that moment, an ancient elder with dragon horns, supported by a cane, emerged from the sea. His appearance instantly shifted the atmosphere, rendering the air thick with tension. Li Jing unhesitatingly positioned himself before Emperor Xian, his eyes alert as he regarded the ancient dragon. The elder bowed slightly towards Emperor Xian, his voice low and gravelly. I am Candle Dragon, here to pay my respects to His Majesty. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The name of Candle Dragon was legendary, thought to have vanished through the annals of time. No one anticipated his survival, especially at such a pivotal moment. Emperor Xian pushed Li Jing aside, preparing to speak, but was quickly reminded by his advisor beside him. Your Majesty, this dragon is an ancient being, a fully realized Hunyuan golden immortal. Xuandu and Wudong are no match for him. Do not provoke him. Emperor Xian nodded slightly. Do not worry, National Master. I am merely seeking to admonish the Dragon Clan. Turning his gaze to Candle Dragon, he continued, no need for formalities. What is your intention, Candle Dragon? The Dragon Clan has brutally slaughtered our coastal citizens, An explanation is due. In response, Candle Dragon lightly tapped his cane against the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of bloodline energy toward the Four Seas Dragon King. Overwhelmed by this force, the Dragon King collapsed, groaning in agony. How dare you possess such audacity, committing such wanton slaughter of the innocent? Is this a display of power to intimidate me? Not at all. Your Majesty has misunderstood. This is merely the fault of the Eastern Sea, not that of the Dragon Clan. Please consider the loyalty the Dragon Clan once showed to the Emperor Hunyuan and spare them this time. A flicker of anger crossed Emperor Xian's eyes. Are the lives of my people so easily dismissed? Do their lives hold no value? I am willing to surrender a faction of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan to your Majesty, to be dealt with at your discretion. Upon hearing this, Guang paled in shock. No, ancestor. It is but a few lowly lives. Candle Dragon's eyes flashed with disdain as he struck Guang with a mighty blow, causing him to spit blood. Silence. You wretch. When will you learn to repent? Emperor Xian, however, remained ungrateful. This Four Seas Dragon King has insulted the ancestors of humanity, and I have no interest in the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. What shall your Majesty decide? Should your demands be reasonable, I shall surely comply. However, the one from the East has also sought my counsel, so I advise your Majesty to consider carefully. The Dragon Clan has options beyond the Shang. Is that a threat? Candle Dragon hastily shook his head. Your Majesty is overthinking. I merely wish to convey that the Dragon Clan possesses many choices. Emperor Xian erupted in laughter, his voice dripping with disdain and confidence. Is that so? Then do not choose the Shang, but consider carefully if your chosen ally possesses sufficient strength. I have a long memory for grievances. Candle Dragon fell silent, weighing the pros and cons, then raised his head. Your Majesty, please state your conditions. As long as they are reasonable, I shall comply. The Dragon Clan may serve as the second auspicious beast of humanity, with the Four Seas Dragon King under the leadership of humankind. After all, it is best to have one of our own in command, is it not? Guang bellowed in protest. No, ancestor. The Emperor intends to use the Dragon Clan as cannon fodder for their wars. Consider this carefully, my friend. I assure you, the Dragon Clan shall never be mere cannon fodder. Very well, then the Four Seas Dragon Clan shall follow your Majesty and Apos' commands. Emperor Xian nodded in satisfaction, addressing Huang Long. Huang Long, you are hereby appointed as the chief of the Four Seas Dragon King, tasked with leading the Four Seas Dragon Clan to bring reign and prosperity to humanity, ensuring we are shielded from drought and disaster. Huang Long was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such trust from Emperor Xian. After a brief pause, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, your Majesty. I shall not disgrace my mission. The Four Seas Dragon Kings, upon hearing this decree, were filled with disbelief and anger. Candle Dragon had initially underestimated Huang Long, but when he peered into Huang Long and Apos' essence, he was taken aback. You shall heed Huang Long. Though the Four Seas Dragon Kings were reluctant, they ultimately had no choice but to comply under the threat of Candle Dragon and the imposing presence of Huang Long's ancestral bloodline. Under the weight of the ancestral bloodline, the Four Seas Dragon Kings prostrated themselves, unable to resist, their eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. Emperor Xian gazed contentedly at the scene before him, when suddenly, just as the matter was on the verge of resolution, a chilling glint flashed forth. The blade, akin to the scythe of death, surged towards him with astonishing speed. A surge of alarm coursed through Emperor Xian, his pupils dilating in shock, as his body instinctively sought to evade the impending threat. Yet, the swiftness of the blade was insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, it was nearly upon him. In this critical moment, the Shadow Guard reacted with remarkable agility, leaping to shield Emperor Xian from the lethal strike, sacrificing their own life in the process. Li Jing swiftly positioned himself behind Emperor Xian, gripping his longsword tightly, poised to confront the adversary. Chapter 51. The King of Humanity and Apos' cultivation in defiance of the heavenly principles. The king faced death. The assassin struck with a single blow, sending Li Jing, Neza, and the Cloud Fairy plummeting from the city without resistance. Their bodies fell like shooting stars, crashing into the water and creating a splash in the air. The Holy Mother of No Thought saw that Emperor Xian was about to be struck and was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Her eyes filled with concern for her disciple. Disciple, she exclaimed. This moment of distraction was seized by Ran Ding, who unleashed a vicious strike with his cosmic ruler. The Holy Mother felt as if she had been struck in the chest, spitting blood as she fell from the sky. Ran Ding, you despicable wretch. Is this the righteous path of your sect? Truly shameless. You, who are but a beast in fur and horn, dare discuss righteousness? Just watch your disciple ascend the divine list here. Ha ha ha. On the city gate, the assassin's blade gleamed with a cold light, carrying the scent of death as it aimed straight for Emperor Xian's abdomen. Emperor Xian's eyes widened in terror as the shadow of death enveloped him, causing his heart to race. Damn it, I cannot escape. But at that critical moment, Zhu Long let out a deafening roar and struck out, a wave of pressure descending upon the assassin, momentarily restraining him. Simultaneously, Emperor Xian executed the 5 elements escaping technique, vanishing from his original position and reappearing below the city walls. As he performed this spell, everyone present, except for the Holy Mother and those engaged in conflict, stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. No one had anticipated that Emperor Xian had cultivated to the level of an immortal. The assassin's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with ferocity, though tinged with disbelief as the magic staff in his hand trembled slightly. As Emperor Xian revealed his cultivation level, the assassin's form gradually became clear, revealing himself as Mithraea from the Western Church. Ran Ding, wielding the cosmic ruler, charged towards Emperor Xian alongside Mithraea, their speed so swift that the air around them tore apart with a sharp whistle. The Holy Mother, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. She attempted to rise and confront Ran Ding, but her injuries weighed her down, rendering her immobile. The Grand Master of Xuandu saw this and, without hesitation, met Ran Ding head-on with the Taiji diagram, simultaneously hurling the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda toward Emperor Xian as a precaution. Zhu Long confronted Mithraea, merely stalling him without expending much effort. Zhu Long, you old fool, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. The king of humanity must not cultivate. Do you truly believe Emperor Xian is worthy of bearing that title? Mithraea bellowed, his voice brimming with murderous intent. Mithraea, I merely fulfill my duty. You should remain here with me, Zhu Long replied. Moments later, the sky erupted with purple lightning, growing increasingly numerous. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged, exuding an oppressive aura that stifled the very air. This presence weighed heavily upon the world, causing it to tremble. Hongjun's voice thundered like celestial decree. The king of humanity must not cultivate. Emperor Xian defies the heavenly principles and must be slain. Emperor Xian gazed at Hongjun in the sky, unyielding in his resolve. Beside him, those engaged in conflict stood firm, their eyes reflecting no trace of retreat. Our human race has forged our path through mountains and rivers, never relying on the multitude of deities. We believe in humanity's triumph over heaven. Yet now, you wish to trample upon us? My cultivation is but a plea for survival for our people. The fate of humanity should be in our own hands, not in those of you lofty gods. Stop your sophistry. The prohibition against the king of humanity's cultivation is a divine decree. Now that you defy the heavenly path, you deserve death. With that, the first purple divine thunder descended like an enraged dragon, striking toward Emperor Xian and his allies. Where it passed, the air ionized, releasing a sharp scent. Huang Long, the cloud fairy, and those engaged in conflict did not hesitate to channel their powers to shield Emperor Xian. The purple divine thunder struck them with a deafening roar, the force of the impact causing them to spit blood, yet they gritted their teeth, desperately resisting the first strike. However, this was merely the initial blow, and it inflicted significant injury, causing them to stagger and fall after just a moment and Appos' respite. In the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa was poised to rush toward Chenang Pass, only to be obstructed by Zhuan and Jiayin. Sister Nuwa, do not interfere. Emperor Xian defies the heavenly path and deserves death, Zhuan coldly remarked, his eyes devoid of compassion, focused solely on executing Hongjun and Appos' will. These two fools believe they can contend with me just because they have regained their sage status? With that, she drew forth the sea-covering and sky-splitting blade, the red embroidery ball, and the map of the mountains and rivers, attempting to break the duo and Appos' entanglement in one strike. However, Jiayin and Zhuan clung to Nuwa like stubborn leeches, their defenses impenetrable. What has become of these two nuisances? Damn that old Hongjun. Sister Nuwa, retreat. You cannot escape us. This is a deadlock. A deadlock? Even if I cannot reach him, do you think Hongjun can easily kill Emperor Xian? What do you say? With Yuanshi in Fire Cloud Cave, and the underworld sealed by our master, as for Tongtian, he has long hidden away on Jiejiao Island. Hearing this, Nuwa laughed. Zhuan, have you forgotten the incident just a few days ago when Tongtian and Appos' sword struck Yuanshi? That was merely an image. If he were unscathed, why would he not show himself? The truth is clear. He cannot leave Jin and Appos' Island. Fine, since I cannot go, then you shall entertain me here. With that, Nuwa charged fiercely toward the duo once more. In Fire Cloud Cave, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with the ancestors of humanity, sought to assist Emperor Xian but were intercepted by Yuan Tianzuan. This is not a place for you. Either return or face death. The underworld was sealed by Hongjun himself, and no matter how Hutu attacked, the barrier remained unbroken. The entire realm had become Emperor Xian and Appo's prison, enveloped in despair. Hongjun surveyed the unfolding situation, a faint smile gracing his lips, satisfied with the developments. This was a trap for Emperor Xian. Once he perished, the Shang dynasty would descend into chaos. Very well, Emperor Xian, go in peace. You are destined for the divine list. As the second purple divine thunder descended, everyone held their breath, anxiously gazing at the sky. This purple divine thunder was thicker than before, its power more formidable, as if it sought to obliterate the entirety of the primordial world. Chapter 52, Xian. I have secured my position. Xian stood quietly before the Qintang Pass, his figure as upright as a towering pine, unwavering in the face of adversity. With his eyes tightly closed and a serene expression, he braced himself to confront the divine thunder descending from the purple clouds. This thunder resembled the furious gaze of the heavens, hurtling towards him with formidable force. The raging winds howled around him, causing the onlookers and Appo's garments to flap wildly. Yet they could not disturb Xian in the slightest. Just as the thunder was about to engulf him, it dissipated like a fleeting dream, transforming into wisps of blue smoke upon contact, as if it had never existed. Xian opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The surrounding guards immediately positioned themselves before him, gripping their spiritual treasures with unwavering resolve, ready to defend their king at any cost. At that moment, a powerful and majestic voice resonated from afar, transcending layers of space to reach the ears of the gathered crowd. The ultimate law of chaos nurtures the spirit. The universe is my domain where I roam freely. My eyes pierce through the duality of existence. A thought can overturn the tides of time. A blade rises, its cold light startling the cosmos. My presence alone dominates the wilds. All paths bow beneath my command. As the words lingered, a figure emerged from the distance, each step striking a chord in the hearts of the onlookers. It was none other than the master of the heavenly way. In his left hand, he held the time tower steady, while his right grasped the primordial sword, standing atop the 12-grade annihilating lotus that spun gracefully beneath him. Moments after the master's appearance, a deep and resonant sound of sacred chanting filled the air, followed by a dazzling radiance of Buddhist light. Within this brilliance, the figure of Duobao gradually materialized, accompanied by several others such as Pilu and Jingguang. Upon sighting the master, the crowd immediately bowed in respect, chanting in unison, "We pay our respects to the master." Hongjun and Appo's heart stirred with complex emotions upon witnessing the master's arrival. A flicker of apprehension crossed his deep-set eyes. He had not anticipated that the master would achieve the formidable level of the 35 laws so swiftly. This rapid advancement positioned the master as a potential threat to his authority. Following this trepidation, a quiet rage began to simmer within him. For the master had now surpassed his control, challenging his dominion. Hongjun furrowed his brow, a barely perceptible chill flashing in his gaze as he addressed the master with restrained fury. "Master, your current cultivation is quite surprising. Have you encountered some great fortune?" The master lifted his chin slightly, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips, his eyes brimming with defiance and disdain. "Hongjun, all things in this world follow their own destiny. How can you claim to control everything? My cultivation aligns with my true self. It is beyond your comprehension." Hongjun felt his anger intensify, yet he suppressed it, aiming to adopt a seemingly gentle approach to achieve his aims. "My progress in comprehending the laws has been slow. Please seek out a treasure akin to the cauldron of creation for me." The master, however, paid little heed to Hongjun and Appo's request and turned his attention to Duobao. Hearing this, Duobao and Appo's eyes widened with shock and confusion, and he replied with a wry smile, "Master, I am but at the saintly level. How could I possess the ability to procure such a precious treasure?" Unfazed, the master retorted, "No? Then we shall ask Hongjun for it. If he refuses, we shall take it by force, and if we cannot overpower him, we shall resort to stealth." His words fell like a heavy bombshell, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Hongjun trembled with fury, his face flushed crimson. "You insolent wretch! Your sect is indeed filled with those who lack proper teachings." The master met Hongjun and Appo's glare with icy resolve, retorting sharply, "Is not your disciple Maitreya the same? What right do you have to admonish me? You are merely fearful of my burgeoning strength. Today, I require Xian alone. The others may live. Surrender him, or all shall perish." "Hongjun, I have secured Xian, and do you truly believe you can slay me?" The master and Appo's words brimmed with confidence and provocation. Hongjun's expression fluctuated as he weighed the situation. He understood the Master's current might was not to be underestimated. Engaging him in battle could lead to dire consequences. Very well, DXN need not perish. However, he can no longer hold the title of king, as decreed by the heavenly laws, an allowance I extend. Do not test my patience. The master chuckled coldly, turning to DXIN, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration for the young king who had endured much. Disciple, consider this 12th-grade annihilating lotus a token of my esteem. Do not disappoint my expectations. As he gently propelled the lotus towards DXIN, the latter hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. I shall not let you down. Turning once more to face Hongjun, the master raised his primordial sword, pointing it at him, declaring, the heavenly laws permit this, and I grant him a sliver of hope. He remains the king. Infuriated by the master's blatant defiance, Hongjun roared, Master, do not put your luck. If you refuse to negotiate, prepare to meet your demise. Unfazed, the master stood tall. What if I do? Are you afraid? As these words left his lips, Duobao, Xuandu, and the others quickly readied their spiritual treasures, tension crackling in the air, signaling an imminent clash. Hongjun, sensing the gravity of the situation, contemplated his next move. It seemed essential to eliminate DXIN to prevent future threats. If DXIN were to perish, perhaps the tide could still be turned. He then communicated directly with Jian, Zhundi, Yuanshi, and Haotian, issuing an undeniable command for their immediate assistance. Moments later, Jian, Zhundi, Yuanshi, and Haotian arrived swiftly at Hongjun's side, their expressions grave. As Nuwa observed Jian and Zhundi depart, she too hastened towards the master. While the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors found themselves unable to exit the fire cloud cave, clearly sealed off by Yuanshi, I shall handle the master, while you, Haotian, gather the heavenly fortunes to elevate your cultivation to that of a saint and slay DXIN. I will suppress Nuwa and Appo's power. Zhundi, you shall confront her, while Jian, you eliminate the rest below. Yuanshi, await your opportunity. Remember, success is the only option. Without hesitation, Duobao and the others encircled DXIN. As the impending battle drew near, DXIN anxiously implored the master, please, master, refrain from fighting here. The citizens of Qintang Pass will suffer. Li Jing, swiftly evacuate the citizens of Qintang Pass. Though he had never witnessed a battle among saints, he understood that the ramifications of such a conflict would be far-reaching, should they engage nearby. The innocent populace would face utter devastation. Li Jing complied, hastening with his troops towards Qintang Pass, his figure quickly vanishing from view. Just as Haotian and the others prepared to strike, a force of yin and yang swirled in the battleground, engulfing the surrounding air. While the arrival of Laozi complicated matters further. Seeing this, Yuanshi and Appo's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with triumph as he taunted, Master, surrender. My elder brother has arrived. You have no chance. As soon as Yuanshi finished speaking, Laozi began striding towards the master. Yuanshi, you misunderstand. Taiji is here to assist me. For those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Chapter 53, Tongtian, you are quite impressive, able to compete with your master. Yuanshi's gaze was filled with fury as he fixed his eyes on Laozi. Brother, why have you betrayed your teacher? Why have you forsaken the heavenly way to commit such heinous acts? Nevertheless, Laozi stood silently, his expression tranquil as water, showing no signs of disturbance. He seemed oblivious to Yuanshi's accusations, offering no response. Seeing Laozi's silence only fueled Yuanshi's anger. Humph, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Jiejin and Inhua are entrusted to you, while I shall deal with Laozi. Zhundi and Duobao will be under your suppression. DXIN will be left to Haotian. Today marks the reckoning of all. With that, the myriad saints unleashed their powers and surged into the depths of chaos, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only Haotian, Zhundi, and DXIN, with Xiandu and others in a tense standoff. The atmosphere taut as a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Tongtian and Hongjun stood facing each other amidst the chaos, their auras clashing like surging waves, sending forth invisible ripples. Tongtian gazed intently at Hongjun, the time tower above his head radiating a ghostly blue glow, while the Qingping sword and Hongyuan's sword in his hands emanated the essence of swordsmanship. Hongjun, with a dignified demeanor, wielded the creation jade butterfly, which exuded boundless power of the laws. Tongtian initiated the assault first, employing the laws of space to vanish from his original position in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared above Hongjun, simultaneously striking with both swords. The sword energy of the Qingping sword cascaded down like a fine rain, each strand imbued with a fierce murderous intent. The sword energy of the Honghuan sword descended like colossal stone pillars, each containing the power to obliterate the heavens. Unfazed, Hongjun waved the creation jade butterfly, transforming the power of the laws into a luminous shield that thwarted Tongtian's onslaught. The laws interwove upon the shield, resembling an immense spider's web that ensnared and neutralized Tongtian's sword energy. Tongtian, your attacks are but a mere tickle to me, Hongjun remarked coolly, his voice devoid of emotion. Tongtian hastily retreated, forming seals with his hands as his figure morphed into countless avatars within the chaos, each brandishing dual swords, launching an assault from every direction. In an instant, the chaos was filled with the essence of swordsmanship, a veritable downpour of sword energy. Hongjun furrowed his brow slightly as he beheld the overwhelming barrage of attacks. He once again wielded the creation jade butterfly, unleashing the 3,000 laws that collided with Tongtian's avatars in sword energy. Each clash erupted in resplendent brilliance, vaporizing the chaotic essence in its wake and creating vast vacuums. Tongtian and Appo's avatars were continuously dissipating under the assault of the creation jade butterfly, yet his true form stealthily concealed itself within the sword energy, seeking a flaw in Hongjun and Appo's defenses. He understood that a direct assault would not penetrate the defenses of the creation jade butterfly. He needed to wait for an opportunity to tip the scales in his favor. Just as Hongjun was fully engaged with Tongtian and Appo's avatars, Tongtian suddenly appeared behind him, thrusting both the Qingping sword and the Honghuan sword. This strike was infused with all of Tongtian's strength, the sword energy akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at Hongjun's back. Hongjun was taken aback, unprepared for Tongtian's concealed approach. Yet, being Hongjun, he reacted with remarkable swiftness. Without time to turn, he swung the creation jade butterfly behind him, conjuring a formidable barrier of law that absorbed Tongtian's strike. Tongtian, you have surprised me, Hongjun acknowledged, gaining a newfound respect for Tongtian's prowess. Tongtian offered no reply and pressed on with his assault, engaging Hongjun in a fierce close-quarters battle amidst the chaos. The Qingping sword and Honghuan sword clashed repeatedly with the creation jade butterfly, each collision resonating with thunderous booms, stirring the chaotic essence into a tempest. As the battle raged, Tongtian gradually discerned that while Hongjun defended, he was also searching for an opportunity to unleash a more potent counterattack, aiming to eliminate Tongtian in one fell swoop. Aware that he could not afford to grant Hongjun such an opening, Tongtian intensified his offensive, striving to disrupt Hongjun's rhythm. However, Hongjun, being the embodiment of the heavenly way, possessed unfathomable strength. He suddenly seized upon a flaw in Tongtian and Appo's defense and unleashed the 3,000 laws from the creation jade butterfly towards Tongtian. Sensing an overwhelming threat, Tongtian attempted to evade, but it was too late. The technique struck true, sending him hurtling backward in a spray of blood amidst the chaos. Hongjun swiftly advanced toward Tongtian, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just as his attack was about to descend, Tongtian unexpectedly appeared behind him 3 breaths later. Blood trickled from the corner of Tongtian and Appo's mouth, yet his gaze brimmed with defiance. Hongjun was astonished, realizing that Tongtian and Appo's mastery of the laws of time was indeed remarkable. You possess some skills, but how many more times can you reverse time? Hongjun challenged. Let us find out. With a wave of his hand, the god-slaying spear, the heaven-burying coffin, and the world-destroying mill manifested beside him. Among them, the heaven-burying coffin was particularly daunting, immense, and ancient, adorned with countless intricate runes, each like a curse radiating an aura of dread. A thick, black mist enveloped the coffin, within which echoed the cries of anguish and despair. Even Hongjun felt an intense oppressive force emanating from it. The sight of these treasures stirred a tempest within Hongjun. He mused to himself that the god-slaying spear was already a formidable challenge in his hands, but the heaven-burying coffin and the world-destroying mill were even more terrifying. It seemed today's battle would be increasingly arduous. Tongtian brandished the god-slaying spear, his figure darting like lightning as he charged at Hongjun. He thrust the spear, unleashing beams of dark lightning that streaked toward Hongjun. Each beam was infused with potent malevolence, turning the chaotic essence to pitch black in its path. Hongjun countered with the creation jade butterfly, as the brilliance of the butterfly clashed with the spear's radiance, generating a colossal wave of energy that surged through the chaotic essence like a swelling tide. Simultaneously, the heaven-burying coffin and the world-destroying mill, under Tongtian's command, launched their own assaults. The coffin exuded an immense suction force, attempting to draw Hongjun and Appo's very soul within, while the surrounding chaotic essence spiraled into a massive vortex. The world-destroying mill spun, emitting beams of annihilating light toward Hongjun, instantly vaporizing the chaotic essence in its wake. Hongjun felt unprecedented pressure as he exerted all his strength into the creation jade butterfly, simultaneously channeling the power of the heavenly way to defend against the onslaught. Tongtian, do you truly believe you can conquer the heavenly way with these? He scoffed. Such wishful thinking. Friend, do you not recognize that the heaven-burying coffin and the world-destroying mill are inherently counter to the heavenly way? As time progressed, the battle grew increasingly fierce. Tongtian continuously infused his magical power into the treasures. Meanwhile, Hongjun, while steadfastly resisting, sought Tongtian and Appo's weaknesses. He understood that if he could not swiftly resolve this predicament, the situation would grow ever more dire. During a clash, Hongjun seized the moment and unleashed a powerful force from the creation jade butterfly, aiming to shatter the coffin and Appo's suction. However, the coffin's pull was overwhelmingly strong. As the force approached, it began to be drawn in. Alarmed, Hongjun hastened to amplify his magical output, stabilizing the situation just in time. The world-destroying mill struck Hongjun once more. Caught unprepared, he was hit, and though the protection of the heavenly way mitigated the impact, he still felt a jolt that caused his body to sway slightly. Upon witnessing the scene, Tongtian and Appo's eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise. Grasping the god-slaying spear, he seized the opportunity to thrust towards Hongjun with all his might, aiming directly at his vital point. In response, Hongjun immediately focused his entire energy, causing the creation jade butterfly to swirl rapidly before him, forming a formidable shield. The clash between the god-slaying spear and the shield erupted into a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that dispersed the surrounding chaotic energies and creating an immense circular space. Under the influence of this overwhelming force, both Tongtian and Hongjun were violently propelled backward. Blood gushed from Tongtian and Appo's mouth as his body streaked through the chaos like a meteor, shattering countless stars along his path. Hongjun, too, felt the repercussions. His complexion paled slightly, and the mana within him became momentarily disordered, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Tongtian, do not be so arrogant. Today marks your end. Hongjun bellowed in fury, once again channeling the power of the heavenly Tao, which immediately began to heal his wounds. Tongtian struggled to rise, charging once more toward Hongjun, reactivating the divine treasure in his grasp. The radiance of the god-slaying spear grew even more piercing, the gravitational pull of the burial coffin intensified, and the world-destruction mill expanded to several hundred zhang in size. Just as Tongtian prepared to advance again, Hongjun raised his hand to halt him, exclaiming, "Not so fast." Chapter 54. The Three Talents Formation. Tongtian gazed at the obstructing Hongjun and burst into raucous laughter, his voice laced with derision. "Ah, Hongjun, are you perhaps afraid?" Hongjun frowned slightly, his expression complex. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Tongtian, I concede that given your current strength, I cannot contend with you. Therefore, let us wager." "Oh, a wager? What cunning scheme have you devised this time? What are the stakes? Should they prove tedious, do not expect me to spare your dignity." He speculated inwardly, knowing that Hongjun was always shrewd, and this bit would undoubtedly be intricate, yet he realized he was powerless against Hongjun, thus he might as well acquiesce. "The stakes shall be the function calamity. You support the Great Shang, while I support the West Qi. If you emerge victorious, the Jiejiao sect may continue to exist in the primordial chaos. If you lose, you shall take the Jiejiao sect and depart from the primordial chaos, never to return." Tongtian felt a chill at this wager, for it was indeed a gamble of life and death, pivotal to the existence of the Jiejiao sect. "Agreed. However, let us amend it. If I win, you shall no longer leave the Jiejiao palace or interfere in matters of the primordial chaos, with the heavenly court reverting to the Great Shang. Should I lose, I shall take the Jiejiao sect and leave the primordial chaos, never to return." Hongjun nodded in acceptance. "And let us add a clause. Neither of us shall interfere, restricting it solely to the two of us." "Agreed." The two exchanged glances, sparks igniting between their eyes, and together they swore an oath of the great Tao, each syllable imbued with the force of the Tao, causing the entire primordial chaos to tremble. Meanwhile, at Shenang Pass, Haotian and Zhuanti were steadily closing in on Dixin and his companions. Confidence and arrogance gleamed in Zhuanti and Appo's eyes, a slight smirk curling his lips as he regarded Dixin and the others as mere insects, entirely beneath his notice. "A group of overconfident fools, today shall be your demise," Zhuanti declared, raising the seven treasures mysterious tree. Duobao, holding the Duobao pagoda, remained vigilant, fully aware of Zhuanti and Appo's formidable power, silently contemplating, this lone saint is no easy opponent. "I hope my master arrives soon." Zhuanti casually waved the seven treasures mysterious tree, an apparently careless gesture concealing earth-shattering power. A colossal blade of light sliced towards Duobao and the others, tearing the fabric of space as it passed, a terrifying pull emanating from the rift. "Beware, my fellow Taoists!" Duobao shouted, swiftly summoning the Duobao Pagoda, which grew instantly to shield them, emanating powerful defensive energy. Xuandu simultaneously cast a spell, conjuring the Taiji diagram, which complemented the Duobao Pagoda's defense. Zhudong opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames towards the light blade. The air warped from the intense heat, the very space threatening to melt away. Yet, the assault from the saint was overwhelmingly potent, rendering the flames utterly ineffective. Boom! The light blade collided violently with the Duobao Pagoda and the protective barrier, producing a deafening roar reminiscent of Doomsday and Appo's tolling bell, causing the eardrums of those present to ache. Duobao and his companions staggered back, the ground beneath their feet fracturing deeply. The brilliance of the Duobao Pagoda dimmed under this onslaught, its structure trembling, groaning in agony. Xuandu's lips bled slightly, his complexion pale, yet the determination in his eyes remained unyielding. Zhudong, too, weakened by the tremendous rebound, found his scales dulling. Observing this, Zhuanti laughed heartily. "Do you think you can withstand me? One quasi-saint, one Hunyuan golden immortal, and one supreme sage, what can you achieve? Without attaining sainthood, you are but ants." He swung the seven treasures mysterious tree once more, and countless vines erupted from it, ensnaring Duobao and his companions. These luminous tendrils appeared gentle, yet were incredibly resilient, each harboring immense sealing power, making escape nearly impossible once ensnared. As Zhuanti suppressed Duobao and his group, Haotian approached Dixin wielding the Haotian sword. His steps, though seemingly slow, bore an invisible pressure. Dixin stood firm, resolute, his gaze filled with determination. Beside him, Xiangwei held her feather duster, her eyes fixed intently on Haotian, ever ready to counter his assault. Just as Haotian was about to close the distance, Xiangwei suddenly swung her feather duster, unleashing a powerful force towards Haotian. This invisible might carried astonishing strength, catching Haotian off guard and sending him flying. He stared in disbelief at Xiangwei, shot coursing through him. Who was this person to possess such formidable strength? He had truly underestimated her. At that moment, Zhuanti landed, observing Haotian's disheveled state with disdain. "Haotian, you should remain on the sidelines. You are still too inexperienced to handle this trifling matter." He then strode towards Xiangwei, his eyes filled with contempt, as if she were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Xiangwei regarded Zhuanti's approach with unwavering composure. She exchanged a glance with Xiangsha and Danqing, and the three of them advanced a few steps, forming a triangular formation. They immediately began to cast seals, their spiritual power surging and intertwining, akin to rivers converging into the sea. In an instant, the surrounding aura surged to the level of a sage in the sixth heaven, a powerful presence sweeping forth like a tempest. Zhuanti sensed the shift, alarm coursing through him. Who were these three individuals? This was outrageous. But he quickly steadied himself, raising the seven treasures mysterious tree to attack the trio. Xiangwei, Xiangsha, and Danqing activated the three talents formation, their radiance intensifying. Zhuanti frantically swung the seven treasures mysterious tree, striving to break free from the constraints of the three talents formation. The three wielded their feather dusters, clashing against the seven treasures mysterious tree, igniting bursts of brilliance. As Zhuanti became ensnared in the three talents formation, Zhudong and Duobao felt a wave of relief wash over them. They exchanged glances, a glint of determination flashing in their eyes as they approached Haotian. Duobao scoffed. "Haotian, are you not the one who seals the fates? I believe this Fengshen list has a connection with you." With that, he summoned the Duobao Pagoda and hurled it towards Haotian. Zhudong surged forward like a burning flame, charging at Haotian, the surrounding air scorched by his heat. Realizing the dire situation, Haotian felt a twinge of panic. "What are you all doing? I am a disciple of the Tao ancestor." He hastily summoned the heaven and earth seal, attempting to fend off their onslaught, yet he found himself overwhelmed, the seal flickering under the relentless assault, on the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, Zhuanti and Appo's attacks grew increasingly fierce, the resplendent colors of the seven treasures mysterious tree nearly illuminating the sky, blinding to behold. Xiangwei and her companions faced Zhuanti and Appo's assault with apparent ease, seemingly unfazed, while Zhuanti sensed something amiss. Chapter 55. A grand gamble. Zhuanti remained entangled in a fierce struggle with the trio, who composed the three talents formation. A sheen of sweat had begun to form on his brow, and his once deeply confident eyes were now filled with astonishment and gravity. The formation operated like a colossal vortex, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it into a barrage of piercing attacks aimed relentlessly at Zhuanti. Although the three appeared to possess merely quasi-saint cultivation, their coordination was strikingly harmonious, as if they were a single entity. Each movement, each wielding of their spiritual treasures, was executed with seamless precision. Zhuan Ti had never anticipated that the formation they had established would possess such astonishing power, enabling them to contend with a full-fledged sage like himself for an extended period, which was truly beyond his expectations. He pondered internally, who are these individuals? Their cultivation is merely quasi-saint, yet they can stalemate with me through this formation. Meanwhile, in a different part of the sky, a scene of carnage unfolded, with Hao Tian and Ran Dang besieged by Xian Du, Zhu Long, Duo Bao, and others. Trapped in a dire situation, Xian Du relentlessly struck them with the Taiji diagram, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Zhu Long transformed into a colossal form, unleashing torrents of scorching flames from his mouth. Duo Bao, with a demeanor of cold ferocity, continuously shifted his incantations, surrounded by an array of magical artifacts, each propelled toward Hao Tian and Ran Dang under his command. You two have accumulated too much killing karma. Allow the Buddha to grant you absolution. Hao Tian, as the ruler of the heavenly court, found himself in an utterly wretched state, his garments tattered, hair disheveled, and face contorted with fury. Yet, in the face of such relentless assaults, he could only struggle to withstand, battered and wounded, blood seeping from his numerous injuries, staining his robes. Ran Dang fared little better. He had initially hoped to profit from the conflict, but found himself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. His complexion was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Eyes filled with regret and self-reproach, lamenting inwardly that he should never have involved himself in such murky waters. These adversaries were formidable, and he feared for his life. As time passed, Zhuan Ti increasingly sensed the strangeness of the three talents formation. Just as the stalemate persisted, a flash of yin and yang light streaked across the sky, followed by the sudden arrival of Laozi. He appeared between the formation and Zhuan Ti, akin to a majestic mountain rising from the earth, instantly freezing the atmosphere of the battlefield. The trio, entangled in their struggle, exchanged glances upon Laozi's arrival and, without hesitation, dismantled the formation, retreating to stand beside DXN. Esteemed masters, you have worked hard. Are you injured? The three shook their heads in unison. Zhuan Ti, taken aback by Laozi's emergence, momentarily hesitated, acutely aware of Laozi's formidable prowess, yet unwilling to show weakness. Where are my elder and second brothers? Why have you come alone? His gaze bore a hint of wariness, laced with provocation. Laozi's expression remained calm, yet his eyes radiated an undeniable authority. You, my junior brother, should retreat. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Zhuan Ti felt a surge of excitement. He mused internally, Laozi is currently constrained by the heavenly Tao. How much power can he truly wield? Even if he triumphed over Yuanshi, he must now be at his last gasp. Perhaps he may not be able to best me. With this thought, a wild grin spread across his face, and without regard for the consequences, he shot toward Laozi like an arrow released from its bow. Laozi, witnessing this, let out a resigned sigh, contemplating, well, it is futile to reason with a fool. Zhuan Ti has always been arrogant beyond measure, and he cannot be persuaded. As Zhuan Ti's seven treasures mysterious tree was about to strike Laozi, he suddenly felt an invisible force grip him, halting him midair, rendering him motionless. Beneath him, a shadowy Taiji figure began to rotate slowly, emanating soft light that enveloped Zhuan Ti. Laozi raised a hand, pointing at Zhuan Ti, and called out sharply. Moments later, an infusion of yin and yang energy enveloped Zhuan Ti, binding him tightly. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, Laozi still possessed such remarkable power. Panic surged within him. How can this be? How can he still unleash such formidable means? He has been suppressed by the heavenly Tao, yet he retains this strength. This is dire. Laozi observed the bound Zhuan Ti, clenched his hand, and the yin and yang energy constricted further, tightening around Zhuan Ti, who felt excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to shatter. Just as Laozi was poised to strike down Zhuan Ti, a flash of light appeared in the sky, and Hongjun and Tongtian simultaneously arrived. Hongjun's expression was grim. With a wave of his hand, Zhuan Ti's restraints were lifted. He shot a fierce glare at Laozi, his gaze imbued with reproach. At this moment, Jiejiao, upon seeing Hongjun's arrival, hurried over to him, fawningly declaring, "Master, you have finally arrived. Had you come any later?" This situation would have spiraled out of control. Hongjun glanced at him, disregarding his sycophantic words, merely furrowing his brow slightly. Feeling a sense of annoyance at Jiejiao's flattery, Nuwa also arrived, panting heavily, joining Tongtian and the others. Once again, as both sides prepared to engage, the tension reached a boiling point. However, Tongtian and Hongjun simultaneously intervened to halt the impending conflict. Hongjun's expression was serious, commanding. Enough. Return with me to the Purple Cloud Palace. Tongtian, equally grave, insisted. Everyone, please accompany me back to Golden Ao Island. Let us not provoke further discord here. Moments later, they followed Tongtian to the vicinity of Golden Ao Island. With a wave of his hand, the formations surrounding the island dissipated, and they entered in an orderly fashion, arriving at the Bo Palace. Within the Bo Palace, Tongtian took his seat at the center, with Nuwa and Laozi flanking him. The rest took their places below in sequence. I have made a great oath with Hongjun, wagering on the fate of the Fengshan calamity. Upon finishing his statement, the assembly gazed at him in shock, their hearts resonating with the notion that this was indeed a grand gamble. Dxian, seated among them, felt a surge of fervor at these words. He rose abruptly, bowing deeply toward Tongtian. Rest assured, Grandmaster, my Dashang will surely aim for the heavens and become the sovereign of the heavenly court, living up to your and my teacher's expectations. Though Nuwa's face remained as calm as a placid lake, her mind began to churn with thoughts. With the support of Jiejiao, Rinjiao, the Nuwa Palace, the Fire Cloud Cave, and the Underworld, Dxian's chances of victory appeared significantly enhanced. Should he truly ascend to the position of heavenly sovereign, the dynamics of this realm would undergo a profound transformation, yielding immense benefits for her as well. Yet, the uncertainties were numerous, and caution was imperative. Chapter 56 Senior Brother, our Western sect intends to support the two towns in the southeast. Within the Jiejiao Palace, the atmosphere was as still as the sea before a storm, suffocating in its heaviness. Juani furrowed his brow, his eyes ignited with flames, a fiery blend of urgency and resentment that shattered the oppressive silence. Master, what is the true nature of Tongtian's cultivation? His progress is utterly outrageous. Hongjuan's expression remained as tranquil as water, as if nothing in the world could stir the depths of his heart. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and low. Tongtian must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. He has now reached the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Great Luo Golden Immortal, though his cultivation does not surpass mine. The power of the spiritual treasure he wields is formidable and cannot be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Yuancher's brow instantly knitted into a tight knot, his eyes reflecting a deeper concern. Is there truly nothing the master can do about Tongtian? His heart was a tangled mess, knowing that the calamity of the Fengshan was already complex and unpredictable. Tongtian's sudden surge in strength only stirred the murky waters further. Hongjun shook his head slightly. I have made a wager with Tongtian. The three were struck as if by lightning, their faces frozen in shock. None could have anticipated that Hongjun would wager the heavenly court itself. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Hongjun continued, the Fengshan calamity is led by Yuancher. With the Western sect as support, I must enter seclusion. As his words fell, his figure gradually faded like wisps of smoke, ultimately vanishing from their sight, leaving an aura of boundless authority lingering in the air. Yuancher turned to Junti and Jian. The mandate of heaven returns to Shou, my two junior brothers. Send some disciples to the West Qi to protect the Western Duke and prevent any unforeseen changes. Just as Jian was about to nod in agreement, Junti raised a hand to stop him. A glint of cunning flickered in Junti's eyes, sharp as a fox's, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The mandate of heaven returns to Shou, but not to the West Qi. Since senior brother wishes to support the West Qi, let him do so. Our Western sect shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, Yuancher's anger flared, his face flushed crimson as he silently seethed. These two dare to defy me so openly. The grand endeavor of Fengshan is already as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and they choose now to shirk responsibility. This is utterly absurd. Just as he was about to reprimand them, Zhuandi hurriedly interjected, Senior brother, we must take our leave. With that, the two hastily exited the Jiejiao Palace. Yuancher trembled with rage, his sleeves sweeping through the air, conjuring a tempest as he stormed away. On their way back, Jian glanced at Zhuandi with confusion. Just as he was about to inquire, Zhuandi spoke first. Senior brother, do you believe it is better for us to assist Yuancher or to establish our own power? Zhuanti's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision the flourishing of the Western sect. Jian was momentarily taken aback. But then a light of realization dawned in his eyes, and he revealed a look of delight. You are truly gifted. If the power we support unifies the human race, then our Western sect shall become the state religion, and surely we will thrive. Zhuanti's smile brightened further at Jian's praise, his face filled with a mixture of greed and calculation. Senior brother, you flatter me. It is you who grasp the intricacies of the situation so well. Ha ha. Zhuanti felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his clever idea. So, which town shall we support? The eastern town or the southern town? A resolute glint flickered in Juani's eyes, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Let us pursue both avenues. We shall send Methreya and Yaoshi to each town. For their strength is more than sufficient. Jian, upon hearing this, was struck with another moment of realization, his heart bubbling with joy. Your plan is brilliant, junior brother. The rise of our western sect is promising, indeed. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain, Yuanchu's expression darkened like storm clouds. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he began to calculate with his fingers, his fury escalating. How outrageous. At such a critical time, one is still indulging in domestic comforts in Chaoga City. His brow furrowed, eyes blazing with wrath as he cursed Jiangxia for his lack of urgency. Shen Gongbao, come to Yushu Palace at once. Shen Gongbao rushed over. Sensing the ominous atmosphere from Yuanchu's countenance, his heart sank. I pay my respects to the master. Shen Gongbao's voice trembled slightly, unsure of his fate. Yuanchu regarded him with a complex gaze, a mix of utility and disdain. You have been in the Chan sect for many years without a suitable spiritual treasure. This is a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Xianqing sword. I bestow it upon you today, hoping you will further the legacy of our Chan sect. Shen Gongbao's heart soared with joy upon hearing this, his eyes shining with excitement as he envisioned his rise to prominence. He quickly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, Disciple thanks the master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Your senior brother Xia is currently in Chaoga City. Go there and bring your senior brother to the West Qi to assist the Western Duke in overthrowing the Shang dynasty. This matter brooks no delay. His tone left no room for doubt, for he believed that if Jiang Xia returned to the right path, the grand endeavor of Fengshen could still advance smoothly. Shen Gongbao felt a chill run through him upon hearing this, realizing that his master only wished for him to diligently carry out his orders, and would not treat him with genuine kindness otherwise. A sense of helplessness and resentment filled his heart, but what could he do? He had no choice but to kneel and accept the command. Disciple obeys. A moment later, Shen Gongbao descended Kunlun Mountain, grumbling as he made his way. Alas, I am but a pawn, a mere creature of the wet and damp. The master has never truly valued me. I am merely a piece on his chessboard. Upon arriving in Chaoga City, he gazed at the bustling streets, but lacked the heart to appreciate their vibrancy. Instead, he inquired anxiously about Jiangxia's residence, each step filled with urgency and dissatisfaction. Before long, Shen Gongbao located Jiangxia's dwelling. He approached the door, and before he could knock, Jiangxia heard the commotion and opened the door. Seeing Shen Gongbao, Jiangxia's face lit up with surprise. Junior brother, what brings you here? Please, come in. Yet Shen Gongbao was not in a gracious mood. His frustrations with Yuanchu's orders bubbled over, and he unleashed his anger onto Jiangxia. He forcefully shoved Jiangxia aside, who stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Senior brother, the master commands you to hasten to West Qi and assist the Western Duke in destroying the Shang dynasty. Shen Gongbao's eyes conveyed impatience and indifference. Jiangxia, taken aback, replied with a hint of confusion, Why destroy the Shang? The Shang dynasty is beloved by the people. Why plunge them into war? Shen Gongbao's irritation flared further. This is the master's order. Do you intend to defy him? Junior brother, do you truly believe the master regards us as disciples? When Guangqingzi attempted to kill me with the turning heaven seal, did he ever care? As a sage, how could he be unaware? Wake up. Shen Gongbao felt a twinge of panic at Jiangxia's words. He knew the truth in them. Yet he dared not defy Yuanchu's command. Gritting his teeth, he drew the Xianqing sword and advanced toward Jiangxia. Senior brother, do not hold this against me. I am left with no choice. Jiangxia, seeing this, shook his head, disappointment and helplessness etched on his face. Alas, junior brother, why must you resort to this? Shen Gongbao ignored Jiangxia, sword in hand, his steps heavy as he approached. However, before he could reach Jiangxia, a dark shadow flashed past, and Shen Gongbao felt a powerful force press down upon him, pinning him to the ground. He struggled desperately, but found himself unable to break free, as if an iron vice had clamped down on him. Upon witnessing this, Jiangxia bowed deeply and implored the shadowy figure, I beseech you, Lord Jingyue, to spare the life of my junior brother. The shadowy sentinel paid no heed to Jiangxia and proceeded to escort Shen Gongbao towards the royal palace of the human king. At that moment, Emperor Xian was absent from Chaogo, thus the shadowy sentinel had no choice but to hand over Shen Gongbao to the Queen Jiang. Chapter 57 The humble monk observes that all of you share a connection with my Buddhist teachings, and I implore my esteemed companions to show compassion. The Shadow Secret Guard, Jingyue, escorted Shen Gongbao to the presence of Empress Jiang. Shen Gongbao was tightly bound by the celestial binding rope, appearing disheveled. Yet his eyes still sparkled with defiance and cunning. Empress Jiang sat regally upon her throne, a slight frown creasing her brow. Her gaze filled with suspicion as she regarded the captive, and in a commanding tone, she inquired, "Who is this man?" Cold Moon stepped forward, respectfully kneeling on one knee, and reported to the Empress, "This man is a disciple of the Chan sect and also a junior to Dr. Jiang. I discovered his nefarious intentions towards Dr. Jiang, and that is why he has been brought here." Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Empress Jiang's phoenix eyes, and she abruptly waved her hand, commanding, "Take him away and execute him immediately." At that moment, Jiang Zia hurriedly arrived, dressed in court robes, his expression filled with urgency. He rushed into the hall and bowed deeply to the Empress. Empress Jiang furrowed her brow, gesturing for Jingwei to take Shen Gongbao away, then turned her gaze towards Jiang Zia, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. "What brings you here, doctor?" "Please, Your Majesty, spare my junior's life. Although he has acted recklessly, he is not a villain of great evil. I beseech Your Majesty to show mercy." Empress Jiang's expression darkened as she regarded Jiang Zia with an authoritative glare, her voice as cold as ice. "Doctor, do not forget your position. You are a minister of the Great Shang. Shen Gongbao's treachery seeks the annihilation of Shang. Such a crime is unforgivable." Jiang Zia's heart tightened. "Your Majesty, my junior is a spirit of the leopard. If we can sway him to our side, he could serve as an informant for the Great Shang. This would greatly ease our future endeavors against Shiqi. I implore you to reconsider." After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "We shall discuss this matter further upon the king's return. You may withdraw for now." Jiang Zia, feeling helpless, bowed in acquiescence and prepared to leave. Just then, the shadow secret guard suddenly appeared in the hall, kneeling with a tense expression. "Your Majesty, the lords of the southeastern and western towns are exhibiting unusual movements, plotting to unite their forces to attack the Great Shang, declaring they will obliterate us within 3 days." Both Jiang Zia and Empress Jiang were taken aback by this news, though they maintained their composure. Empress Jiang feigned calmness, taking a deep breath, and asked, "Have they succeeded?" "Your Majesty, the 3 lords harbor ulterior motives, unwilling to yield to one another, each vying for dominance, and thus they parted in discord." Empress Jiang sighed with relief. She waved her hand decisively, proclaiming, "Continue monitoring them without any slackening." Just as Empress Jiang finished speaking, a shadow secret guard appeared, hastened to Jiejiao Island, and summoned the king back to preside over the situation. "Dr. Jiang, you may also withdraw. There is no need for excessive worry. But I hope you will remember your station." Jiang Zia observed the Empress's composed demeanor, though he still felt unease in his heart. He refrained from voicing further concerns and bowed as he exited. Meanwhile, within Mount Sumeru, the two were preparing to enact their schemes. "Junior, ever since the Western sect suffered a great calamity, its fortunes have greatly declined. Compared to the Chan, Jie, and Ren sects, we are far behind. Even the Buddhist sect surpasses us. Senior, given the circumstances, we cannot remain idle. Let us consider absorbing the Buddhist sect. If we succeed, the Western sect will surely flourish and reclaim its former glory." Just as the two plotted, the voice of Hongjun resonated in their minds. "Go forth. I will hold them off while Yuanshur obstructs." Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuanti were filled with excitement. "Junior, we must seize this opportunity. Failure is not an option. This time, we will ensure the Western sect becomes the foremost sect of the primordial world." Zhuanti nodded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Indeed. Let us depart without letting this chance slip away." With that, the two figures flashed and transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the Buddhist temple. Hongjun, not daring to delay, instantly arrived at Biyo Palace. At that moment, everyone in Biyo Palace had dispersed, and Tongtian was meditating in silence. Sensing Hongjun's arrival, he remained silent. "Hongjun, I have heard you have recently comprehended a new technique. I have come today to discuss it with you, may I?" "Hongjun, do not think I am unaware of your intentions, but I shall agree. Ha ha ha. Do you possess such confidence? Just watch." Within the Buddhist sect, Duobao suddenly opened his eyes, golden light shooting forth from them. 3 figures identical in appearance to him merged into his being. In an instant, Duobao's aura surged like a volcano erupting, a powerful force rampaging within him, as if it would burst forth from his body. With a flash of light, Duobao successfully fused his 3 corpses into one, achieving the Tao of the primordial great immortal. At the moment of his attainment, his colossal shadow appeared above the primordial realm, and a melodious sound of Dharma resonated. echoing in every corner of the primordial world. The beings of the primordial realm felt this aura, first astonished, then they all bowed in reverence, congratulating Saint Duobao on his enlightenment, marking him as imperishable through the ages. Jian and Juanti, while en route, also sensed this powerful aura. Though surprised, they did not slow their pace. Instead, they hastened towards the Buddhist temple. They understood that despite Duobao's attainment, he still was not a match for the two of them. Meanwhile, Hongjun also sensed Duobao's enlightenment and secretly lamented Duobao's profound fortune. Yet, he did not dwell on it, merely closing his eyes in meditation. As long as Tongtian did not intervene, then the Buddhist sect would surely face defeat. Moments later, Jane and Juanti arrived at the Buddhist temple. They beheld Duobao standing in the air of the temple, his countenance dignified, while behind him, numerous Buddhist disciples stood ready. Jane and Juanti faced Duobao, flanked by a host of Western sect disciples, both sides poised in confrontation, the atmosphere taut like a bowstring ready to snap. I observe that the disciples behind both of you are connected to the Buddhist teachings. I beseech you to show mercy. Taken aback, Jane and Juanti were stunned, never having expected Duobao to preempt their words. The nearby Jing Guangxian quietly advised Duobao, "Master, their intentions are nefarious. We may not be their match. Fear not. I shall handle those two bald donkeys. The remaining disciples of the Western sect will have reinforcements. Remember to exercise utmost caution." With that, Duobao swiftly vanished, alongside Jane and Juanti instantly arriving in the chaos. Upon entering the chaos, Duobao raised one hand and then swept it downwards, a colossal Buddhist realm materializing slowly within the void. The Buddhist realm. The borders of the realm emanated a powerful prohibitive force, enveloping Jane and Juanti. Jane quickly produced 6 pure bamboo rods, charging towards the realm's boundaries. Juanti, not to be outdone, wielded the 7 treasures mysterious tree, its brilliance radiant as it viciously cleaved through the realm's restrictions. In a mere 3 breaths, their combined efforts allowed them to break free from the Buddhist realm. Duobao's heart sank upon witnessing this. He realized that this battle was more arduous than he had anticipated. Duobao unleashed all his skills, darting through the chaos, casting various Buddhist seals. Jane and Juanti responded with all their might. Each of Jane's swings dispelled Duobao's attacks, while Juanti's 7 treasures mysterious tree wreaked havoc, stirring the chaotic energies around them. Duobao, facing 2 adversaries, gradually felt overwhelmed, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Damn it! If I cannot win, I shall flee. Resolutely, Duobao pressed his palms together, and countless golden Buddhist figures surged from behind him, converging towards Jane and Juanti in a torrent. All Buddhas to the congregation. Upon encountering the figures of Jane and Juanti, a look of disdain washed over their faces as they regarded the impending threat with utter contempt. Jane scoffed, exclaiming, "A mere trifling skill." He brandished 6 pristine bamboo stalks, deftly slicing through the air before him, conjuring a verdant barrier of light. The statues of the Buddha collided against this luminous shield, producing a cacophony of rumbling sounds, yet they remained unable to breach its protective embrace. Meanwhile, Juanti gracefully swept her 7 treasures exquisite tree, unleashing a myriad of vines that ensnared the statues, and with but a single strike, reduced them to mere golden dust, scattering them throughout the chaos. Duobao, can you truly escape? Today marks your demise. With that proclamation, the duo immediately pursued Duobao. As Duobao fled ahead, his mind raced with strategies to counter the relentless chase. Across the vast expanse of the primordial realm, various factions bore witness to this spectacle, reveling in the unfolding drama. Duobao's speed was remarkable, yet Jane and Juanti were not to be underestimated. The distance between them continued to diminish, and Duobao could acutely sense the overwhelming pressure looming behind him. Cursed! Where are they? Chapter 58, Assault on the Southeastern 2 Towns, a Crisis. Duobao soared forward like a madman, pursued relentlessly by Jane and Juanti. Their eyes mirrored an unwavering determination, vowing not to relent until their goal was achieved. As they bore down upon Duobao, leaving the ground beneath them cracked and fissured, just as Duobao felt the cold grip of death encircling his neck. The imposing figure of Laozi, akin to a pillar of heaven and earth, appeared before Jane and Juanti. In an instant, the dual forces of yin and yang emanated from him, transforming into 2 ferocious black and white dragons that coiled around his form. My esteemed friends, this is the East. It is not your place to wreak havoc here. The black and white dragons surged toward Jane and Juanti. Their expressions shifted dramatically, acutely aware of the soul-rending power contained within that strike. Jane's heart roared like a tempest. This elder's opening move was lethal, and they could not afford to be careless. Xuanti's forehead throbbed, and in a hurried response, they channeled all their magical energy into the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree, preparing to withstand the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, reminiscent of the heavens splitting apart, the overwhelming force sent Jane and Xuanti hurtling like fragile leaves, the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree proving inadequate for defense. Their bodies soared through the air, and the surrounding atmosphere rippled with visible shockwaves, expanding wildly. Witnessing this, Duobao's eyes sparkled with elation as he strained every fiber of his being to accelerate further into flight. Once Jane and Xuanti regained their composure, they cast wary glances at Laozi's steadfast presence, filled with trepidation. Jian furrowed his brow, sharp as two blades, and whispered to Xuanti, "Junior brother, this elder's intervention puts us at a disadvantage. What shall we do?" "Brother, you must hold him off. Our immediate concern is to capture Duobao." "Do you truly believe I possess that capability?" As the two engaged in hushed strategizing, a chaotic sword energy howled toward them. Laozi immediately invoked the principles of yin and yang, swiftly forming a shield before him with a pattern resembling the yin-yang symbol. The shield spun, radiating a blend of black and white light, colliding with the chaotic sword energy. Simultaneously, Yuan Shi, wielding the Penga banner, struck toward Laozi's head. His gaze imbued with a chilling murderous intent, akin to a multitude of sharp blades. The two became enmeshed, soaring into the chaos. Seeing Laozi distracted by Yuan Shi, Jane and Xuanti exchanged glances and resumed their pursuit of Duobao. As they closed the distance, just as they were about to overtake him, a red embroidered ball suddenly hurled toward them. Startled, Jane and Xuanti halted, channeling their magical energy to form a golden light barrier in defense. With expressions of vigilance, their eyes flashed with cold light as they scanned their surroundings for the assailant. At that moment, Niwa gracefully descended before Jane and Xuanti, radiating an air of pride. The two exchanged knowing nods. Jane pressed forward while Xuanti prepared to confront Niwa. Seizing the opportunity, Duobao glanced back to see the two obstructed, stroked his head in amusement, and accelerated once more, thinking to himself, "Those two bald donkeys, ha ha ha." In the royal palace, the shadow secret guard appeared in the great hall. Kneeling on one knee, and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, the Western sect and Buddhism have already gone to war. Please issue your command." Upon hearing this, Dian threw his head back in laughter, the sound reverberating like thunder throughout the hall, causing the candle flames to flicker. He abruptly rose, his royal robe billowing in the wind, declaring, "Gentlemen, the time has come to seize the southeastern two towns. The king is wise. May the Shang dynasty prosper for eternity. Command, the Sand Mountain Pass shall be defended by Kong Xian and his troops, who are to launch a full-scale assault on the southern town and capture the medicine master without fail. Order, General Huang Feihu, leading 50,000 troops, must hasten to the southern town to assist General Kong, with no room for error." As the command was issued, the shadow secret guards immediately took their leave towards Sand Mountain Pass and Jiejiao City. Dian paused momentarily, his expression sharpening, and issued another decree. Wenzhong, Eli, Fei Lian lead 80,000 troops to assault the eastern town. Wudong is responsible for suppressing the medicine master, while Meibo oversees the logistics of the two armies, ensuring ample supplies without coercing the common folk. Those who violate this order shall be executed. The officials bowed in acknowledgement, fully aware of the significance of this expedition for the fate of the Shang dynasty. Just then, the sound of crisp, powerful footsteps echoed, and the Queen Jiang, clad in armor, entered the hall, placing her left hand lightly upon her sword while gripping her battle spear firmly in her right hand, exuding an air of valor. With each step, she embodied a spirit that rivaled that of any man. Upon reaching the center of the hall, she bowed and greeted, "I pay my respects to the king." Dian nodded slightly, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "What is it, Queen?" Raising her head, Queen Jiang declared, "Your Majesty, I humbly request to accompany Grandmaster when on the expedition." At her words, a wave of murmurs erupted among the court officials, a cacophony of whispers filling the air. Unfazed, Queen Jiang continued, "Your Majesty, although my father, Jiang Huanshu, was a traitor, he is nonetheless my father. I cannot allow him to perish without a trace." "Very well. The Queen's spirit is commendable. How could I deny such a request? Let the world see that the women of the Shang can also ride into battle and protect our homeland. Let none dare utter words of disparagement." Upon hearing Dian's resolute decision, The officials ceased their objections and collectively bowed, exclaiming, "The king is wise." Dixian turned away, sweeping his right hand back, proclaiming with fervor, "For the Shang, for humanity, let us march forth." With that, the court officials dispersed, each preparing for the expedition. As a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere enveloped the palace. Days later, two armies advanced with fierce momentum toward the southeastern two towns. In the direction of the eastern town, both armies arrayed themselves in formation. The battlefield lay in silence, the only sound being the fluttering of military flags in the wind. Jiang Wenwei rode a majestic steed, charging forward with haughty demeanor, his eyes reflecting arrogance and disdain, as if victory were already his. As he surveyed the Shang army, contempt was evident on his face. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Queen Jiang, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Jiang Wenwei stammered, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Queen Zhang's expression darkened at her brother's lack of resolve, disappointment flickering in her eyes as she admonished him. "Brother, you remain as ineffectual as ever. Today, I shall show you what true battlefield valor looks like." With that, she feigned a charge forward, clenching her legs against her steed's belly, raising her battle spear high, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Startled, Jiang Wenhui instinctively took a few steps back, his face shifting between pale and flushed, feeling flustered. Yet in an effort to save face, he shouted, "Soldiers, charge!" Wen Zhong, wielding dual hammers and riding a black jade qilin at the forefront of the formation, suddenly raised his hammers high and bellowed, "Warriors of the Shang, for the glory of our dynasty, charge!" In an instant, the two armies clashed, the battlefield erupting with cries of battle, the sounds of clashing weapons, and the thunder of hooves intertwining. Just then, Mithriya, holding a wind pouch, appeared on the battlefield, a sinister smile on his face. He prepared to summon the pouch to engulf the Shang army. At that critical moment, Wudong appeared before Mithriya, his demeanor calm and unflustered. Upon witnessing this, Mithriya felt a twinge of astonishment, yet swiftly regained his composure. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He promptly summoned the wind pouch, its formidable suction resembling that of a famished beast, sweeping towards Wudong with fervor. The forceful pull engulfed the surrounding air, conjuring a colossal black vortex from which echoed the howling winds, akin to the roars of malevolent spirits. However, Wudong remained unperturbed, lifting his head with an air of nonchalance, entirely dismissive of Mithriya's wind pouch. Mithriya, incensed by Wudong's tranquil demeanor, heightened his magical output, thereby amplifying the pouch's suction power. Suddenly, the overwhelming force drew Wudong directly into the wind pouch. Chapter 59. Conquering the southeast towns and capturing the medicine master on the battlefield. The medicine master tightly grasped the wind bag, his maniacal laughter reverberating through the air. Yet, in an instant, the wind bag began to swell uncontrollably, the sound of its inflation echoing incessantly. Following this, a thunderous explosion erupted as the wind bag burst apart, shards flying in every direction. Wudong emerged from the chaos, wielding the soul-cutting blade which emanated a chilling blue light, seemingly capable of freezing souls, distorting the air around it with an icy aura. She descended gracefully before the medicine master, her 100 flowers umbrella radiant and vibrant, its multicolored glow swirling endlessly. The medicine master's eyes widened in fury. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. "You insolent fool, that is my spiritual treasure," he bellowed, his voice causing nearby soldiers to stagger. This windbag was his only spiritual treasure, now utterly destroyed, and his heart bled with anguish as rage threatened to consume his sanity. Wudong merely raised her gaze slightly, her eyes as cold as frost, casting a disdainful glance at the medicine master as though he were but a jester. Enraged further, the medicine master ground his teeth. "You disciples of the are truly unruly. How dare you, a mere quasi-saint of corpse-cutting, act so brazenly before me?" A quasi-saint of corpse-cutting. No sooner had he spoken, he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging fiercely at Wudong. As he passed, howling winds surged, and stones were swept into the air, pulverized by the fierce currents. A mocking smile graced Wudong's lips as she calmly positioned the 100 flowers umbrella before her. The moment the medicine master made contact, an inexplicable backlash erupted from the umbrella. He felt as though he had collided with a mountain, the force launching him backward like a wild beast, sending him tumbling several dozen yards before he managed to stabilize himself. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as turmoil surged within him. How could this be? Preposterous. A congenital supreme treasure. Wudong, brandishing the soul-cutting blade, charged directly at the medicine master. Ethereal souls burst forth from the blade, intertwining to form a massive web of light that enveloped the medicine master. In a state of disarray, he struggled to defend himself, panic flickering in his eyes as he rapidly formed hand seals to summon a 6-zhang golden body, creating layer upon layer of golden phantoms before him. However, Wu Dang's relentless assault rained down like a torrential storm, each strike landing with pinpoint precision on his vital points. The golden body shattered under her onslaught, and he sustained multiple injuries, staining his garments with crimson. Despair gripped the medicine master. He secretly lamented, "These disciples are indeed formidable. Alas, the Eastern sect is affluent, possessing both a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure and a congenital supreme treasure. It seems today I shall meet my end here." While fending off her relentless attacks, he sought an opportunity to flee, but Wu Dang's strikes were unyielding, shadowing him relentlessly. Just as the thought of retreat began to take root in his mind, a glint of cunning flashed in Wu Dang's eyes. Suddenly, she produced the primordial golden dipper borrowed from the clouds. The medicine master's expression changed dramatically. He sensed the terrifying pulling force emanating from the dipper, a power capable of devouring all. He attempted to evade, but his body felt as though it were frozen in place, powerless to move, and in an instant, he was drawn within. Wu Dang stowed the primordial golden dipper, taking a moment to catch her breath, her gaze sweeping over the battlefield below. There, the Deshang army surged forward, morale soaring as they clashed with the enemy. When Zhong led the charge, his twin hammers swinging like the wind, each strike leaving a trail of blood in its wake, causing the enemy ranks to collapse. Under his command, the Deshang army resembled a fierce pack of wolves, their battle cries echoing like thunder, with smoke and the stench of blood pervading every corner of the battlefield. At this moment, the Deshang forces had gained the upper hand, the dawn of victory within reach. Witnessing this turn of events, Wu Dang wasted no time and flew toward the royal palace. In the direction of the southern town, Yishun rode a magnificent white steed, its coat immaculate, mane dancing in the wind. His demeanor was haughty, eyes filled with disdain as he looked at the opposing Huang Feihu, bellowing, "Why does King Wucheng invade our southern town?" Huang Feihu frowned slightly, sneering, "You conspire to rebel from the eastern, southern, and western towns, intending to assault our Deshang. Today marks the end of your southern town." His words were resolute and powerful, each syllable striking the battlefield like a hammer, bolstering the morale of the Deshang troops while slightly unsettling the enemy. Yet Yishun dismissed Huang Feihu's proclamations with a smirk. "Our southern town is as solid as a fortress, backed by the support of sages. You think you can easily breach it?" He felt no need to argue further, for he believed victory was assured, convinced that Huang Feihu's assault was akin to striking a stone with an egg. At that moment, the medicine master appeared in the air, his Taoist robe billowing in the wind. His gaze fell upon Huang Feihu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, a chilling gaze that seemed capable of penetrating souls and instilling dread. "National master, eliminate these ignorant fools for me," he commanded. The medicine master nodded slightly, raising his staff. But just as he prepared to strike, Tongtian suddenly materialized before him. Observing the medicine master with eyes full of disdain, he said, "Friend, step aside. This matter does not concern you." The medicine master's brow furrowed, displeasure brewing within him. "Tongtian, are you declaring enmity against my western sect? Or do you represent the Phoenix clan? How terrifying. You have frightened me," he exclaimed sarcastically. "Today, I shall see just how capable a disciple of a sage truly is." With that, Kong Xian transformed into a streak of multicolored light, launching an assault against the medicine master. Kong Xian's attack was fierce as he spread his wings. 5-colored divine light surged forth like 5 roaring dragons, claws bared, pouncing upon the medicine master. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with brilliance as various spells clashed, producing a deafening cacophony. Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light relentlessly battered the medicine master's protective barrier, each impact causing it to tremble violently. The medicine master, striving to reinforce his barrier with various spells, struggled to withstand Kong Xian's might. However, Kong Xian's overwhelming power soon began to take its toll, a flicker of anxiety flashing in the medicine master's eyes. For approximately a quarter of an hour, they battled fiercely, yet Kong Xian appeared to be holding back, stretching lazily, his expression one of ease. "How dull. You, a disciple of a sage, are not impressive at all. You fail to capture my interest." His tone dripped with contempt, rendering the fierce battle merely a game to him. Enraged, the medicine master, as a disciple of a sage, had never endured such humiliation. With a furious roar, He disregarded his dwindling spiritual energy and charged at Tongtian, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by a singular thought: to make Tongtian pay. Tongtian, witnessing the medicine master's reckless advance, smirked. You are courting death. With that, he unleashed a more brilliant and powerful five-colored divine light. The medicine master felt an irresistible force drawing him in, and he struggled in vain, feeling like an ant ensnared in a quagmire, utterly powerless. His body was gradually pulled toward the colorful vortex, his eyes wide with terror and despair. Soon, he was engulfed, vanishing without a trace. Seeing the medicine master subdued, Yishun's expression shifted dramatically, panic rising within him, his earlier arrogance evaporating, replaced by profound fear. He has now come to realize the formidable power of Tongtian. With the apothecary captured, he has lost a significant ally, and if he continues to fight, he faces nothing but a dead end. Quickly retreat to the city. The voice of Yishun trembled, laced with a hint of panic. He immediately turned his horse around and galloped back towards the city, with the soldiers behind him hastily following suit. Warriors of the Yin and Shang charge. Annihilate the southern town. The soldiers of Yin and Shang surged forward against the enemy forces in the southern town, and once again, the battlefield echoed with earth-shattering cries of battle. Blood stained the earth as the conflict intensified. Just as both sides secured the apothecary and Mithraea, the long-silenced secrets of heaven were abruptly revealed. Zhuan and Jiejiao suddenly felt a tremor within their hearts. Zhuan Ti's brow furrowed deeply as he exclaimed, "This is bad. We have been deceived." A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes, accompanied by an ominous premonition. The two immediately extricated themselves from Hunyuan and Daluo, transforming into golden streaks of light, each racing towards the southeastern towns. Upon their arrival at the southeastern towns, they beheld a scene of utter devastation. The ground was drenched in blood, littered with severed limbs and shattered weapons. The armies of the Great Shang had already conquered the two towns and were now scouring the battlefield. Zhuan and Jiejiao searched frantically, yet their disciples were nowhere to be found. Without hesitation, they sped towards the Human King Palace, their hearts heavy with concern for their disciples' safety and seething with rage against the Yin and Shang. In no time, they reached the Human King Palace. At the very moment they arrived, a colossal divine phoenix of fortune soared majestically above the palace. Emperor Xian emerged slowly from the grand hall, his demeanor imposing as he regarded Zhuan and Jiejiao, unaware of their purpose in the Human King Palace. Zhuan Ti's face turned ashen as he bellowed, "Human King, do not feign ignorance. Quickly hand over my disciple." His eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly, his body slightly trembling, clearly striving to suppress his wrath. In response, Emperor Xian smirked, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his lips as he provocatively laughed, his smile akin to a sharp blade that pierced the hearts of Zhuan and Jiejiao. Enraged, the two exchanged glances, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. At that moment, Niwa and Laozi also appeared before the Human King Palace, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Chapter 60. You two are fated with our Buddhism. The gazes of Jin and Junti were akin to two sharp swords, piercing through the raging winds, fixated upon Niwa, Laozi, and Xian. At this moment, Jin and Junti found themselves at the end of their strength, utterly at a loss. Junti's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, struggling violently within his chest. He inhaled deeply, the breath rolling in his throat, desperately attempting to swallow the flames of fury within, striving to maintain a tone of calm as he called out to the palace, "Your Majesty, I implore you to return my two disciples." Xian languidly reclined upon his throne crafted from black gold, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, radiating a mocking grin. His eyes sparkled with a cunning light akin to that of a fox as he taunted, "Oh, are you not the exalted saints? Why not struggle a bit? Are you truly content to negotiate so easily?" His words struck like sharp arrows, one after another, targeting the proud dignity of Jiejiao and Junti, each syllable pouring salt into their wounds. Upon hearing Xian's remarks, an intense rage surged from the depths of their hearts, their expressions darkening like ink, their eyes ablaze with fury. In their extensive cultivation journey, they had never endured such brazen humiliation. Junti gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the fury that threatened to consume his reason. The words of the Human King are too harsh. Negotiation is indeed the best choice. If the Human King can return Mithraea and the Medicine Master, we are willing to make some sacrifices. His voice was somewhat hoarse, each word squeezing through his teeth with deep resignation and reluctance. Dxian responded with a raucous, mocking laugh that echoed throughout the palace, dripping with derision and contempt. Oh, I shall not demand any treasures from you, for the Western teachings are far too impoverished to offer anything of worth. Am I not considerate? This statement was akin to pouring boiling oil onto the already burning rage of Jian and Junti, rendering their faces even more pallid, nearly causing them to spit blood. Yet, the circumstances were overwhelmingly against them. They could only endure their inner fury, gritting their teeth, their faces ashen as they nodded in agreement. A fleeting glimmer of resentment flickered in Junti and Apos' eyes, quickly concealed beneath a forced smile. The human king is indeed compassionate. Whatever your request may be, please speak. Dxian's eyes sparkled with a victorious gleam, akin to a sly fox that had ensnared its prey. He squinted slightly and slowly articulated. My request is simple. I merely require both of you to swear an oath to the heavenly path, vowing not to trouble Buddhism any further. Only then may the two be returned. His voice bore an undeniable authority, each word a heavy weight pressing upon the tense situation. I can only promise that I will not act against Buddhism until the end of the Fengshan calamity. Thereafter, it shall be a matter of individual prowess. Upon hearing this, Dxian feigned contemplation, gently tapping the armrest of his throne in a slow and rhythmic manner. He did not answer immediately, instead observing Jian and Junti with an inscrutable expression. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the human king and Apos' palace, Wudong suppressed Maitreya, while Kongxian held down the medicine master. Daobao stood before them, a treacherous smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a poppy flower blooming silently in the dark, exuding both compassion and wickedness. You two are fated with our Buddhism. Henceforth, you shall be the future Buddha of our sect and the king of luminous light. This is your destiny, as well as your glory. Maitreya and the medicine master trembled in rage at Daobao's words, roaring in unison, Daobao, you vile wretch. We are disciples of the Western teachings. How could we ever enter your Buddhism? Do not harbor such delusions. Your despicable tactics will not succeed. In their desperation, they attempted to charge at Daobao, yet were firmly restrained by Kongxian and Wudong. Each struggle only rendered them more exhausted and hopeless, akin to flies ensnared in a spider's web. The more they fought, the tighter the bonds became. However, Daobao remained unfazed, raising his hands and extending his fingers, which glimmered with a dark light, emanating an ominous aura as if cursed from the deepest pits of hell. He struck a mark upon their foreheads, and the moment it touched their skin, Maitreya and the medicine master felt a searing pain in their minds. Their expressions morphed into one of terror and agony, their eyes glazed over, rolling back as they lost consciousness, their bodies collapsing like marionettes stripped of life. Moments later, they awoke, their gazes vacant and confused, resembling soulless husks. They reverently bowed before Daobao, uttering in unison, "We pay our respects to the Buddha." Daobao nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with triumph. As everything unfolded according to his plan, Wudong observed the transformation of Maitreya and the medicine master, her heart brimming with doubt and anxiety. She furrowed her brow, glancing at Daobao, senior brother. Could this be the great power of a sage, to alter a person's thoughts? But will Jian and Junti not disrupt this? Her eyes revealed a flicker of unease. As Jian and Junti were also sages, she feared that the plan would falter at the crucial moment. Daobao shook his head slightly, a confident smile gracing his face. Rest assured, this mark has been fortified by our master. It has been said that it integrates with his principles of the Tao. Without reaching the ninth heaven of the heavenly path sage, one would be unable to detect it. Upon hearing this, Wudong nodded, feeling a slight alleviation. Though the worry in her eyes had not entirely dissipated, Daobao led the medicine master and Maitreya out of the grand hall of the human king, advancing toward Dxian's direction. Upon reaching Dxian, Daobao respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, this is acceptable. You have already done enough for our Buddhism." Upon seeing Daobao emerge with Maitreya and the medicine master, Jian and Junti immediately swore oaths to the heavenly path. "The oath has been sworn. We request that you return our disciples." Daobao paused for a moment, then erupted into a fit of manic laughter. "Junti, what are you laughing at?" Junti snapped impatiently. "We have sworn the heavenly oath. Do you intend to break your word?" Daobao stifled his laughter and replied, "My apologies for my rashness. Maitreya, medicine master, you may proceed." With that, Maitreya and the medicine master took a few steps forward and deeply bowed to Jian and Junti. "We implore the two saints to forgive us. We have entered the Buddhist door and vow to eradicate all evils in the world." Their voices were flat and devoid of emotion, like a cold machine executing a program. Jian and Junti, upon hearing this, were left in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with shock and anger. Jane trembled as he questioned, "What are you two saying? Are you truly betraying the teachings?" He could scarcely believe that his disciples, whom he had nurtured for so long, would utter such words. A searing pain piercing his heart as if shot through by 1,000 arrows. Maitreya maintained his expressionless demeanor, stating, "Your words are too grave, sage. The Buddha Daobao has spoken. We are fated with Buddhism. Please, saints, depart swiftly." His words were like cold blades, sharply piercing the hearts of Jane and Juanti, each syllable pouring salt into their wounds, intensifying their suffering. Juanti, trembling with rage, bellowed, "It must be Daobao's doing. Otherwise, how could they be like this?" As he spoke, he prepared to strike at Maitreya, an overwhelming aura of sanctity erupting from his being, sweeping forth a formidable force that engulfed the surroundings. The very fabric of space began to warp violently, unable to withstand such power, emitting mournful cries. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. Thunder rumbling and lightning flashing as if serpentine dragons danced amidst the tempest, lamenting the impending clash. At that moment, a flash of phoenix fire surged forth, as the divine phoenix of fortune soared gracefully. United, the divine phoenix and Daobao stood resolutely to intercept Juanti. "Impudent! This is the palace of the human king. And both of you have declared your allegiance to be the glazed Buddha and the future Buddha of our Buddhist faith, unwilling to return to the Western Church." Juanti's eyes widened in fury. "Daobao, do not attempt to feign innocence. If you do not surrender Maitreya and Yaoshi today, do not blame me for disregarding the palace of the human king." Chapter 61. The Death of Jichong and Bo Yikao. A major shift in the divine sealing within the confines of the Bo Palace. The master of Tongtian displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in his elongated eyes, a hint of a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips as he addressed the venerable Hongjun with an air of sardonic triumph. "My dear friend, can you still remain as steadfast as a mountain? Look at your two prized disciples. They are already succumbing in this predicament." A tempest of fury surged within Hongjun, akin to the molten lava of a volcano, seething and volatile, threatening to breach the dam of his composure. Yet, his visage remained tranquil as a still lake, his deep-set eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Resigned, he resorted to clandestinely employing the technique of sound transmission. "Enough? Return swiftly. The situation is entirely unfavorable for you. Do not engage in a futile battle against stone with an egg." Upon receiving the transmission, Jane and Juanti were filled with indignation and resentment, a flicker of fierce hatred flashing in their eyes. Just then, an explosion of light erupted from the direction of the Hunyuan Pavilion. A beam of light soared skyward, ascending towards the heavens. The radiance was so brilliant that it enveloped Baigan, who sat at the center of the column of light, surrounded by a gentle yet resilient aura of righteousness that wafted ethereally around him. Gradually, he rose to his feet, his stature tall and imposing, his garments billowing. His voice resonated through the cosmos. "The Hunyuan Pavilion gathers the literary essence of the world. The literary heritage of humanity shall endure perpetually." Before his words could fully fade, an immense tide of fortune surged towards Baigan like a roaring river, encircling him in a majestic dance before seamlessly merging with his being. Under the nurturing embrace of this grand fortune, Baigan's cultivation soared, and a formidable aura erupted from him, propelling him directly into the realm of the Daluo Golden Immortal. "By the decree of the current king of humanity, I hereby confer upon Baigan the title of the Sage of Humanity." Witnessing this, the people of the human race bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sage." The master of Tongtian, upon hearing this proclamation, could not suppress the intensifying smile that conveyed his delight. He lifted his gaze, casting a provocative look at Hongjun, brimming with self-satisfaction. "My dear friend, behold." "Ah, once again, my vision proves to be astute. Ha ha ha." With a cold snort, Hongjun retorted, his voice as sharp as an ice blade. He turned away, departing without a glance back, his silhouette betraying a hint of disarray and displeasure. Noticing Hongjun's departure, Tongtian swiftly directed his sound transmission towards the direction of Shichi City. Within Shichi City, Xiangyi received Tongtian's message, a sinister smile creeping across his face, glinting with bloodlust. He swiftly formed hand seals, the laws of concealment manifesting around him, effectively masking his presence. In an instant, he transformed into the likeness of Guang Qingzi, leaping silently into the Shichi Marquis residence. The Shichi Marquis residence lay shrouded in the tranquility of the night, the moonlight cascading like water, with only the faint sounds of patrolling soldiers breaking the stillness. Xiangyi, now assuming Guang Qingzi and Amp, Oppo's S form, glinted with cold malice, retrieving the Fantian, which radiated the brilliance of the jade purity celestial technique. With a fierce swipe, the Fantian expanded, resembling a small mountain as it was hurled towards Jiejiao's quarters. With a thunderous crash, the entire Shichi city trembled as the Fantian barreled through, compressing the air around it and producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The grand hall crumbled under the force of this terrifying strike, bricks and stones flying like cannonballs, while splinters of wood danced like snowflakes amidst the rising dust. A cloud of dust surged forth, engulfing the chamber, where Jiejiao and his wife remained in slumber, caught unawares by the sudden onslaught. Their bodies were instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp, the metallic scent of blood swiftly saturating the air. This tremendous upheaval shattered the tranquility of Shichi City, rousing its inhabitants from their dreams, who fled in panic. Soldiers, weapons in hand, rushed towards Jiejiao's quarters, faces etched with terror, as chaos reigned throughout the city, cries and wails intertwining. Xiang Yi, relentless, turned his gaze upon Bo Yikao. Upon seeing Xiang Yi, Bo Yikao was overwhelmed with despair, his body trembling like a candle flickering in the wind. Xiang Yi displayed no mercy. He hurled a brick directly at Bo Yikao with ferocity. With a resounding thud, Bo Yikao met his end, his body soaring through the air like a rag doll, blood painting the ground in a shocking crimson blue. GFA, upon hearing the commotion, dashed toward Jiejiao's quarters, madness in his eyes, infused with profound sorrow and hatred. Upon witnessing the horrific scene before him, he collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. Tears streamed down his face like a torrential flood, splashing onto the blood-soaked earth. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Gongbao had appeared at his side, gently placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Young Marquis, you must gather yourself. Otherwise, Shichi is truly doomed." GFA raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, gazing at Shun Gongbao, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Master, do you know who is responsible for this?" "Judging by the technique, it is the jade purity celestial technique. The evidence points to the Fantian." Upon hearing this, GFA's eyes glinted with determination, his fist clenched tightly, veins pulsating as he gritted his teeth. "Kunlun Mountain. Guangqingxi, I shall not rest until we settle this. You must first seize control of Shichi and conquer the realm of humanity. Only then will you possess the strength to confront them," Shun Gongbao advised. GFA, resolute, inhaled deeply, gradually rising to his feet. Though his form appeared slight, it radiated an indomitable spirit. Shun Gongbao, relieved by GFA's resurgence, understood that as long as they executed Tongtian's plan effectively, becoming Tongtian's direct disciple would soon be within reach. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly. In the Peach Blossom Cave of the Nine Immortals Mountain, Guangqingxi was deep in meditation when suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, filled with terror and confusion. Clutching his head with trembling hands, his body quaked violently. Lost in a daze. "What have I done? Xiang Yi, what should I do? I have killed Jiejiao. My master will not forgive me." His voice quivered with fear and despair. Xiang Yi, upon hearing this, stepped forward to offer reassurance. "Fear not, my friend. The sage will not harm you. You are his cherished disciple. There is no cause for concern." Though his words were laced with comfort, a subtle smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of concealed satisfaction. Yet, Guangqingxi's trepidation did not wane. He was acutely aware of his master, the primordial heavenly sovereign's temperament. At that moment, the voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign boomed in his ears like thunder. "Guangqingxi, hasten to the Yushu Palace." The tone was imperious, causing Guangqingxi to tremble. Realizing he could not evade his fate, he set forth towards the Yushu Palace, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Xiang Yi watched Guangqingxi depart, secretly rejoicing in the success of his scheme, reveling in his triumph. Upon arriving at the Yushu Palace, Guangqingxi entered the grand hall to find the primordial heavenly sovereign's countenance transformed from his usual benevolence to one of fury. With a piercing glare, the sovereign admonished Guangqingxi, "You wretched fool, why have you acted so foolishly?" Without delay, Guangqingxi fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. "Master, the trajectory of the divine ceiling has deviated. Thus, it would be prudent to allow GFA to ascend prematurely, with the assistance of my junior brother Shun Gongbao, to expedite the conclusion of the divine ceiling calamity." The primordial heavenly sovereign, upon hearing this, shot a furious glare at Guangqingxi, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "Do not disappoint your master." The sound, akin to a chilling gale, caused Guangqingxi to shudder involuntarily. Upon hearing it, Guangqingxi felt a sense of relief wash over him. for he knew he had momentarily evaded disaster, yet his forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. Chapter 62. The Agricultural Sage of Humanity. Honghuang, severely wounded after the departure of Jin and Junti, Emperor Xian sat in the grand hall, his brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a shadowy secret guard appeared, kneeling before him with a report in hand. As Emperor Xian received and unfolded the document, his expression shifted to one of elation. The news of the deaths of Jiejiao and Boikao struck him like a heavy hammer, stirring tumultuous waves in the previously calm waters of his heart. He recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without a steadfast leader, the Westchi would surely descend into chaos. He immediately commanded the gathering of all ministers of the Shang dynasty. Before long, the ministers arrived, a somber atmosphere enveloping the hall. Gentlemen, he proclaimed, with the demise of Jiejiao and Boikao, Westchi will undoubtedly spiral into disorder. This presents us with a tremendous opportunity. The time to mobilize our forces has come. Before he could finish, Baigan stepped forward. His face etched with worry as he bowed deeply. Your Majesty, this year's harvest across the Shang lands has been dismal, and the people are suffering from hunger. To mobilize now would present insurmountable challenges for our supply lines. Should our troops embark on a long journey without adequate provisions, unforeseen complications may arise. I implore you to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. He understood that Baigan spoke the truth. To march without sufficient supplies would be akin to sending soldiers into battle unarmed, making the outcome utterly uncertain. Just as despair settled over the assembly, Shang Rong entered the hall accompanied by a Taoist. Upon seeing Shang Rong, Emperor Xian's eyes sparkled with surprise, reigniting hope within him. Could it be that he had discovered the sacred artifacts mentioned in ancient texts? Upon meeting Emperor Xian, Shang Rong knelt and exclaimed, I pay my respects to your Majesty. I have fulfilled my mission. Emperor Xian hastily assisted him to his feet, eager to inquire, Chancellor, your efforts have been commendable. Have you secured the items? Shang Rong replied with reverence, thanks to the assistance of the esteemed Taoist, I could not have retrieved these treasures so swiftly without his help. Hearing this, Emperor Xian burst into joyous laughter, pacing the hall with excitement. Excellent. With this, the people of the Shang shall no longer endure hunger. He then strode confidently towards his throne, his demeanor commanding as he declared, Today, I decree Shang Rong as the agricultural sage of humanity, and the esteemed Taoist as the national master of the Shang, united in our eternal endeavors. With this decree, the fortunes of the Shang dynasty surged like a roaring fire, soaring to a remarkable 1,500 years of prosperity, even in the distant Niwa Palace and the Fire Cloud Cave. The ancestral spirits of humanity sensed the powerful surge of national fortune, their joy palpable. As the court observed Shang Rong's elevation, a mixture of emotions stirred within them. Many were envious, recognizing this as the pinnacle of honor, while others harbored quiet jealousy, believing Shang Rong merely seized an opportunity. Emperor Xian, perceiving their sentiments, proclaimed, I understand your thoughts. The immediate task at hand is to confer with Chancellor Shang regarding the distribution of seats. In due time, merit shall manifest, and all of you may aspire to transcendence. Upon hearing this, the ministers transformed their anxiety into gratitude, bowing in unison. Thank you, your Majesty. Thank you, agricultural sage. Within 3 years, all seeds would be disseminated nationwide, hoarding provisions. After 3 years, I shall lead the charge to eradicate Westchi in one fell swoop. Thus commenced the fervent campaign against the Zhou dynasty in the city of Chaga. Yet, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, a crisis capable of upheaving the primal world was stealthily approaching. Across the vast expanse of the primordial land, time seemed abruptly frozen by an unseen hand. The realm fell into profound silence, all things motionless, save for Tongtian, Honghuang, and Hutu, who remained active. In the direction of the Bayou Palace, Tongtian, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with fury. He sensed an overwhelming disturbance, a sinister aura surging towards him like a tidal wave, sending chills racing up his spine. He roared within, who dares to disrupt the order of the primordial realm? Tongtian swiftly dashed toward the chaos, cleaving through the deathly stillness of the void. Within the chaos, Honghuang, wielding the transformation jade butterfly, faced a grotesque, short, green figure emanating a foul stench reminiscent of the abyss, embodying the essence of all malevolence. A warning bell tolled in Hongzhen's mind as he perceived the immense destructive power radiating from the little green figure. A force akin to a cataclysmic tidal wave of darkness that even he, the venerable Taoist, could not help but fear. He understood that this battle might present the most arduous and perilous challenge of his life. A misstep could lead to irreparable doom. Upon Tongtian's arrival, He did not rush to assist but surveyed the surroundings, seeking the focal point of the sinister array enveloping the primordial realm. He understood that dismantling this temporal formation was imperative. Otherwise, the primordial world would remain in a state of stasis, with no guarantee against adverse repercussions for its inhabitants. Detecting Tongtian's presence, Hongjun felt a measure of relief. With Tongtian here, there was a glimmer of hope. The little green figure, upon seeing Hongjun and Tongtian, emitted a sharp, piercing laughter that pierced the air like countless needles, akin to the wails of tormented souls in the chaos, sending shivers down their spines. Furrowing his brow, Hongjun summoned the power of the heavenly Tao. The little green figure, however, displayed no fear, laughing maniacally as he grasped a spiked club. Though it appeared ordinary, it exuded an aura surpassing that of chaotic treasures, its green light twisting like serpents, harboring the capability to plunge the world into utter annihilation. Who would have thought that this chaotic realm still harbors such formidable power? Little one, would you care to become my disciple? The little green figure screeched, his voice brimming with madness and hatred, echoing throughout the chaos. Hongjun scoffed, his voice resonating like thunder. Cease your insolence. Who are you to claim the title of my disciple? With the transformation Jade Butterfly, I shall weave 3,000 paths. He bellowed, channeling his energy into the transformation Jade Butterfly. In an instant, it radiated brilliance, countless beams of light erupting from it, transforming into the force of 3,000 paths. These 3,000 paths unfurled within the chaos, resembling a boundless, resplendent river of stars rushing toward the little green figure. Yet the little green figure merely laughed maniacally. His laughter filled with indifference as he brandished the spiked club, charging like a frenzied demon toward the 3,000 paths. Pathetic tricks. Your paths are already in slumber. Why do you still struggle? The little green figure roared, his voice reverberating through the chaos. He swung the spiked club with a force reminiscent of the primordial chaos itself, unleashing a tremendous power that shattered Hongjun as 3,000 paths like mere bubbles. Witnessing this, a flicker of fear crossed Hongjuan's face. He had not anticipated the little green figure's strength, capable of so effortlessly countering his ultimate technique. Unrelenting, the little green figure raised the spiked club once more, its radiance even more dazzling this time, the green light burning like tangible flames. With a powerful swing, he hurled the spiked club at Hongjun, the terrifying aura distorting the surrounding space. Hongjun, unwilling to show any signs of weakness, swiftly positioned the transformation Jade Butterfly in front of him. With a resounding crash, the spiked club struck the shield formed by the transformation Jade Butterfly, unleashing a powerful shockwave that churned the chaotic energies around them. Hongjun felt as though struck by lightning, his body sent flying like a fallen leaf. Observing Hongjuan's injury, the little green figure's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting wounded prey. He was poised to deliver the final blow to Hongjun in a moment of triumph, when, at the critical juncture, Tongtian swiftly formed a seal and summoned the coffin of the buried heavens to shield Hongjun from harm. Chapter 63. Hongjun and Tongtian unite against external foes. The tightly wound expression on Hongjuan's face finally relaxed a fraction upon beholding the tomb of heaven before him, a silent sigh of relief escaping his lips as he inwardly rejoiced. The little green creature, with eyes the size of mung beans, exhibited a sharp contraction of its pupils, a fleeting glimmer of terror crossing its distorted visage. Its already twisted features grew even more grotesque as it emitted a series of hissing sounds, instinctively retreating several steps, each footfall leaving a faint green trace in the void. Hongjun, I shall borrow this tomb of heaven for now. Allow me to break the formation first, he declared. Hongjun extended his hand, firmly grasping the tomb of heaven, and in an instant, a formidable aura surged from him, sweeping toward the little green creature, turning defense into offense. Wherever he passed, the very fabric of space rippled visibly. Tongtian abruptly raised a hand, manifesting a time tower in his palm. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled the principles of time with all his might, the veins on his forehead bulging as his gaze fixated on the time formation, stars seemingly swirling within his eyes. In that moment, the shadows of the 12 hours began to revolve slowly within the formation, each rotation echoing the passage of time. Seeing this, the little green creature's eyes flashed with a cruel glint, its previously ominous gaze turning even colder. Swiftly, it produced a longbow exuding a ghostly green glow. The bow crafted from some sinister bone that seemed to weep souls, emanating an aura of chilling dread that caused the temperature around to plummet. The creature drew the bowstring back, a low hum resonating as the surrounding space shimmered with ripples. Aiming at Tongtian, it uttered a low growl, releasing an arrow that whistled through the air, tearing the fabric of space and leaving behind blackened rifts that exuded dark energy. In a flash, Hongjun appeared before Tongtian, his speed so great that only a blurry silhouette remained. Clutching the creation jade disc and the tomb of heaven, he forged an impenetrable barrier. The arrow struck the barrier with a piercing screech, sending sparks flying, illuminating the darkness with their fiery glow. The arrow's immense force, even against the barrier, caused both Honghuang and Tongtian to tremble, their bodies swaying slightly. Unperturbed, Tongtian continued to strive to unravel the time formation, which began to weaken under his efforts. The light within flickering erratically, reminiscent of a candle struggling against the wind, as the forces of time within grew increasingly chaotic. Suddenly, the power of time surged forth from the formation like a dam breaking, unleashing torrents of violent energy that ravaged the surrounding space. Stars were obliterated in an instant, reduced to cosmic dust. Tongtian's countenance shifted, fully aware of the terrifying nature of this power. Should he be ensnared, even he would find it nearly impossible to escape. Akin to being trapped in an endless whirlpool, he swiftly retreated, simultaneously invoking the time tower. The tower spun rapidly in the air, absorbing the released principles of time. With each morsel absorbed, its radiance intensified, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Moments later, the time formation enveloping the primeval realm dissipated entirely, leaving no trace behind. The bodies and souls of the beings bound by the power of time returned to their original states. Meanwhile, the conflict between Honghuang and the little green creature escalated. Although Honghuang exerted all his strength in wielding the power of the celestial path, he found himself at a disadvantage against the little green creature's unpredictable assaults. Each of the creature's strikes left Honghuang reeling, his form sent sprawling backward, his robes tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A sense of bitterness and helplessness filled his heart as he pondered. What manner of being is this little green creature? Such formidable strength. And despite being an adept of the celestial path, I find myself unable to withstand it. Where has the great Tao gone? This is all too absurd. Observing Hongjuan's plight, Tongtian couldn't help but jest. Honghuang, as a practitioner of the celestial path, how can you be so beleaguered? You truly disappoint me. Honghuang retorted, irritation evident. Stop idly spectating. Should this creature enter the primeval realm, all beings shall perish, including your disciples. We must act swiftly. Tongtian's expression hardened upon comprehending the gravity of the situation, and he promptly soared to Hongjuan's side. Glancing at Hongjuan's disheveled state, a mixture of concern and battle fervor surged within him. With a flick of his wrist, Hongjuan tossed the tomb of heaven into Tongtian's grasp, his gaze burning with intensity. This coffin is now in your hands. We cannot afford to falter. I understand. But this creature is truly bizarre, and all of this is far too outrageous. Tongtian replied. The little green creature, upon noticing the additional presence, felt no fear but rather erupted in a sickly laugh, the sound echoing chillingly in the silence of chaos. Another toy has arrived. He, you two better not disappoint me. Its mung bean-like eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to a hunter reveling in the sight of its prey ensnared in a trap. With a disdainful snort, Tongtian's eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his hand, summoning the tomb of heaven, the world-destroying mill, the god-slaying spear, and a resplendent world tree radiating golden light to surround him. Upon the appearance of the world tree, an overwhelming vitality surged forth, refreshing and brightening the surrounding space. Its trunk was robust, its branches lush, each leaf seemingly forged from gold, glimmering brilliantly. Sensing the aura of the world tree, the little green creature shivered involuntarily. A twinge of unease creeping into its heart. This chaos harbors such a formidable spiritual treasure, they should not be underestimated. Exchanging a glance with Hongjuan, both instantly understood each other's intent, their eyes conveying unspoken communication. Hongjuan inhaled deeply, channeling the power of the celestial path once more, launching himself toward the little green creature with unparalleled speed, leaving only a luminous trace in his wake. Tongtian immediately activated his own dark path principles, a swirling mass of demonic energy enveloping him, exuding an aura of destruction. He directed the dark path principles toward the tomb of heaven, which began to tremble, the runes upon its surface flickering with a dark red glow. An ominous presence emanated from the coffin, tainting the surrounding stars with a blood-red hue, as if cursed. During his assault on the little green creature, Hongjuan was once again struck by the creature's might, sending him hurtling away. Quickly, Tongtian. We must act together. If this drags on, I may not endure much longer, Hongjuan urged. Hearing Hongjuan's call, Tongtian let out a thunderous roar, brandishing the tomb of heaven as he charged toward the little green creature, his speed reaching its zenith, leaving a trail of darkness in his wake. Under his command, the god-slaying spear transformed into a streak of light, its tip glimmering with a frosty sheen as it tore through space, creating black rifts that widened with each passing moment. Simultaneously, the world-destroying mill expanded several hundred yards, hurtling toward the little green creature, its grinding noise resonating like the somber tolling of a doomsday bell, each chime striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Honghuang channeled all the power of the celestial path into Tongtian, whose aura surged to its peak. His hair stood on end without the aid of wind, and his eyes sparkled with a mingling of black and white light, embodying a profound strength. The little green being sensed an imminent threat and immediately activated its intrinsic laws. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a transcendent being, a harmonious primordial golden immortal of 50 laws. A sinister expression crossed the little green being's face as it waved its hands, transforming the 50 laws into shimmering barriers that forged an indestructible line of defense against the onslaught of Tongtian. As the coffin of the underworld, the world-destroying mill, and the god-slaying spear collided with the luminous barrier of the little green being, a cataclysmic storm erupted, spreading devastation in its wake. Fragments of stars danced within the tempest, colliding and exploding anew, unleashing an even more intense brilliance that illuminated the cosmos, rendering it both magnificent and terrifying. Witnessing this, Honghuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly summoned the creation jade butterfly, magnifying it to envelop the primordial world, providing it with staunch protection. Without the safeguarding presence of the creation jade butterfly, the primordial world would have inevitably succumbed to this terrifying force, reducing countless lives to mere ashes in an instant, plunging the entire realm into endless darkness and ruin. After the colossal upheaval subsided, the little green being merely staggered back a few steps, its verdant radiance slightly dimmed, yet it remained largely unscathed, swaying gently amidst the tempest. Both Honghuang and Tongtian, observing this scene, grew increasingly vigilant, acutely aware of the little green being's formidable power that surpassed their expectations. Honghuang furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. This individual is exceedingly peculiar. Even our combined might fails to inflict any harm upon him. Tongtian, equally grave, tightened his grip around the coffin of the underworld and remarked, "Friend Honghuang, this adversary is too powerful. We must not confront him head-on, but instead seek out his vulnerabilities." However, the situation was dire, leaving them little time for contemplation. Reluctantly, they resolved to unite once more and charge at the little green being. Tongtian maneuvered the coffin of the underworld and other artifacts, launching attacks from various angles. The coffin exuded an ominous aura, akin to a shroud of black smoke, surging towards the little green being and casting an eerie pall over the surrounding space. Yet, the little green being deftly evaded the onslaught, weaving through the attacks and neutralizing them with grace. Throughout the battle, Honghuang and Tongtian found themselves at a disadvantage, sustaining varying degrees of injuries, their garments stained with blood. Had it not been for the ample reserves of temporal laws within the Time Tower, they might have already faced dire consequences in the face of relentless assaults. Suddenly, out of the blue, a surge of spatial laws struck, cleaving the little green being in two. Chapter 64. The exhaustion of Qi. The gazes of Honghuang and Tongtian were akin to two piercing swords, fixated intently on the small green creature that lay cleaved in two. The creature's body emitted an eerie green glow that flickered like ghostly flames. Though devoid of life, it still exuded a chilling aura reminiscent of a cursed mire, steeped in an unsettling strangeness. Honghuang's brow furrowed deeply, his profound eyes swirling with a palpable wariness, as tumultuous thoughts churned within him. If this peculiar creature were to persist in existence, it would surely herald calamity. He was determined to ensure that no detail was overlooked, for this entity was undoubtedly not a product of this chaotic realm. His consciousness spread like delicate spider silk, silently extending into the surroundings, leaving no potential disturbance unnoticed. Even the slightest fluctuation in space would not escape his perception. Tongtian wore a grave expression, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, as his consciousness mingled with the chaotic essence, creating wisps of vapor. His grip tightened around the primordial sword, his knuckles whitening from the strain, muscles taut as a drawn bow, poised to unleash his full might at any moment. Once convinced that the small green creature was utterly lifeless, the two seemed to release the tension that had gripped them, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, before their breaths had settled, the audacious figure of the celestial master descended like a meteor, a smirk of triumph adorning his lips, incongruous amidst the tense atmosphere. "You two have worked hard." The celestial master's teasing voice rang out. "I have claimed this little prize for myself. Ha ha ha." His laughter echoed through the silent space, sharp as a dagger, shattering a moment's peace. Honghuang and Tongtian exchanged glances, a flicker of displeasure passing between them, each rolling their eyes. Tongtian scoffed, "Humph, Celestial Master, your timing is impeccable. You arrive just as it is about to conclude." "About to conclude? It appears to me that you two have been thoroughly suppressed by this little monster," he retorted with feigned disdain. Just then, an eerie disturbance arose from the lifeless body of the small green creature. The severed halves began to mend at a visible pace, a green luminescence flickering at the wounds as each fragment seamlessly rejoined. The creature rose once more, a nauseating aura surging forth like a black tide, instantly saturating the entire space. This essence was rife with malevolence and brutality, akin to a miasma emerging from the depths of hell, piercing through the soul like countless needles, as if it sought to utterly corrode their very beings. The three immediately paled, their vigilance returning. The Celestial Master's eyes brimmed with disdain, as he regarded the creature with the look one might cast upon the most vile of things. "Truly troublesome. What on earth is this abomination?" His voice was laced with irritation, having assumed he might easily seize an opportunity, only to find the situation deteriorating in an instant, leaving him filled with regret. Before they could fully prepare, the small green creature's club suddenly expanded 100-fold. The runes upon the club glimmered like awakened demons, each inscribed with the power of annihilation. The club descended upon the trio with the force of an overwhelming mountain, warping the very fabric of space with a mournful creaking noise. Upon witnessing this, the Celestial Master's eyes glinted with resolve, and he immediately activated the laws of space. The surrounding area began to warp violently, tearing apart as if a mirror had been shattered, revealing countless fissures. Spatial cut. This technique radiated a chilling light as it surged toward the club. However, when the spatial cut met the club, it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. The Celestial Master felt an ancient force rebound upon him like a tsunami, his technique scattered by the club in an instant. The immense impact struck him like a stampede of wild bulls, propelling him backward like a cannonball, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. He gritted his teeth against the tumult within him, exerting every ounce of strength to create a spatial wormhole before the club. But against the colossal weapon, the wormhole appeared minuscule, akin to trying to contain a towering mountain within a mere infant Indapos' fist. The space around the wormhole let out a pitiful hiss under the club's pressure. The small green creature regarded Tongtian and the others with a playful expression, as though a mischievous child surveyed a discarded toy, filled with mockery and disdain. Realizing the dire situation, Tongtian swiftly positioned himself beside the Celestial Master, channeling his formidable spatial laws to merge with the Celestial Master's power. In an instant, the wormhole surged with renewed vigor, expanding wildly like a primordial beast opening its gaping maw, directly transferring the club behind the small green creature. As the wormhole devoured the club, the surrounding space erupted with violent turbulence. The small green creature remained unfazed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, gracefully leaping as if a nimble bird, allowing the club to pass beneath him without obstruction. With a snap of his fingers, the crisp sound resonated loudly in the silence, and the club obediently returned to his hand as if responding to its master. The expressions of Tongtian and the others turned ashen, as though they had glimpsed the specter of death beckoning them. They understood all too well that the creature's strength far exceeded their expectations, each assault carving deep-seated fear in their hearts. Suddenly, the small green creature charged forward once more, brandishing the club with blinding speed, summoning a tempest that howled like a blade through the air. The winds were laced with the essence of death, darkening the chaotic atmosphere in its wake. Tongtian's eyes flashed with determination as he summoned the world-extinguishing mill, the burial heaven coffin, and the world tree, among other spiritual treasures. Upon colliding with the defensive wall formed by these treasures, the small green creature unleashed a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations of space, scattering the chaotic essence like mist in the wind. The creature was sent reeling back, propelled by the force of the impact, rolling several times before regaining its footing. Seeing this, Tongtian felt a flicker of relief, silently exhaling. At last, these treasures have withstood the creature's assault. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. His gaze remained fixed on the small green creature, unwilling to relax even for a moment. The creature rose, shaking its head, a glint of wariness flickering in its eyes as it glanced towards the world tree, hesitating to depart, clearly reluctant to abandon the confrontation so easily. Tongtian, Honghuang, and the celestial master perceived the creature's intent and swiftly maneuvered to encircle it. The celestial master furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his face as he spoke. My dear friends, it seems we cannot best him. It may be prudent to let him go. Honghuang and Tongtian remained silent, resolutely surrounding the small green creature. They understood that allowing this creature to escape would inevitably bring about even greater calamity in the future, and thus, it was imperative that they prevent its departure at all costs. The small green creature, realizing it was encircled, flashed an angry glare before dashing towards the celestial master with even greater speed, slicing through space and leaving a long green tail in its wake. The celestial master, witnessing the charge, was struck with alarm, his complexion draining of color. Without a moment's thought, he teleported behind Tongtian using the laws of space. You little beast, what business do you have coming this way? Is it to bully one without protective treasures? The little green creature erupted into a malicious cackle, clearly reveling in the weakness displayed before him. With such feeble abilities, I am truly perplexed as to who granted you the audacity to impede my path. Upon uttering these words, the creature performed a series of unknown gestures, causing the green radiance enveloping him to intensify, his aura surging to an unprecedented level. His cultivation surged past its limits, ascending to the pinnacle of the primordial infinite great Luo golden immortal realm, an overwhelming force radiating outward, causing the surrounding chaotic energies to churn violently, akin to boiling water. The three companions, witnessing this transformation, were struck with profound terror, as if plunged into an icy abyss. They understood all too well that the little green creature was igniting his very essence, prepared to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. This scorched earth tactic instilled an unprecedented fear within them, as if the specter of death had firmly grasped their throats. Alas, he is determined to fight to the death. Fellow Taoists, exercise caution, Honghuang shouted, his countenance paling to that of parchment. The trio hastily retreated, striving to create distance, their figures darting chaotically among the shattered remnants of the stars. The celestial being, with a furrowed brow, lamented as he withdrew. What a misfortune to encounter such a madman. This wretched being. Despair clouded his gaze, and a tinge of regret began to fester within. Yet, the little green creature offered them no respite. In an instant, he materialized before them, wielding a massive spiked club that came crashing down upon the trio. They were overwhelmed by an irresistible force, rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground like puddles of muck, incapable of rising. Upon witnessing their plight, the creature spread his arms wide, lifting the spiked club in triumphant glee. His laughter reverberated through the desolate void, echoing like the tolling of a funeral bell from the depths of hell, each chime striking deep into the hearts of the three, plunging them further into despair. Ha ha ha, you are all destined to perish. Rest assured, all beings in this chaos shall meet their demise. You are merely the unfortunate few to face it sooner. The little green creature laughed maniacally, advancing step by step towards the trio, who had now become utterly exhausted, their last reserves of strength depleted. Chapter 65. Has the way of heaven been invaded? As the enigmatic little green figure approached with an ominous aura, each breath it exhaled radiated a chilling sense of death. Honghuang, Tongtian, and Hunyuan Daluo were engulfed in a multitude of thoughts, yet an invisible, overwhelming force akin to the heaviest of shackles rendered them immobile. Every fiber of their being trembled from exertion, yet they could not budge an inch. In that critical moment, when life and death hung by a thread, the world tree beside Tongtian suddenly blazed with resplendent light, dazzling as the first beam of dawn at the birth of chaos. Countless vigorous vines surged forth from its sturdy trunk, each adorned with shimmering runes, every rune pulsating with the vitality of an entire world. The vines, like a mighty green tide, surged toward the little green figure. In an instant, they ensnared it with the tenacity of unyielding ropes, leaving only its eyes, filled with malice, exposed. Those eyes glimmered like two venomous daggers, seemingly intent on tearing everything before them to shreds. The world tree's vines did not relent, mercilessly whipping the little green figure. Each strike splattered dark green blood, eliciting a flicker of disdain in the creature's gaze. Despite the formidable nature of the divine artifact, it scoffed, thinking its master too weak to truly bind it. "Ha! You think you can trap me?" The sound echoed like a chilling gale, capable of freezing one's very soul. Then, it harnessed its unfathomable power of law, and in an instant, the vines withered as if scorched by an all-consuming blaze, rapidly decaying and snapping apart. The desiccated vines crumbled to black ashes, dispersing into the air. Once freed, the little green figure staggered back a few steps, its murderous intent surging like a tangible force. Humph, today you shall all perish. Just as the little green figure prepared to launch another assault, the light emanating from the world tree intensified, coalescing into a colossal transparent dome-like barrier in the direction of its advance. The creature, in a frenzy, assaulted the barrier, its hands transforming into blades of green light that struck fiercely against it. Each blow unleashed violent ripples, distorting the surrounding space. Yet, the barrier remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain, serving as the foundation of chaos, bearing immense pressure. The little green figure, taken aback, escalated its attacks, its eyes betraying a hint of panic, its form becoming somewhat hazy amidst the frenzied onslaught, resembling a vanishing specter. At that moment, the chaotic skies shifted dramatically, dark clouds converging like a surging sea. Above the little green figure, a colossal eye emerged, profound and mysterious, exuding an aura of unending majesty. Surrounding the eye were vibrant halos of light, and upon witnessing it, Honghuang, Tongtian, and Jinxian felt a surge of joy. "It is the eye of the Tao," Honghuang exclaimed, his expression alight with astonishment. The great eye radiated boundless fury. Bellowing, "You insolent wretch, dare to scheme against me." Before the words had fully escaped, tremendous divine thunderbolts rained down from the eye, crashing towards the little green figure, engulfing it in a blinding storm of lightning. A piercing scream echoed as the creature's form was gradually reduced to ash, the remnants scattering amidst the chaos. Once the eye of the Tao dealt with the little green figure, it turned its gaze towards Tongtian and the others. Then, slowly the eye closed, vanishing as if it had never existed, leaving behind a serene stillness. With the disappearance of the eye, the barrier of the world tree dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surrounding space, but traces of the battle's energy still lingered in the chaos. Honghuang exhaled deeply, as if releasing a heavy burden. Glancing at Tongtian and Jinxian, "My friends, let us proceed to the Purple Cloud Palace to deliberate. This matter is far too strange, having attracted the Tao's retribution." His voice still bore a hint of lingering tension. Tongtian and Jinxian, equally shaken, nodded and flew towards the Purple Cloud Palace. At that moment, from the remnants of the little green figure, an exceedingly thin dark green thread sped towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Its speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible, and in mere moments it arrived at the palace, vanishing into the primordial Tao of heaven. As Honghuang, Tongtian, and Jinxian approached the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Tongtian and Jinxian felt a powerful repulsion force push them back, isolating them outside, unable to enter despite their efforts. Perplexed, Honghuang heard the chilling voice of the Tao resound in his mind. "These two may not enter the Purple Cloud Palace. Let them disperse, for the Tao will take action." Though displeased, Honghuang refrained from further comment. He turned to Jinxian and Tongtian, saying helplessly, "My friends, the Tao forbids your entry. I hope for your understanding." Jinxian frowned, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his features. "Friend, what shall we do about that creature? We have yet to devise a strategy." Honghuang furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before responding. "This matter shall be addressed by the Tao. We shall abide by its arrangements." With that, Honghuang stepped into the Purple Cloud Palace, gradually disappearing beyond the entrance, leaving Tongtian and Jinxian outside. They exchanged glances, conceding defeat. "Yugui, today's events are exceedingly odd. We must remain vigilant. If you do not mind, shall we converse at my Bio Palace?" "Very well, I shall humbly accept your invitation." With that, the two flew towards Bio Palace. As Jinxian reached the edge of the primordial realm, storm clouds rapidly gathered overhead, crackling with lightning as countless divine thunderbolts rained down upon him. Startled, he felt a surge of anger rise within. "You insolent Honghuang, our matter is not concluded." He glanced at Tongtian, saying, "We shall discuss this another day." Then, he invoked the laws of space and returned to the chaos. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Honghuang observed this event with perplexity, wondering why he had not summoned the divine thunder upon Jinxian, who was indeed a significant ally. Why such a reaction? He mused. The Tao proved to be unfathomable. A sense of complexity enveloped him, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating all events, leaving him unable to break free. With no other recourse, Honghuang attempted to connect with the Tao, yet every effort met with silence, as if ensnared in a void. Determined not to remain passive, he resolved to explore the inner sanctum of the Tao. Cautiously, Honghuang ventured into the depths of the Tao and Appo's domain, and after a brief moment, a faint green light emerged from the heart of the Tao space. Suddenly, a repugnant aura surged forth, reminiscent of the foul winds from the depths of hell, inducing nausea. This is the creature's essence. Could it be that the Tao has not been entirely eradicated? A chill coursed through his veins, just as Hongjun discerned the green light. The Tao seemed to react violently, the entire space trembling. This is not good, he thought, immediately channeling his full power, a golden radiance enveloping him. Hongjun was beset by an overwhelming sense of urgency. If this malevolent thought were to run rampant, chaos would inevitably ensue in the primordial realm. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his current situation, realizing that escape would not be easily attainable. He contemplated sending a message to Yuan Shi and the others, urging them to collaborate with Tongtian in confronting the impending crisis. However, he soon discovered that his ability to communicate was utterly stifled, rendering him as if ensnared within a soundproof, dark prison, engulfed in loneliness and despair. Chapter 66. The military campaign against the Western Qi. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the venerable Hongjun emerged slowly from the realm of the heavenly Tao. Clad in flowing robes that danced with the wind, he stretched lazily, the sound of his bones cracking like popping beans, and a wicked smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a bizarre lightning streaking through the night sky. In the royal palace of the Shang dynasty, the voice of Emperor Xian echoed throughout the hall. My ministers, how fare the Shang in recent years? Upon hearing this, Shang Rong immediately grasped the emperor's intent. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, the Shang enjoys favorable weather and abundant grain, yet the Western Qi grows increasingly audacious, casting greedy eyes upon us, a grave concern indeed. I believe the time is ripe to launch an offensive against the Western Qi and achieve the unification of our empire. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xian sprang to his feet, his dragon robe billowing as he burst into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating like thunder throughout the palace. Excellent, Shang Rong. Hasten to transport provisions to the borders of Shang and gather our valiant troops to trample the Western Qi. Emperor Xian's chest heaved with fervor, his heart pounding like war drums. As visions of the Shang banners flying over the walls of Western Qi filled his mind, an embodiment of his ambitions and aspirations as a ruler, the ministers echoed in unison. By your command, Your Majesty. Their voices merged, reverberating through every corner of the palace, reflecting their unwavering support for the Emperor's decree. Where is the Grand Master of the Xian Du? As soon as the words left his mouth, the Grand Master appeared in the Grand Hall. Grand Master, swiftly dispatch all shadowy secret guards to infiltrate the city of Western Qi and gather intelligence. In 2 days, the army shall convene at Jiejiao Ridge and set forth. This humble servant shall obey. I will not disappoint your command. 2 days later, at the foot of Jiejiao Ridge, the army of the Yin Shang assembled like a torrent of steel, their banners snapping in the wind, the bold character of Shang instilling fear. GFA. Within the city of Western Qi, learned of the encroaching army and hastily summoned his ministers for counsel. Nanguisher, his face etched with worry, stepped forward, his voice trembling. Lord, the Shang army is robust and fierce. We stand no chance against them. It would be prudent to seek peace for now. His heart was in turmoil, envisioning the fall of Western Qi, fully aware that war would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. At that moment, Shen Gongbao rose and reassured, do not panic, my lord. Simply wait 3 days. I shall return from Kunlun with my master, who will surely resolve this crisis. GFA. Upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He stood abruptly and declared, then let us quickly muster our forces and defend Jiejiao Ridge. We must hold fast until assistance arrives. Despite their doubts, the ministers, seeing GFA's determination, bowed in compliance, silently praying for the protection of Western Qi. However, just as Shen Gongbao prepared to depart for Kunlun, the 12 golden immortals and the southern pole immortal arrived first in the city of Western Qi. Upon seeing them, Shen Gongbao's face lit up with a smile, and he hurriedly approached them, respectfully bowing. Esteemed brothers, please, come in. Guangqingzi, with a grave expression, waved his sleeve and stated, no need for that. We must first head to Jiejiao Ridge. You, my junior, must stay here and protect GFA. With that, the 12 golden immortals and the southern pole immortal sped toward Jiejiao Ridge. Shen Gongbao, feeling powerless, watched them depart, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes before he hastily turned toward the western sect. On the 3rd day, the Yinshang army surged toward Jiejiao Ridge. Nanguisher, standing atop the city gate, gazed down upon the throngs of enemy troops, his face turning as pale as paper, despair washing over him. Clutching the stones of the wall, he lamented, is today the day Western Qi faces utter annihilation? How can we withstand this ferocious Yinshang army? In the very center below, Emperor Xian and Appo's dragon chariot flanked by Wenzhong, Huang Feihu, the sacred mother of no equivalents, Kong Xian, the 4 generals of the demon clan, and Li Jing. among other formidable warriors, exuded an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain pressing down. Just as Nangwashur was engulfed in despair, the 12 golden immortals appeared atop the city tower. Guangqingzi stepped to the edge of the tower and roared downwards, Emperor Xin. You defy heaven and engage in wrongful acts. Quickly withdraw and cede the throne to King Wu Jifa. When Zhong, enraged, struck his Jiejiao, which let out a long, fierce cry and galloped forward. With a flick of his divine whip, he conjured a tempest. Fool! Why do you meddle in mortal affairs instead of diligently cultivating in your cave? Cease your nonsensical utterances that will disrupt the morale of the troops. In an instant, the battlefield was charged with tension, a silence enveloping the air, save for the fluttering of banners in the wind. At this critical juncture, Yang Jian descended to the ground, wielding his sharp, three-pronged blade, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. Who dares to seek death? He bellowed. Ah, what a bold claim from this pretty boy. With that, Neza and Apos, wind and fire wheels spun rapidly beneath him, propelling two blazing flames toward Yang Jian. The two clashed in an explosive display, with Yang Jian and Apos' blade dancing with ferocity. Each strike imbued with the power to cleave mountains, while Neza nimbly evaded, weaving through Yang Jian's assaults with the grace of a monkey. As the flames from his spear scorched the air, Neza shouted, summoning his 3 heads and 8 arms technique, each arm wielding a magical artifact as they launched an assault on Yang Jian. The Qian Kuan circle transformed into a golden ring, flying toward Yang Jian with the swiftness of lightning, while the mysterious sky silk coiled around Yang Jian like a sinuous red serpent, attempting to bind his movements. Observing Neza, Tai Jinren felt a surge of displeasure, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. He discreetly cast a spell, sending a golden brick flying toward Neza. The brick, hurtling through the air, stirred up a howling wind, its power formidable enough to level a small mountain. Li Jing, witnessing this, paled and, without a moment's hesitation, drew his sword and soared toward the golden brick. With a swing of his blade, a radiant sword energy surged forth, colliding with the brick in a resounding explosion. Sparks flying as the force knocked surrounding soldiers off their feet. Li Jing glared at Tai Jinren, his eyes ablaze with fury. Despicable villain. Why do you wish to harm Neza? His voice brimmed with indignation, the sword in his hand trembling with the intent to battle Tai Jinren if necessary. The cloudy cloud immortal, witnessing Tai Jinren's actions, felt a surge of anger rising within. Meanwhile, the 12 golden immortals stepped forward. Just as both sides were on the brink of chaos, Ran Deng intervened. Dear friends, calm yourselves. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. Today's matters are not suitable for violence. Let us wager on the outcomes of our disciples, with Jinji Ridge as the prize. If we win more rounds, the Shang shall retreat. If you win more, Jinji Ridge shall be ceded to the Shang. What say you? The disciples of the looked toward Emperor Xin, who nodded slightly and rose to his feet, saying, very well. Tomorrow, let these demon Taoists witness the might of the Shang. Chapter 67. Will bestowing treasures upon your disciples lead them to betray us? As night enveloped the camp of the Western Qi at Jinji Ridge, the flickering candlelight danced in the evening breeze, casting shadows that writhed upon the tent walls. Ren Deng sat solemnly at the head of the table, his expression as grave as ancient iron, flanked by the 12 golden immortals, whose presence rendered the atmosphere stifling, akin to the eerie stillness before a tempest at sea, nearly suffocating. Tai Jinren pondered the impending battle, recalling his lack of disciples to protect him and the indifference of Yuan Shi, furrowing his brow and exhaling a heavy sigh. Hearing this, Guangqingzi scowled, his eyes flashing with indignation as he reprimanded, you foolish one, are not the disciples of our Changjiao, across 3 generations, endowed with extraordinary talents and profound cultivation? Why do you sigh without cause? Do you fear our inevitable defeat? Tai Jinren's lips parted as if to speak. Yet he hesitated, his gaze entangled with deep concern for the Moro-esque conflict, resembling a caged bird desperately striving for freedom. Observing this, Qijingzi hastily rose to mediate. Elder brother, temper your anger. While it is true that our disciples are gifted, the disciples of the Jiejiao are formidable in their own right. The treasures they wield are not to be underestimated. Their power alone poses a challenge for our disciples. Guangqingzi snorted dismissively, his disdain palpable. Do our junior brothers lack treasures? If we allocate some to our disciples, victory shall be assured. What is there to fear? Do not be so miserly. However, as soon as he spoke, the others appeared troubled, as if burdened by an immense weight. Ren Deng surveyed the room and spoke gravely, you are being overly cautious. These disciples have grown up by our sides. Do you truly believe they would betray their masters to join the enemy? Suddenly, Qing Su Dao Tianzuan stood, creating a gust that made the candles flicker wildly. Elder brother, deputy master, it is not that I am unwilling to grant treasures to my disciples. My disciple, Huang Tianhua, is the son of King Wu Cheng of the Shang. In this unpredictable calamity, how can I not worry? Should he be swayed by familial ties and turn against us, the consequences would be dire. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan quickly concurred, his brow furrowed with deep concern. Indeed, my disciple, Jiejiao, is the son of Li Jing, the guardian of Qintang Pass. If they were to turn against us on the battlefield, we would suffer irreparable losses. Such risks demand our utmost caution. The others nodded in agreement, each lost in thought, the tent shrouded in an oppressive silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. After hearing their concerns, Rending shook his head slightly and sighed. They have followed you since childhood, rarely seeing their parents. How could they so easily betray their mentors to aid strangers? Yuding Zhenren stepped forward. Elder brother, the deputy master speaks truthfully. Fellow brothers, we must retain our faith in our disciples. Look at how close they are to me. With renewed resolve, the 12 golden immortals summoned their own disciples into the tent. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan turned to Jiejiao, producing the Dunlong Zhuang in the Bian Gui in a flash of brilliance. Jiejiao, you have been under my tutelage for some time. My earlier reluctance to grant you treasures was due to your youth. I feared you might not master their power. Today, I bestow upon you my prized treasure, hoping you will uphold our Changjiao's might on the battlefield and not disappoint my expectations. Jiejiao hurriedly knelt, reverently accepting the treasure, and bowed deeply, his voice resolute. Thank you, master. I shall strive with all my strength to live up to your hopes. Qing Su Dao Tianzuan presented the 8-edged silver hammer and the Hunyuan banner to Huang Tianhua. Huang Tianhua, you may be somewhat simple-minded, yet I know your heart is pure. I grant you these treasures, for I fear your forthrightness may lead to rash actions. Use them wisely, and do not act impulsively. I shall heed your teachings, master, and will ensure our Changjiao's renown resonates throughout the world. Subsequently, Pu Xianjinren gifted Wu Jia the Wu Go sword, and the remaining 12 golden immortals each presented their disciples with treasures. Meanwhile, at the Shang camp, the Shadow Guard knelt on one knee, reporting in hushed tones, Your Majesty. All arrangements have been made. The plan will proceed as scheduled tomorrow. DG sat upright on the throne, his posture as steadfast as an ancient pine, nodding slightly, his eyes gleaming with the sharpness of an eagle. Excellent. At that moment, Li Jing stepped forward, kneeling heavily with a resounding thud, his forehead striking the ground, trembling like a leaf in autumn-esque gale. He was acutely aware of his loyalty to the Shang, yet his son stood against them. A conflict that pierced his heart like 1,000 arrows. His heart was torn asunder, caught between unwavering loyalty to the Shang and the love for his son. Two emotions clashing violently within him, stirring a tempest of turmoil. Huang Feihu, witnessing Li Jing's kneeling, felt a similar struggle within. Remembering the immense favor the Shang had bestowed upon him, as the king of Wu Cheng, he felt compelled to honor his duty. Yet thoughts of his son, Huang Tianhua, ignited a desperate urge to plead on his behalf. Grinding his teeth, his jaw clenched, he resolved to kneel as well. Your Majesty, I serve as the king of Wu Cheng. Should Huang Tianhua oppose the Shang, I, Huang Feihu, would have no son. His voice trembled, laden with anguish, the pain piercing his heart like thorns. The camp fell into a profound silence, all present frozen as if under a spell, rendered mute. After all, one side bore their own flesh and blood, while the other represented the dynasty they served. This choice was akin to standing on the edge of a precipice, where a misstep would lead to eternal damnation. Rise, both of you. You have committed no transgressions. Indeed, you are the pillars of our Shang, supporting the heavens and bridging the seas. Do not kneel so easily. Gradually, the two stood, tears shimmering in their eyes, the tears swirling in their sockets, bearing the weight of boundless sorrow. Jiejiao, Mu Jia, and Huang Tianhua are all sons of humanity and subjects of the Shang. I shall not turn a blind eye. The outcome of tomorrow's battle will reveal all, so rest assured. Hearing the Emperor's words, Wen Zhong understood that DG had his own plans and stepped forth to reassure Huang Feihu and Li Jing. Do not worry too much, generals. The king is wise and mighty. He will handle this matter appropriately. Very well, if Jiejiao, Mu Jia, and Huang Tianhua take to the battlefield, let Lei Jinzi and Neza confront them. Remember, do not injure them, simply capture them. By your command, for the sake of humanity and the Shang, we shall face death without hesitation. Chapter 68. Well, it seems I, the deputy leader, have miscalculated. Your disciples have betrayed us. The following day, Beneath the imposing shadow of Golden Rooster Ridge, the morning mist shrouded the earth, yet it could not conceal the palpable aura of impending bloodshed that hung in the air. The two armies stood in meticulously arranged formations, their battle flags snapping in the gentle breeze. At the forefront stood the 12 golden immortals alongside Emperor Xian, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Jiejiao stood beside the venerable Manjushri, his palms slick with perspiration. As he lifted his gaze to meet Manjushri's, a silent understanding passed between them regarding Huang Tianhua's intentions. Manjushri inclined his head slightly, and Jiejiao took a deep breath. Firmly grasping the dragon-dodging rod and the flat crutch, resolutely stepping into the open space between the two armies. "You worthless fools of the great Shang, come forth and meet your demise." Jiejiao's thunderous roar shattered the stillness of the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the Shang ranks. Neza's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he shot forth like lightning, the fiery wheels beneath him leaving scorched trails on the ground. "Do not be so arrogant." In the blink of an eye, the two clashed. Jiejiao wielded the dragon-dodging rod, each swing conjuring a howling gale that sliced through the air like a blade, tearing apart the surrounding atmosphere. The flat crutch glinted ominously under the sunlight as it descended upon Neza with tremendous force, shaking the ground and sending debris flying with every impact. Neza, agile as ever, darted through Jiejiao's onslaught, the tip of his fire spear igniting sparks as it grazed the air. Each collision with Jiejiao's magical artifacts erupted in a brilliant display of light, illuminating the faces of all present, accompanied by deafening roars. While they appeared evenly matched in their fierce combat, their eyes exchanged rapid glances, the slightest movements of their brows and corners of their eyes conveying messages only they could decipher. A faint smile graced Manjushri's lips. His eyes filled with admiration for his disciple. The other 11 golden immortals mirrored this sentiment, their expressions exuding confidence as they engaged in hushed discussions, convinced that victory was tilting towards the Western Qi. After approximately 15 minutes, Jiejiao's movements began to slow, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, kicking up tiny clouds of dust upon impact with the ground. His breath quickened, each swing of the dragon-dodging rod and flat crutch appearing increasingly labored, revealing signs of exhaustion. Observing this, Mu Zha's eyes sparkled with cunning as he brandished the Wu Hook sword, exclaiming, "Brother, I shall assist you." He charged into the fray. Neza, undeterred, felt a surge of fighting spirit. He wielded his fire spear with renewed vigor, the spearhead buzzing through the air. Each strike deftly countered the combined assaults of Jiejiao and Mu Zha, his movements fluid and unyielding, the speed of his fiery wheels intensifying as flames blazed brighter. Emperor Xian, who had been languidly seated upon his throne, straightened his posture slightly, propping his chin on his hand as he surveyed the battlefield. When his gaze fell upon Lei Jinzi, he nodded ever so slightly. Lei Jinzi understood instantly, unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky, creating a tempest as he ascended. With Lei Jinzi's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Jiejiao and Mu Zha suddenly felt the weight of pressure multiply. Jiejiao's dragon-dodging rod became cumbersome, each swing appearing clumsy as Neza skillfully evaded, narrowly missing a thrust from the fire spear. Mu Zha's Wu Hook sword was effortlessly deflected by Neza, the powerful recoil numbing his arm. As the two gradually fell into a precarious position, their every attack and dodge became increasingly desperate, their garments torn and hair whipping wildly in the wind. Huang Tianhua of the Western Qi forces, witnessing the dire situation, felt a surge of urgency as he respectfully bowed to the venerable Qingxiu, declaring, "Master, I shall join the fray." With that, he seized the 8-sided bright silver hammer and the Hunyuan banner, charging forth with great momentum. In an instant, the clamor of magical artifacts colliding echoed across the battlefield. As Lei Jinzi and Neza faced 3 opponents without flinching, the 4 symbols tower in Lei Jinzi's hands loomed like a mountain, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 Jun, crashing down upon their foes. The two sides exchanged blows, neither yielding ground, as the conflict escalated. The battlefield became shrouded in swirling mists and smoke, obscuring the silhouettes of those engaged in combat. The soldiers of the Great Shang, incensed by the audacity of the Western Qi, erupted in furious shouts, their faces flushed with indignation, eager to charge into battle against their adversaries. Meanwhile, the 12 golden immortals remained absorbed in their admiration of their disciples, impervious to the rising tide of anger around them, nodding in approval and sharing smiles as they discussed the profound cultivation of their students. As time unfolded, Jiejiao, Muzha, and Huang Tianhua exchanged knowing glances, deliberately revealing vulnerabilities. Neza and Lei Jinzi, seizing the moment, combined their efforts, and in the blink of an eye, the trio was captured by Neza and Lei Jinzi. The Western Qi camp erupted into chaos. The faces of Qingxiu, Puxian, and Manjushri shifted dramatically, their urgency palpable as they rushed forward, desperate to reclaim their magical artifacts. No, their disciples. Just as the three were about to act, Kongxian, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and the Holy Mother of Jinling stood as an insurmountable barrier before them. Randallite, seeing this, urgently called out, "Hold, my friends. We have lost this round. I implore you to return our disciples to us." Kongxian retorted furiously. "Your sect has no shame. Not only do you engage in a 3-on-2 battle, but when you are bested and captured, you still have the audacity to demand them back. How utterly disgusting." Pushren's face was a portrait of anxiety, veins bulging on his forehead. "Deputy leader, our treasures are bound to our disciples. They are our kin, and if captured, their fates will be dire." At that moment, Emperor Xian slowly rose, exuding an aura of sovereignty as he approached with a stern expression. "Worry not, for Jinjia and Muzha's father is Li Jing, and Huang Tianhua's father is the valiant Wang Feihu. Thus, rest assured, I shall employ them wisely." Upon hearing Emperor Xian's words, an ominous premonition washed over the 12 golden immortals, akin to a cloud of darkness looming overhead. Randallite, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly urged Qingxiu and the others. "Those who fought today shall not battle again tomorrow. Is this agreeable, my king?" Emperor Xian nodded slightly in agreement. Randallite, resigned, stated, "Then we shall contend again on the morrow." With that, both sides retreated to their respective camps. Within the Western Qi camp, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the night before a storm. The 12 golden immortals, anxious and frantic, hurriedly reclaimed the magical artifacts they had bestowed upon their disciples. Their faces etched with worry as they exchanged reproaches. Whose foolish idea was this? Now our disciples are captured, and our treasured artifacts have been seized. Humph. Qingxiu, you two have no right to speak. You did not object at the time. What use is lamenting now? In stark contrast, the great Shang camp was alive with jubilation. Songs and dances celebrating the recognition of Jinjia, Muzha, and Huang Tianhua. Emperor Xian sat within his tent, a satisfied smile gracing his features, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. On the second day, Randallite paced restlessly within his tent, deep in thought. After much contemplation, he resolved to send Yang Jian into battle. He understood that only Neza and Lei Jinzi could stand against Yang Jian from the Great Shang. He intended to utilize Yang Jian to rectify the previous day's defeat. Upon receiving the command, Yang Jian's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating unbounded pride. Armed with his 3-pointed, double-edged blade, he strode forth from the tent and approached the battlefield, his gaze brimming with provocation. Is there no one among the Great Shang? Who dares to challenge me? Chapter 69. Can three-eyed beings truly overcome me? Upon hearing the insults, Wen Zhong slowly urged his dark jade Qilin forward, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly. The officials of the Western Qi were immediately stirred. After all, Wen Zhong was the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, and his personal intervention could not fail to incite commotion. Yang Jian, however, wore a disdainful expression, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Was it possible that the Shang had no one else? For the Grand Master to personally confront a mere junior, such an act diminished his stature. Wen Zhong, mounted upon the dark jade Qilin, cast a sweeping glance over the assembly of Western Qi, and wherever his gaze fell, the onlookers felt a prickling unease. Although I serve as the national master of the Shang, I am also a third-generation disciple of the Jiejiao, and I will not permit you to underestimate me. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, cautioning the Grand Master not to suffer a loss of dignity in his old age. Before his words had fully dissipated, Yang Jian surged toward Wen Zhong, his speed so swift that he left behind only a blurred afterimage. He raised his 3-pronged blade high, the air slicing with a fierce wind as he struck down upon Wen Zhong. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wen Zhong's eyes as he wielded his dual whips to meet the attack. The moment the whips clashed with the blade, sparks erupted, the clang of metal resonating loudly, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers, many of whom felt their blood surge from the sound. Yang Jian sensed a tremendous force surging through him, causing a tingling in his arms. Yet, youthful pride buoyed his spirit, and he refused to yield, determination igniting in his gaze as he intensified his assault. Wen Zhong, unperturbed, wielded his whips with a precision that deflected Yang Jian's strikes, each movement generating a whistling wind that nullified the younger warrior's advances. Gradually, Yang Jian recognized that in the contest of weapons, he was entirely outmatched. Every encounter with Wenzhong's dual whips sent pain shooting through Yang Jian's hands, the agony radiating up his arms and momentarily stalling his movements. He abruptly retreated several steps, his feet leaving deep imprints in the ground as dust billowed around him. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes as he activated his heavenly eye, a beam of white light shooting forth toward Wenzhong. Seeing Yang Jian unleash his heavenly eye, Wenzhong did not dare to be careless. He summoned his own power, activating his celestial vision. In an instant, the brilliance illuminated the entire sky, forcing the combatants to shield their eyes. At that moment, the howling celestial dog stealthily appeared behind Wenzhong, its speed astounding, eyes glinting with ferocity as it lunged for Wenzhong's neck. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian thrust his three-pronged blade at Wenzhong once more, the energy surrounding the blade intensifying, wisps of white light swirling around it. Yet, Wenzhong paid no heed to the howling celestial dog, concentrating solely on fending off Yang Jian's attack with his twin whips. The dark Jiejiao suddenly pivoted, showcasing a remarkable agility, its sharp claws swiping with a whistling sound, pinning the howling celestial dog beneath it. The creature struggled valiantly, barking ferociously, but could not escape the Qilin's grip. Wenzhong seized the moment, launching an offensive with his whips as if they were dragons emerging from the sea. The air crackled with explosive sounds, the whips slicing through the atmosphere with sonic booms. Yang Jian felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, propelling him backward. His body tumbled through the air like a kite severed from its string before he regained his footing. Seeing this, Ran Ding furrowed his brow and called out, "Enough. The Grand Master and Yang Jian are evenly matched. Let us deem this round a tie." "Preposterous. Which eye do you see as equal?" scolded the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, her face a mask of fury. Wenzhong bowed to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, assuring her that he would not disgrace her trust. Yang Jian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with resentment, filled with indignation. His pride led him to dismiss Wenzhong entirely, believing him merely to rely on his magical artifacts and mount, perceiving him as nothing more than a decorative pillow. As Yang Jian prepared to charge once more, Wenzhong, noticing his reckless advance, swung his whips, unleashing a formidable aura that revealed his initial stage of Daluo Jinxian cultivation. The pressure in the air escalated abruptly, and Yang Jian found it difficult to breathe, as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat. Alarmed, Yang Jian realized he could not halt his momentum, rushing toward Wenzhong's whips like a moth to a flame. With a resounding crash, Wenzhong struck down upon Yang Jian, rendering him unconscious as he crumpled to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The Yinshang army erupted in cheers. "Grand Master is mighty! Grand Master is mighty!" Ran Ding, witnessing this, covered his face in embarrassment and approached Emperor Xian. "Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that the number of disciples across our 3 generations differs. Shall we instead have the 2nd generation disciples battle, divided into 12 matches?" Emperor Xian, after a moment's thought, waved his hand. "That sounds fine, but please ensure you recruit formidable opponents. Your 12 Jinxian truly seem insufficient." Kong Xian, standing nearby, boasted, "I alone can handle 12 Jinxian. You are merely courting disaster." Ran Ding, quick to respond, said, "Friend Kong Xian, you belong to the Phoenix clan, not the human race. Might I inquire of your Majesty, are there truly no capable humans left?" He attempted to provoke Emperor Xian into dismissing Kong Xian's formidable prowess, aware that in individual combat, aside from the sages, no one could rival Kong Xian. The Mother of No Worries interjected, "Disciple, do not heed him. This is merely a provocation." Emperor Xian raised his hand to silence her and addressed Ran Ding. No problem. Let this battle be fought entirely by the human race." "Excellent. Let us commence in 10 days. This battle will determine the outcome." "Understood. Retreat now. This place does not welcome you." In the Bio Palace, Tongtian, empowered by the laws of time and the enhancements of the system's divine treasures, had reached the level of the great Luo Jinxian with 45 laws. Yet, he remained perplexed about the nature of the entity within the chaos. He understood that it could profoundly impact the primordial world, but with no leads, he felt increasingly agitated. "Perhaps I should first enhance the foundations of the primordial," Tongtian murmured to himself. He immediately extended his consciousness outward, like invisible tendrils spreading across the primordial realm. Upon sweeping over the city of Western Qi, he detected that abhorrent aura, now even more potent than before. Just as he prepared to investigate further, his consciousness spotted Hongjun flying toward the underworld. Tongtian's heart raced with suspicion. Since that incident, Hongjun has been behaving strangely. His journey to the underworld surely bodes ill. Could there be some upheaval in the underworld? Chapter 70. The emergence of the underworld. The reshuffling of the primordial forces approaches. Hongjuan's arrival in the underworld was driven by the intention to utilize the creation jade disc as bait and the wolf-tooth club as a foundation. To reinforce the underworld's barrier, preventing Huda from emerging and the underworld from coming into being. Just as Hongjuan slowly raised the wolf-tooth club, intending to plunge it into the earth, an unexpected anomaly arose. A sword aura appeared as if conjured from thin air, tearing through the boundless void with ferocity. Its sharpness shattered the surrounding space into countless tiny crystalline fragments that scattered like petals. Hongjuan and Appo's expression changed dramatically, his heart filled with alarm, yet his reflexes were unparalleled. In an instant, he lightly tapped the void with his toes, propelling himself backward like a flash of lightning. After narrowly evading the attack, Hongjuan turned, his gaze locking fiercely onto the assailant. Standing not far away was Tongtian, exuding an enigmatic presence. "Tongtian, what are you doing?" Hongjuan thundered, his voice laced with fury. "Something seems amiss with you, very amiss indeed. You should remain in the Jiejiao palace, leaving all other matters to me." Tongtian pondered silently, recognizing that Hongjuan's recent behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Logically, he should be augmenting the primordial forces, not depleting them. Upon hearing this, Hongjuan could not help but let out a wild, manic laugh, infused with a hint of madness. "Nonsense. I am a Taoist of the heavenly way. How can I ignore matters of the primordial? Is that so? Are you still the same Hongjuan?" Tongtian retorted. "As long as I am here, you shall not succeed." Before Tongtian could finish, Hongjuan and Appo's aura surged violently. The overwhelming pressure of the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian radiated outward. Tongtian, sensing the impending cataclysm, sighed inwardly, aware that a full confrontation between two Hunyuan Daluo Jinxians would unleash a force capable of obliterating the primordial world. Suddenly, Tongtian swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the Chaos Pearl into his grasp. As soon as the Chaos Pearl appeared, he conjured the World Tree, its branches and leaves stretching wildly, enveloping Hongjuan in a tempestuous embrace. Hongjuan felt an overwhelming force constricting him, rendering his movements laborious and cumbersome. Seizing the opportunity, Tongtian activated the Chaos Pearl, which seemed to birth a colossal chaotic black hole, exuding an insatiable pulling force that sought to draw Hongjuan into the boundless depths of chaos. Hongjuan's expression shifted as he struggled desperately, brandishing the wolf-tooth club to break free from the World Tree's grasp. Yet the tree's strength proved unyielding, and escape was futile. Under the relentless pull of the Chaos Pearl, Hongjuan's body was inexorably drawn inward. Once inside, he perceived the chaotic energy swirling around him like a tempestuous sea. Gripping the wolf-tooth club tightly, and placing the creation jade disc beneath his feet, he steadied his aura, feeling as though he had mastered the heavenly way. Utterly unafraid of Tongtian, Hongjuan retaliated with ferocity, attacking in all directions. The Chaos Pearl could not fully suppress him, shaking violently as if on the verge of shattering. Tongtian, witnessing this, stepped into the Chaos Pearl, fixating his gaze on Hongjuan. "Here, you shall be much safer. Now, let me see exactly who you are. You think this act can hinder me? I have wholly merged with the Tao. It would be wise for you to concede." Tongtian, sensing Hongjuan's unwavering confidence and intensifying aura, felt an ominous premonition swell within him. He could not afford to underestimate the situation with a wave of his hands. He summoned the burial heaven coffin and the world-destroying mill. As these two artifacts emerged, the space within the Chaos Pearl trembled violently, as if it sensed their world-destroying might. Upon sensing the malevolence emanating from the burial heaven coffin and the world-destroying mill, Hongjuan involuntarily trembled, an inexplicable fear surging within him. What is happening? Though these two treasures are formidable, they should not induce such terror in my body in the heavenly way. Before Hongjuan could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, the world-destroying mill charged toward him with boundless wrath and destructive force. Hongjuan's eyes narrowed. With a flash of light from the creation jade disc beneath his feet, he darted aside. The world-destroying mill grazed his garments, tearing through the chaotic energies and reducing them to nothingness. Tongtian swiftly employed the laws of space, appearing like an ethereal shadow behind Hongjuan as the burial heaven coffin came crashing down upon him. Sensing the fierce wind at his back, Hongjuan spun around, using the wolf-tooth club to block the blow. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar, sending the chaotic energies within the Chaos Pearl spiraling into tumultuous vortices. Feeling a tremendous force surge through him, Hongjuan's arm tingled with a faint numbness. "Humph," he bellowed, unleashing his full cultivation without reservation. A powerful force radiated from him, causing Tongtian to be unexpectedly propelled backward. As Tongtian stabilized himself in midair, he regarded Hongjuan with newfound respect. "Impressive, old man. But remember, this is my Chaos Pearl. Tongtian activated the Chaos Pearl, its governing powers converging upon Hongjun. Hongjun felt his cultivation being ensnared by an invisible force, his movements becoming sluggish. Each step akin to wading through an endless mire. How does it feel, old man? Your cultivation suppressed. What other abilities do you possess? Let me see just who you are. Do you truly believe that suppressing my cultivation grants you the upper hand? While I am unaware of the origins of your treasures, know this. Should I vanquish you, they shall all belong to me. With that declaration, Hongjun launched himself at Tongtian. While Tongtian seized the moment to employ the laws of space, wielding the world-destroying mill and the burial heaven coffin to charge once more toward Hongjun's rear. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Huda concluded her years of seclusion. Surrounded by potent reincarnation laws, the powers of the 6 paths of reincarnation were further amplified by her cultivation. Rising to her feet, accompanied by the River of Souls and the 9 Phoenixes, she made her way toward the underworld's exit. Each step creating ripples of reincarnation energy beneath her feet. Upon reaching the exit, Huda raised her jade hand, channeling the reincarnation laws within her palm. With a gentle strike, the once impenetrable barrier crumbled as though made of paper. Ascending into the air, she spread her arms wide, inhaling deeply. At last, I have emerged. This primordial realm is due for a transformation, and my witch clan shall rise again. Henceforth, the path I establish shall stand as one of the 3 paths alongside the heavenly way, with 6 saints of the earth path. Anyone who accumulates great merit may ascend to become a saint of the earth path. With these words, a wave of fervor surged through all beings in the primordial realm. As the authority of the primordial world was seized by the earth path, claiming a third of its dominion. Chapter 71, The Birth of the Underground. Hongjun is sealed. The struggle within the Chaos Pearl persisted, and Hongjun, upon discovering that his authority had been usurped, was engulfed in an overwhelming fury and rage. How absurd! Who dares to covet my power when I have only just gained control of this body? Hongjun thundered in his heart, his aura surging with tempestuous energy. He suddenly let out a long howl towards the heavens, forcefully tearing apart the previously indomitable rules within the Chaos Pearl, creating a massive rift. With boundless rage and murderous intent, Hongjun surged upward. Faced with Hongjun's onslaught, Tongtian could not afford to be negligent or dismissive. In this critical moment, he quickly formed seals. Instantly, 3 spiritual treasures, the coffin of the fallen heaven, the great mill of annihilation, and the world tree, materialized before him. Hongjun raised his wolf fang club high, bringing it down upon Tongtian with a tremendous force, channeling his anger, resentment, and fervent desire to reclaim his authority. The impact was so immense that the entirety of the Chaos Pearl trembled. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated within the Chaos Pearl, shaking the very fabric of its space. Although Tongtian managed to withstand this colossal blow using the protective power of the 3 treasures, he was still sent flying by the sheer force of the impact. Humph, this old fool possesses some skill. Since the underground has been established, I shall no longer play with you. It is time to leave. Taking advantage of the momentum from being struck, Tongtian swiftly vanished from within the Chaos Pearl. As soon as Tongtian emerged from the Chaos Pearl, he beheld Hutu, who had been waiting outside for some time. Thank you, fellow Taoist Tongtian. Had it not been for your assistance, I would likely still be lost in a stupor, unable to awaken. Hutu exclaimed, her gratitude evident. Haha, indeed. It is your high comprehension that has brought you to your current accomplishments. Tongtian intended to reminisce with Hutu, but at that moment, Hongjun burst forth. Breaking free from the confines of the Chaos Pearl, his face adorned with a manic grin that sent shivers down their spines. Both Tongtian and Hutu immediately adopted a vigilant stance, fully aware that Hongjun had lost his sanity and could act unpredictably. Old fool. Let us settle both old and new grievances. Chaos awaits. Hutu's words seemed to provoke Hongjun, who erupted into a derisive laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Foolish child, why would I engage in battle with you in chaos? Do you wish to destroy the Honghuang? Remember, you are the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. If the Honghuang is destroyed, you shall not survive. Why should I care if Honghuang perishes? How naive you are. Hongjun's eyes gleamed with madness. With that, he prepared to strike, gripping his wolf fang club once again. Huda glanced at Tongtian, about to inquire further, but in a flash, Hongjun's body seemed struck by an invisible force, plummeting from the air. Clutching his head in sheer agony, he writhed on the ground. His face contorted in pain as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, did you do this? Can you still wield the power of the retreating? Huda questioned, bewildered, yet Tongtian remained focused solely on Hongjun. Now, fellow Taoist, if you are willing to remain in the Purple Clouds Palace for a century, I will spare you. Tongtian understood that despite Hongjun being influenced by that entity, He was still the representative of the heavenly Tao of Honghuang. Sealing him for a century might provide the time needed to address this issue. Agreed, Hongjun replied without hesitation, recognizing his need for time to contend with the lingering effects of the retreating. Fellow Taoist, relax, allow me to seal you. With that, Tongtian began to cast the sealing technique. Ancient formations rose around Hongjun, with intertwining symbols gradually forming a vast and intricate array. As time progressed, the malevolent aura surrounding the array intensified. Halfway through the process, Tongtian glanced at Hongjun and sighed. Fellow Taoist, if you do not relax, I cannot concentrate on sealing you. Or do you wish to endure this excruciating headache forever? You truly are a devil. Hongjun spat, but Tongtian merely snorted, ignoring the insult, and refocused on the sealing. Approximately an hour later, with the final infusion of Tongtian's power, the array was complete, successfully sealing Hongjun within. With a swift motion, Tongtian tossed the sealed area towards the purple cloud's palace as effortlessly as throwing a stone. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, what has transpired? You have sealed Hongjun. What has caused this madness? Huda struggled to comprehend why Hongjun had suddenly become so unhinged and how Tongtian had managed to seal him. Alas, a new storm of bloodshed is about to arise. This formation, an ancient relic I stumbled upon, can seal Hongjun for a century, but it is merely a temporary measure. Hongjun has been possessed by that entity, which I find quite astonishing. What is that entity? Huda inquired. Tongtian then recounted the events that had unfolded in the chaos, detailing everything to Hutu. After listening, Huda stood frozen, consumed by worry. It seems we are indeed on the brink of another tumultuous storm. Fellow Taoist, take care. During this century, I will enhance my underground strength to safeguard Father God's realm as best I can. With that, Hutu's form gradually faded, ultimately vanishing back to the underworld. Tongtian then turned and returned to the Bo Palace. Meanwhile, on another side of the Honghuang world, the time agreed upon between Shiqi and the Dazhong had arrived. Beneath the golden rooster ridge, battle clouds loomed, and the sounds of war echoed mightily. The celestial master of the clear void, armed with the lightning spear, strode confidently between the two armies. Children of the Yin and Shang, who dares to challenge me? Do not be cowards. On the Yin and Shang side, when Zhong, infuriated by the celestial master's taunt, consulted with Dxin. Armed with twin whips and mounted on a black jade qilin, he boldly emerged. Celestial master of the clear void. Your words may be fierce, but you are merely a group of arrogant fools. I, the Grand Master, shall play with you. Just do not lose too embarrassingly. Chapter 72, The First Battle, Wen Zhong vs. Qing Su Dao de Tianzun. Upon witnessing Wen Zhong's arrival at the front line, Emperor Xin was overcome by a surge of fervor and valor. He abruptly rose from his throne and strode towards the war drums, each step resonating like a heartbeat among the soldiers. The Grand Master has devoted himself entirely to the Yin dynasty. Today, I shall personally beat the drums for him. With that proclamation, Emperor Xin grasped the drumsticks firmly and raised them high before striking them down with great force. In an instant, the thunderous roar of the war drums erupted, deafening the battlefield. Each beat echoed the fervent cries deep within the hearts of the Yin soldiers. The Grand Master is mighty. The King is mighty. The resounding cheers shook the very earth, crashing against the ranks of the Western Qi army. The once orderly formation of the Western Qi soldiers wavered under the unexpected onslaught of sound and momentum, their morale plummeting, their spirit dissipating. Wen Zhong, wielding the dual whips with unwavering resolve, fixed his piercing gaze upon the opposing Qing Su Dao de Tianzun. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the assault. Brandishing the whips in a flurry, the shadows of the lashes intertwining with an overwhelming force, surging towards Qing Su Dao de Tianzun. The latter, sensing the urgency of the moment, raised his flying electric spear, its tip glinting with a blinding light as it met the oncoming storm of whip strikes. A cacophony of clashing metal filled the air as the two figures danced amidst the chaos, engaging in a fierce battle. As Wen Zhong parried the strikes, he contemplated his strategy for victory. He understood that although their cultivation levels were comparable, he had only recently attained the status of a Daluo Jinxian, and relying solely on his own magical prowess would not suffice. He needed to call upon the power of spiritual treasures. Thus, he discreetly summoned the golden Jiejiao scissors, directing them towards the flying electric spear. Qing Su Dao de Tianzun, sensing imminent danger, was alarmed and attempted to evade, but it was too late. A resounding crack echoed as the spear was cleaved in two, the severed tip spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground. Wen Zhong, observing the scene, refrained from pursuing the advantage. He halted, watching as Qing Su Dao de Tianzun staggered back several paces, a glint of wariness and mockery in his eyes. Indeed, once steadied, Qing Su Dao de Tianzun slowly produced the 5-fire 7-bird fan from his robe. Upon seeing the fan, Kong Xian's fury ignited. That wretched being had slain members of the Phoenix clan to forge such a weapon, and he vowed to avenge this grievance. As he prepared to confront Qing Su Dao de Tianzun, Xuandu quickly intervened, blocking his path. Kong Xian glared at Xuandu, his eyes filled with rage. "Stand aside, or I shall show no mercy." Xuandu remained silent, turning instead to Emperor Xian. "Rest assured, General, that the fan will be reclaimed by Grand Master Wen. Once this battle concludes, the heretics of the Chan sect shall be at your mercy." Though Kong Xian felt a lingering resentment, he understood he could not defy the Emperor's command at this moment. He suppressed his anger, bowed to Emperor Xian, and returned to his position. Qing Su Dao de Tianzun, noting Kong Xian's reaction, remained unfazed, internally ridiculing. "Such a beastly creature dares to act insolently before me." With that, he chanted a spell, wielding the 5-fire 7-bird fan, unleashing a torrent of flames that soared skyward, sweeping towards Wenzhong. The flames ignited the air, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, and the ground beneath cracked and warped. Wenzhong's expression grew grave. He understood the ferocity of the Phoenix flames, knowing that even with his formidable powers, a mere touch could result in severe injury. Yet, he did not panic. Instead, he swiftly conjured the primordial golden bowl from the heavens. As Wenzhong commanded it, the bowl began to spin, drawing in the approaching flames as if an invisible force guided them. This spectacle left Qing Su Dao de Tianzun in stunned disbelief. His eyes widening in incredulity, Wenzhong has summoned the primordial golden bowl. A wave of panic and unease surged within him, as the flames were absorbed. Wenzhong pressed the attack against Qing Su Dao de Tianzun. At this juncture, both were at the pinnacle of Daluo Jinxian. Their primary advantage lay in the disparity of their spiritual treasures. Clearly, Wenzhong's golden Jiao scissors and primordial golden bowl held the upper hand. With the dual whips in motion, complemented by the onslaught of the golden Jiao scissors, Wenzhong's assault intensified, the scissors hovering in the air, seeking out a flaw in his opponent's defenses. Qing Su Dao de Tianzun began to falter, feeling the strain of the battle, and seethed with anger at Wenzhong's audacity in borrowing treasures for the fight. Wenzhong could not suppress a laugh. "Shameless? Am I to be compared with you? You are of the same generation as my master, yet you, an elder, bully me, a junior. Who is truly shameless here?" His words struck at the heart of Qing Su Dao de Tianzun, who was already vexed by his inability to secure a victory. The ridicule ignited a fiery indignation within him. His face flushed crimson with rage. Qing Su Dao de Tianzun, disregarding his dignity and composure, brandished the Mo-Yi sword and commanded the heart-piercing nails, charging recklessly at Wenzhong. In that moment, he had lost all semblance of his former calmness, driven only by a desire to eliminate Wenzhong and relieve his pent-up frustration. Yet, Wenzhong remained unperturbed, quickly forming a hand seal as 24C calming pearls manifested behind him. Alongside the primordial golden bowl and golden Jiao scissors, the three treasures harmonized, creating an impregnable defense. Qing Su Dao de Tianzun, witnessing this, felt a twinge of regret. He realized that his impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. He attempted to halt his advance, but the momentum had already carried him too far. The sea calming pearls surged forth like meteors, striking Qing Su Dao de Tianzun directly. He felt the world spin around him, a searing pain exploding in his head, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Just as Wenzhong prepared to seize him, Randang stepped in front of him. "Grandmaster, borrowing others' treasures is one matter, but attempting to take a life is entirely unacceptable." The Golden Spirit Mother, witnessing her disciple's humiliation, swiftly appeared before Randang, unleashing a swift slap imbued with her quasi-saintly power, its speed akin to lightning, its force capable of splitting mountains. Caught off guard, Randang staggered back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The Golden Spirit Mother shielded Wenzhong, exclaiming, "You Chan sect are truly shameless, allowing second-generation disciples to assault third-generation ones, and still have the audacity to boast about it. Tell me, Randang, who emerged victorious?" As she inquired, she radiated her quasi-saintly aura. Randang, sensing the threat, realized he stood no chance against the Golden Spirit Mother. Reluctantly, he declared, "The Yin dynasty has triumphed. We shall reconvene for battle tomorrow. The Yin shall send forth their champions first." With that, Randang sought to retreat with his companions. Meanwhile, Emperor Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Kong Xian, who immediately took to the skies, unleashing the 5-color divine light that enveloped Qing Su Dao de Tianzun. The remaining golden immortals prepared to retaliate but were halted by Randang. Upon returning to the Western Qi encampment, Guangqingzi turned to Ran Ding, exclaiming, "Deputy leader, you have truly brought disgrace upon the Chan sect. You are a quasi-saint. What is there to fear?" After listening to the words of the burning lamp, a sense of vexation welled up within, and he raised his hand, pointing at Guangqingzi, yearning to refute his claims, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could only sigh inwardly, resigning himself to the notion, so be it. After all, I, as a humble priest, have already resolved to journey to the Western teachings. Let it unfold as it may. Observing the silence of the burning lamp, Guangqingzi mistakenly assumed his acquiescence to the reproach and continued his admonition. The deputy leader ought to contemplate how to restore the dignity of our Chan sect tomorrow. The Yin Shang will send forth their champions first, after which we shall determine who among us shall engage in battle. This grants us a significant advantage. It is preferable this way. However, should our forces suffer another defeat tomorrow, the deputy leader must not place blame upon me. Chapter 73, The Sage of Literature. By Gan versus Taizhen round on the following day, the armies of both sides were once again arrayed in neat formations outside Jiejiao Ridge. The clashing of armor resonating with the heavy breaths of the soldiers. Clad in official robes and adorned with a ceremonial crown, Bai Gan stepped forward. The pearl curtains of his crown swaying gently with his movements, producing a delicate, crisp sound. A tangible aura of literary essence enveloped him like a luminous veil. With a firm step, he declared, "I am Bai Gan, the sage of literature of the human race. Who dares to engage in battle?" Rendang slightly raised his head, stepping out of the encampment with an appearance of respect, yet his words were sharp. "O king of humans, your race has thrived for millennia, rich in heritage. It is best not to rely on the treasures of other races." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Seated upon his throne, Dxin smirked inwardly at Rending's remarks. A resolute determination surged within him. Today, he vowed to ensure the defeat of the Chan sect, liberating humanity from a fate of derision and control, enabling them to truly stand tall in this world. "I consent," he uttered succinctly, invigorating the hearts of the warriors of the Shang dynasty. Upon hearing Dxin's affirmation, Rendang felt a surge of joy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He turned to retrace his steps, glancing sideways at Taizhen Ren, conveying a veiled message through his gaze. Taizhen Ren understood instantly. Wielding a white jade whisk, smooth and delicate, with dust strands as pure as snow, he exuded an ethereal presence. Upon coming to a halt, he gently waved his whisk, invoking the jade purity divine method. Instantly, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged towards him, forming swirling vortices of luminous spiritual power around him. Unfazed by the spectacle, Bai Gan gripped tightly his treasured wolf hairbrush, channeling the literary essence of humanity. Taking a deep breath, he gradually infused the literary energy within him into the brush. As he wielded it, ink flowed forth like a black dragon swirling through the air, transforming into formidable soldiers, each one vividly lifelike and imbued with a commanding presence. These ink soldiers, with fierce gazes, charged towards Taizhen Ren, embodying the undying legacy of humanity. Each stroke of Bai Gan's brush poured forth his entire literary might. As the ink soldiers seemed to be imbued with life, propelled forward with unwavering momentum, Taizhen Ren, facing the onslaught of ink soldiers, remained unperturbed, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. He wielded his whisk with increasing speed, unleashing sharp strands of celestial energy that sliced through the foremost ink soldiers, rendering them into mere fragments. Seeing his ink soldiers falter, Bai Gan's heart tightened, and with a powerful shout, he unleashed radiant characters from his brush, forming runes in the air aimed at suppressing Taizhen Ren. Taizhen Ren swiftly positioned his whisk before him, reciting an incantation. The strands of dust upon the whisk elongated like resilient ropes, swiftly ensnaring Bai Gan's arms and waist. The whisk moved with incredible speed, leaving behind fleeting shadows in its wake, and in an instant, it bound Bai Gan tightly. Trapped, Bai Gan felt a surge of intense unwillingness, struggling fiercely as the literary energy within him surged towards the brush's tip. With ink as his blade, he swung vehemently, the ink blade cutting through the whisk's bindings, continuing its trajectory towards Taizhen Ren. Taizhen Ren evaded with a sidestep, the ink blade brushing past his garments, stirring a gentle breeze. Realizing the ineffectiveness of the ink blade, Bai Gan promptly inscribed a massive character for suppression in the air, and with a swift motion of his brush, the character, imbued with sealing power, soared towards Taizhen Ren. With a cold snort, Taizhen Ren resolved to unleash his full strength, summoning the nine-dragon divine fire canopy. The canopy expanded instantaneously, 9 fiery dragons coiling around it, baring their fangs and claws, exhaling fierce flames. Wherever the flames touched, the ground was instantly scorched. When the 9 dragons encountered the character for suppression, the ink was vaporized in an instant, continuing its relentless advance towards Bygone. Feeling the searing heat bearing down upon him, waves of warmth enveloped Bygone, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks, evaporating upon hitting the ground. Yet, his gaze remained resolute as he continuously wielded the wolf-hair brush, conjuring defensive runes in a bid to withstand the flames of the 9-dragon divine fire canopy. The runes clashed against the flames, producing a thunderous roar, with flickering firelight dazzling the senses. However, Tai Junren, having cultivated for many years and possessing several realms of superiority over Bygone, began to feel the strain. Bygone's breath quickened, his arms trembled slightly, and the brilliance of the runes he inscribed began to dim. As time passed, the flames of the 9-dragon divine fire canopy gradually consumed Bygone's defensive runes, breaking through the barriers and advancing towards him. Just as the situation seemed dire, the Holy Mother of No Restraint appeared in a flash, grasping Bygone's shoulder and vanishing from the battlefield, reappearing in the Shang encampment. Tai Junren, witnessing the Holy Mother's rescue of Bygone, made no attempt to pursue. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he retracted the 9-dragon divine fire canopy, restoring a calm demeanor to his face. Back in the encampment, Bygone, filled with shame, immediately knelt before Dxin, beseeching, "I implore your majesty to punish me. I have brought disgrace upon humanity." His head lowered, he dared not meet Dxin's gaze, filled with self-reproach and frustration. Seeing this, Dxin swiftly rose, striding to Bygone's side, extending his hands to firmly lift him up, his eyes brimming with concern and solace. "Do not dwell on it, my dear uncle. Please, take some rest. This battle is not your fault. Victory and defeat are common among warriors. You have exerted your utmost effort, and your bravery is commendable." After the conclusion of the second battle, silence enveloped the battlefield, both sides awaiting the other to dispatch a challenger, as if time had come to a standstill. A quarter of an hour passed, the stalemate persisting, a tense atmosphere thickening the air, stifling all present. Dxin rose, stretching and loosening his stiffened limbs. Rendang, misinterpreting Dxin's actions as a signal to advance, felt a pang of anxiety and called out loudly, "Wenshu, you shall take the next battle. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Chan sect." "Yes." With that, Wenshu strode towards the space between the two formations, observing the Chan sect's choice. Dxin's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, settling back onto his throne with an air of nonchalance. "Who among you is willing to battle next?" His gaze casually swept across his own ranks, seemingly indifferent, yet with a sense of assuredness. The crowd exchanged glances, eager to participate, when Li Jing stepped forth. Bowing respectfully to Dxin, kneeling on one knee, hands clasped in salute, declaring loudly, "I, the humble general, am willing to go. Go forth, generally. Victory shall be yours." With that encouragement, he rose, brandishing a 3-foot-long sword, striding confidently towards the battlefield, each step solid and resolute. Chapter 74, The Song of the Phoenix at Chaoga City. Li Jing's life hanging by a thread as the venerable Manjusri and Li Jing stood poised for confrontation. Tension crackling in the air, a resounding cry of a phoenix suddenly echoed from within the city of Shichi. In a flash, a green phoenix unfurled its fiery wings, enveloped in brilliant flames, soaring skyward. The soldiers of Shichi, upon hearing the phoenix's call and witnessing the majestic flight of the green phoenix, were instantly invigorated, their cheers and shouts rising in a crescendo, resonating through the heavens. This was a portent of good fortune. Heaven favored Shichi, and they were destined for victory. The soldiers' eyes sparkled with fervor and boundless hope as they raised their weapons high, brandishing them with vigor. Conversely, the morale of the Shang forces suffered a severe blow from this unexpected phoenix call, their spirits somewhat dampened. Yet, atop the throne, Emperor Xian remained composed, unyielding, fully aware that this was likely a scheme orchestrated by the Primordial Supreme, attempting to affirm Shichi's rightful status. Unfazed, Emperor Xian subtly turned his gaze toward Kong Xian beside him, their exchanged looks conveying his intent clearly. Kong Xian, understanding the unspoken directive, transmitted a message toward the direction of the immortal volcano of Nanli. Moments later, a mighty call resounded from within Chaoga City, a voice deep and grand, as an even larger phoenix ascended, engulfed in flames. The golden phoenix spread its wings, transforming into a streak of fire, hurtling toward the green phoenix in Shichi. Its speed was such that it left a long trail of flame in its wake. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme abruptly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within, as he sensed the emergence of the golden phoenix. Filled with wrath, he contemplated striking down the golden phoenix covertly to preserve Shichi's advantage and further the ambitions of Shichi. However, just as he was about to unleash his powers, a formidable aura of swordsmanship pervaded the air outside the Yushu Palace. This aura was sharp as a blade, pure as crystal, causing the primordial supreme's heart to shudder. Reluctantly, he suppressed his fury and decided to hold back. The green phoenix, feeling the oppressive might of the golden phoenix, was overcome with trepidation and instinctively sought to flee. It flapped its wings desperately, attempting to escape in the opposite direction, yet its speed could not match that of the golden phoenix, which caught up in an instant. The golden phoenix opened its beak, and the green phoenix let out a mournful cry, a sound both tragic and forlorn, slicing through the sky, before plummeting to the ground. Lifeless, the golden phoenix let out a triumphant cry, seemingly proclaiming the majesty of the Shang dynasty to the world, before soaring high back to Chaoga City. Witnessing this, Emperor Xian rose slowly, arms outstretched, his voice booming like thunder as it echoed across the land. The mysterious bird descends to give birth to Shang. Today, our Shang dynasty triumphs over Shichi. Shang is the rightful heir. Long live Shang. Upon his declaration, the morale of the Shang army surged explosively, reaching a fever pitch. Long live Shang. Long live the king. The soldiers' shouts reverberated through the heavens, deafening in their intensity, as if they could upend the very skies. Li Jing, witnessing this scene, lifted his gaze, looking down at Manjusri. The latter snorted coldly, devoid of any hesitation, as he produced the turning heaven seal borrowed from Guangchengzi. The seal rose slowly in his grasp, expanding rapidly. Li Jing, today marks your demise. With a thunderous roar, Manjusri invoked the seal, sending it crashing toward Li Jing with a ferocious force, stirring a tempest that sent dust and debris flying. Anticipating the attack, Li Jing deftly dodged, narrowly evading the fierce strike. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the binding demon rope slithered towards him like a swift serpent. Startled, Li Jing dared not delay. Lightly tapping the ground with his toes and propelling himself upward, narrowly escaping the subsequent assault of the turning heaven seal. Stabilizing himself in midair, he swung his sword, attempting to sever the binding demon rope. The sword glimmered brightly, its energy intertwining as he struck at the rope with all his might. Observing this, Manjusri smirked slightly, withdrawing the rope while simultaneously directing the turning heaven seal toward Li Jing once more. Li Jing was just about to defend with his sword when a frantic warning from the cloudy sky immortal reached his ears. General Li, be cautious. The turning heaven seal is forged from a fragment of Mount Busho. Your sword cannot withstand its might. A chill coursed through Li Jing as he recognized the unparalleled power of the turning heaven seal, capable of effortlessly shattering mountains. However, with no other options, he sheathed his sword and braced himself, employing a technique to counter the impending force. As the seal descended, he gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy to confront it. A tremendous impact surged forth, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon him, causing blood to surge up his throat. And he could not hold back a mouthful of blood. Seeing Li Jing wounded, Manjusri's wariness diminished, believing him no longer a threat. Yet, Li Jing quickly regained his footing, gripping his sword tightly, adopting a stance of vertical swordplay, and bellowed, "In the martial way of humanity, I point my sword to the heavens." In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind a blur of afterimages. His speed rivaled the teachings of the Chan sect, astonishing all present. Sensing Li Jing's impending attack, Manjusri was momentarily taken aback and hastily raised the turning heaven seal in defense. As Li Jing approached the seal, he suddenly altered his stance, transitioning from vertical to horizontal, swinging his sword toward the seal. This unexpected maneuver caught everyone off guard. The 12 golden immortals had presumed Li Jing, after his injury, would be unable to fight back. Yet here he was, daring to confront the turning heaven seal directly, eliciting both shock and delight. Those well aware of the seal's power among the Shang forces could not help but break into a cold sweat, beads forming on their brows. Amidst the astonishment, although Li Jing's sword shattered, his horizontal strike managed to send the turning heaven seal flying. The seal spun through the air, losing its control, and in a panic, Manjusri resorted to his powers to defend, but Li Jing's attack broke through, striking Manjusri directly and causing blood to seep from his wounds, staining his garments. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Manjusri, alarmed, grasped Li Jing's sword tightly, silently acknowledging that was close. Without the seal's mitigation of force, this blow could have been fatal or left me gravely injured. Steadying himself, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he altered his incantation, sending the turning heaven seal hurtling toward Li Jing once more. At this moment, however, Li Jing found himself in a dire predicament, his sword firmly in Manjusri's grasp, rendering him unable to withdraw it. Facing the descending turning heaven seal, he realized that if he resisted head-on, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. Reluctantly, he relinquished his sword, evading the lethal strike of the seal. Manjusri seized this opportunity, swiftly casting the binding demon rope in an attempt to ensnare Li Jing. In a desperate dance, Li Jing evaded in midair, caught between the binding demon rope ahead and the turning heaven seal behind, his situation perilously precarious. Gritting his teeth, he sought escape either upward or downward, yearning for a glimmer of hope. Alas, Manjusri showed no mercy, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Dark clouds gathered ominously above Li Jing, thunder crashing as the jade-clear divine thunder struck down upon him. Simultaneously, a towering spire erupted beneath him, while a fiery dragon god formation descended, accompanied by the swift approach of the Mocs sword. The hearts of everyone in the great mountain rose to their throats, for they all believed that Li Jing was doomed this time, undoubtedly facing death. Meanwhile, Kongxian and others also prepared themselves for a rescue. Chapter 75. The Second Defeat of the Teaching of Enlightenment. Li Jing vigilantly observed the attacks coming from all directions, displaying neither retreat nor fear as he adeptly adjusted his position. A muffled thud echoed as the Mocs sword pierced his shoulder. Li Jing's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his eyes. Despite his injury, he successfully evaded other more lethal assaults, turning peril into safety. The soldiers of the Great Shang gripped their weapons tightly, palms slick with sweat, anxiously watching the battlefield. It was not until they saw Li Jing successfully navigate the crisis that they breathed a collective sigh of relief, their heavy breaths merging into a low rumble akin to distant thunder. However, when they anticipated that Li Jing might concede due to his wound, he shattered their expectations with decisive action. Li Jing slowly raised his uninjured arm, at which point the Zhentian bow from Chuntang Pass seemed to respond to his call, emitting a resonant hum. In an instant, the bow traversed mountains and rivers, breaking through the constraints of space, and appeared in Li Jing's grasp. He swiftly nocked an arrow, and the fortune of humanity surged forth, converging upon the bowstring. The string was drawn taut, gradually forming a radiant arc of light, its contained power causing the surrounding air to tremble. Witnessing this scene, the venerable Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan was struck with alarm, his complexion paling in an instant, eyes filled with panic. He had never imagined that Li Jing could launch such a formidable counterattack even while injured, and the arrow imbued with the fortune of humanity was no trifling matter. Its potency posed a genuine threat to his life. In haste, he invoked the Jade Clarity Celestial Method, his hands weaving intricate gestures before him. In an instant, azure light surged from his palms, intertwining in the air to form layers of defensive shields. Yet, the speed of Li Jing's arrow was astonishingly swift, reaching its target almost instantaneously. The arrow, imbued with an endless edge, struck fiercely against Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan's protective barrier. A thunderous explosion resonated as the arrow shattered the defenses, tearing them apart layer by layer. As the shields disintegrated, fragments of light scattered in all directions. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. And before he could react further, the arrow mercilessly struck him. A powerful force coursed through his body, and he felt as though his innards had been brutally hammered. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. At that moment, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan's complexion turned ashen, his breath shallow, utterly devoid of the will to fight. The soldiers of the Great Shang witnessed this breathtaking spectacle, initially stunned, before erupting into deafening cheers. General, mighty indeed. General, mighty indeed. Li Jing stood tall and proud, gradually approaching Dxin, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully proclaimed, "I have not failed my mission." Dxin hastily rose and strode to Li Jing's side. concern and admiration evident in his gaze as he examined the wound on Li Jing's shoulder before gently extracting the MOCS sword. As the sword was withdrawn, blood gushed forth anew, prompting him to urgently exclaim, "National Master, quickly, tend to General Li's injuries." When Zhong, standing nearby, had witnessed the entire battle, his heart filled with awe and confusion. The general's cultivation is merely that of a true immortal, yet he has triumphed over a great Luo golden immortal. Such martial prowess is truly remarkable. I implore the general to impart his insights. The Grand Master overstates. Li Jing replied modestly, "What I wield is but a minor path. If the martial arts of humanity reach their zenith, they can rival those of the quasi-sages, and my martial arts were imparted by the Tongtian patriarch years ago." Everyone present was taken aback, their expressions revealing shock as they had not anticipated that the Tongtian patriarch would delve into human martial arts and bestow such knowledge upon Li Jing. Just then, Guangqingzi, visibly impatient, bellowed, "Deputy Patriarch, hasten to commence the next bout. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan is a disgrace, bringing shame upon our teaching of enlightenment." Ran Deng sighed in resignation at Guangqingzi's words, raising his voice toward Dexine. "O King of Humans, it is your turn to present your next contender." The four generals of the demon clan, already eager for battle, could no longer restrain their fervor, each cracking their knuckles in anticipation. Dexine glanced at Li Jing, concern etched in his eyes, and softly said, "General Li, please retire to rest. The next encounter shall be entrusted to others." At that moment, a shadowy secret guard appeared beside Dexine. "Go forth, let them witness the prowess of humanity's teachings." The shadowy guard swiftly materialized in the center of the two factions, standing tall, and proclaimed, "I am the disciple of the Tao Men, Guang Yizhenren. Who dares to challenge me?" Upon hearing this, Pu Xianzhenren stepped forward. Before he could utter a word, the skies darkened and a formidable pressure descended. The crowd looked up to behold a colossal, intricately designed treasure tower hovering above Pu Xianzhenren's head. The tower rotated slowly, each turn generating powerful waves of energy that distorted the surrounding air. Pu Xianzhenren was struck with terror, his heart racing with dread and despair, never having anticipated that they would wield such a formidable treasure. In this dire moment, he hastily produced the Taiji talisman and the jade purity bottle for defense, rapidly forming hand seals. He thrust the Taiji talisman forward, which enlarged instantly, emanating a soft black and white glow, attempting to withstand the tower's oppressive force. Simultaneously, he raised the jade purity bottle high, from which a clear stream gushed forth, transforming into a water dragon that spiraled above him, complementing the Taiji talisman in a joint effort to deflect the tower's assault. Yet, the treasure tower, being a sacred artifact of virtue, was beyond the hasty defenses of Pu Xianzhenren. The tower descended gradually, compressing the space beneath it with a creaking sound. The Taiji talisman and the water dragon struggled under the immense pressure of the tower, slowly yielding. Pu Xianzhenren watched helplessly as his defenses were dismantled piece by piece. His heart filled with despair. His body began to tremble involuntarily, his eyes reflecting a fear of death. "No, this cannot be," he cried in desperation. Yet his voice was rendered feeble beneath the weight of the tower. A piercing scream erupted as Pu Xianzhenren was struck unconscious by the tower's immense force, his body collapsing limply to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This dramatic turn of events left the spectators in stunned silence. The battlefield was enveloped in an eerie stillness. No one had anticipated Pu Xian's defeat would come so swiftly, nor that the challenger could wield such a formidable treasure. Moments later, the crowd regained their composure, murmuring amongst themselves. The shadowy guard turned and walked away nonchalantly, deliberately allowing his mask to fall as he turned. The onlookers focused intently, only to discover that the figure was none other than Du Erzhenren. A smirk of triumph graced Du Erzhenren's face as he raised his voice. "Oh dear. My apologies, I am merely a nominal disciple. Please, do refrain from assassinating me, haha." The disciples of the teaching of enlightenment were incensed. Guangqingzi's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with fury as he waved his sleeves and scolded, "A bunch of useless fools. Ran Deng, if this continues, you might as well resign as deputy patriarch. I shall personally inform the master." Ran Deng, irritated by Guangqingzi's rebuke, retorted, "No need for you to report. I shall take matters into my own hands tomorrow. If I fail, I will personally seek out the celestial lord." Subsequently, Guangqingzi's figure flickered as he turned and departed alone, gradually fading from the sight of the onlookers, leaving a group of disciples from the Chan teaching exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 76. The great defeat of Randang and the emergence of Luya on the following day. The Qianquan scale in Randang's hands trembled slightly. Beside him, the spirit coffin lamp floated in midair, the ghostly flames within flickering restlessly, as if poised to break free from their restraints and wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Randang's expression was grim as he advanced step by step toward the front lines, each footfall resonating with immense power, causing the ground beneath him to quiver. Upon reaching the front lines, Randang swung the Qianquan scale with a sudden force, unleashing an overwhelming pressure capable of annihilating a quasi-saint, compelling all present to fear a confrontation. At that moment, the Grand Master Xian Du appeared instantly at the forefront, his Taoist robe billowing gently in the breeze. Embodying an ethereal, transcendent presence, Randang raised his gaze, feeling a chill in his heart. He held deep respect for Xian Du, knowing well that as a direct disciple of Tai Qin and one of the first humans in existence, his profound foundation was far more complex than it seemed. Deputy Sect Master, what troubles you? Xian Du inquired, his tone calm yet firm. Though I may lack talent, I am still of the human race, one of the earliest. And today I wish to learn from your esteemed skills. Hearing this, Randang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he forced a laugh, attempting to regain his composure. It is nothing. I have long heard of the Grand Master Xian Du's reputation, and it is indeed my fortune to meet you today. With that, Randang ceased to hesitate and suddenly activated the spirit coffin lamp. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted incantations, and in an instant, the ghostly flames in the lamp were granted leave, transforming into a colossal fire serpent that lunged toward Xian Du. The flames blazed fiercely, heating the air around them to a point of distortion, creating visible whirlwinds of heat. Even those standing at a distance could feel the searing intensity, as if all existence would be reduced to ashes. This fire, deserving of its title as one of the four great heavenly fires, was potent enough to alter the very colors of the heavens and earth, causing onlookers to retreat in alarm, wary of being scorched by its fury. Xian Du remained composed, unfazed by the inferno. The Taiji diagram beneath his feet trembled slightly, activating on its own to form an indestructible shield that enveloped him. The ghostly flames collided with the luminous barrier of the Taiji diagram, producing a thunderous sound akin to the collapse of the heavens. Yet, the flames seemed to meet an unyielding wall, failing to inflict any harm upon Xian Du, dissipating into nothingness in an instant. Noticing his attack had failed, Randang felt a surge of shock, but refused to relent. He swiftly appeared before Xian Du, raising the Qianquan scale high above his head. At this moment, the Qianquan scale expanded to hundreds of zhang, descending with tremendous force upon the Taiji diagram above Xian Du. This Qianquan scale was a superior innate spiritual treasure, and though the Taiji diagram in Xian Du's hands could not unleash its full might, Randang was determined to test its limits. However, as the Qianquan scale struck down, it produced only a dull thud, the Taiji diagram remaining steadfast, shielding Xian Du without budging. Randang's heart sank. He had not anticipated the Taiji diagram to possess such formidable power. Momentarily taken aback, he found himself at a loss. In this fleeting moment of hesitation, Xian Du wielded the heavenly and earthly Hunyuan Linglong pagoda, bringing it down upon him with immense force. Randang's heart raced, and he dared not meet this attack head-on, retreating hastily and barely managing to stabilize himself after a few precarious steps. Just as he evaded the pagoda, he felt a powerful wind rush from behind, turning to see a flying mat hurtling toward him. Realizing the danger, he swiftly dodged, contorting his body in midair to narrowly escape the assault. Truly, the Grand Master is favored. All the treasures of the Tai Ching Saint have been entrusted to him. Came the murmurs of envy and resignation from the onlookers, though cloaked in jest. Xian Du, upon hearing, maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "The Deputy Sect Master is also commendable, as he holds a position second only to one in the Chan sect." His words, seemingly innocuous, pierced Randang and Appo's heart like a dagger, reminding him of his awkward status within the sect, where figures like Guang Qingzi showed him little respect and disregarded his authority. As he pondered this, the heavenly and earthly Hunyuan Linglong pagoda descended once more. With no other recourse, Randang raised the Qianquan scale to defend himself. The clash echoed with a resounding boom, the force transmitting through his arms, leaving them numb and causing him to stagger back several steps. Feeling despair at his passive position, Randang resolved to summon his second corpse avatar. This avatar mirrored his true self, exuding 80% of his aura. And together they wielded the spirit coffin lamp and the Qianquan scale, launching another attack toward Xian Du. Yet, Xian Du remained unyielding, standing firm upon the Taiji diagram, observing Randang's assault with a hint of derision. "Friend Randang, you too are a guest of the 3,000 Purple Clouds Palace. Why do you appear so feeble now? Those of your era have either ascended to saintly status or become quasi-saints, yet you remain merely a two-corpse quasi-saint? With that, he altered his incantations, directing the heavenly and earthly Hunyuan Linglong Pagoda and the wind and fire mat to intensify their assault. Randang, incensed by Xin Du's taunts, felt his face flush with rage, yet he could do little but suppress his anger, coordinating his true self and the second corpse. He attempted to intertwine the ghostly flames of the spirit coffin lamp with the Qianquan scale's onslaught to counter Xin Du's relentless barrage. Nevertheless, the might of Xin Du's artifacts was overwhelming, compounded by his inscrutable cultivation. Randang gradually found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to hold his ground. Xin Du, perceiving that Randang was nearing his limit, refrained from hastily concluding their duel, seemingly toying with him, alternating between fierce and gentle strikes, manipulating his treasures with ease. Randang's anxiety mounted with each passing moment, helplessly witnessing his humiliation unfold before the spectators. Eventually, after a spell, Xin Du appeared to grow weary of the game. Shifting his focus as the heavenly and earthly Hunyuan Linglong Pagoda and wind and fire mat surged toward Randang in unison. Caught off guard, Randang was struck by the overwhelming force, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground, utterly losing face in this encounter. At that moment, Guangqingzi, witnessing Randang's defeat, could not suppress his mockery. Deputy Sect Master Randang, I have seen you in all your glory. How is it you now find yourself in such a wretched state? Truly an eye-opening experience for us all. Though infuriated by Guangqingzi's scorn, Randang found himself unable to retort. He shot a fierce glare at Guangqingzi, mustering the strength to rise, burdened by fatigue, and made his way back to the Yusu Palace. Upon returning, Randang approached the Yuanchi Tianzuan, his face a mask of shame and indignation, recounting the events of the battle at Jingji Ridge in detail. Yuanchi Tianzuan, seated upon his lotus pedestal, pondered for a moment before summoning Luya, speaking gravely. Luya, you shall accompany Randang to Jingji Ridge. Exercise utmost caution and ensure our Chan sect does not lose face again. Understood, Saint, Luya replied, exchanging a glance with Randang as they set forth once more toward Jingji Ridge. At this moment, Randang's heart brimmed with resentment toward Xin Du and a fervent desire to redeem his honor, while Luya remained unfazed. Upon their return to the Western Qi camp, they were met with Guangqingzi's relentless mockery. Oh, I thought the deputy sect master had fled the battlefield. Pray tell, who is this individual? Luya remained silent, merely casting a cold, piercing glance at Guangqingzi, laden with intent, before striding into the camp. The vice sect master. This is the seven-sword technique of the nailhead. As long as one establishes a camp, within the camp a platform, and constructs a straw man inscribed with the enemy's name, with a lantern above its head and another at its feet, while performing the footwork of the polar star, inscribing symbols and incinerating them, offering prayers thrice daily. By noon on the 21st day, one may kill invisibly. Then, it falls upon you, my friend Liya, to wield this technique to eliminate the king of assassins. Upon hearing this, Liya was momentarily taken aback. Offering an awkward smile, he replied, Friend Randang, this technique must be executed by one of great fortune. It is best left to another, for I am not suited for it. With these words, Randang instantly recognized the immense karmic implications of this technique. Whoever employed it would surely encounter misfortune. It would be best to entrust such a significant task to Guangqingzi. Cough. Cough. As the elder brother of the Chan sect, this technique should indeed be left to Guangqingzi. Upon hearing this, Guangqingzi repeatedly waved his hands, insisting, No, no, no. As elder brother, how could I claim this credit? It should be left to the vice sect master. All present were reluctant to engage in the execution of this technique, for none wished to entangle themselves in such profound karmic consequences. Let us directly send GFA to perform it, for his fortune is far more abundant. At this, the group ceased their debate, in unison exclaiming, Brother Yuding, you are truly talented. Subsequently, Randang adjusted his attire, enduring the pain within, and soared towards the Dishang encampment, silently vowing to finalize the true state and summon GFA. Chapter 77, The Curse of the Seven Sword Scrolls, and the arrival of guests at the palace of Bo. GFA hurriedly entered the tent, his heart aflame with urgency upon hearing that this curse could slay Emperor Xian from afar. His eyes gleamed with desperation as he contemplated, Emperor Xian is tyrannical. If this spell succeeds, the Yin and Shang will surely descend into chaos, paving the way for my Western Qi to establish the Zhou dynasty. At that moment, he could hardly contain himself and eagerly pressed Liu for the method of casting the spell inquiring, "Master, how is it performed? Will there be divine retribution?" Seeing GFA's fervor, Li began to explain in detail. This spell would not invoke divine wrath, but it required someone of great fortune to wield it. Hence, he thought of the marquis. As for the method, GFA listened intently, committing every detail to memory, and then commenced his offerings. Each gesture imbued with an ardent desire for success. On the first day, Emperor Xian remained unscathed within the Yin and Shang camp, diligently attending to military and political affairs. His authority undiminished. Meanwhile, GFA performed his rituals daily at the Western Qi camp. By the 12th day, as Emperor Xian was reviewing battle reports in his tent, an excruciating pain suddenly erupted in his mind, causing him to faint. Instantly, every practitioner in the Yin and Shang camp felt an ominous presence and swiftly gathered. When Zhong, his face filled with concern, immediately inquired of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, "Teacher, the king's condition is exceedingly strange. He must be under a curse. What kind of malevolent curse could this be?" "Alas, I too do not know," replied the teacher. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, turning their hopes towards Xiang Wei, who had been sent by Tongtian. They all hoped he might know a way to break the curse, but he remained silent. At that moment, Jiang Zia stepped forward and spoke slowly. "I once heard Yuan Shi mention a type of curse, which bears a striking resemblance to the 7 sword scrolls. This technique is exceedingly vile, requiring multiple days of offerings to claim a life. Once cast, the victim will suffer immensely." Upon hearing this, Wen Zhong anxiously asked, "Is there a way to rescue him?" Without hesitation, the non-obstruction Saint Mother declared, "I and my sister, the Golden Spirit, will retrieve the 7 sword scrolls. Perhaps we can alleviate His Majesty's peril." The others nodded in agreement, just as they were about to act when Kong Xian raised his voice. "Hold on. We must not act recklessly against them. We are still unaware of the true method to break the curse. If we act rashly, it could endanger the king's life." Just as the group hesitated, Emperor Xian suddenly regained consciousness, asking, "Where do you intend to go?" The crowd halted immediately and gathered around him, struggling against the pain. Emperor Xian raised his hand to calm them, saying, "Do not panic. It is merely the 7 sword scrolls." With that, he swiftly formed seals with both hands. And the 12th Great Annihilation Black Lotus gradually manifested beneath him, its dark light spreading instantly. After about a quarter of an hour, the peculiar sensations around Emperor Xian dissipated entirely. And a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. "They dare to curse me with such wicked sorcery. They shall pay a grievous price." Meanwhile, at the Western Qi camp, GFA suffered a backlash from the 7 sword scrolls due to Emperor Xian's awakening, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Li was nearby and quickly cast a protective spell over GFA. Moments later, GFA stirred back to consciousness, his face pale. "Master, what has happened? Has the curse been broken?" "Not at all," Li replied. "This is merely the backlash of the human king's fortune. However, it proves that the 7 sword scrolls have taken effect." Upon hearing this, GFA's eyes rekindled with hope, since it has taken effect. The Yin and Shang shall surely fall, and our great undertaking in Western Qi is within reach. 21 days later, GFA appeared haggard, his eyes heavy with dark circles. As if all his energy had been drained, he approached the lamp of enlightenment, his voice hoarse yet brimming with excitement. "The 21st day has arrived. Now is the time to mobilize our forces against the Shang. Their fate is sealed." The lamp of enlightenment regarded him for a moment before nodding slightly. "Indeed, the moment is ripe." GFA, unable to contain his exhilaration, proclaimed loudly, "I, the Marquis, shall soon become the king of humanity. Nan Gongshi, immediately gather the troops and march against the Shang." With a resigned sigh, Nan Gongshi complied and began to rally the army, marching forth with great momentum towards the Shang. GFA, the lamp of enlightenment, Luya, and the others led the charge, their spirits high. Emperor Xian had long received word and personally commanded his forces to await at the border. When the Western Qi army arrived, GFA instinctively glanced towards Luya upon seeing Emperor Xian unharmed. Luya, equally stunned, stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Before anyone could react, Emperor Xian moved like lightning, swiftly arriving at the forefront of the formation, his voice booming like thunder. "Who dares to conspire against me? Step forth and meet your death." Guan Qingzi observed coldly, then turned to Luya, saying icily, "Luya, he calls for you. Do not delay." In that instant, all eyes focused intently on Luya, who felt a wave of dread wash over him. With no other option, he steeled himself and approached Emperor Xian, holding the celestial slayer gourd. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon as Emperor Xian summoned the 12th Great Annihilation Black Lotus, its petals unfurling slowly, a tide of black radiance surging forth. He wielded the Hunyuan sword, its blade glinting with a chilling light, while the Honghuang seal floated beside him, an ancient aura enveloping him, augmenting his fortune as he matched Lu Ye's cultivation level. Lu Ye's heart raced with alarm. He dared not show any weakness. Quickly forming seals with his hands and chanting, "Turn, my treasure." The celestial slayer gourd released a blinding white light, and a flying dagger shot forth like a bolt of lightning towards Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian remained composed, neither dodging nor retreating. As he swung the Hunyuan sword to block the attack, a resounding clash reverberated through the air, forcing him back several paces, yet he stood firm as a mountain, swiftly channeling his power to deflect the celestial slayer's dagger. Seeing his first strike fail, Lu Ye leapt into the air and recited the incantation once more. "Turn, my treasure." The dagger again hurtled toward Emperor Xian. Simultaneously, enormous wings of the golden crow appeared behind Lu Ye, unleashing the true fire of the sun that blazed toward Emperor Xian. However, when the flames reached the annihilation Black Lotus, it was as if they had struck an invisible wall, and Emperor Xian remained unharmed beneath its protection. Inwardly despairing, Lu Ye thought, "What shall I do now? Neither the dagger nor the true fire can harm him, and my powers cannot suppress him. Am I to perish here today?" Resolving to flee, Lu Ye decided to employ the 36 strategies, once more summoning the true fire of the sun to block Emperor Xian's advance, while simultaneously activating the golden crow transformation, becoming a streak of radiant light as he attempted to escape. Yet, as he soared through the air, a massive hand came crashing down, and Lu Ye could not evade it. He was struck directly, plummeting toward the Shang's encampment. Witnessing this, the others quickly cast spells to suppress him. Lu Ye struggled fiercely, but found himself firmly restrained. Filled with despair, this Shang encampment possesses such formidable masters. Faster than my golden crow transformation. Am I truly to meet my end here? Emperor Xian snorted coldly and approached Lu Ye, who, trapped, refused to resign himself to fate. Drawing upon his powers, he expelled a blood arrow from his mouth. The arrow ascended, transforming into countless tiny blood blades that rained down upon Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian wielded his Hunyuan sword with rapid precision, the shadows of the blade weaving together like a fortress as the blood blade struck his sword, erupting in vivid splashes of crimson. Seizing the moment while Emperor Xian was occupied, Lu Ye subtly manipulated the celestial slayer gourd, and the dagger, appearing and disappearing at the gourd's mouth, suddenly shot out again, aiming directly for Emperor Xian's throat. Sensing the danger, Emperor Xian lightly tapped the annihilation Black Lotus beneath him, his body swiftly shifting several feet to the side, and he countered with the sword's hilt, producing a sharp sound as the dagger was deflected, narrowly grazing his shoulder and tearing a piece of his clothing. Then, Emperor Xian summoned the Honghuang seal, which rapidly expanded in the air, descending upon Lu Ye. Just as it was about to crush him, it halted before Lu Ye, remaining immovable despite Emperor Xian's fervent attempts to exert his power. Chapter 78. The emergence of the demon Emperor Dijun, as the sixth brother stirs up trouble again. As the Emperor Xian marveled at the identity of the individual who had thwarted the descent of the Honghuang seal, that figure suddenly whisked Lu Ye away from the impending catastrophe. As the dust settled, the form of the mysterious figure became apparent. Gradually, the silhouette materialized, revealing a tall and upright stature, reminiscent of a proud pine standing firm against the winds of the world, exuding an innate and profound charisma. His countenance was austere, with eyes deep and unfathomable, akin to the twinkling stars of the night sky, radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect and deterred direct gazes. "Who are you? From whence do you hail to dare obstruct me?" Emperor Xian demanded. However, before the figure could respond, Lu Ye, who had just been saved, burst into tears like a child wronged, kneeling and exclaiming, "Father." The figure merely patted Lu Ye's head, disregarding his distress, and then bowed respectfully to Emperor Xian, declaring, "I am the former demon Emperor Dijun, fortunate enough to have been rescued by the heavenly saint. I have returned to assist the monarch in vanquishing the forces of the West Qi." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Dijun, a figure of immense renown from the ancient primordial era, a sovereign of the demon race, had re-emerged in the world. How could this not incite overwhelming shock? Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Dijun, and after a moment, spoke slowly, his voice tinged with warning. "Since you have returned, it would be wise to mend your relationship with your son and refrain from positioning him against the Dashang." Dijun maintained a calm demeanor, neither subservient nor arrogant, and bowed once more to Emperor Xian in acknowledgement. The emperor then turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on Ran Deng and the others. As he slowly raised the Hunyuan sword, in an instant he swung the sword with decisive precision, issuing a command for the Shan army to charge forth against the forces of West Qi. The battle cries of the Yinshang soldiers echoed thunderously, their eyes gleaming with a savage hunger as they surged forward like wolves upon their prey. GFA stood before the West Qi army, gazing at the ferocious Yinshang warriors, feeling a chill creep over him. Is it destined that West Qi shall meet its end today? How shall I face my ancestors? Suddenly, the troops of West Qi perceived a flicker before them, and in the blink of an eye, they were swept away like fallen leaves caught in a tempest, transported back to the Jiejiao Ridge camp. Concurrently, a colossal barrier appeared, sealing the Yinshang army outside. The soldiers of Yinshang repeatedly crashed against the barrier, only to be repelled as if striking against an impregnable fortress, unable to advance a single step further. Within 3 days, there shall be no further battle. A formidable voice resonated like a divine decree from the heavens, the edict of the primordial heavenly sovereign. Though Emperor Xin felt immense dissatisfaction, he could only reluctantly withdraw to the camp. Once his emotions settled somewhat, he immediately summoned all the cultivators and generals, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. Is there a method to breach this formation? When Zhong stepped forward and spoke solemnly, Your Majesty, if all else fails, we must beseech our ancestral teacher or the goddess Enhua for assistance. However, at this moment, Dijun gently shook his head, stating, The heavenly saint and goddess Enhua are both preoccupied. They may not have the capacity to assist. We should wait patiently until reinforcements arrive. When Zhong wished to inquire further, but Emperor Xin gestured for him to remain silent, advising patience. Within the West Qi camp, the survivors, relieved to have escaped calamity, were soon visited by Shen Gongbao in haste. Upon seeing him, GFA rushed forward. National Master, you have returned at last. Had you been any later, West Qi might have faced annihilation. Rest assured, this time I have brought half of the disciples from the Western sect, including several quasi-saint experts. With their aid, victory for West Qi is assured. Hearing this, GFA felt a heavy burden lift from his heart, sighing in relief. With such support, the establishment of West Qi's dominance no longer seemed unattainable. Yet, upon witnessing the prowess of the Western sect disciples, the disciples of the Chan sect wore expressions of discontent and returned to their own tents, unwilling to engage with the Western sect. The rapid advancement of these Western sect disciples was due to the hidden machinations of the sealed Hongjun, who had insidiously planted demonic roots within them. National Master, please summon the esteemed immortals. I wish to host a banquet in their honor. Just as the disciples of the Western sect prepared to feast, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The disciples suddenly displayed fierce expressions, charging directly into the ranks of the West Qi army. In a swift motion, several were slain. Chaos erupted among the West Qi soldiers, who fled in terror. At that moment, a few individuals surged from the crowd, grappling tightly with the Western sect disciples. One among them signaled desperately, transmitting their dire situation. A cultivator exerted all his strength to fly towards the barrier, yet before he could reach it, he was detected by the Western sect disciples. They exchanged glances filled with cruel delight, and a surge of sword qi struck him down, resulting in the annihilation of all the shadowy guardians infiltrating West Qi amidst this sudden upheaval. GFA, filled with both astonishment and fury, turned crimson and bellowed. What is the meaning of this? Why do you slaughter my West Qi soldiers without cause? The leader among them, Hui Xing, replied coldly. Those individuals were merely the shadowy guardians of Yinshang. Our actions require no explanation to you. We shall not partake in this meal. With that, the disciples of the Western sect waved their sleeves and departed, leaving GFA trembling with rage, his eyes ablaze with indignation. In his heart, he roared, The Western sect has gone too far. If I do not avenge this, I, GFA, vow to forsake my humanity. Once I ascend as the monarch, I will eradicate the Western sect, Chan sect, Jia sect, and the human sect. As night fell, Xiangyi stealthily infiltrated the tent of Guangqingzi, deftly waving his sleeve to cast a shadowy light. Guangqingzi felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him before fainting. Xiangyi swiftly concealed him and seized the turning seal, declaring, Let us create further chaos in West Qi. With a smug grin, Xiangyi invoked the principles of concealment, transforming into Guangqingzi's likeness and approached the tent of the real person Puxian. Standing outside, he allowed a cruel smile to grace his lips. Disguised as Guangqingzi, he entered the tent, catching the real person Puxian off guard, and struck with a sudden force. The turning seal landed heavily upon Puxian's head with a resounding thud. Before he could utter a sound, his spirit fled, leaving only a wisp of true essence to drift towards the functionalist. Immediately thereafter, Xiangyi replicated the act within the tent of the real person Yuding. The same scenario unfolded, and with a resounding impact, Yuding met a similar fate, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The cacophony of these resounding blows shattered the stillness of the night, alerting everyone to the danger. The disciples of the Western sect rushed forth from their tents, while Guangqingzi rapidly unleashed his powers, hurling the turning seal towards them. Those of lower cultivation were caught off guard, struck down and bleeding profusely. Meanwhile, those of higher cultivation, though managing to defend themselves, were still sent tumbling from the sky by the overwhelming force. Upon witnessing the destruction of Puxian and Yuding's tents, and sensing their absence, Ran Deng felt a surge of foreboding and thought, "This is dire." He promptly appeared on the battlefield, attempting to suppress Guangqingzi, who vanished without a trace. "Now chaos reigns in West Qi. I shall seek out the source of this disturbance." With that, Guangqingzi began to search. Yet despite his efforts to release his divine sense, he found nothing but emptiness. Just as Guangqingzi let out a sigh, suddenly, the 6 roots of purity bamboo surged forth from the side, aiming directly at him. Startled, Guangqingzi had no time to ponder, and hurriedly employed his agility to evade clumsily. Just as the two parties were on the brink of battle, Ran Deng sensed the disturbance and swiftly approached to mediate the situation. Chapter 79, The 3 Killings of the Heaven-Sealing Seal and the Teaching of the Disciples. Tai takes the lead, and Mingyi achieves his desire. Ran Deng immediately stepped in front of the Western disciples and Guangqingzi, proclaiming, "Hold on a moment. Guangqingzi is a disciple of the Chan sect. It would be more appropriate for him to take the lead in the battle in a couple of days. Would it not?" Before the Western disciples could respond, the remaining 12 golden immortals arrived, with the vice leader asserting, "Enough. Hasn't Guangqingzi's actions been sufficient? Let us jointly suppress him and return him to the Jade Void Palace for our master." Return him? Is that even feasible? He has committed such despicable acts. Do you think we can simply let him go, Tai Jinren? Soon, tensions flared again, and Ran Deng shook his head, shouting, "Enough. If you all believe that the other party's methods are ineffective, let us proceed with my plan. Tomorrow, we shall collectively confront Guangqingzi." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Western sect and the 12 golden immortals finally calmed down. The reason the Western sect respected Ran Deng was that Jane and Juni were aware of his situation, while the 12 golden immortals had long harbored grievances against Guangqingzi. Since the battle was destined to be fatal, they would undoubtedly fan the flames. The following day, the disciples of the Chan sect and the Western sect took the initiative to encircle Guangqingzi, making their way to the Grand Shang military camp. "All right, Guangqingzi, go forth." After Ran Deng's command, the transformed Guangqingzi strode forward confidently. "Fools of the Grand Shang, your grandfather Guangqingzi has arrived." His voice echoed within the Grand Shang military camp, and in no time, the troops swiftly assembled, their anger palpable. Kong Xian stepped forward, eager to eliminate Guangqingzi, but was halted by Xiang Wei, who insisted, "Dao friend Kong Xian, leave this one to me." Xiang Wei stood immobile before Guangqingzi. Suddenly, Guangqingzi produced the heaven-sealing seal, directing it to strike Xiang Wei. Just as it was about to hit, the seal made a sharp turn and flew directly towards Tai Jinren. "Senior brother, quickly control the heaven-sealing seal." Tai Jinren shouted in alarm as he hurriedly formed defensive seals. With a thunderous crash, Tai Jinren was struck down, his true spirit ascending the divine list. Just as the Chan sect's golden immortals were about to retaliate, Guangqingzi began his performance anew. "You rogue! How dare you control my heaven-sealing seal to harm my junior brother?" With that, Guangqingzi once again wielded the seal, this time magnified 100-fold. Seeing its immense size, the disciples of the Western and Chan sects activated their defensive treasures to shield themselves from Guangqingzi's impending assault. Their fears were justified, for Guangqingzi suddenly pivoted, unleashing the colossal heaven-sealing seal upon both the Western and Chan sects, inciting cries of despair. "Guangqingzi, you scoundrel! Our master will not spare you." I knew it. Not a single reliable one among this bunch from the Chan sect. Guangqingzi disregarded their curses and intensified his attacks. But ultimately, he alone could not match their combined might, and the seal was sent flying away. As everyone searched for Guangqingzi, they discovered he had vanished without a trace, leaving the unknowing Grand Shang troops in stunned silence. Regaining their composure, DXIN and the others pressed forward, while the Western and Chan sects swiftly retreated towards the Golden Rooster Ridge camp. Screams echoed behind them as some lower-ranked disciples from the Western sect were overtaken and slain, their true spirits ascending the divine list. Once the forces of Shiqi returned to the Golden Rooster Ridge camp, the Western disciples immediately directed their ire towards the Chan sect. Randing, you fool. If it weren't for your terrible suggestion, how could we have lost so many disciples? This. Hui Xing. Who could have predicted Guang Qingzi's sudden madness? Furthermore, we in the Chan sect have also lost a golden immortal. You Chan sect members deserve to perish. After a bout of mutual insults, both sides were on the verge of conflict. Enough, Hui Xing. This matter will be discussed later. I have dispatched all disciples of the Western sect to deal with the Grand Shang first, by the Master's decree. Upon receiving the transmission from Jundi, Hui Xing immediately ceased hostilities and returned to his tent. Simultaneously, the Chan disciples received a message from Yuan Shi, ordering all to stand down. I have sent the Nanji Xianling to bring Guang Qingzi back. You all shall unite with the Western sect to confront the Grand Shang. Clearly, none were satisfied. Had Guang Qingzi's behavior been that of any other disciple, Yuan Shi would have already dealt with him decisively. Yet, compared to Yuan Shi, they were but ants. And they could only comply with the Master's commands. By the Master's decree. Meanwhile, Xiang Wei had long since vanished without a trace. No matter how hard Nanji Xianling searched, he found nothing. Yuan Shi, that fool. Does he truly believe his disciples would act thus? Subsequently, Xiang Wei released Guang Qingzi, without altering his memories. Instead casting him near the closest location to Nanji Xianwen as he sped towards the Grand Shang military camp. Upon awakening, Guang Qingzi stretched and sighed. Ah, how delightful. Sensing Guang Qingzi's presence, Nanji Xianwen immediately appeared before him, producing the binding immortal rope refined by Yuan Shi to restrain him. Senior brother, what are you doing? It's me. Guang Qingzi. I know. I'm here to capture you. Nanji Xianwen, what are you doing? Do you wish to harm a fellow disciple? If you do, the Master will not overlook this. Harm a fellow disciple? Is that not your own doing? Come with me. The Master wishes to see you. With that, Nanji Xianwen, binding Guang Qingzi, soared towards the Jade Void Palace. Meanwhile, a significant event rippled across the vast expanse of the Honghuang. In the underworld's blood sea, waves of crimson surged. And as the ancestor of Mingyi sat cross-legged, he suddenly opened his eyes and soared into the sky. I, Mingyi, wish to merge the blood sea of the underworld into the realm of the dead. All disciples of the Shura sect shall enter the Shura path. And I shall be the Lord of the Shura path, eternally safeguarding the tranquility of the underworld. As Mingyi's declaration resonated, the ethereal form of Huta gradually materialized above the blood sea. Approved. This proclamation echoed throughout Honghuang, inciting fervent discussion among the beings, who believed that a great transformation was imminent. With that affirmation from Hutu, countless merits and virtues flowed into Mingyi, causing his aura to ascend dramatically, reaching the second heaven of the saintly realm. From this day forth, I shall be the saint of the Shura path. A colossal red apparition of Mingyi emerged across Honghuang. Salutations to Saint Mingyi. Beings of Honghuang bowed in reverence. In the Shiqi camp, GFA raged, smashing things around him. These fools, the Western sect, the Chan sect, all are worthless. Now with another saint among them, what can they do but squabble amongst themselves? Indeed, they are all ineffectual. If you allow me to merge with your body, I could enhance the strength of the Shiqi army, and then you would be their king. A towering green flame hovered near GFA, encouraging him. Chapter 80. The army of Shiqi mutates. Come forth. As long as you can annihilate the Chan, Western, and Ren sects, along with those wretched beings of the Yinshang, this Lord shall grant you anything you desire. As soon as GFA's voice fell, a surge of green flames violently rushed into his body. Fear not, it is not just them. All shall perish. With the influx of the green flames, GFA's visage contorted grotesquely, his limbs began to twist, and a noxious black-green gas emanated from his entire being. This state persisted for about 10 breaths, after which a hand covered his face, revealing black-green eyes through the gaps between his fingers. What a delightful sensation. Relax your body and unleash the malice that lurks deep within your heart, allowing this demonic energy to pervade the entire Shiqi camp. Rest assured, no one shall notice. Hebehe. With that, GFA sat cross-legged, exuding a repugnant aura, causing the surrounding weeds to wither. From his center, a wave of black gas spread forth with blinding speed. Moments later, the black gas enveloped the entire military camp, unleashing a chorus of anguished wails. What is this? Cover your noses. Ah, my head. The entire Shiqi army transformed into a terrifying sight, their bodies sprouting dark green scales, horns burgeoning from their heads, and their forms nearly doubling in size. The cacophony of screams within the camp instantly alerted the disciples of the Chan, Western, and Jes sections. The disciples of the Chan and Western sects promptly exited their tents, and upon witnessing the spreading black gas, They immediately began to channel their own powers to resist and search for the source of this miasma. Deputy Leader, what is this phenomenon? It appears as though the soldiers of Shichi have been invaded by demonic energy. Could it be that Rahu has returned? Do not speak nonsense. If it were truly Rahu manifesting, how would the celestial sovereign remain unaware? Furthermore, this is not Rahu's demonic energy. His aura was never this repulsive. Although Randall had never clashed with Rahu, he had experienced the conflict between Tao and demon, and Rahu's energy only instilled fear, whereas this miasma entirely incites revulsion. As Qi Jingzi conversed with Randall, he joined the others, and suddenly, Qi Jingzi let out a terrified cry, "Deputy Leader, help me." He was beginning to sprout green veins across his body, and horns emerged from his head. The others, upon seeing this, immediately cast aside their biases and channeled their powers to aid him. "Randall, your Chan disciples are truly..." Before Huixing could finish his words, Qi Jingzi became frenzied. His cultivation skyrocketing from mid-stage Daluo Jinxian to mid-stage quasi-saint. Hehehe, Deputy Leader, fellow disciples, relax. Do you not wish to elevate your powers? Quickly drop your defenses and let us embrace this new epic. All disciples of the Chan sect, swiftly evacuate. Disciples of the Western sect, retreat immediately. At the command of Huixing and Randall, the disciples of both sects took to the skies. Do you think you can escape? Qi Jingzi pursued them, kicking each disciple down, turning all who fell into replicas of himself. Soon, only Huixing and Randall remained, desperately fleeing as the black gas surged again, enveloping them entirely. In an instant, Huixing clutched his throat, tugging at Randall's clothing, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Fellow Taoist, save me, I implore you." Randall surveyed the encroaching black gas and the flickering lanterns, swiftly tearing away his garment. "Fellow Taoist, you must fend for yourself. I shall avenge you." Randall's speed intensified. Even after escaping the range of the black gas, he did not pause, maintaining his pace towards Mount Shumi. Within the Shichi military camp, the flowers and grasses withered, and the black gas dissipated significantly. GFA emerged from his tent, stretching his arms wide, inhaling the surrounding air. How splendid! The world has fallen silent. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and towering giants, adorned with dark green scales and horns, approached GFA, kneeling in unison. "All hail the king. Ha, tomorrow. Let us eradicate that rabble across the way, leaving none behind. We shall slaughter an entire city for every city we encounter. By the king's command." Not far from GFA, behind a tent, a trembling figure cautiously peered at the demonic soldiers. What is happening? Their appearance and aura are utterly repulsive. Moreover, Qi Jingzi's cultivation has directly soared to mid-stage quasi-saint, and Huixing has also ascended to the sub-saint level, treating GFA with such reverence. Lost in thought, Huixing raised his head. "Who goes there? Oh no, I've been discovered." As Shen Gongbao attempted to flee, he turned but was swiftly kicked to GFA's feet before he could rise. "Ah, isn't this the national master? Where are you headed? Are you abandoning me?" "My lord, no. Those are not my words. I have always respected the great king. How could I flee? I merely sought to relieve myself. I swear fealty to you, my lord." Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's words, GFA nodded with a peculiar expression. "Such loyalty deserves a reward. Allow me to bestow some gifts upon you, elevating your cultivation to new heights. Rest assured, you are special. I shall raise your power directly to the sub-saint level." With that, GFA advanced step by step towards Shen Gongbao, who, feeling the dread of impending doom, instinctively retreated, drenched in cold sweat. GFA signaled to the disciples of the Western and Chan sects, who promptly surrounded Shen Gongbao, leaving only a single entrance open for GFA's entry. "And my lord, my requirements for cultivation are not excessive. It would be better to forego this gift and bestow it upon the fellow disciples of the Chan and Western sects." "That will not do. National Master Shun is ever loyal to Shichi and to me. How could I not reward him? How could I command this 100,000-strong Shichi army otherwise? Would you not agree?" Seeing no escape, Shen Gongbao had no choice but to cease his concealment. He placed one hand behind his back and began to form seals, a light blue talisman appearing in his palm. Just as he was about to activate it, a massive hand seized him and hurled him away. Shen Gongbao tumbled across the ground, the talisman slipping from his grasp. The entire incident unfolded in mere 3 breaths. Shen Gongbao was swift, yet ultimately met with failure. "National Master, I have treated you well, and you have truly disappointed me." With that, GFA raised his hand, and chains of iron erupted from beneath, binding Shen Gongbao tightly. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. "Do not fret. It will not hurt. Soon, your power will surge." just like those disciples of the two sects. GFA said as he slowly approached, each step feeling like a countdown to death for Shingongbao. Chapter 81. The primordial heavenly Tao belongs to me now. Do you still have a chance? At the moment when GFA's hand brushed against Shingongbao, he grasped only air, leaving behind a cloud of dust. You scoundrel! Find him for me. I shall scour the entirety of Golden Rooster Ridge to recover Shingongbao. That night, Shichi was sleepless, tirelessly searching for Shingongbao's whereabouts, yet ultimately yielded no results. Shingongbao opened his eyes, greeted by a scene of pavilions and towers, resplendent in their grandeur. Ah, you have arrived. Have they discovered us? Suddenly, upon seeing Tongtian before him, Shingongbao was taken aback, trembling as he knelt and bowed. Salutations. Sage, I am eternally grateful for your rescue. What has transpired in Shichi? According to reason, you should not have been detected, Tongtian inquired. As the question hung in the air, Shingongbao felt a surge of confusion. Only the trio of Shi Wei, Dixian, and Wudang knew of his infiltration into Shichi. Even if Tongtian was aware, it was improbable he would personally come to his aid. Observing Shingongbao's demeanor, Tongtian couldn't and Appo's help but smirk, transforming into Shi Wei and Appo's S form, then into Wudang and Appo's S, and subsequently into Dan Xing. Shingongbao gaped. You. How is it that no one has detected you? Surely, if even the Supreme Sage and others could not sense your presence, what of Dao Ancestor? Such matters can be discussed later. First, let us address your exposure, Tongtian replied. A great upheaval has occurred in the Shichi camp, GFA. Upon Shingongbao and Appo's explanation, Tongtian and Appo's expression turned serious. Are you certain it is dark green? Indeed. That army of 100,000 possesses true immortal cultivation. While the disciples of the Chan and Western teachings have all significantly advanced, with their lowest cultivation being that of a perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal. After confirming these details, Tongtian and Appo's expression grew grave. Water and fire boys, golden light immortal. With that, the two appeared before Tongtian, kneeling on one knee. We are here. Water and fire boy. You must immediately go to Nuwa Palace and instruct Nuwa to lead the denizens of Fire Cloud Cave to Golden Rooster Ridge to assist Dixian. Golden Light Immortal. You shall summon reinforcements from the underworld, and do so swiftly. Shingongbao, you shall accompany Water Boy and explain the situation to Nuwa. With no time to ponder further, the two departed towards Nuwa Palace and the underworld. All disciples of the Jie sect proceed to Golden Rooster Ridge to aid in the downfall of the Zhou. The Buddhist sect shall join. As Tongtian sighed, their reach is truly extensive. I hope it proves beneficial. He then soared towards the Zishu Palace. In merely a few days, the Zishu Palace had markedly deteriorated. The once resplendent brilliance had dulled, with all corners shrouded in dark green smoke, exuding a repugnant aura. Tongtian unsheathed the Qingping sword and stepped cautiously into the palace. Inside, the wails of spirits echoed incessantly, surpassing even the cries of the damned. Tongtian arrived at the sealed location of Hongjun and halted. Ah, is that not the Supreme Sage, Tongtian? What brings you to my domain? Is your world on the brink of destruction? Ha ha ha. Tongtian remained silent, instead producing the world tree and placing it behind him. Then seated himself cross-legged as 50 complete principles encircled him. His consciousness directly penetrated the heavenly Tao space through Hongjun. Upon entry, a massive Langulis soared towards him. Tongtian, caught off guard, was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. I truly underestimated you. I didn't anticipate you possessed such capabilities. However, this space now belongs to me, and the primordial heavenly Tao has transformed into my domain. What can you do? The small green figure suddenly appeared, brandishing a wolf-toothed club, grinning maniacally as he approached Tongtian. Rising to his feet, Tongtian gazed down upon the diminutive figure. Indeed, you could never fathom my true power. First, I shall deal with you. Then with those who evade capture. Do you genuinely believe that by eliminating me, all your troubles will vanish? Rest assured, this world, and even this chaos, shall belong to us. Allow me to remind you, to me, you are merely slightly superior to an ant. Is that so? Suddenly, the Qingping sword flew from his grasp, imbued with the full power of the sword path, aimed at the small green figure. Yet before it could make contact, the heavenly Tao's force repelled it. Oh, the Supreme Sage is quite shameless, resorting to sneak attacks. You dare speak? Yet, your mastery of the heavenly Tao's power is quite proficient. The small green figure ceased his banter, raising a hand to press downward, unleashing a tempest of heavenly Tao energy that suppressed Tongtian and Appo's principles. pinning him heavily to the ground. How perplexing. I cannot fathom where your confidence stems from, maintaining such calmness. The small green figure, unhurried, adopted the demeanor of a victor as he approached Tongtian. Just as the small green figure reached Tongtian, a massive coffin hurtled towards him, colliding directly. In that instant, the oppressive heavenly Tao energy within the space dissipated, and Tongtian stood up, relieved, seizing the offensive. How could this be? What have you done? Why has the heavenly Tao's power faltered? As the small green figure attempted to unleash the heavenly Tao's force again, he found it trembling. He turned to see another Tongtian vigorously operating the world obliteration mill. Fool! The world obliteration mill and the coffin of the fallen heavenly are the nemesis of the heavenly Tao. My concealment principles are not something you can detect. Tongtian ceased his prattle and directly swung his sword at the small green figure, a myriad of cold light flashing, striking down, severing one of the small green figure's arms. Impossible. How has your cultivation risen so rapidly? That is of little consequence. What matters is that you are destined to perish. Upon hearing this, the small green figure was poised to mock Tongtian, but before he could, the tendrils of the world tree awakened and snared him. You are indeed difficult to eliminate. Yet not impossible. Tongtian raised his hand, summoning the time tower, which ascended above the small green figure. Prepare yourself. You are fortunate to become my first test subject. Upon hearing this, the small green figure instantly perceived the gravity of Tongtian's actions and began to struggle. However, in his current state, he was utterly incapable of breaking free from the world tree and Appo's grasp, left to wallow in impotent fury. Tongtian ceased his words, performing hand seals as the time tower activated. As time progressed, the small green figure's aura gradually intensified, his ethereal form solidifying as his cultivation restored to 10 principles, continuously strengthening. Half an hour elapsed, and the small green figure's cultivation continued to rise, ultimately stabilizing at 50 principles, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Huh! The small green figure roared. Breaking free from the world tree's confinement, what a delightful surprise. I must thank you for this. Allow me to grant you a swift demise. As the small green figure raised his wolf-toothed club to strike Tongtian, he was once again suppressed by the awakening heavenly Tao, the club suspended in midair. Suddenly, the small green figure's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at Tongtian, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 82, The Peril of the Yinshang Dynasty and the Capture of the Green Slave. The small green figure gazed downward, witnessing the 2 tendrils of the world tree firmly embedded in his abdomen. Suddenly, the world tree surged with renewed vigor, and the tendrils pierced through his very being. Subsequently, the small green figure and Appo's form began to wither away, transforming into a mere semblance of bone, while the power of Tongtian grew exponentially, elevating his mastery from 50 to 70 loss. Observing the small green figure sprawled on the ground, Tongtian smiled and, without hesitation, levitated him into the air, administering a black-purple elixir. Upon consumption, the emaciated form of the green figure gradually regained vitality, flourishing until he reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian realm. Awakening suddenly, the green figure opened his hollow eyes and bowed to Tongtian, addressing him as master. His voice was devoid of warmth, sounding almost mechanical. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Green Slave. At your command, replied the green figure. With that, the 2 departed the heavenly Tao space. As the green slave completely dissipated, the Jiejiao palace became markedly clearer, and Honghuang also regained consciousness. Thank you, Tongtian, for your assistance. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished. Honghuang expressed gratefully as Tongtian helped him to his feet. You owe me a great karmic debt, my friend. Once the matter of sealing the gods is resolved, assist in the revival of humanity, Tongtian stated, alluding to the affairs of the heavenly court. Very well. But the matters of the heavenly court must be handled according to one's own capabilities. Honghuang conceded, shaking his head in response to the latter topic. Before they could reminisce further, a powerful aura surged from below at Jiejiao, prompting them to act swiftly against the extraterrestrial threat. Just as they were about to exit the Jiejiao palace, they sensed an intruder in the Honghuang realm, exchanging startled glances. My friend, this individual and Appo's cultivation is not inferior to that of the former green slave. Yet, how is it that they can traverse this chaotic domain at will? Green slave hastened to Jiejiao for assistance. Honghuang, let us investigate. This is the green slave's Wolf Fang Club. I bestow it upon you, Honghuang. Resolve this matter swiftly, lest chaos engulf the Honghuang realm. It was evident that this was a stratagem to divert their attention. The intruder aimed merely to delay their response. The green slave immediately soared towards Jiejiao, while Tongtian and Honghuang dashed into the chaos. At Jiejiao, the barrier was lifted, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that sent shivers through the Shang army. Leading the charge was GFA, who approached with an imposing demeanor. Emperor Xian, kneel before me and plead for mercy. I can grant you and your followers a swift end. What's the meaning of this? What is this abhorrent aura? And there are 3 saints among them. Who could they be? Beside him, Xiang Wei quickly approached Emperor Xian to explain the situation's unfolding. Emperor Xian's countenance darkened, a chill running down his spine as cold sweat broke out on his brow. After a brief moment, he drew the Hunyuan sword, pointing it skyward to rally his troops. Warriors of the Yinshang, GFA has forsaken kinship and transformed our people into the extraterrestrial demon race. Should we fall, your families shall suffer the same fate. Fear not, for your loved ones stand behind you. Are you afraid? At this proclamation, the tremors within the Shang army ceased, replaced by a fervent shout, "We fear not. Fight! 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 Behold the might behind me, 3 saints of the first heaven, 3 sub-saints, and a host of quasi-saints. Even our soldiers possess true immortal cultivation. What do you wield to achieve victory? You treacherous fool! You collude with foreign enemies, inviting wolves into the fold and endangering the very foundation of the Honghuang." GFA sneered down at Emperor Xian, dismissing him with a wave as he strode toward the West Qi camp. With a single motion, the West Qi army stood ready. Once GFA vanished, the troops surged forth like a tidal wave against the Shang forces. Xuandu produced the Taiji diagram, rapidly forming seals as it expanded to envelop the entire Shang army, while the Linglong pagoda soared into the heavens, releasing waves of profound energy. Emperor Xian mirrored this action, unleashing the 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus to shroud his troops. Meanwhile, the Shadow Secret Guards, the Rinjiao, and the Jiejiao practitioners flew to the forefront, channeling their power into the formation, which immediately activated to block the West Qi forces. Hold steady and await rescue, Emperor Xian commanded, integrating the human race and Appo's fortune into the barrier with the Kongtong seal. Despite multiple assaults, the barrier remained unscathed. Suddenly, the 3 extraterrestrial saints made their move, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes that left imprints upon the barrier. Great King, retreat. We cannot withstand the power of the saints. Listening to Xuandu and the others, a flicker of resolve ignited in Emperor Xian's eyes. I shall not flee. I am the king of men. Warriors, our chances of victory are slim. I will fight alongside you. If we prevail, all of you shall be honored as heroes of humanity. If we fall, we shall descend together into the abyss. As these words left his lips, the Shang forces collectively coughed up blood, clearly on the brink of collapse. In that critical moment, Xiang Wei, Dan Xing, Xiang Sha, and Xiang Yi surged forth from the barrier, charging towards the 3 extraterrestrial saints. Witnessing this, the onlookers were filled with tears, believing the 4 intended to self-destruct to buy them time. What have you done, my esteemed advisor? Emperor Xian lamented, just as despair enveloped them. An astonishing scene unfolded. As Xiang Wei approached the 3 saints, he produced the Donghuang bell. Begone! The 3 saints paid little heed to the oncoming bell, underestimating the 4's cultivation. When the Donghuang bell collided with the saints, they were sent flying. Following this, Xiang Wei and his companions joined forces, lifting their seals and unleashing hidden laws, their power surging until they reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian realm. The Shang forces took a moment to comprehend the unfolding reality. Great King, is your advisor truly this formidable? I knew not of his prowess. Was he not summoned by our master? Did you not know this? Emperor Xian inquired, to which Wudong shook his head, indicating ignorance. Witnessing the 3 saints being struck down, GFA slammed his fist upon the table in frustration. These are the guaranteed victors you spoke of, useless trash. Open the barrier completely and let them in. Victory is assured. Do you take me for a fool? To let you all in and then slaughter every living being? GFA retorted, raising his hand to weave another seal. A narrow fissure appeared, from which emerged 3 fully realized Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian cultivators. Go forth and annihilate them. The 3 diminutive, grotesque figures did not hesitate, charging into the fray, while the previously downed saints rejoined the battle. Upon witnessing the arrival of the new cultivators, Xiang Wei and his companions frowned, realizing that the link to the entrance lay within the West Qi camp, complicating matters further. The 4 unleashed their full strength, but managed to only repel 5 foes. 1, however, soared towards the barrier, cackling maniacally at the sight of the faltering defense. Prepare for your slaughter. With a mere flick of his finger, the barrier shattered, and the West Qi army surged forth like a flood. Chapter 83. The rift fully opens. The War of the Saints approaches in the instant the barrier shattered. Emperor Jun immediately harnessed his entire cultivation in midair, manifesting his 2 golden crow wings. With a swift flap, a dividing line of solar true fire was generated, completely separating the 2 armies. Suddenly, Huixing wielding 6 pure bamboo, and Shijingzi brandishing the yin-yang mirror, launched a lightning-fast assault on Emperor Jun. Yet, what manner of being was Emperor Jun? Having been reborn, he had ascended to the quasi-saint realm, and even when faced with 2 quasi-saints, he was not easily defeated. Luya promptly hurled the immortal-slaying gourd towards Emperor Jun, who caught it and immediately formed a seal, commanding the treasure to turn around. A surge of white light erupted from the immortal-slaying gourd, sending the immortal-slaying flying knife towards Shijingzi. Seizing the opportunity, Huixing attempted a sneak attack from behind Emperor Jun, but just as he was about to succeed, he was kicked away. "Brother, you were too careless. Had I not known you were coming, would I have acted thus?" As the voice fell, Tai slowly descended behind Emperor Jun, while the 11 ancestral witches leaped directly into the ranks of the Western Qi army, wreaking havoc. Though the presence of Donghuang Tai and the ancestral witches startled the onlookers, it also offered them a glimmer of solace. Moments later, a celestial melody resonated in the western skies, and a golden path emerged as Duo Bao arrived, followed by numerous disciples of Buddhism. In the southern skies, Yinxiao was accompanied by thousands of disciples from the. In the northern skies, the scent of blood and slaughter filled the air, with the Meha leading a group of Azura and witch clansmen. In the eastern skies, the aura of humanity surged forth, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors gathering behind many great contributors of the human race. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, Dxian drew the Hunyuan sword, prompting the Yinshang army to retreat. "All true immortals of the human race above the level of my humble self, follow me into battle." With that declaration, Dxian retracted the 12-grade annihilating Black Lotus, brandishing the Hunyuan sword as he charged into the fray, with all cultivators following suit. On the battlefield, smoke billowed amidst utter chaos, the cacophony of battle cries and the clashing of magical artifacts deafening. Kong Xian, Emperor Jun, Tai Fushi, and Wudong were tasked with combating the increasingly frenzied Shijingzi, Huixing, and other cultivators. Meanwhile, Dxian, Huanglong, and Wenzhong plunged into the throng, wreaking havoc in all directions. In the skies, the Dragon Clan transformed into their true forms, unleashing torrents of lightning, hurricanes, and floods. While the Phoenix Clan manifested their true forms, unleashing vast swathes of Phoenix true fire upon the Western Qi army, the battlefield turned overwhelmingly in their favor, resulting in the near annihilation of the Western Qi forces within a mere quarter of an hour. Shijingzi, Huixing, and the other disciples of the 2 sects were quickly falling, leaving only the 6 saints from beyond the realms desperately resisting, albeit at the brink of exhaustion. Within the Western Qi camp, GFA beheld the unfolding events with despair, realizing the grave error he had committed, leaving him with only a path to destruction. Why? Why does everyone aid Dxian? What is it about me that pales in comparison to him? Have I truly erred? GFA cradled his head, crouched in a corner, utterly deranged, uncertain of his next move. "No, you are not at fault. All of this is the doing of those so-called immortals. Just as your father, Ji Chong, was slain. One day, they too shall bring about your demise. Now, if you merely open this rift, you shall have your revenge and annihilate them all. Since I cannot survive, then this world has no reason to exist. I shall demand their blood, their lives, in retribution for my father." GFA rose, limping towards the rift. "Yes, indeed. Fully open this rift. Let our kin enter and grant you vengeance." Arriving before the rift, GFA slowly formed seals with his hands, proclaiming, "With my flesh and blood, I shall unseal this ban. All of you assist me in exterminating every spirit of the primordial chaos." Following his decree, GFA's physical form began to disintegrate, his flesh merging into the rift, which expanded ever larger with the infusion of his essence. The 6 saints at Golden Rooster Ridge experienced a surge in their powers. All restrictions instantly lifted. Success. What follows will be the wrath that you natives shall face. From the rift emerged a seemingly endless legion of grotesque green dwarfs, flying towards Golden Rooster Ridge. Just 10 breaths later, over 1,000 foreign cultivators congregated at Golden Rooster Ridge, with more arriving incessantly, including numerous saintly and supreme beings, as well as the primordial chaos's grand celestial immortals. Sensing all this, Nuwa, Laozi, Jane, Zhuanti, and the 5 saints of primordial beginnings set aside their grievances and flew to Golden Rooster Ridge. First, we must deal with these foreign foes. Our vendettas can wait. Laozi's words rang true, yet we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Have you not noticed how weak the heavenly Tao's suppression is against them? Are you afraid, Nuwa? Where's that fighting spirit from before? You dare accuse me of cowardice? With that, Nuwa brandished the sea-covering and heaven-rending blade and the red embroidery ball, charging at a foreign saint, while the other 4 found their respective opponents. As the foreign cultivators continued to join the fray, the number of saints facing Laozi and the others escalated from 1 to 2, and soon 3, with no sign of abating. The battlefield below mirrored this trend. The 12 capital heavenly godly array commanded by the 11 ancestral witches flickered ominously, as all cultivators gasped for breath, wearied from battle. Hotu finally identified the source of the foreign cultivators, realizing the necessity of sealing this rift. Otherwise, the primordial chaos would suffer grievously. With that, Hotu instantaneously teleported to the rift, shoving the newly emerged foreign cultivators back into it before they could prepare. 6 paths of reincarnation manifest. As the words fell, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared at the rift, swirling into action. Hotu focused entirely on sealing the rift, unaware of the foreign cultivator armed with a curved blade approaching from behind. Die! The cultivator raised his curved blade, unleashing a massive sword energy that swept through the camp, lifting all the tents skyward. By the time Hotu perceived the incoming sword energy, it was too late. She had no time to muster her powers for defense. The foreign cultivator, witnessing the oncoming sword energy, laughed maniacally, reveling in the prospect of slaying a ruler of the path, an immense achievement. As the smoke dissipated, Hotu remained unscathed, standing firm as she continued to seal the rift. Dressed in crimson, the Meha brandished the Yuan Tu Ubi sword, positioning himself before Hotu. Do not fret. Focus on the sealing, and leave the rest to me. Merely half a stick of incense is required. This rift is exceedingly peculiar, difficult to manage. No sooner had Hotu spoken than the cultivator lunged once more at her with his curved blade. The Meha, channeling the power of the blood sea, surged forward, unleashing both swords and propelling the assailant into the air, distancing him from Hotu. You shall contend with me. You, a mere trifling saint of the 3rd heaven. Can you endure even a breath's time? Then let us find out. The 2 immediately clashed again, the foreign cultivator's speed proving exceptionally swift, rendering the Meha unable to capture his form, forcing him to adopt a defensive stance. Before even half a stick of incense had passed, the Meha was left battered and bruised, the Yuan Tu Ubi sword dulled from the combat. This scoundrel and Apos' curved blade is no ordinary weapon. It is far beyond the realm of innate treasures. Enough. It is time for you to meet your end. Suddenly, as if having played enough, the cultivator's curved blade expanded instantaneously, crashing towards the Meha. Not good. Chapter 84. The Power of the Heavenly Path. Suppressing the alien race in the depths of the underworld river, a dire predicament engulfed him. Before his eyes, the colossal curved blade wielded by the otherworldly cultivator hovered ominously in midair, reminiscent of a demonic scythe from the depths of the abyss, exuding a suffocating aura of death. He could distinctly feel the chilling intent to kill, as tangible as a binding shroud, freezing his very blood and instilling a flicker of fear even in this supreme saint. At that perilous moment, when life and death hung by a thread, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once gargantuan blade suddenly diminished, its formidable presence evaporating into nothingness. Though still shaken, the underworld river seized the opportunity and swung the dual swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, towards the otherworldly cultivator. On the battlefield before Golden Rooster Ridge, where chaos reigned and smoke billowed, a similarly astonishing sight emerged. The tension that had gripped the cultivators momentarily eased as they witnessed this abrupt transformation. Behind this twist of fate lay the profound influence of Honghuang, who had arrived alongside Tongtian at the edge of the primordial world. The sight of the blood-soaked young Mei immortal, his body marred with countless wounds, was a testament to his resilience. Yet, utilizing the unpredictable laws of space, he persevered, steadfastly holding back the alien cultivator with sheer determination. Upon Tongtian and Honghuang's arrival, they wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. With a swift motion, Tongtian summoned the Qingping and Hunyuan swords, which resonated with battle intent. vibrating vigorously and emitting a clear, melodic hum. The two swords transformed into streaks of light, dashing towards the otherworldly cultivator with blinding speed. Honghuang, too, wore a grave expression as he hurled his wolf-tooth club into the air, the ensuing gust resembling a mournful wail as it hurtled towards the enemy. Taken aback by the sudden onslaught, the alien cultivator's face betrayed a moment of shock, quickly replaced by fury. Observing the timely arrival of Honghuang and Tongtian, Yangmei Immortal felt his body succumb to exhaustion, as if an invisible force drained him of all strength. His legs buckled, and had it not been for Tongtian's swift intervention, he would have collapsed into the chaos. With his breath faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, he uttered, "This individual is named Jinxian. I have exhausted all my strength. I entrust the rest to you both." With that, his eyes slowly closed, surrendering to unconsciousness. Tongtian and Appo's consciousness expanded, enveloping the entirety of the primordial world in the chaotic outskirts. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jinxian was a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, mastering 60 laws. Tongtian entrusted Yangmei Immortal to Honghuang, urging, "My friend, return to the primordial world at once and suppress this formidable foe with the power of the heavenly path. Otherwise, our realm shall suffer immeasurable losses." Upon hearing this, Honghuang immediately unfurled his consciousness, swiftly perceiving the fierce battle at Golden Rooster Ridge. Without hesitation, he bore Yangmei Immortal towards the Jiejiao palace. Seeing Honghuang attempting to flee with Yangmei Immortal, Jinxian bellowed and pursued them. Simultaneously, he hurled his massive blade, aiming directly at Honghuang. Tongtian, quick-witted and agile, recognized the blade's formidable power and knew that should it strike Honghuang, the consequences would be dire. He swiftly interposed the Hunyuan sword to deflect the blade, resulting in a thunderous clash that sent sparks flying and unleashed a surge of energy in all directions. Concurrently, Tongtian manipulated the Zongtian coffin, crashing it towards Jinxian, who was caught off guard and sent sprawling through the chaos. His form traced an awkward arc in the void, his face a mask of humiliation and anger. With Tongtian's presence blocking Jinxian's path, a smirk of confidence and mockery graced his lips as he remarked, "Do not fret, you shall soon meet your kin." As the sword laws of Tongtian clashed with Jinxian and Appo's blade laws, the entire edge of the primordial world seemed to spiral into a tempestuous vortex. Sword energies intertwined, blade winds roared, and wherever they clashed, the chaotic essence was shattered. Tongtian formed hand seals, manifesting 3 avatars. His main body wielded the Hunyuan sword while the surrounding sword energy solidified into a tangible force. Each avatar held a Qingping sword, a god-slaying spear, and a world-destroying grindstone, presenting a formidable formation that ensnared Jinxian. Realizing his precarious situation, Jinxian felt a surge of alarm. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve as he pivoted and attempted to breach the encirclement. Yet, Tongtian would not allow him such ease. Both his main body and the avatar wielding the Qingping sword unleashed a torrent of sword laws, weaving a dense net that sealed Jinxian's escape. Under Tongtian's command, the god-slaying spear surged with a brilliant azure glow, enhanced by spatial laws, as it thrust towards Jinxian, while the world-destroying grindstone began its slow advance, also targeting him. Jinxian struggled to fend off the assault, but against Tongtian's relentless onslaught, he found himself retreating, exposing vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the surroundings grew dim, as if an invisible barrier constricted around him. Alarmed and furious, he channeled all his laws in a desperate bid to break free from this inexplicable prison. Finding his efforts futile, he unleashed a cacophony of furious roars, slashing wildly with his long blade, yet the intangible barrier remained unyielding, steadfast as a rock. Tongtian stepped forward to the Zongtian coffin, his gaze as cold as ice, and indifferently declared, "Having entered my coffin, you shall serve as sustenance." Jinxian, within the coffin, felt despair wash over him, but stubbornly retorted, "What is happening? Why can I sense nothing? My concealment laws evade even the heavenly path. What can you do to me?" With that, he gestured, infusing the coffin with the laws of time, which manifested a colossal clock face that spun rapidly. Within the coffin, Jinxian's cries transitioned from desperate shrieks to feeble whispers, ultimately fading into silence. In mere 4 breaths, he was entirely consumed by the Zongtian coffin. After devouring this Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, the coffin and Appo's dark red runes pulsated as if alive, glowing with an intensified crimson light, and the emanating malevolence spread forth, instilling dread. At the Jiejiao palace, Honghuang sat cross-legged, his expression grave as he channeled the heavenly path with all his might. A radiant aura enveloped him, and as he exerted his will, the the momentum of the heavenly path surged. The once dimmed brilliance of the heavenly path, dulled by the invasion of the alien cultivators, now shone resplendently, exuding a majestic presence that swept across the primordial world. However, despite the suppression from the heavenly path, the alien cultivators could not unleash their full potential. The three teachings in the great Shang cultivators were already weary. Even if victory were to be attained, it would only be a hollow triumph. At that moment, the divine list was nearing its limit, filled with 365 deities, minor deities, and the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, including several alien cultivators. Though they were not native to the primordial world, they were bound to adhere to its rules. Just as the tide began to balance in favor of the primordial realm, a flickering light appeared on the distant horizon, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. Chapter 85, The Annihilation of Foreign Cultivators in the Battle for the Heavenly Emperor above the Jinji Ridge. Ominous clouds gathered as a multitude of powerful cultivators converged like a rising tide. The celestial realm's formidable figures, including Xinyuanzi, Zhuangmu, Kuanpeng, and Bei's, emerged from their seclusion, causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to tremble. On the battlefield below, the sight of reinforcements ignited the morale of the warriors, rejuvenating their spirits. The cultivators of the primordial chaos, the reinforcements have arrived. Charge forth with me and obliterate these foreign invaders. As Emperor Xion's fervent words echoed, those who had been drained of energy and spirit sprang back to their feet, gripping their magical treasures tightly, and fearlessly charged into the enemy ranks. However, while the battlefield appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, the struggle among the saints unfolded with less than satisfactory progress. Yuanshi, Laozi, Jiejiao, Zhuanti, and Nuwa formed a defensive circle, panting heavily, sweat pouring down their brows. Even under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, facing 3 Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian alone is indeed a daunting endeavor. If this fierce battle continues, the primordial world may teeter on the brink of collapse. This war is undeniably terrifying, yet the aftermath will prove even more arduous. Fear not, my junior brother. Our western lands are inherently barren. How much worse could it possibly become? You two are insufferable. At such a critical juncture, why divide into east and west? Hold them off with all your might until the old geezers, Hutu or Tongtian, arrive. I'm utterly exhausted. As the three exchanged banter, their words had yet to dissipate when the foreign 11 saints launched another assault, plunging both sides back into a fierce melee. At this moment, the primordial world resembled an apocalyptic scene, with rivers reversing, mountains crumbling, and the very earth upheaving. The once tranquil landscapes lay ravaged, the ground quaking in agony. As living beings wept in terror, and vengeful souls overflowed in the underworld. In the face of imminent destruction, Huda successfully sealed the terrifying rift, swiftly dispatching the enemy before the river of the underworld. Quickly finish this and head to Jinji Ridge for cleanup. With that, Huda, wielding the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, dashed like a streak of light towards Nuwa, Taba, and others. Just as Hutu was about to unleash her might, golden leaves began to drift down from the sky, prompting all combatants, regardless of allegiance, to pause and gaze upward. All halt. The cultivators of the primordial must retreat immediately. Tongtian and Apos' authoritative voice rang out, and all saints, along with the cultivators, withdrew like a receding tide. Within moments, the world tree in Tongtian's grasp surged with wild growth, sprouting nearly 1,000 robust vines, which shot forth like swords toward all foreign beings. Though the foreign cultivators fought valiantly, they were powerless against the indomitable vines. Piercing screams echoed across the battlefield. Even the foreign saints struggled to endure, and before long, they were ruthlessly impaled. Ah, what is this? Get away. My life force, my magical power, my cultivation. The inhabitants of the primordial, witnessing the plight of these foreign beings, trembled in their hearts, secretly relieved they were not enemies of Tongtian. In less than a quarter of an hour, the world tree grew even larger, its trunk as stout as a celestial pillar, as the foreign cultivators succumbed, falling like autumn leaves to the ground. After purging the external threat, Huda gazed at the devastated primordial, sighing deeply. With swift hand gestures, the immense 6 paths of reincarnation materialized behind her. Countless souls emerged, accurately homing in on their respective corpses, reviving all who perished in this brutal conflict and had not yet ascended to the divine rankings. Thank you, compassionate Huda Saint. Thank you, compassionate Huda Saint. The echoes of devout worship resonated through the heavens, yet Huda felt no joy, her heart aching at the sight of the shattered primordial. Enough. Everyone retreat to 100 miles. No one is to remain. Dijun, leading the remnants of the demon court, Join forces with Fuxi to initiate the Zhou-Tian star formation to channel spiritual energy into the primordial. Upon hearing Tongtian's decree, the cultivators beneath the saints hastened away, though Yuan Shi and others still bore traces of discontent. Enough. Retreat at once. Hongjun, noticing Yuan Shi and Appo's reluctance to leave, chastised them sternly. Follow the master and Appo's order. A quarter of an hour later, Tongtian forcefully hurled the massive world tree downward, then swiftly began to weave hand seals, channeling an inexhaustible stream of magical power into the tree. Hongjun, Hutu, infuse your powers into it. Without hesitation, the two complied, pouring their vast Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian energies into it. The world tree shone with an extraordinarily brilliant light, illuminating the entire primordial realm. Its massive roots sank deep into the earth, and the vibrant life force within the tree swiftly permeated every inch of the primordial land. Across the realm, the fractured earth began to mend, chaotic veins of energy grew orderly, and the reversed lakes and seas gradually resumed their normal flow, with life slowly reviving. A century later, everything returned to its former glory, even surpassing it. Tongtian, the primordial has been restored to its original state. For half a yuan meeting, the foreign realms will not invade again. Now, it is time to conclude the matter of the divine rankings. Gather everyone for the ascension. My friend, what of my disciple? Shouldn't he ascend to the celestial court? Let each rely on their own abilities. You support Emperor Xin while I support Hunyuan. Yuan Shi. Shall we have Hutu as the witness? Agreed. The two reached a consensus, while Huda felt increasingly anxious, her mind occupied with the weight of the witness role. My friends, are you not concerned? This calamity nearly led to the destruction of the primordial. Your ignorance is understandable. These foreign beings do not originate from this chaos, but from other chaotic realms. Huda had imagined these intruders as enemies from other vast worlds, but upon hearing Tongtian's explanation, her unease intensified. Does that not leave us defenseless? Not at all. You have just arrived at the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian level and have yet to perceive the imminent threat. Meanwhile, my friend Hongjun and I sensed the awakening of the great Tao not long ago. The primordial has just experienced an incursion. It is likely the great Tao will soon take action. Then let it be so. May the primordial endure. Now, are you willing to serve as the witness? Yes. Upon Huda's agreement, Hongjun and Tongtian immediately began to collectively pledge their oaths to the primordial. With the calamity of the divine rankings concluded, the selection for the heavenly emperor remained contentious. Thus, a century later, the lord of the underworld acted as the witness, and Hunyuan, Emperor Xin, Yuan Shi, and Juni gathered their forces to vie for the position of heavenly emperor. The victor would reign over the celestial court and govern the primordial realm. With this declaration, the entire primordial realm erupted once more. Chapter 86. Your Majesty, let us ally with Xin. In the majestic halls of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sat upon his throne, a visage marked by deep concern and anxiety. What troubles you, Your Majesty? Are you worried about the throne of the Jade Emperor a century hence? The minister inquired softly from his side. Not at all, the emperor replied. My aspirations do not dwell upon the throne. My sole desire is to pursue the true essence of the Tao. Then I understand, the minister said. You are concerned for the future of the old officials of the heavenly court. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to join forces with the Shang dynasty, thereby securing a favorable future for these ministers. Upon hearing this, the emperor and Appo's eyes flashed with intensity, and he glared at the minister. You must comprehend, minister, that you are a servant of the heavenly court. My mentor is the Tao ancestor, not Tongtian. To conspire with Xin would be to draw me into peril. Unfazed, the minister waved his feather duster dismissively. Your Majesty, the primordial lord is inherently proud. Do you believe he would treat the old officials of the heavenly court kindly? And as for the esteemed Zhuan, he merely wanders about seeking favors, should he seize control of the heavenly court. The beings of the east might well be displaced to the west. Alas, this is indeed the case. Will you assist me in maintaining my position as the Jade Emperor? Your Majesty, in the face of two saints and a human king, what chance do we possess? You would merely be a runner in this race. The only feasible course is for you to support Xin. The emperor nodded slightly, persuaded by the minister's words. Very well, I entrust this matter entirely to you. The minister bowed to the emperor and departed the heavenly hall, heading towards Chaoga. Taibai. As soon as the emperor spoke, the star of Venus hurried in. Your Majesty, inform those loyal ministers in the heavenly court to refrain from competing for the throne of the Jade Emperor a century hence. They must not throw their lives away foolishly. Your Majesty, there is no need for further words. Go quickly, and do not let others know. Understood, Your Majesty. Taibai bowed deeply. his voice trembling as he exited the heavenly hall. The minister did not proceed directly to Chaoga, but instead found an uninhabited place midway and laid down to rest, falling into a deep slumber. Several hours later, he awoke leisurely, stretched, and returned to the heavenly court. Your Majesty, I have negotiated successfully. When the time comes, you need only to hold back Zhuan-Ti, while the primordial lord will be dealt with by the human king. The emperor furrowed his brow, rising from his throne and walking forward. Can the human king truly contend with the primordial lord? His strength surpasses that of Zhuan-Ti. And how could I possibly withstand a saint? Your Majesty, I inquired about this matter. The human king stated that you can draw upon the heavenly court and Appos as fortune to enhance yourself, temporarily breaking through the barriers of cultivation and ascending to the realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. In this way, he too can gather the fortunes of humanity to achieve a breakthrough. A sense of trepidation arose within the emperor. The notion of temporarily breaking through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal realm through the gathering of fortunes was not a secret, yet the heavenly court was weak. No one would believe he could utilize the heavenly court and Appos as fortune to ascend to the saintly realm, while Dxin, with a single utterance, had seen through the depths of this matter, revealing that he was no ordinary foe. The human king's shadowy spies were indeed all-encompassing. Did my heavenly court possess such capabilities? The emperor fixed his gaze on the minister, suspicion brewing in his heart. Your Majesty, you jest. With my strength? Why should I submit to Dxin? Ha ha ha, that is of little concern. As long as the human king does not forget the promises made to me. Go and make preparations. With that, the heavenly hall was left with only the emperor, who gazed at the desolate surroundings, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. He walked slowly, his thoughts in disarray, fully aware that this decision would shape the future of the heavenly court and his own fate. However, the prospect of collaboration with Dxin was fraught with peril, compelling him to act with caution. In the Jiejiao palace, upon hearing that Hongjun intended to transfer control of the heavenly court to them, the three, Yuan Shi, Jiayin, and Zhuan-Ti, suddenly felt their sect's fortunes rebound. If they could seize control of the heavenly court and harness its fortunes, their cultivation would ascend to new heights, and their sect would flourish. Master, all of my disciples in the Western sect perished during the Fengshen tribulation, leaving only myself and my brother as the last standing. The prospect of seizing the heavenly court seems utterly beyond my capabilities. Zhuan-Ti lamented, one hand clutching his chest while the other pounded the ground in despair, tears streaming down his face. Pathetic wretches. Even as a supreme saint, you dare to throw a tantrum here? Do you not realize that beneath the saints, all are but ants? Seizing the human race and the heavenly court is a matter I can handle alone. Indeed, the prestige of a saint is hardly upheld when 3 foreign saints are beating you senseless. Upon hearing Zhuan-Ti's mockery, Yuan Shi rose in anger, brandishing the Panga banner. Master, save me. Brother Yuan Shi is going to kill. Enough. As Hongjun spoke, Yuan Shi reluctantly retracted the Panga banner and resumed his seat. The heavenly court must remain under the control of our Taoist faction. This is the method of crafting puppets. You 3 shall cooperate with Hunyuan. Remember, it matters not who among you becomes the Jade Emperor, but the Jade Emperor must be one of you. Yuan Shi and Zhuan-Ti accepted the method of crafting puppets from Hongjun, their hearts elated. In unison, they vowed, rest assured, Master, the human race is but a weak breed unworthy of ruling the heavenly court. Go, and be vigilant. Tongtian may have plans of his own. Yuan Shi, Zhuan-Ti, and Jiayin rose, bowing respectfully to Hongjun before returning to their respective abodes. Upon returning to the Western sect, Zhuan-Ti gazed at the dwindling disciples and silently vowed to reclaim the throne of the heavenly court to restore the Western sect's former glory. Meanwhile, Jiayin pondered quietly, strategizing on how to fully support Zhuan-Ti in this conflict to secure the greatest benefit for the Western sect. In the realm of humanity, various sects of the human race surged towards the Shang dynasty and Chaoga. Countless spiritual vessels soared through the skies, a magnificent sight, crafted from the ancient bones of colossal beasts gifted by other races. Within Chaoga, a hubbub ensued as the human king, Dxin, stood upon a high platform, surveying the thriving scene below, his mind already formulating a comprehensive plan. He understood that this contest with the heavenly court not only impacted the future of the human race but also served as a trial for himself. He turned to the officials of the Shang. Great Sorcerer, dispatch all shadowy spies to investigate the situation at Kunlun Mountain and Mount Shumi. By your command, my king. Esteemed officials, this preparation for battle is critical to the rise and fall of the human race. We must ensure absolute success. Prepare to welcome the great battle a century hence. The heavenly court shall surely be ours, with human hearts replacing the heavenly will. Dxin's voice echoed throughout the hall, inspiring the hearts of all present. The human race shall triumph, the Shang shall endure for millennia, and the king shall reign eternally. Chapter 87. The Four-Sided Battle in the Small World. A century later, at the Golden Rooster Ridge. The world tree stood majestically like a colossal golden tower, its branches and leaves flourishing, casting a mysterious canopy over the land. The golden leaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound, while the sunlight filtered through layers of foliage, creating dappled shadows that danced upon the ground, adding vibrancy to this realm. Emperor Xian, along with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, stood proudly atop a massive spiritual vessel, followed closely by hundreds of others. The vessels resembled iron fortresses, emanating an air of authority. Their gazes were resolute, brimming with an insatiable desire for victory. Upon their arrival at the Golden Rooster Ridge, they roared in unison, "Victory for the human race!" The sound was thunderous, echoing through the skies, powerful enough to shatter the very heavens. Each face was adorned with determination and resolve, for they understood that this battle was pivotal to the future of humanity, and they must give their all. Meanwhile, beside Yuan Shi stood Ran Ding, the South Pole old man, and Guang Qingzi, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain, viewing humanity as little more than ants. Their expressions were cold and haughty, completely dismissing the human race, inciting a surge of anger within the onlookers. As Haodian and the others descended leisurely, a palpable tension filled the air, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending conflict. The air felt almost frozen, and the heartbeats of those present quickened involuntarily. Eyes filled with wariness and hostility, as if a fierce battle could ignite at any moment. A quarter of an hour later, Hongjun, Tongtian, and Ho Tu appeared. Tongtian stepped forward, declaring that this battle would be fought separately, with only one faction emerging victorious. In this small world, alliances could be formed, but outsiders were forbidden from interfering. His words carried an imposing authority that left no room for dissent. Ho Tu stepped forward, raising her hand to reveal the ethereal shadows of the 6 paths of reincarnation behind her. Following this, a kilometer-wide spatial wormhole materialized before her, indicating that the small world had been established, and the fates of its entrance were now uncertain. Zhuan Ti, Yuan Shi, and Hao Yan entered the small world in succession. Just as Emperor Xian and his followers attempted to follow, they were halted by Hongjun. "Hold on, King of Humanity." Hongjun's voice was imbued with a hint of authority and skepticism. "What does the Dao ancestor intend? Do you wish to eliminate me outside the small world?" Emperor Xian and Apos' eyes were filled with vigilance and fury, firmly gripping the Hunyuan sword, prepared for any potential danger. Tongtian, Nuwa, and Ho Tu immediately stepped forward to shield Emperor Xian. "What are you doing, Hongjun? Are you planning to go back on the agreement?" Nuwa and Apos' voice was laced with anger and disappointment, the bond of master and disciple between her and Hongjun now hanging by a thread. Hongjun shook his head. "My friends are mistaken. The human race is vying for the position of the heavenly emperor, while Yuan Shi has only utilized his own power. But the king of humanity has brought along dragons, phoenixes, foxes, and other races. Are these races all part of the human race? Is it true that the human race has no capable individuals?" His words dripped with mockery and doubt, igniting a blaze of rage within the hearts of his audience. "You have gone too far, Hongjun. These races are all allied to the human race. What harm is there in them fighting for humanity?" Nuwa, no longer concerned about her relationship with Hongjun, retorted angrily. The tension between the 2 factions escalated, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if an intense battle could erupt at any moment. At this juncture, Emperor Xian spoke. "The dragon and phoenix races may abstain from this battle, and those with them may also refrain from participating. However, the esteemed sages of the Fire Cloud Cave, being the ancestors of humanity, may join. Xian Yao, who gave rise to the Shang, and Kong Xian, who has guarded humanity for many years, may also participate. The mother of Know-Nothing, as my imperial teacher, may go as well. This is my greatest concession." But Hongjun's response was succinct and decisive, seemingly seeking to prevent the situation from escalating further. Subsequently, hundreds of human spiritual vessels entered the small world, with the 4 factions dispersing to the 4 corners, akin to 4 stars on the brink of collision. Filled with uncertainty and peril, Yuan Shi, Zhuan Ti, and Hao Yan swiftly convened. "Hao Yan, my disciple, I have conferred with Zhuan Ti. First, let your heavenly court test the waters, and then we too shall lead our armies to follow." At that time, the position of the heavenly emperor shall belong to my Chan teaching. What say you? Yuan Shi's eyes gleamed with calculation and ambition, as though he could already envision himself ascending to the position of heavenly emperor. Zhuan Ti, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased. Senior brother, though this plan is clever, my western lands are barren. It would be best for you to concede the heavenly emperor's position to your disciple. His gaze was filled with greed and yearning, for seizing the heavenly court would surely lead to the prosperity of the West. Humph. Your Western teaching has not a single disciple. How can you compare with my Chan teaching as true immortal of fortune? Yuan Shi's words dripped with derision and disdain. Dismissing Zhuan Ti entirely. You. Zhuan Ti's face flushed crimson with anger and resentment. Hao Yan, sensing the rising tension, quickly interjected, my two esteemed brothers. Let us first eliminate Emperor Xian's faction. At that point, the younger brother shall serve as a judge, and the victor shall claim the position of heavenly emperor. His eyes sparkled with cunning, yet his mind was already plotting his own scheme. Upon hearing Hao Yan's words, the fury within both parties dissipated significantly. Although they still regarded each other with disdain, this was undoubtedly the best course of action. They could not afford to expend their energies on infighting at such a crucial moment. Seeing the two temperaments calm down and agreeing to his proposal, Hao Yan chuckled slyly within, thinking, two fools. Luckily, the individuals accompanying me are all duplicitous. You two wish to be heavenly emperor? Such a delusion. While the three conversed, the general of the rolling curtain stealthily approached the human race and Apos, main spiritual vessel, lurking around. Before he could board, he was seized by the shadow secret guards and brought before Emperor Xian. Your Majesty, we have captured a spy from the heavenly court. Please decide his fate. The voice of the shadow secret guard was filled with vigilance and gravity. Emperor Xian gazed at the bearded figure clad in dark armor, wielding a crescent-shaped spade, and inquired, Did Hao Yan send you? His eyes were filled with suspicion and wrath, as though he had already discerned Hao Yan's scheme. Your Majesty. The general of the rolling curtain stammered, struggling to articulate his words. Are you trying to say that Hao Tian, Yuan Shi, and Zhuan Ti have gathered and are preparing to attack? Emperor Xian interjected impatiently. Upon hearing Emperor Xian's words, the general's expression relaxed, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, your Majesty is wise. Emperor Xian rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. I understand, you may leave. He then approached Fuxi and said, We shall serve as bait. I asked the celestial emperor and the esteemed sages to disembark and lay in ambush. Fuxi and the others pondered for a moment, resting their hands on their chins. But what of your safety? Relying solely on Wenzhong and Bygone, I fear they cannot protect you. You are facing two saints. Emperor Xian remained unfazed, instead smiling confidently as he revealed the Kantong seal, his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation fully unleashed. Your cultivation? Fuxi was astonished. According to his analysis, Emperor Xian and Apos' actual cultivation should have only reached the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, in just a century, he had ascended from the great Luo Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Throughout this century, my revered master has aided my cultivation through the laws of time. Thus, although a century has passed, I have, in truth, cultivated for over 1,000 years. Coupled with the fortuitous blessings of the human race and the internal support of Hao Yan, the odds of victory for humanity are unprecedentedly heightened. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors nodded in agreement, leading the members of the Fire Cloud Cave to disembark and conceal themselves in the surroundings. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive force emanated from the front of the Shangling vessel, as Hao Yan, Yuan Shi, and Zhuan Ti found themselves surrounded by heavenly soldiers and countless puppets. Chapter 88. The Masterful Tactics of the Heavenly Allies. In the distance, a formidable army composed of puppets and celestial soldiers surged forth, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. On the spiritual vessel, alarms blared, and the human cultivators gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes betraying their vigilance. Behind Kongxian, 5-colored radiance flickered. The Grand Master Xian Du wielded the Taiji diagram, the Holy Mother Wudong brandished the soul-cutting blade, and Li Jing held a long sword. Forming a protective circle around Xian, Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and Zhuan Ti floated before the army, exuding an oppressive aura that made the very heavens tremble. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, they flashed through the boundless void, appearing directly before the spiritual vessel. Xian, what do you believe you possess to oppose me? What capital do you dare to challenge this Holy One? Today, I shall make you a sacrificial disciple for my teachings. Dxian and Amp. Oppos. S. heart seethed with fury as he slowly pushed aside his ministers, positioning himself at the bow of the vessel. Taking a deep breath, he produced the Kongtong seal and swiftly formed a hand sign. Instantly, the human luck surged forth like galloping phoenixes from all directions, rapidly coalescing within him. With the infusion of this immense power, Dxian's body trembled slightly as his cultivation level soared. Originally at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm, within 3 breaths, he broke through several barriers, ascending to the 3rd level of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. This time, due to the high level of integration among the humans, the gathered luck far exceeded previous measures, allowing him to surpass 2 minor realms compared to his previous ascension. Yuan Shi, Tianzun, and Zhuan Ti observed this scene. Although their faces bore expressions of disdain, their hearts were subtly alarmed. Ah, Dxian. Do you truly believe this meager elevation in power can bridge the vast chasm between us? I am a saint of the heavenly Tao at the 3rd level, and my brother Yuan Shi has reached the 6th level. To think you could contend against us both is sheer folly. If you withdraw from this conflict now, you might still reign as king among men for a time. Do not deceive yourself. With that, they erupted into raucous laughter, their voices echoing like thunder and causing the spiritual vessel to tremble. However, before their laughter could subside, a flash of sword light appeared behind Yuan Shi Tianzun, striking him at supersonic speed. Yuan Shi felt a surge of sword energy invade his body, forcing him to stagger forward, blood spewing from his mouth. Furious and bewildered, he turned to confront the source of the attack, locking eyes with Xiang Shi, who stood beside Hao Tian, gazing defiantly at Yuan Shi and Zhuan Ti. Hao Tian, you traitor! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Have you forgotten your identity and mission? Even your subordinates are so lawless. What punishment do you deserve? Initially blinded by rage, Yuan Shi soon regained his composure. As he sensed the aura emanating from Xiang Shi, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He had never anticipated that Hao Tian harbored such a figure, and Hao Tian, equally astonished, regarded Xiang Shi with newfound respect, convinced of his extraordinary nature. With no other recourse, Hao Tian pressed on. Brother Yuan Shi, do not remain obstinate. Your arrogance is misplaced. The position of the Heavenly Emperor does not suit you. Zhuan Ti's selfish pursuit of Western interests renders him unworthy to rule the wilderness. Only Dxian possesses the qualifications and potential to become the Heavenly Emperor. With that declaration, Hao Tian raised the Heavenly Emperor seal and Hao Tian soared high, drawing forth a torrent of celestial luck that surged towards him. Empowered by this formidable force, Hao Tian's cultivation instantly ascended to the 2nd level of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Without hesitation, he charged at Yuan Shi Tianzun with the Hao Tian sword. Seizing this unexpected turn of events, Dxian stomped his foot, summoning a massive 12-petal black lotus beneath him. With his left hand gripping the god-slaying spear and his right hand raised high with the Hunyuan sword, he charged fiercely towards Zhuan Ti. The celestial soldier Fu Ling, witnessing this, exclaimed urgently, "Warriors, follow me to battle against the humans." The heavenly court remains part of our heavenly Tao faction. However, just as the battle was about to commence, Tian Peng stepped forward, sternly admonishing, "Awaken. Do not forget who your true master is." Tian Peng, a trusted confidant of Hao Tian, held great prestige within the army. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers' minds cleared, and they swiftly turned their weapons against Fu Ling and his loyalists surrounding them. In an instant, cries of battle erupted, and a fierce internal conflict ensued, as those supporting Yuan Shi Tianzun were caught off guard and swiftly eliminated. Tian Peng then waved his hand, leading the celestial soldiers like a torrent of steel toward the puppet army. The human army, witnessing the betrayal, felt their morale surge, charging forth with thunderous cries. Meanwhile, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who had prepared for a surprise ambush, realized the futility of their plan upon witnessing the shift in momentum. They exchanged glances and rushed headlong into the puppet army. Xiang Shi led the charge, weaving effortlessly through the ranks of the puppets, and with a single strike, nearly half of the puppet army turned dash. Dxian's god-slaying spear roared like a ferocious dragon, tearing through space as it advanced towards Zhuan Ti. Zhuan Ti did not dare underestimate him, fully aware that Dxian, empowered by human luck, had become a formidable force. Cursed Dxian. How could he unleash such power with the aid of human luck? And that damn Tongtian, how could he have bestowed the god-slaying spear upon Dxian? As the battle intensified, Dxian grew ever more emboldened, rendering Zhuan Ti's 7 treasures mysterious tree utterly insignificant in the face of the god-slaying spear and Hunyuan sword. On another front, the clash between Hao Tian and Yuan Shi Tianzun reached a boiling point. Despite being injured from the sneak attack, Yuan Shi, a 6th-level saint of the heavenly Tao, endured the pain and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Jade, clear divine thunder, descend upon the world." In an instant, the skies darkened, and purple-black lightning surged toward Hao Tian. Hao Tian deftly maneuvered, utilizing his speed to weave between the strikes of the Jade clear divine thunder while searching for a weakness in Yuan Shi's defenses to deliver a fatal blow. Outside the small world, Honghuang observed the tumultuous scene with a somber expression, his eyes betraying a mix of anger and helplessness. Standing beside him, Nuwa raised an eyebrow, glancing at Honghuang with a sigh. "My human offspring are indeed valiant, facing such a powerful enemy without fear, bravely resisting. Alas, as their holy mother, I have been unable to assist them in this battle. It is truly a dereliction of duty." Tongtian smirked at Honghuang, with a hint of mockery. "Dear friend Honghuang, does this situation not surprise you? As their grandmaster, I have proven ineffectual, merely aiding Dxin in a trivial elevation of power." Alas, Honghuang remained silent, his expression grim as he continued to watch the chaos unfold within the small world. When he saw Xiangshi wreaking havoc among the puppet army, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes, and he involuntarily clenched his fists. "Tongtian, your methods are quite something." In response to Honghuang's fierce gaze and words, Tongtian feigned innocence, shrugging as if to imply that none of this concerned him. Within the confines of a diminutive world, the primordial heavenly sovereign, grievously wounded by the envoy, found himself in a state of utter disarray, his body marred by numerous injuries, blood oozing profusely from his wounds, and his breath becoming erratic and faint. Similarly, Zhuan fared little better, having been relentlessly driven back by Dxin, with several of his defensive artifacts shattered in the onslaught. Both, recognizing the gravity of their predicament, simultaneously conceived a desperate final thought, to jointly seize one individual as a hostage in a bid to turn the tide of their misfortune. However, at the very moment this notion took root, the puppet army below had been entirely vanquished. The envoy, with piercing eyes, discerned the intentions of the primordial heavenly sovereign and Zhuan. In an instant, he wielded his long sword with great finesse, summoning a colossal sword net that materialized from thin air, descending upon the primordial heavenly sovereign and Zhuan with alarming speed. Chapter 89. The heart of humanity reflects the will of heaven. Advancing the path of humanity, Yuan Shi gazed at the intricate web of swords, tightly entwined. His complexion suddenly flushed a deep crimson. His eyes widened in fury as his body trembled violently, seeking a flaw within the sword net to shatter this humiliating confinement. "Humph! A mere sword net dares to bind me," Yuan Shi roared, and with a flick of his fingers, runes flickered before dissipating into the void. In an instant, the air quaked, and spiritual energy surged forth as Qilin Cliff materialized from thin air, rushing toward the sword net with great force. The collision between Qilin Cliff and the sword net unleashed a blinding brilliance, their powers clashing and intertwining, creating a piercing, shrill whistle. Zhuan, observing from the sidelines, felt an acute sense of urgency. He understood that if they were to fail today, the Western sect would be ridiculed even further, becoming the laughingstock of the primordial world. With a gentle wave of the 7 treasures Miao tree in his hand, countless colorful vines surged toward the sword net, attempting to dismantle it directly. Simultaneously, he unleashed his 6-zhang golden form, towering and resolute, striving to break through the sword net. However, the sword net remained as steadfast as adamantine. Repelling the impact of Qilin Cliff, the vines of the 7 treasures Miao tree and Zhuan and Apos' 6-zhang golden form, dissipating their efforts with minimal disturbance, mocking their presumption. Seeing their attacks yield no results, Yuan Shi stamped his foot in frustration, causing the entire microcosm to tremble. He raised his hands high, summoning the Panga banner into his palm. The banner swayed slightly, releasing a chaotic sword aura reminiscent of the primordial creation, yet the sword net stood firm. After much struggle, the two remained unable to breach the sword net, leaving Honghuang utterly disheartened. Covering his face with one hand, he sighed, "Enough, Dxin has won." Upon hearing this, Ho Tu waved her hand, and the forces from the 4 corners were expelled from the microcosm. Once outside, Zhuan acted swiftly, vanishing from his original location, only to reappear above Hao Tian. He raised the 7 treasures Miao tree high and brought it crashing down toward Hao Tian. Hao Tian was taken aback, not anticipating such a decisive attack from Zhuan immediately after exiting the microcosm, especially with Honghuang not intervening. At that critical moment, Tongtian stepped forward, brandishing the Qing Ping sword, its blade trembling and emitting a clear, resonant sound. The Qing Ping sword met Yuan and Apos, S7 treasures Miao Tree, and in that instant, a brilliant light erupted, sending Yuan hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Grateful, Hao Tian bowed deeply to Tongtian, then turned to Hongjun, expressing profound gratitude for his long-standing guidance. However, he contemplated and declared his desire to pursue the great Tao, not wishing to become the heavenly emperor. Yuan Shi and Yuan harbored great ambitions, their thoughts likely far removed from the trivialities of the heavenly emperor and Apos, as position. Thus, Hao Tian believed they were also unfit for the role. Hongjun regarded Hao Tian with a penetrating gaze, and after a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply. Very well. It has come to this, let it be so. You and I remain teacher and disciple, and I bear you no ill will. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Hongjun and Apos, gaze then shifted to Xiang Wei and the other 6, before returning to Tongtian. Friend, what remarkable skills you possess. From whence did you acquire such divine abilities? As the words left his lips, all eyes turned toward Tongtian, akin to a spotlight illuminating him. Feigning innocence, Tongtian spread his hands and said, Hongjun, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend at all. Meanwhile, Ho Tu discreetly harnessed the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to probe into Tongtian and the others, but discovered nothing. She then utilized the power of the earth to investigate the occurrences in the primordial realm. This investigation revealed a hint of the extraordinary, yet she chose to remain silent, quietly observing the unfolding situation. Seeing Tongtian and Apos' reluctance to confess, Hongjun pressed on. Tongtian, with great peril at hand, do not hold back any longer. We must unite against the external threat. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Tongtian chuckled heartily. Very well, since you have discovered it, I shall no longer hide. I am indeed Xiang Wei and the other 6, but they are not me. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment, recalling the saying that the heavenly Tao serves Hongjun, yet Hongjun does not serve the heavenly Tao, leading to murmurs among them. This is my 7 emotional avatars, each possessing the power of a sage. Hongjun then grasped the situation, realizing that although he could not discern the precise connection between Tongtian and the 7, their actions and formidable strength indicated that only Tongtian could orchestrate such feats. The crowd was left in shock, their breaths quickening as they comprehended that the strength of the Jie sect far surpassed their expectations. With 8 mixed origins, and coupled with the Taoist of many treasures, they possessed the might of 9 mixed origins, a force undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. After a brief pause, Tongtian observed the crowd regaining their composure and announced, all matters proceed smoothly. From this day forth, humanity King Dxin shall be the sovereign of the heavenly court, succeeding the new heavenly emperor. With that, the heavenly emperor seal in Hao Tian's hand and the queen mother seal in Yao Qi's grasp flew into the hands of Dxin and Jiang Wang. In an instant, Dxin and Jiang Wang were enveloped in radiant light, adorned in the robes of the heavenly emperor and queen mother, respectively. At that moment, the fortune of humanity surged wildly once more. This powerful aura of humanity struck like a sharp blade against the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, yet they felt no discomfort. On the contrary, all their karmic debts were erased. Without hesitation, the 3 clans bowed first to Dxin and Jiang Wang, collectively exclaiming, We pay our respects to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Queen Mother. The sounds of their reverence echoed across the primordial land, like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Witnessing this, Nuwa understood the significance of the harmonious coexistence among the various clans. No longer hesitating, she began to meditate, relying on the fortune of humanity, as the complete wheel of humanity law spiraled above her head. Tongtian, Hongjun, and Ho Tu recognized this moment. Knowing that Nuwa was on the verge of establishing the path of humanity, Tongtian decisively arranged matters, instructing Dxin, You shall oversee all affairs in the primordial realm. Remember to complete the canonization first. The 3 of us will serve as Nuwa's guardians. Dxin bowed deeply to Tongtian and then led everyone toward the canonization platform. A day later, Nuwa abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze flashing like lightning, her aura erupting with tremendous force. The power of the heavenly Tao emanated from her, while the force of humanity surged like an unending river, flooding into her being. After a few moments, Nuwa's aura escalated dramatically, breaking through from the 7th layer of sagehood to the great Luo golden immortal of mixed origins. At this moment, she radiated an overwhelming force of humanity, causing the primordial land to tremble slightly under the influence of her immense power, solidifying further after a brief pause. Once settled, Nuwa stood and proclaimed, "From this day forth, the path of humanity is established. There shall be 6 saints of humanity. All who contribute to the primordial realm may have the opportunity to become a saint of humanity." Upon her words, the entire primordial realm erupted anew, collectively shouting, "We pay our respects to Nuwa, the Dao ancestor." Tongtian stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "Congratulations, Dao friend Nuwa. There shall be 6 saints of humanity. Shall we not proceed to the canonization platform to appoint some saints?" Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, silently reflecting, only Tongtian would dare just about canonizing saints. "I indeed had this intention," Nuwa replied, leaving Hongjun momentarily stunned again, for one dared to speak, while the other dared to act, a perfect match.